Tri-System Authority, Book 2, The Reign of Terra. Written by R. Kyle Hanna. Narrated by Rick McVey. Prologue. Lieutenant Darez raised his rifle, his finger whitening on the trigger. The roar of engines filled the air, echoing loudly in the reception area, and he winced as the pitch grew. The engine whine ended abruptly. The building shuddered with a massive impact. Furniture toppled, windows shattered from the collision on the roof overhead. The TSA officer ducked as the ceiling cracked, raining debris down on him. "What the hell was that?" Dari Terra asked, shielding her eyes and face from the debris storm. He touched his earcom, listening. "Reinforcements," Darez reported. "A ship just landed upstairs. A scout." Dari sneered. "We are out of time," she said. With a dismissive wave at her two captives, she turned away. "Kill them." Without question, Darez raised his rifle and fired. Jake Cutter died first, a single shot to the chest. He gasped, looking down at his smoldering clothes. He tried to say something, but failed. Blood drooled on silent lips. He glanced at Angel, shock on his face, before he slumped against the wall. He turned to look at his ex-wife, lifeless eyes staring down the empty corridor. Angel screamed in rage, pulled her legs under her, and lunged at Darez. The TSA officer shifted his rifle and, without aiming, fired a second time, also striking the woman in the chest. The blast catapulted her against the wall, the life draining from her as she slid down to lay beside Jake. Her head rested on Jake's shoulder, and she closed her eyes without another sound. Clanking armor announced the arrival of TSA reinforcements. Darez cocked an ear, listening to a muffled conversation in the hallway. An officer identified himself to the armored squad beyond the door. Dari Terra appeared at his side. "Tear my shirt," she ordered, offering her left arm to the lieutenant. Without question, he shifted the rifle to his right hand, reached out, and grabbed her shirt at the seam with his left. A quick tug. He heard and felt the fabric tear. She dropped to the floor, wrapped her arms around her knees, and began rocking back and forth. Tears flowed on cue. Darez heard her sob softly as the squad of armor-clad troopers breached the reception area. Entering through the door one by one, they fanned out, covering every corner of the room in seconds. The TSA officer stood perfectly still, the rifle pointing to the floor. He had no intention of being identified as a target. The squad leader approached Darez, weapon at the ready. "Lieutenant Darez," the TSA officer offered. "Fugitive retrieval." He nodded toward the ID badge hanging from his left lapel. The squad leader leaned forward, read the badge, and lowered his weapon. He looked around the room, noting the position of the dead. "Clear!" Darez looked away from the squad leader as the door opened again and a battered lieutenant in a dirty, bloody-stained flight suit entered the room. He walked with a limp, favoring his left leg, and held a pistol in his right hand. The pilot took in the scene in a glance, his gaze stopping on Jake. Darez watched as the man examined Jake, then Angel. Darez scrutinized the pilot as he studied the dead, and could not make up his mind if he saw sadness, contempt, or anger. He decided on all three. But contempt at who? The wounded officer shifted his gaze to Secretary Terra, laying nearby, also dead from a single shot to the chest. The pilot turned to Dari Terra, studying her for a moment before turning his gaze to Darez. He recognized hatred in the pilot's eyes. Darez steeled himself for a fight as the injured officer took a single step in his direction. The pilot's advance was halted as the squad leader turned away from Darez and rendered a crisp salute to the pilot. "Lieutenant Dawson?" he asked. The pilot nodded. "Sir, it's over." Chapter 1. A tremor shimmied through the shuttle from front to rear. Subtle at first, the vibration grew into full-fledged turbulence in seconds. The shaking jostled Lieutenant Mark Dawson awake, the bouncing ship sending him weightless. Drinks drifted off tray tables, bins unlatched, releasing their contents, and the half-dozen officers in the passenger bay groaned in unison. Dawson grabbed the edge of his seat, stopping his upward momentum seconds before the inertial compensators engaged. The gentle tug of gravity pulled him back down into his seat. He caught a cup as it plummeted back toward the table to his right, setting it down gently. He shook his head before turning and staring out his porthole window into the black void of space. The TSA officer saw nothing but darkness and turned his attention to the other passengers aboard the shuttle. In addition to Dawson, 4 men and 2 women sat in the high-backed passenger chairs of the shuttle. Most were holding on to the armrest, gazing about, startled by the sudden loss of gravity. One blew click, brushed himself off, cursing at the spilled liquid coating his lap. A large, wet stain spread across his gray uniform, and he let loose a flurry of profanity in a number of languages, both human and alien. Dawson nodded his appreciation of the blue click's vocabulary. All 7 of the passengers were dressed in the dark gray uniform of the Special Operations Training Regiment, SOTR. Dawson checked his wrist chrono and realized they'd been in flight for nearly 13 hours. More turbulence filled the passenger cabin with flying debris, eliciting more choice words from the young ensign with the wet lap. Dawson shook his head and wondered for the 1,000th time if he'd made the right decision volunteering for Special Operations. He'd heard the stories, the horrors of the long, grueling training, the sleep deprivation, the survival course. He nodded to himself, fueling his resolve. If he wanted to avenge Jake and Angel, he needed more training. Special Operations provided it. "What are you nodding about, Lieutenant?" the young ensign asked. He dabbed his wet lap with the blanket he had been using to sleep. Dawson offered a wry smile. "Just wondering if I made the right decision about joining the regiment." A chorus of agreement echoed in the passenger cabin, and Dawson knew that he was not alone in his line of thinking. Another tremor slid through the cabin, and Dawson moved his head to the aisle, staring up the narrow walkway at the closed cockpit door. "Do I need to come up there and take over?" he called out. The overhead speaker squelched to life, the pilot's voice a second behind the static. "This is Captain Naroom. Sorry about the rough ride. There is unexpected sunspot activity in the system. I have adjusted course to put a couple of moons between us and the binary stars in this system. The course change should make the ride smoother and only add a half hour to our trip." More groans from the passenger cabin. "To help you pass the time, I'm going to turn on the forward screen so that you can see the Election Day results from the Capitol. We will be on the ground in a little less than 2 hours. Enjoy the rest of your flight." The overhead speakers clicked off. 2 hours? The profane ensign protested. "I've already been on this bucket for days." "Knock it off, Ensign," a Hasmoran female junior-grade lieutenant muttered. Her name tag read Zarek. "We haven't even started the training yet, and you're already whining like a schoolgirl stood up on prom night." The ensign turned purple, blue click embarrassment, and the rest of the assembled officers laughed, including Dawson. The cabin's main screen flashed to life, showing an aerial view of Haraz City. The camera panned along the river that comprised the city's northern boundary, showing hundreds of people gathered to view the election results on the view screens scattered throughout the city. The crowds, rowdy but peaceful, chanted for their favorite candidate. The scene shifted as the floating holo camera left the river and began weaving between the city's skyscrapers, heading for the brightly lit Parliament building taking shape in the distance. Dawson felt a sense of déjà vu as the camera neared the Parliament building, flying nearly the same trajectory that he had only 2 months before. The news announcer described the scene, but Dawson turned away to stare out of the window again. "And here we have the mangled mess of Landing Area 2, the announcer explained as the camera circled the landing pad. "If you recall, this is where Lieutenant Mark Dawson bravely sacrificed his ship in an effort to save the Secretary of Commerce, Dari Terra. It's been 2 months since the Secretary died at the hands of the escaped fugitives, Jake Cutter, and a woman named Angel. The engineers have yet to complete repairs." The window's reflection of the passenger cabin told Dawson that the other 6 faces were now staring at the back of his head. He sighed, ignoring his fellow passengers, as he continued to stare out of the window. One of the moons the shuttle pilot referenced passed by, its brown, arid surface reflecting Dawson's sudden, sour disposition. The view-screen camera left the Parliament building, heading for an affluent area of town. Crowded city streets zipped by as the camera moved toward a well-lit house on a hill. The holo camera slowed its advance, following a trail of revelers before finally stopping, hovering above the backyard of the well-lit large mansion. The yard contained a figure-8-shaped pool, 3 gazebos, and dozens of people all staring at a makeshift stage near the rear entrance to the house. The gathered crowd applauded and called out a name that forced Dawson's gaze away from the window. "Dari, Dari, Dari," the crowd chanted, and raised their glasses to toast the woman that Dawson had vowed to kill. Dari Terra stood on the stage, staring out at her supporters, soaking up the adulation. She waved to the crowd. Her black, sequined dress shimmered in the spotlights that surrounded her platform. She closed her eyes, raised both arms, and the applause grew. She held the pose for a half-dozen heartbeats before dropping her arms. The applause died instantly. She opened her eyes, grabbed a drink from a nearby tray, and raised it high. "To the Senate!" she yelled to the crowd's delight. "Now the results are not official," she continued, only a hint of caution in her voice. "But the polls show a commanding 15-point lead." Someone yelled, "Senator!" and the crowd began chanting the word over and over. Dari Terra let them continue, taking the opportunity to steal a glance to the shadows near the door to her residence. She caught only the slightest glimpse of her bodyguard, Lieutenant David Derez. He nodded, and Dari turned back to the crowd. She raised her arms again, and the crowd quieted. "I wish my late husband, Dante, could be with us to witness this historic occasion," she said, adding a hint of sadness to her voice. "I just hope that I can carry on his legacy of honesty, integrity, and working for you, the great peoples of the TSA." "Turn it off," Dawson said, staring at the monitor. Terra continued her speech. Dawson raised his voice, yelling up the aisle toward the cockpit. "I said turn it off!" The viewer switched from Dari's speech to a scrolling list of election results from every corner of the tri-system. Silence filled the cabin. Dawson pushed himself against the high-back seat, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes a half-minute later, he found his 6 companions staring at him. "Everything all right, sir?" Baranucci, a junior-grade lieutenant, asked. He wore a misshapen nose, and overly large ears protruded from his bald head. Dawson nodded, trying to think of something to say. He finally decided on trying to forget the past. The lieutenant nodded as the ship banked sharply. Sunlight poured through the portholes as the shuttle left the shadow of a gas giant planet. The heat in the cabin rose immediately. The officer with the robust vocabulary, Ensign Plaroug, pointed a blue-skinned finger toward a small planet in the distance. "Well, sir," he said, "I think this may be the place." The bumpy ride continued for another half hour. 3 of the passengers utilized the air sickness bags, creating a cascade effect for everyone else. Dawson, a seasoned pilot and no stranger to G-forces, even felt the urge to use a bag. The turbulence ended as the shuttle entered the shadow of a vibrant moon. The blazing sunlight disappeared, and Dawson sighed with relief. The ship made the remainder of the trip in relative peace.
10 minutes to touchdown,
the pilot called cheerfully over the comm.
Once we land, please secure all of your equipment. A representative from the training regiment will escort you from the ship.
"Escort me from the Plaroug began. "What am I, 3?
"Not with that mouth,"
Lieutenant Zarek offered, brushing her long mane out of her face. Plaroug turned purple again. The shuttle entered the atmosphere. The buffeting ride seemed tame compared to the previous turbulence. Dawson cinched his harness a little tighter, leaned back into the seat, and tried to enjoy the ride. His mind wandered, reliving the last several months. The landing struts touched the deck, jarring him from his reverie. He reached for his harness release and paused when the main hatch opened. Sunlight flooded the compartment, and he blinked against the harsh light. A diminutive woman bound up the ramp. She stopped in the aisle, in the middle of the passenger cabin. Her gray eyes scrutinized each officer in turn. She stood less than 5 feet tall, wearing green jungle fatigues, a boonie hat formed into the shape of a cowboy hat, and glistening boots that reflected the glaring sunlight. She placed her left hand on her hip, while her right hand wrapped around a 2-foot-long swagger stick she held in her right armpit. The woman paused for dramatic effect, and Dawson could almost see her count to 3 before she opened her mouth. The volume was expected. The high-pitched screech was not. "You have 10 seconds to get out of my aircraft, and 6 of them are already gone," she yelled. "Move! Move! Move!" Dawson saw no rank on the woman's collar, but her demeanor left no doubt that she was in charge. Period. The lieutenant gathered his possessions, a small travel case stuffed under his seat. He tucked it under his left arm and proceeded toward the door. He was the second one to arrive at the ramp. Zarek beat him by 1 step. He moved down the ramp and off the ship, squinting as the bright dual suns momentarily blinded him. He raised his free hand to shield his eyes against the glare. Someone ripped the case from his grasp, and rough hands shoved him to the ground. He landed on all 4s as a masculine voice growled, "Knock him out!" Dawson paused, letting his eyes adjust before carrying out the command. He blinked twice, his vision focusing on a large, muscular blue click kneeling on the ground in front of him. The alien wore identical jungle-pattern fatigues as the female, who continued to yell for the other officers to get off the shuttle. The blue click's bloodshot eyes stared humorlessly at Dawson. The blue click's uniform bulged, almost ripping from the muscles beneath the cloth. A large, unlit stogie protruded from the corner of the alien's mouth, almost touching Dawson's nose. "What are you waiting for, princess?" the alien growled. "An engraved invitation? You better start pumping 'em out, or I'm going to pound on you till the only thing left is your liver." The blue click smiled. "And then I'm going to fry that up for dinner." Dawson nodded and executed the push-ups as ordered. He tried to look straight ahead, but a flurry of movement drew his attention to his right. The last of his fellow passengers descended the shuttle's ramp, tripped, and rolled onto the grassy field. The female instructor was on him in an instant, yelling and kicking dirt on him. The spectacle over, Dawson turned away and continued his push-ups. A sheen of perspiration formed on his brow. "I am Senior Tech Officer Patterson," the woman said. She wove in between her new students as they continued to do push-ups. The new arrivals began to fatigue. The frequency and technique of the exercise diminished. The blue click standing over Dawson remedied that by ordering everyone on their backs. Flutter kicks began a moment later. Senior TAC Officer Patterson continued without missing a beat. "Until you graduate, if you graduate, you belong to me. You will address me as Senior TAC Officer Patterson. TAC Officer Kelton," she pointed to the blue click, "is my second in command. Our orders are to be carried out immediately without question. Lives depend on it." "Attention!" Kelton bellowed. The 7 officers jumped to their feet, standing at crisp attention. All were breathing heavy after the impromptu workout, sweat streaming down their faces. Dawson took a deep breath and watched as a male Hazmara wearing captain's eagles on his collar entered his peripheral vision. A host of officers followed the alien. Several held electronic data pads in their hands. The new arrival stopped directly in front of Dawson, but looked past the lieutenant to address the entire assembly. "My name is Captain McGon," he said in a friendly, pleasant voice. "I am your commanding officer. I see you've already met your senior instructor." He offered a nod in the direction of Patterson, who returned the gesture. "She is the best special operator you will find in the regiment. You will learn a great deal from her." He began walking in front of the assembled officers. "She will ensure that you enjoy the next 24 weeks. Captain McGon smiled and spread his arms wide. "Welcome to Ritmar, Grim Company, Tri-System Authority, 1st Special Service Force." Lieutenant Commander Dagon Aoffa stepped from the shuttle onto the hard, durasteel floor of the asteroid's hangar bay. Shuttles and fighters lined the rock walls of the hangar. A double line of officers and enlisted personnel snapped to attention under the harsh yellow light high overhead. Another lieutenant commander stood at the head of the double column, grinning ear to ear. The man approached Aoffa and extended his hand to greet the newcomer. "I'm Mason, the man said. He had narrow eyes, a jutting chin, and out-of-regulation hair. A 3-day growth of beard covered his face. "Welcome to the TSA Information Storage Facility on Twiptus." Mason nodded to the hangar door behind Aoffa. Aoffa shook the offered hand before turning and staring out through the gigantic energy shield separating the bay from the vacuum of space. Asteroids filled the view, stretching out as far as Aoffa could see. A dim star shone faintly in the distance. "Spectacular, isn't it?" Mason said. "I could stand here for hours just watching those rocks." He leaned in close to Aoffa. "You know, if you're lucky, you can see a couple of them collide." He threw his head back and laughed. "Spectacular!" Mason's laugh stopped as abruptly as it began. He turned, addressing the assembled troops. "Attention to orders! As of this date, I relinquish command of the ISF to Lieutenant Commander Dagon Aoffa." The officer grabbed a nearby bag and offered a wink at his replacement. "Enjoy your stay." Lieutenant Commander Mason laughed as he strolled up the ramp with a spring in his step and boarded the shuttle. The ramp retracted into the belly of the conical ship with a mechanical grating sound. Aoffa watched as the shuttle lifted silently off the durasteel floor of the landing bay, rotated, and slipped through the energy shield. The ship banked sharply, avoiding a floating asteroid before disappearing into the void. The newly arrived commander stood still, confused. He shook his head and turned to see the troops, his troops, standing at attention. "At ease," Aoffa muttered. And those assembled shifted position, their feet spread slightly, their hands clasped behind their backs. A dozen heads swiveled to stare at the new commander. "Would someone mind telling me what the hell that was all about?" Aoffa inquired, as he began walking in between the two columns of soldiers. "Where's my command briefing? Tour?" Their heads and eyes followed him, but the TSA operatives remained silent. Aoffa stopped, staring at the men. "Anyone?" An officer wearing a lieutenant's bar stepped forward. He was bald, with smallish ears, brown eyes, a bushy handlebar mustache, and glistening white teeth. A small earring dangled from his left lobe. He snapped a crisp salute. "Sir, I'm Lieutenant Sorensen, your XO. If you'll follow me, I'll show you to your quarters and answer any questions." "I'm not going anywhere until someone tells me what that was all about." Aoffa's voice rose a decibel or 12, echoing through the now shuttleless bay. "Where is my change of command briefing?" He leaned toward Sorensen. "Why do you have an earring?" Aoffa turned his attention to the troops, breaches of regulation catching his attention on every man, woman, and alien assembled. "Have you people ever heard of a regulation?" "Sir," Sorensen began, whispering conspiratorially, "we're a long way from command. Lieutenant Commander Mason, in an effort to improve morale, thought it prudent to—" "Mason is an idiot," Aoffa injected with a wave of his hand. "This is still a TSA military post, and operations will be conducted as such." He took a breath to calm the sudden rage coursing through his body. He clenched his fist. Aoffa released the tension in his shoulders and pointed to Sorensen. "Show me to the briefing room." He raised his voice so that everyone else could hear. "You have 10 minutes to get in the proper uniform, get a haircut," his gaze settled on his XO, "and get rid of any unauthorized jewelry." Sorensen opened his mouth to protest, thought better of it, and nodded instead. The XO executed a flawless about-face. "You heard the commander. Dismissed." The assembled troops sauntered away instead of rushing out of the bay as Aoffa expected. He felt his blood boil, and sweat trickled down his brow. He turned at the sound of his executive officer's crestfallen voice. "Follow me, sir," Sorensen said dejectedly. He pointed toward an open hatch that led to a rock corridor and the interior of the asteroid base. "The conference room is this way. I'll answer any questions that you have." Chapter 2. A sea of tuxedos, black bow ties, and sequined black dresses filled the opulent ballroom. Elegant chandeliers lit the crowded room, while statues filled the corners. Paintings hung at perfect angles on the walls, and small decorative tables containing the busts of former members of Parliament were placed sporadically around the great hall. Deep scarlet carpet dampened the echoes of clinking glasses and murmur of voices. Strategically placed sofas and posh chairs sat around the room. Stoic guards in shiny black armor stood inside the main doors, their rifles held across their chests at a precise port arms. Waiters and waitresses, dressed in bright green and white uniforms, weaved their way through the crowd carrying trays of slim, champagne-filled glasses. Other green and white-clad staff carried trays of hors d'oeuvres, offering their wares to the attendees. One drunken man, wearing a senator's pin, waved his arms as he laughed heartily, almost hitting a young woman with a tray of drinks. The waitress ducked under the flailing arm, lowered the tray as she spun, and continued past the obese politician without spilling a drop. Dari Terra witnessed the event as she entered the ballroom foyer. She paused at the threshold of the ballroom, dropped her fur shawl, and adjusted her slinky black dress. She eyed herself in the mirror at the entrance, noting the perfect brown hair, glistening smile, and dark maroon lipstick. The small Senate button pinned to her left chest glistened in the light. Confident in her appearance, she nodded to the sergeant-at-arms stationed at the entrance. "Senators and honored guests," he announced. His voice boomed through the ballroom thanks to a small microphone snaking across his right cheek. "Senator Dari Terra of Heraz." Applause erupted throughout the ballroom as most of the guests turned to greet the new arrival. Terra smiled, waved, and soaked up the applause. Her pulse raced, spurred by the adoration of her new colleagues. She traversed 4 small steps, leaving the foyer for the floor as the applause died off. She made her way through the crowd, shaking hands and kissing cheeks. The young waitress who had dodged the obese senator appeared at Terra's side, offering her the last drink from her tray. The newly elected senator took the drink and nodded her thanks before the waitress disappeared into the crowd. She took a sip, smacking her lips in approval of the vintage. The taste reminded her of the election night celebration 3 weeks earlier. Surrounded by her friends and supporters, she had toasted to a bittersweet victory. Yes, it was a shame that Dante had to die, but he had served his purpose, she thought. Her life was in her hands for the first time ever. That brought a smile to her face as she continued to mingle with the crowd. A wealthy merchant from Hasmore stopped her progress. The female towered over Dari. Her mane glistened, adorned with braids. She grasped Dari's hand in her giant paw, shaking it violently as she spoke of her business interests on the Outer Rim. The dialogue lasted less than a minute before the alien noticed someone she needed to speak with, slipped a small business card into Terra's hand, and disappeared toward a gathering of TSA military officials. Terra tucked the electronic chit into her cleavage as she followed the woman's progress across the room. "Dari, dear, I've been looking for you," a masculine voice called from her left. She turned to find the senior senator from Pans approaching, his arms outstretched in her direction. Senator Alphonse Delacour stood tall, with artificially bronzed skin, shoulder-length golden hair, thick shoulders, and narrow waist. His blue eyes displayed playful humor, and Dari would have considered him attractive if not for the horrible, misshapen nose that laid almost sideways on his face. Other women did not let the nose deter them from chasing after the wealthy politician. Alphonse had been a longtime friend of her late husband, and had given her the impression that he sought to fill that void in her life. Dari wanted nothing to do with him. She had other plans for her future. Still, no need to dismiss a potential ally. "Good evening, Alphonse," she purred, taking the offered hand. He bent, kissing her hand seductively. "You are looking tanned this evening." A flash of embarrassment crossed his face. It was well known that he spent an inordinate amount of time in tanning salons, despite his efforts to keep it a secret. She smiled at his discomfort and changed the subject. "How are you this evening?" she asked. "Dari, I am glorious," he stated in his usual melodramatic tone. His hand lingered on hers as he moved a step closer, invading her personal space. "And you, dear lady, look ravishing." "Who is this guy?" David Derez asked incredulously. "Does he always talk like that?" Despite her efforts, Dari laughed at the question, relayed into her ear by the discreet communication unit she wore. The lieutenant, on special assignment and head of her security detail, insisted that she wear the communication device, not only to ensure her security, but to record any information that could be beneficial to her career. She waved off her laughter, ignored Darez, and turned her full attention to her fellow senator. "You clean up pretty nice yourself." She looked past Alphonse to the two women standing uncomfortably a few feet behind him. "Your dates look a little out of place, though." He glanced over his shoulder at the two women before turning back to Terra. He never loosened his grip on her hand. "They know their place," he said dismissively. "I am more interested in your plans. Have you had a chance to think over my proposal? I could certainly use you on my committee." "I don't know," she began. "I understand that you may not want to discuss prisons," he interrupted, "especially after the incident with your ex-husband and Dante." His voice took on a note of sadness at the mention of Dante Terra's name. "But I think that is exactly the type of insight we could use on the Criminal and Prison Oversight Committee." Dari nodded and offered a sad smile. "I will think about it." She looked down to see her drink empty. "I think I need another drink, excuse me." "Of course, my lady," Alphonse said, bowing slightly. "It was not my intent to distress you. We will talk later." He turned back to the two waiting women, both of which smiled at his attention. Dari wondered briefly which one of them would be lucky enough to be the next Mrs. Delacour before turning her back on the scene. The young waitress appeared at her elbow, offering a new drink. Dari took the drink, nodded her thanks, and proceeded through the crowd. "That guy is an ass," Darez stated. "Quiet," Dari hissed. "You are very loud." "Only to you, Senator," he replied. "You are the only one that can hear me." Dari bent over to shake hands with the ambassador from Tetrax. The small blue alien took the woman's hand, sniffing it with his trunk before engaging in a conversation about nothing. The dialogue concluded when the ambassador excused himself to talk to a blue clique senator. She watched the small alien squeeze between the legs of a Hasmore as he chased down his prey. She stood and continued her rounds through the room. "Heard anything interesting?" Darez asked. Dari shook her head, although she knew Darez could not see her. "No," she muttered. "This is as boring as the state dinners Dante took me to." "Give it time," he said, attempting to be the voice of reason. "You've only been a senator for a few hours." Dari nodded, thinking of the swearing-in ceremony earlier in the day. The sun beat down on her, the light breeze playing with her hair. She could smell the sea of cologne from the thousands gathered to watch the event. She could still hear the applause as she took the oath of office, the rhythmic clapping fueling her pulse. And now she stood in the grand ballroom of Parliament with her fellow senators, the adrenaline gone. A snippet of conversation caught her attention, and she circled back, edging around a marble statue of Captain Robert J. Pans, with his hand outstretched toward the heavens. She thought it would be more appropriate if the statue showed him crouching, ducking as a sliver of asteroid plummeted toward him. That thought caused a smirk, and she paused, taking a drink of her champagne. She settled in behind the statue, out of the spotlight for a moment, and eavesdropped on a trio of military officers. The officers wore dark green dress uniforms, medals adorning their chests. The highest-ranking officer, a colonel, stood in the center of the group, sipping a sparkling drink as he spoke in low whispers. Standing directly under a chandelier, his shaved head reflected the light. A long scar cut across his head from his left temple to the back of his head. His two companions, a lieutenant colonel and a major, stood quietly, listening to their commanding officer. Each wore their hair close-cropped, the major sporting a thick, bushy mustache. "The report is accurate," the major said. "The rebels have amassed approximately 8 battalions. They're well-trained and attack our transports immediately upon landing. We've lost 100 men and dozens of ships in the last quarter alone. And Parliament is now worried about the optics," the lieutenant colonel added. "The losses are mounting in men, material, and money. The public is now letting their voices be heard." He rubbed his chin and took a drink from his glass before continuing. "The Military Oversight Committee is looking for alternatives, possibly even letting Arbra secede." "Arbra?" Dari whispered. She heard Darez type an inquiry into his computer terminal. "Rebellion on the Outer Rim," he read. "They want their freedom. Government doesn't want to let them go because they are one of only 2 sources of neutritium in the TSA. It's a critical component in weapons tech." Senator Terra turned back to the conversation. "Let them secede. We will have planets all over the Tri-System wanting to leave," the colonel grumbled. "We need something more clandestine than a frontal attack." "Why are we just now hearing about this?" "Sir," The major leaned in close, and Dari had to strain to hear. "The Clinics debacle shut down our clandestine operations." The colonel nodded, slamming back his drink. "Gather the staff," he ordered. "We need to develop a new strategy." The trio moved off, leaving Dari standing alone beside the statue. She took another sip of her drink and moved back toward the main ballroom. The same young waitress appeared at Dari's elbow and exchanged her drink for a fresh one. The waitress nodded before disappearing into the crowd. "The service is excellent," she muttered. "What?" "This young waitress, she is on top of things tonight," she explained. She heard Dari's laugh in her ear. "She's one of my operatives," he confessed. "Since I could not come with you, I placed her there to keep an eye on things." Dari nodded her approval. "Give her a raise." Dari continued to mingle with the crowd. She talked with the Clandeau senator about his budget committee, Asmore about the agriculture committee, and finally an O'Glenn's about a water pollution bill she was sponsoring. An hour later, she sat down in an overstuffed leather chair. She felt drained, frustrated, and a little lightheaded from the drinks. The waitress appeared at her side, this time with a tray of food. Dari took a sample, tasted it, and nodded her approval. "Thank you," she began, leaving the statement open. "Berinda," the waitress offered. "Thank you, Berinda." Dari repeated the name. She took another morsel of food, popping the entire appetizer in her mouth at once. She crunched loudly as she watched the woman move off and Alphonse Delacour weave into view. Dari fought not to roll her eyes as the man squatted beside her chair. "Where are your dates?" Dari began. "They are entertaining the Parliament pro tem," he smiled. "I need a little influx of funds." He left the rest of the statement unsaid. He took her hand in his and leaned against the edge of the chair. "I've watched you make the rounds this evening, Dari," he said. "You've talked to a number of senators, and I would imagine each of them asked you to either join their committee or support one of their bills." Dari nodded slightly, but said nothing. "I want you," he said, pausing for a couple of heartbeats, "for my committee. You can be my number 2, top of the ticket." "Don't you already have a number 2? She asked. "Not with your background and insight," Alphonse countered. "Besides, he's a stickler for the rules." A pause. "I need someone loyal to me." "I thought Clinics was not going to be reopened." Dari mused. "What is there for the committee to oversee?" Alphonse moved in closer. She caught a whiff of cologne, the pleasant aroma dispelling her irritation. "There are 3 other prisons like Clinics outside of the TSA," he whispered. "Not common knowledge for the public." He leaned in closer. "There are thousands of incarcerated beings that need an advocate." "Thousands?" Alphonse nodded, flashing a charming smile. "And what would we do for those prisoners?" Dari asked. A thought formed in her head, and she pressed for more information. "What are you doing?" Darez asked suspiciously. She ignored him as Alphonse continued. "We press for additional funds," Delacour explained, "to ensure that the prisons are maintained and the prisoners well cared for." Dari Terra knew exactly how the prisoners were treated in Clinics. "And any funds not utilized at the prisons?" Senator Delacour simply shrugged. "Dari?" Darez inquired, warning in his voice. "What are you thinking?" "Number 2? Dari mused. "Directly under me," Alphonse stated, with more than a little innuendo in his voice. Dari extended her hand, smiling. "I think I have just found my committee." David Darez cursed. "She's ignoring me again," he said aloud. "Berinda, get in there and interrupt them." He looked at his monitors, but could not see anything except the outside of the Parliament building. Lieutenant David Darez sat in Dari's senatorial office on the 3rd floor of the Parliament building, a few doors down from her late husband's office. 4 vid screens sat before him in the dark office, his face lit by the flickering images of the video feeds from various locations around the Parliament, but nothing from inside. He did not have that kind of clearance. Yet. He wore casual civilian attire, a button-up shirt and slacks with a pistol tucked neatly in his waistband. A pristine uniform hung from a hook behind his desk. He ran a hand through his tousled hair and down his unshaven jowls. His stomach growled, reminding him that he had not eaten for hours. "Too late, sir," the woman replied over the comm.
They're shaking hands. Whatever deal she just struck, it's done.
Dari? He inquired again. What are you planning?
She can't respond. Senator de la Cour is still with her.
Berinda provided an eyewitness account.
He is kissing her hand. He's leaving. I'm heading over there.
Dari? He asked. A pregnant pause filled the space before Berinda responded.
I'm here with the senator. Go ahead. I found a way to finance my next campaign.
She sounded smug over the comm.
And the rebellion on Arbra provides an opportunity for name recognition.
She explained the rough outline of her plan.
Comments?
What do you need? Derez asked. Berinda. Dari looked into the woman's eyes. Where do your loyalties lie? The operative stood a touch taller than Dari, with the same slender build. Piercing blue eyes stared back at Dari. With you, Senator. The answer came quick, no hesitation. Excellent, Dari replied. Go and mingle. We will finalize the plan soon. The waitress nodded, took Dari's empty glass, and disappeared into the crowd. Terra looked around the room, a feeling of satisfaction filling her chest. David, gather a few trusted associates. I have a feeling things are going to start moving quickly. Yes, ma'am, he replied. Dari stood, stretched, and watched as the party-goers began filtering out. She checked her chrono and realized it was almost midnight. That brought an involuntary yawn that she stifled immediately. The long night was over, and her career was just beginning. Chapter 3. Mark Dawson, along with the other 4 members of his squad, stood at attention as TAC Officer Patterson paced before them. Mud covered their bodies from ballistic helmets to combat boots, and heavy packs hung from their slumped shoulders. The quintet held their weapons by the barrel, the stock resting on the ground next to their right leg. Dried blood, mixed with mud, covered Dawson's chin. The binary suns sat low on the horizon, setting in the distance and casting long shadows across the training area. Dawson heard the distant rumble of a tank or some other heavy weapons platform, along with a cap, Combat Air Patrol, flying overhead. He resisted the urge to look up, opting to stare at a distant building, wondering how much longer the diminutive TAC officer could yell at them about their performance. Pathetic is too kind, she repeated for the 4th time since the diatribe began. For the last 4 days, the squad slept in the field, ran obstacle courses, conducted live fire drills, and marched across the training area. Dawson's team had already lost 3 trainees, new arrivals from a separate shuttle. 2 of them medically dropped for various reasons. 1 died in a freak accident involving a rock slide. Lieutenant Dawson, Patterson continued, stopping in front of the mud-covered officer. You are the ranking trainee, yes? Don't answer, I know that you are. That means you are responsible for the performance of your squad. You are off to a great start. She pointed a finger up at his face before continuing to pace before the squad. 1 dead, 2 medevac in 4 days. That may just be a new training regiment record. Congratulations. Dawson continued to stare at the distant building, happy that the woman was short enough to walk underneath his line of sight. He chanced a quick glance at TAC Keltham, standing a few meters away, hands behind his back. The blue clique appeared completely disinterested in the whole affair. What are you staring at? She demanded, turning to look behind her. Dawson remained at attention and said nothing. Patterson looked up at the pilot, tapped his chest with the swagger stick, and motioned for him to crouch down. Get down here so I can talk to you eye to eye. Dawson crouched, his tired legs screaming with the strain. His left leg began to quake after only a few seconds. You have 1 hour to get yourself cleaned up and get the squad base squared away, Patterson said. Dawson's legs burned. She pointed to the building behind the squad with her swagger stick. TAC Officer Keltham, the softy that he is, has convinced me that if you meet regiment standards, you can get a full night's sleep. She tapped Dawson on the chest with the stick, and he stood up. You are in charge, Lieutenant. Make it happen. Dismissed. She turned and strolled away. Keltham winked, turned on his heel, and followed her. Dawson relaxed, rubbing his still quivering left leg. He breathed a long sigh of relief as he looked to his left down the squad. He saw 4 faces staring back at him. You heard them, woman. Let's go get cleaned up and get the barracks ready for inspection. The 5 of them moved off. Exhaustion kept their pace slow as they moved toward the building. Leaving a trail of muddy footprints, they trudged up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Zarek, Dawson's second in command, reached the bay door first, pulled it open, and stopped. He heard the woman gasp and pushed past her to enter the squad bay. There would be no sleep tonight. The bay lay in ruins. Beds uprooted, lockers and their contents scattered across the room, even the window blinds hung at lopsided angles. Upended trash cans spilled garbage everywhere. "I've seen explosive decompression that didn't cause this much damage," Ensign Stett commented as she pushed her way past Dawson. Lieutenant Junior Grade Plarug once again showed his command of languages as he let loose a long string of curses. "It's all a game," Dawson smirked. "We just have to play it." The others, downtrodden, nodded their agreement. Zarek and Stett hit the showers. He dictated, "Plarug, Baranucci, and I will start getting the bay back together. Then we will switch. Clean up the mud as you go. Questions? Let's go." An hour later, Dawson and the squad stood at ease in front of their bunks. Each member dressed in a fresh gray uniform, the mud and grime washed away. The men were clean-shaven, and Dawson wore a medical strip across his chin. The bay, remarkably, lay roughly in the regiment standard, the beds, lockers, and other furniture dress-right in neat rows. Night had fallen outside, the lights from the company area chasing away the darkness. Dawson could hear another group of trainees doing push-ups outside and resisted the urge to peer out the window.
"Get down! Get up! In cadence! Exercise!"
echoed through the company area. Another cap flew overhead, drowning out the commands. The bay door opened, and Dawson called the squad to attention. He saw Patterson pause out of the corner of his eye. Obviously, she had not expected this level of work from the squad. Dawson forced the smile from his face as the small TAC officer approached and stopped in front of the pilot. "Lieutenant Dawson!" She nodded, looking around the bay. Her voice held a hint of admiration. "This bay doesn't look half bad." She leaned in close. "Of course, that means it doesn't look half good." She walked down the aisle, looking at each squad member and counting the spaces between bunks and wall lockers. She offered a rare smile as she stopped in front of Dawson again. "Tack Keltham," she called, slapping her left palm with a swagger stick. "Thoughts?" The blue click appeared in the doorway, his eyes surveying the open bay. "I feel like a run," he replied, the unlit stogie in the corner of his mouth. He turned and left the squad bay, his footfalls disappearing into the night. TAC Officer Patterson nodded. "That is an excellent idea." She tapped Dawson in the chest with the swagger stick, and Dawson's heart sank. Her next words surprised him. "Get some rest. You're going to need it. Mission planning at 0700. And Lieutenant?" "Ma'am?" "Try not to lose any more people." Almost 24 people stood around a large conference table. 2 new squads, a total of 10 other trainees, joined Dawson's squad of 5 for the exercise. A holographic display of a mountainous region hovered silently above the table. TAC Patterson, TAC Keltham, 4 others that Mark did not know, and Captain McGon stood near the table opposite the squads. The TAC officers, hands clasped behind their backs, stood quietly as the captain began the briefing. "Over the last 2 months, you have learned hand-to-hand combat, weapons, tactics, and leadership," Captain McGon began. "You have spent hours and days learning the art of raids, direct action, and clandestine operations. I will admit, this is one of the best classes I've had the honor to command." He moved back and forth along the table, taking his time to discuss the mission. The Hasmaraz's mane was dyed black, and his reddish skin covered in camouflage paint. He pointed to a holographic display to his right. "Now you are ready for your culminating exercise for this phase of your training. Pass this, and you will move on to survival training and then flight training. I understand we have several accomplished pilots with us already." He nodded toward Dawson and then a member of the 3rd squad. "I'm sure you're ready to get to that phase. But first you must complete the Special Operation Ground Exercise, or SOJ. The captain pointed to TAC Patterson. "Commander?"
This is a direct action assault and simultaneous hostage rescue with one squad in support, she began, pointing at the hologram. The hologram morphed from a general detail of the region to a sharp, detailed image of a base camp. Several rectangular buildings lay in an open field in the shape of a large L. A lake sat south of the cluster of buildings, flatlands lay to the north and east, and a large mountain chain occupied the west. Lieutenant Dawson, your squad will conduct an over-the-horizon insertion into this lake. You will then swim 3 kilometers to this staging area south of the objective. Dawson heard Plaru groan at the OTHI. A quick glance at the ensign silenced any further protest. He turned his attention back to TAC Officer Patterson. Yes, ma'am. Lieutenant Moram, she continued, shifting to 3rd Squad. You will lead an overland insertion to this location. She pointed to the hollow, indicating the mountain range west of the objective. You will set up here and await the signal that everyone is in place. Ma'am? Moram nodded. The man glanced at Dawson, and Mark saw sunken, brown eyes peering out from a face of wrinkles. 1st Squad, Ensign Durrett, she continued. You are in support. Deploy overland across the plain to the east. Set up your 3-man squad to provide supporting fire in the event of a hot exfil. Questions? There were none. You have 48 hours to plan your specifics. Myself, Lieutenant Commander Keltham, and Lieutenant Commander Yalek from 1st Squad will assist you with your planning. The clock's ticking. Get to work. Dawson and his squad stood silently as the senior officers filed out, leaving the 3 squads staring at the holographic display still hanging in the air. I hate OTHI, Plaru groaned. He flushed red as his 4 teammates turned to stare. I'm afraid of heights, he protested. Quiet, Dawson admonished. We have a mission to plan for. Lieutenant Dawson, announced a voice behind him. The pilot turned to see Lieutenant Moram extending a hand. Nice to meet the hero of the Parliament. Dawson shook the offered hand as the 3 squads gathered around the holo display. Murmurs filtered through the group about Dawson's exploits, but he said nothing. Zarek activated the controls and zoomed in on the cluster of buildings. The hologram pulled the attention off Dawson, and he nodded his thanks to Zarek. His squad had already discussed his exploits at length, and they knew that he did not want to talk about the crash. 7 buildings, someone counted. Hostages in 2, but which? That is the question, Moram acknowledged. He turned to Dawson. Split them up? Dawson nodded, studying the map. The arrangement is an ambush, Dawson mused. They are expecting us from the west and south. Look at how the buildings are staggered. The hologram showed the buildings in a reverse L shape. The buildings in the long leg of the L stacked north to south, giving each building prime firing to the west. The rest of the buildings, the short leg of the L, were built to concentrate their firepower to the south. They expect us to go building to building in line with our approach. What are you suggesting, sir? Ensign Durrett asked. 15 faces turned to look at Dawson. We do exactly as they expect, with a twist. Dawson stood, adjusting his gear amid the bucking of the shuttle. He touched each item in sequence, verifying its secure attachment. Weapon, pack, flippers, and oxygen tank all sat exactly where they should. He swayed with the gentle rocking of the ship, propping against the outer hull as he gave the order to stand to the rest of his squad. The 4 trainees stood, their reflective face shields staring blankly back at him. He stepped forward and checked their equipment as they prepared for the drop. 48 hours passed quickly as the men and women prepared not only the overall strategy, but their squad-level tactics. Dawson and Moram, the 2 highest-ranking officers, took charge, preparing the plan with input from their subordinates. Ensign Durrett proved valuable with his previous infantry skills, while Zarek added some outside-of-the-box tactics. The 3 squads agreed on the scheme of maneuver and then split for hours of rehearsals, followed by an adrenaline-fueled night of restless sleep. 1st Squad, under the command of Ensign Durrett, left at midnight for a 10-kilometer march to their support position, overlooking the camp. Lieutenant Moram left an hour later for 3rd Squad's 8-kilometer movement. Dawson and 2nd Squad, with their drop and 3-kilometer swim, left at 2 in the morning. The plan called for all units to be in position by 5, 30 minutes before sunrise.
Dawson's ears popped as the aircraft rear door opened and the air pressure changed. The chill of the night air caressed his skin beneath his jumpsuit, and chill bumps covered his body. He shivered as he moved to the edge of the ramp, grabbed hold of the aircraft fuselage, and looked down. Heavy cloud cover hid the details of the landscape below. The occasional break in the clouds showed glistening water, and nothing else. Dawson shifted his view outward, staring at the clouds illuminated by the triple moons. He backed off the edge of the ramp, turned, and motioned for his team to stand ready. He waved his right hand in a circle and pointed to the forward edge of the ramp. Plaroog, the first in line, shuffled forward. The rest followed. Mark offered a thumbs up to each of the squad members and received the gesture in return. He turned, gazing out of the back of the aircraft again. He took a deep breath and turned his head, glancing at the jump indicator light near the ramp. The light began blinking, 30 seconds out. Time slowed against the hypnotic, gentle sway of the aircraft. Dawson had jumped twice before, forced ejections during flight school. His heart raced as he waited for the light to change. The light turned green, and Dawson waved his team forward. He stepped off the aircraft ramp into nothing. The steady hum of the aircraft engines disappeared, replaced by the roar of rushing air. Dawson arched his back, stabilizing his descent. He looked to his left and right, noting that the rest of his squad had formed up exactly as planned. The flying V formation fell vertically, exiting the heavy cloud cover. Dawson received his first view of the ground below. The solid darkness of the lake lay directly below. The night gave way to a scattering of lights off to his right. Dawson lowered his right shoulder and turned in that direction. He checked behind him to ensure that his squad followed his lead. He saw a handful of dark objects blocking the stars and turned his attention to his course. The roar of the wind overwhelmed all other sound, except for the mechanical altitude countdown in his left ear. As the countdown neared the 2,000-meter mark, Dawson waved his hands over his head, signaling for his team to scatter. He counted to 5, reached behind his back to the pack tray, grabbed the deployment bag, and pulled. The canopy deployed, opening with a jerk. The inflated canopy slowed his descent as the roar of the wind died away. Dawson opened his mouth, popping his ears as he looked up to ensure the parachute fully inflated. He heard the flap of the parachute material as it flew through the night air and felt the straps tighten around his legs and waist. He settled into his harness seat and took control of the flight toggles. Satisfied his equipment worked, he turned his attention to the rest of the team. He counted 4 canopies scattered against the dark clouds. He turned his head, saw the lights in the distance, pulled on the right toggle, and guided his parachute in that direction. The shoreline grew closer as the squad descended through the darkness. The quintet flew through the night, closing in on their landing zone. Dawson estimated that they were still 2 kilometers away as his feet touched the water of the lake. He cut away his parachute with a single pull of a handle on his right chest, adjusted his oxygen tank, and dove beneath the surface of the lake. The water was warmer than he anticipated, and he floated for a moment, letting the chill of the drop evaporate. He detached a pair of flippers from the small pack beneath the parachute bag and floated silently as he donned the fins. He kicked, diving deeper, and checked his wrist compass. He set the needle to point north and began his swim. The adrenaline of the parachute drop waned, and the strain of the swim slowed his progress. Dawson checked his chrono, saw that it was a little after 4, and kicked harder. The mud bottom of the lake rushed up to greet him, and he paused. He put his feet on the ground, careful to stay below the surface of the water. A quick pull of his rifle's retention strap on his left side, and the short-barreled Dranma Mark II laser rifle slid into his hands. He checked the safety and eased his head above the surface, the rifle barrel moving in line with his head and eyes. The area appeared deserted and desolate. Downed logs and rocky outcroppings littered the shore. He heard a gentle splash, followed by another as his squad mates slid above the surface. A quick glance, and Dawson felt a wave of relief. All of his team had made it. He waved his left hand toward the shore, and the 5-man team moved forward. A quick security sweep indicated they were alone, but Dawson took nothing for granted. He assigned Plaroog and Stett security detail, each one moving a dozen meters to the flank. The rest stashed their oxygen, masks, and harnesses in a crevice under a log. Zarek and Baranucci relieved the two on security, and they hid their extra equipment. Dawson received a thumbs up from the team and checked his chrono. 5:15, and they were a half-kilometer from their staging area. He waved Zarek into the point position, and the team moved out. The team spread out, skirting downed tree after downed tree. They left the shore and entered the forest proper. The squad moved quickly through the dark wood, weapons up and ready. Nothing stirred in the woods, and second squad made it to their objective 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Zarek placed security in a loose triangle, used hand signals to tell everyone to drink water, and met Dawson in the center of the triangle. She gave him a thumbs up and settled in to wait. At 5, Dawson activated his comm, squelching twice. He heard an answering 3 squelches from third squad and a single from first. Everyone was in position. Dawson nodded to Zarek, and they officially deviated from the plan Dawson had briefed the instructors. Dawson and Morum briefed it as a straight-up assault from the beach and mountains. But with the building set up to repel ambushes from the west and south, the actual plan called for the assault squads shift 90 degrees counterclockwise, attacking the compound toward the less defended end of the L. Everyone agreed, and the detailed planning began. Purple and pink fingers of light lit the eastern sky as the squad settled into their new vantage some 20 minutes later. Dawson pulled a set of hollow binoculars from a pouch on his belt and scanned the layout of the encampment. He positioned his team at the base of the L-shaped camp, with the short leg moving to his left. A few guards roamed the grounds in random patterns. They appeared on high alert, scanning the south intently. Dawson nodded and motioned for his team to settle in to wait. The sun broke the horizon, casting light across the camp, and Dawson could see what lay in wait for them. Automatic rifles jutted from the buildings, crisscrossing the fields to the south and west, lying in wait for the assault. He scanned the perimeter and spied dozens of tanglefoot branches, more downed trees, and other obstacles designed to slow down any attack, leaving them in the preset kill zone. Dawson broke radio silence and whispered his observations to the other squads.
Grim 3, I see the same. Over.
Morum confirmed.
Grim 1, same. Over.
Dawson nodded. Execute as planned. Out. He turned to his squad. The sun is at our backs. We move now. Third squad will move in to clear their buildings. Questions? There were none. Move out. Dawson and Stet ran to the nearest building, staying low as they traversed the 30 meters of open ground. They slumped against the wall, listening for shouts of alarm or weapons fire. Nothing but the chirps of birds greeted them. Dawson covered one direction, Stet the other, as the other 3 squad members moved across the open field to join them at the building. The squad reconstituted once again. Dawson motioned for them to split in 2 and clear the building from each end. Zarek nodded, took Plarug and Baranucci, and moved to the other end of the 20-meter-long building. The 2 teams stacked against the building wall and, moving in unison, entered the building from both ends. Dawson entered first, crossing the threshold into a foyer leading to a short corridor and clearing the room from right to left. He felt Stet at his back, moving to the right side of the room. A pair of chairs and a hollow set occupied the foyer. Nothing else. Dawson paused a moment as his heart threatened to pound through his chest. His mouth was dry, his palms slick with sweat. He was suddenly very grateful for the skin-tight gloves he wore. The 2 moved to the first door in the short corridor. He and Stet stacked again, Stet in the number 1 position. She nodded, and Dawson activated the door. It slid open, and Stet entered, sweeping right to left, Dawson a step behind her, moving the opposite way. This room contained a desk and 3 chairs, nothing more. The room clear, the 2 moved to the next room down the corridor. They cleared every room in the building, meeting Zarek and her team halfway through. The entire squad moved back to Dawson's end and set up an overwatch. There are 2 more patrols out now, Zarek noticed, pointing to a couple of guards. We'll have to take them out quietly, Dawson nodded. Once we do, we will have to move fast. When the guards don't report in, the alarm will sound. He motioned for Plarug and Stet. You know what to do. Stet took the first roving patrol, grabbing the unsuspecting guard, rendering him unconscious with a single punch, and dragging him into the building, all in less than 10 seconds. Dawson nodded his approval. Plerug moved next, performing the same maneuver on the next guard, although with less proficiency. The guard struggled a bit, creating a bit more noise than Stet's victim. The result, however, was the same, and a second guard was dragged into the building. Dawson pointed to the next prefab building. "We can expect the layout to be similar. Should make our clearing time better. Quick and quiet. Let's go." The 5 entered the next building, clearing it room by room. They moved to the next, clearing every building in the short leg of the L without raising an alarm. Dawson reported their findings to Morum.
"Hold where you are,"
Morum said.
"We've cleared 3, 2 to go."
"We're going to take the next one and hold there," Dawson replied. "Odds are the hostages are split up, so 1 in each building. If we take them together, easier to get out."
"See you in the middle,"
Morum confirmed.
"Out."
Baranucci moved first, with Dawson following 3 steps later. He arrived at the rear entrance of the building as the door opened and a large Hasmor exited into the morning sun. The alien shielded his eyes, blinded for a moment, and that allowed Baranucci to get behind the enemy combatant. The Hasmor focused his eyes, saw Dawson sprinting toward him, and opened his mouth to yell. Baranucci grabbed the alien from behind, cupping his mouth and squeezing an artery in his neck simultaneously. The Hasmor thrashed for a moment before falling to the ground unconscious. The rest of the team arrived seconds later. Dawson waved them into the building before grabbing the Hasmor's legs and dragging him inside. The first room, the same foyer set up as the rest of the prefab buildings, lay empty. Dawson deposited the sleeping Hasmor on the floor before easing his way to the first door. Zarek took her team to the second door. Shouts of alarm sounded outside, followed by a single laser blast from Morum's building. Dawson looked at Zarek, nodded, and activated the door. Stet entered first, subsequently taking the first bolt to the chest. The blast catapulted her back into the corridor, blue electrical charges arcing across her body. Dawson ducked as a second bolt sliced the air above his head. He saw a shadowy figure near the curtained window fire a third time, the bolt slamming into the wall behind him. Mark raised his rifle and fired twice, a double tap of stun energy that caught the shadow in the abdomen and chest. The double blast propelled the gunman into the wall, the momentum popping the curtains off the window. Light streamed through the uncovered window as Dawson, still in a crouch, scanned the room. A bed sat along the left wall, a pair of chairs on the right. The gunman lay twitching under the single window, but it was the woman tied on the bed that caught Dawson's attention. She was petite, with short, dark hair and panicked eyes. She struggled against the binds that encircled her wrists and ankles. He held a finger to his lips, motioning for the struggling woman to remain quiet. "This is Grim 2 Actual," he called into his comm. "I've got 1 down, 1 hostage recovered. Need cover, exfil in 60 seconds. Dawson moved over the woman, motioning her to remain calm as he drew a combat knife from his harness. He cut away her ankle restraints, then her wrists. He assisted her off the bed to shaky legs. She clung to him for support as he placed her under his right arm. More gunfire echoed across the compound. "Grim 1, report."
"They're everywhere,"
a panicked Ensign Durrett answered.
"We are under heavy fire."
Someone screamed in the background.
Get out now."
The line went dead. "Come on," Dawson told the rescued woman. "We'll get you out of here." "Doubtful," the woman whispered, pulling away from Dawson. She raised a pistol, his pistol from his holster, and pointed it at his chest. He saw her finger whiten on the trigger and tried to raise his rifle. Mark saw a flash of blue light and the sting of 1,000 ants as an electric current ravaged his body. His finger twitched, firing a bolt harmlessly into the floor. He fell to his knees on the ground, twitching as his body shut down. He fell onto his side, blurry eyes staring at the woman holding his pistol. His vision faded, and he succumbed to the pull of unconsciousness. Chapter 4. Lieutenant J.G. Torum Clorig stared at the barren walls of his sub-basement cubicle and wondered what it would take to get off of Haraz. He no longer heard the cacophony of clicks and whirs of the spaceport computers. His eyes stared blankly at the dull gray walls, the monotone deadening his senses.
He felt anxious, trapped, imprisoned in a tomb dozens of meters beneath a bustling city. His moment in the spotlight lasted less than 15 minutes. His quick thinking had raised the alarm of Jake Cutter's escape from the spaceport, resulting in a spectacular firefight above the city, which he missed, followed by the destruction of the freighter Freelancer. Clorig received a medal, a promotion, and was promptly sent back to his work dungeon. He was hailed as a hero and dismissed as quickly as he was praised. Months later, he still sat, gloomy and depressed, in the subterranean work area. His online video games no longer provided solace, no thrill of escape. He wanted out of the dungeon, out of the Haraz system, out among the stars. He jumped at the knock on the sub-basement door. A visitor? He pondered. No one ever visited the spaceport control facility. He checked the time, confirming that it was nowhere near shift change. The knock sounded again, insistent, urgent. Torum touched a button on his console, unlocking the door. "Enter." The door slid aside, revealing a tall, burly lieutenant. Clorig recognized him immediately from various hollows of Senator Terra and the ordeal at the Parliament months earlier. David Derez stood in the doorway, half of his features bathed in shadow from the dim basement lighting. Torum Clorig jumped to his feet, sending the chair rolling across the room to rebound off the base of a computer terminal. The young officer ignored the chair, snapped to attention, and offered a salute. Derez, dressed in camouflage utilities and a pistol riding high on his left hip, returned the salute sloppily and told the young Lieutenant J.G. to relax. Clorig retrieved his chair and offered a second one to the senior officer. Both men sat in silence for a moment before Clorig broke the silence. "What brings you to the sub-basement, sir?" Derez pointed at the young man. I've studied your file. Well-educated, loyal." He looked around the spaceport operations sub-basement. "Underutilized. You played a vital role in the apprehension of Jake Cutter and saving Senator Terra," Derez stated. "I was wondering if you would like to continue to work for the Senator." "Me, sir?" Derez sat back, crossing his arms. The holstered weapon drew Torum's eyes to the senior officer's waist and tried to recall the last time he touched a weapon. "The basic officer's course," a little voice answered. "And if I recall, you need some practice." He ignored the voice as Derez continued. "You've demonstrated quick thinking and remained calm under pressure." Derez smiled. His voice was smooth, enticing. "Senator Terra likes to surround herself with capable people." "And what did you get for your efforts?" Derez asked. "Sent right back down to this dungeon, far beneath the city you helped save." He raised his arms to encompass the computer stations and barren gray walls. "Is this how a hero should be treated?" Clorig felt his blood boil. "The lieutenant is right. I should have been given my choice of assignment like the others." "You should have been given your choice of assignment," Derez offered, as if reading his mind. "But instead you were thrown back down here, forgotten." Clorig's boiling blood turned ice-cold as depression filled him. He nodded. Derez clapped his hands. "That's why I'm here." "Sir, where would you like to go?" Derez asked. "What would be your ideal duty assignment?" Torum's words came without hesitation. "On a starship, sir. I would take any duty assignment, do anything, to get out of this basement." Derez nodded. A grin split his face ear to ear. "Then today is your lucky day." An hour later, Derez boarded a small shuttle and sat down heavily in the pilot's chair. He swiveled the chair to face the engineer station positioned behind the main controls and called up his list of potential operatives. He touched the name Torum Clorig and typed in a brief synopsis of their meeting. Satisfied, he rotated the chair to the communications section to his left. He stabbed the transmit key and waited for the call to be answered. "He's on board," Terra spoke without preamble. "That easy?" Terra asked, rubbing her eyes and adjusting her nightgown modestly. Her face filled the video unit of the comlink, and Derez saw that she had been asleep. He forgot about the time difference between Haraz spaceport and her estate on the far side of the planet. She ordered the computer to make a cup of java, and she sat up on the bed. "Yes," Derez replied. "He isn't happy in his current assignment, and he wants a little action." "He can be trusted?" she asked, stifling a yawn. I think so, Darez said, fighting off his own yawn. He did say he would do anything to get off Haraz. He scratched his cheek. I'm going to pair him with Berinda for an assignment. Once he realizes what is going on, he'll be in too deep. Terra nodded, stretching. Good work, she said. Call me when it's done. Terra flicked off the comm and ran her hands through her tangled hair. She stretched again and checked the time. 4:30 in the morning. She shook her head and rolled her eyes, thinking, I'm up now. She rose from the bed, slipped on a robe, and crossed the room to her desk. She started to sit, smelled the java brewing in the kitchenette, and moved to retrieve the hot liquid. She took a sip, closing her eyes as the bitter fluid burned down her throat. She smiled and crossed the room to her desk. She sat down in the chair, the well-oiled hinges quiet as she reclined. She crossed her arms and stared at the wall, deep in thought. She knew Darez had recruitment handled, and the thought of having a loyal cadre of strategically placed officers made her smile. That part of the plan was well in motion. In the last 2 weeks, she cemented herself as the number 2 on the Criminal and Prison Reform Committee, immersing herself in the aspects of the penal system. Negotiating with other parliamentarians, she gained favor with 2 senators vital to her plans. A new network formed, and that was exactly what she needed. Her previous contacts in the criminal field perished when her ex-husband blasted out of clinics, destroying not only the prison, but 2 separate, lucrative smuggling operations. Now it was time to reestablish those operations. She tapped a number into the comm link and paused, checking the time again. The computer calculated the time difference and indicated that the time of Kroppel was early evening. Satisfied, she stabbed the transmit button and moved across the apartment to top off her java. The seconds ticked by, and she began to stare at her fingernails, her brows furrowing in concentration. The transmission connected, and a 13-inch tall hologram of a red-skinned Hasmor, her long mane intricately braided, coalesced before her on the desk. The major domo stared at Dari for a moment before her eyes widened in recognition. The Hasmor spoke with a soft, stern voice. Yes, I'd like to speak with Camlopan, Dari said politely. The Hasmor turned to her right, apparently checking the time. He is indisposed at the moment. Can you call back in an hour? Tell him that Senator Terra is calling, Dari insisted. She found her foot tapping anxiously. I have a business proposition. The major domo paused, as if considering the request. 1 moment, she said, and moved off screen. With the Hasmor out of view, Dari saw a concentric control room, beings of a dozen species monitoring the security of the infamous cavern complex. The senator had visited the cavern fortress once, when it belonged to the previous owner, Frenlopan, before her ex-husband, Jake, decimated the crime syndicate. The security was impressive, and she still wondered how her ex had managed to infiltrate the facility and kidnap the O'Glens. The major domo's hologram reappeared on the desk a moment later. 1 moment, she said, and the hologram vanished, leaving only an eerie, static-filled shadow. Dari cursed silently. In her haste to set her plan in motion, she forgot about her sleep-tangled hair and lack of makeup. She grimaced as the shadow coalesced into the form of a 1-foot-tall lobster. A deep brown-skinned O'Glens spread his pincers wide, feigning surprise. Senator Terra, what an unexpected pleasure. I hope I did not keep you waiting long. Not at all, Dari smiled. I was just reminiscing about my only visit to your lovely home. I must make another trip out there soon. You are welcome any time, Senator, Camlopan nodded. My assistant informed me that you had some business to discuss. The lobster moved its pincers back and forth in the negative. I'm afraid I cannot offer a donation at this time. Dari shook her head. I'm not asking for money. I want to discuss a business arrangement, one that would be beneficial to both of us. The O'Glen said nothing, but motioned with his pincer for her to continue. Your predecessors performed certain services for me. She chose her words carefully, wary of surveillance.
She may have been a senator, but Dari Terra had no illusions that her communications could be tapped. Politics was an ugly game. I am in a position that requires those services again.
I was unaware of your interest in the transport of,
He offered the O'Glenn's version of a smile.
rare commodities.
It's a recent development, she confirmed, nodding. There are plans in motion, plans that require someone of your abilities and network to transport goods from one point to another. Kenlopan shook his head.
I was unaware that those goods were still available.
Neither was I, she smiled, referring to the 3 prisons used by the TSA. Until recently. She ran a hand through her tangled hair, wishing again that she had properly prepared her appearance before making the call. I can assure you there are additional sites with goods available. Are you interested? The lobster-like smuggler paused, his eye stalks rotating lazily, a sign the O'Glenn's was deep in thought.
I think I can assist you in moving your merchandise,
he said finally.
but I need assurances of your commitment. I do not want to face the same challenges of my predecessors.
Her smile broadened. Watch the news in a few days, and you'll see just how committed I am.
For the last time,
Berinda said, pulling a brown faux leather jacket over her double-pistol, shoulder-holstered frame.
all you have to do is drive the hover car.
Berinda Dumar and Torim Clorig sat in a blacked-out hover car, idling in a well-to-do neighborhood on the outskirts of Haraz City. Berinda, in the passenger seat, fluffed her blonde hair, pulling it from the confines of the jacket. Clorig gulped down the butterflies in the pit of his stomach. He glanced in the mirror and saw his normally pale complexion bone white as his hands fiercely gripped the controls of the vehicle. He turned his head, looking past her for a moment, and watched the billboards and traffic of the distant city. Advertisements flashed almost non-stop on the billboards, while the congested traffic lanes moved people about the city. The last vestiges of daylight quickly receded, the city lights snapping on in waves to fill the darkness. Torim squirmed in the driver's seat as Berinda turned her full attention on him.
I'm going to go and have a chat with my contact,
she continued, explaining the plan for the dozenth time.
Once I have the information, we drive away.
She patted his arm reassuringly.
If something goes wrong, you come and back me up. Simple.
What could go wrong? Clorig asked, strain in his voice.
Exactly.
She smiled and touched the door control. The car door rose quietly, letting the cool evening air into the air car.
Just stay on comms and be ready to drive.
Torim nodded, released the controls, and flexed his fingers.
Drive,
he repeated, unsure. He returned his hands to the controls and watched her exit the vehicle. The door closed with a thump, and Torim jumped with the finality of the sound. He watched the woman circle around the front of the car and disappear into the darkness of the neighborhood. He sucked in a deep breath and held it, willing his heart to slow. He failed, thinking the organ would burst through his chest at any moment. He pushed the anxiety out of his mind, adjusted the comm, and listened as she approached her contact.
Good evening, sir,
Berinda began. Good evening, miss. Don't I know you? A male voice responded pleasantly. Torim could not place the voice, but it sounded familiar. Weren't you at the party a few weeks ago?
Party?
Thought Torim.
Yes,
Berinda replied alluringly.
What brings you here, my dear?
The man asked. The tone of his voice promised mischief and held a hint of innuendo.
I came to deliver a message,
she stated, her voice seductive.
A message? From Senator Terra.
Berinda offered.
And why would Dari send you to deliver a message when she knows... What are you... Hey!
Torim heard the jacket rustle, followed by the sound of metal scraping leather. The man screamed in terror, and Clorig saw a flash of light a half-block away. The sound of a shot echoed a moment later.
She shot him! By the gods, she shot him!
Berinda screamed in pain, and Torim heard a second, then a third shot. Each blast lit the block like lightning.
He's running!
Berinda's pained voice filled the comm.
Heading north! Don't let him get away!
What? Torim yelled. His heart pounded, his fingers ice on the steering controls.
Go!
She ordered.
Now!
Years of training and conditioning to follow orders took control, and Torum pushed the throttle forward without another thought. The hovercar shot forward down the dark road, banked left down a side street, and continued to accelerate. Clorig saw a man running with a limp and pulled back on the throttle, slowing the vehicle. "I have him in sight," he mumbled. Doubt clouded his mind.
"Do not let him get away,"
Berinda replied. He heard her cry out, her clothes rustling as she began to move.
"He knows too much."
"About what?" Torum asked. "Things are happening too fast. What is going on?" He looked up to see the man step out into the road, waving his arms to flag down the hovercar.
"He knows that Senator Terra sent me,"
she explained, and Torum heard her grunt with strain.
"Complete the mission."
Torum pulled back on the throttle, weighing the directive. His mind raced. Who is this man? Why did Senator Terra send Berinda to kill him? What have I gotten into? What do I do? The hovercar continued to slow. The man waved frantically on the dark street, spotlighted in the aircar's lights.
"Torum?"
His mind spiraled out of control. His thoughts jumbled.
"Do it now!"
Berinda's voice screamed from the comm. He paused, unsure.
"Clorig!"
The tone reminded him of a drill instructor, and he slammed the throttle forward without another thought. The man was less than 10 meters ahead as the vehicle roared forward. Torum saw the wide eyes of the man as the air car hit him, flipping him up and over the vehicle. He hit, cracking the windshield before bouncing twice across the roof and finally hitting the pavement behind the hovercar. Clorig immediately brought the vehicle to a halt, released his harness, and opened the door. The hatch opened slowly, and Torum impatiently pushed it up and ducked under the door. The man lay crumpled on the street. Torum approached slowly, his head and eyes roaming up and down the street, looking for anyone who witnessed the act. The dark, tree-lined street remained empty, save for the two men. Clorig reached the man and squatted on a knee beside him. Blood spilled on the street. The victim's neck sat at an unnatural angle, and Torum knew he was dead. The thought that he had never killed anyone filled his brain, and he felt the bile rise. He turned his head and vomited into the street. The heaving over, he looked up and down the street again before turning his attention back to the man. With shaky hands, he reached out and rolled the man over. The dead eyes of Senator Alphonse Delacour stared back at him. Clorig heard footsteps and drew his pistol without thinking. He sighted down the end of the barrel, relaxing slightly, as Berinda emerged from the shadows. She limped into the street, favoring her left leg. He saw blood glistening in the faint street lights. Torum stood and moved to assist the woman, holstering the pistol as he rose. He took her right arm over his shoulder. "What happened?" he asked. "He had a bodyguard," she muttered, embarrassed. "I should have known." She eyed the body of the senator as they passed it on the way to the hovercar. "What happened here?" she asked as she paused, bent down, and removed his wallet, watch, and jewelry. "I ran him down," Torum said distantly. Berinda completed looting the corpse, and they continued toward the idling vehicle. He activated the door and placed the woman into her seat, buckling her in. He paused, staring at her in the face. "What have I done?" She smiled, placing her hands on his face. He stared at the woman, her hands warm on his skin. "You completed the mission," she said, "and proved your loyalty to the senator. A new world awaits you." Torum pulled back, retrieved a first aid kit from underneath her seat, and took a moment to treat the leg wound. Berinda winced as he applied the bandage and stabbed her leg with pain medication. She leaned back, her eyes glossing over as the drugs entered her system. He closed her door, moved around the hovercar, settled into the driver's seat, and secured his harness. "A new world awaits," Torum repeated. A smile touched his lips. "That's all I ever wanted." Chapter 5. "Lieutenant Dawson?" TAC Officer Patterson smirked as she tapped the swagger stick into her left palm. He caught a whiff of starch from her crisp uniform as she moved in close. "I understand that you met Lieutenant Nurek." Mark stood at parade rest, hands clasped firmly behind his back, and stared over the diminutive woman's head. He wore the standard dark gray uniform of the training regiment. He stood on the right side of Second Squad, minus Ensign Stett, who remained in the hospital, in the shadow of their barracks. First Squad stood to his right. Third Squad completed the formation to the far left, minus their wounded. Sweat dripped down his face in the afternoon heat, streaking past his blackened left eye. The rescue attempt the previous day had been declared an unmitigated disaster.
All 3 teams had been killed or captured, the hostages never released. 2 of the squad, Stet and a woman named Lerna from Moram's team, suffered broken bones after crashing into walls, an unanticipated side effect of the stun bolts used by the OPFOR, opposition forces. Earlier that morning in the debriefing, hologram footage of Duret's final stand showed intense fighting with his team holding their ground. Enemy casualties mounted, and Duret gave the order to withdraw. Enemy reinforcements arrived, and a force 3 times his swept across his positions, shooting everything in sight. Duret resigned during the debriefing, and his team escorted him back to the infirmary with a neurological tic and trembling hands. His reward for holding his position until the bitter end. Lieutenant Moram also lost his entire team, never leaving the 3rd building on his sweep. Furious at Dawson, Moram blamed the pilot for the mission failure and punched him as they exited the infirmary on their way to the debriefing. That led to a scuffle that put 6 people, including Moram and Dawson, back in the infirmary for another 3 hours. The debriefing and subsequent reprimands did not go well. Now he stood before his senior TAC as she recited all of the ways he had failed the mission, the team, her, the command, the TSA, and humanity in general, all without uttering a single curse or raising her voice. "No, ma'am," he responded, looking down at the woman. "I do not know a Lieutenant Nurek." TAC Officer Patterson motioned to someone behind Dawson, and he felt the temperature rise as soon as the woman wove into view. She wore the same dark gray uniform, her hair tucked neatly underneath a field cap. A wide, toothy smile filled her face, and her eyes twinkled with mischief. He blushed as the woman who shot him stopped in front of him and offered her hand. "Lieutenant Dawson, is it?" The TAC officer turned away, yelling at Plaroog for a spot on his uniform, and Dawson shook the offered hand and nodded. "Call me Mark." "Kyrian," the woman said, her smile mesmerizing. Her eyes sparkled, drawing him in, those same eyes that belonged to the woman who shot him the day before. "Sorry about shooting you, but I couldn't resist. No hard feelings?" Dawson shrugged nonchalantly. "Part of the mission." "Actually, no," she corrected, and flashed him a flirtatious wink. "But I did get bonus points for it." TAC Patterson returned, staring at the 2 lieutenants for a moment before inserting herself between them. "Nurek, don't you have a squad to get back to? You said you wanted to meet the man that got you promoted." Dawson looked down at the TAC to see an evil grin. He looked back to Kyrian. She winked. "Yes, ma'am," the woman stated. "I've said what I came to say." She tossed another wink at Dawson. "See you around the officers' club." She walked away, Dawson turning his head to follow the woman as she strolled around the corner of the barracks. TAC Officer Patterson cleared her throat, reminding Dawson of his location, and he snapped back to parade rest. "At least I didn't get shot by the woman I was supposed to be saving," Moram's voice floated across the formation. "Maybe not," TAC Officer Patterson admonished, turning and swiftly walking to stand before Moram. "But Lieutenant Dawson and his team are the first in the history of this exercise to successfully infiltrate the building and find a hostage." She left Moram, returning to her spot before Dawson. "And that has earned 2nd Squad a 3-day pass." "What?" Moram protested, his voice raising in surprise. He pointed an accusing finger. "If my team had not drawn the fire away from him—" "Irrelevant. Lieutenant Dawson and his team cleared 3 buildings and found a hostage. You did not," Patterson explained. "And you instigated a brawl this morning. That will cost you. You and your team have earned extra duty for the next 3 days. Report to Lieutenant Commander Barestal at the dining facility immediately. I understand she has some interesting assignments that need your attention," she said. "Dismissed." Moram grumbled, saluted, and ordered his team to move out. Dawson watched him go, shaking his head. TAC Officer Patterson noticed the motion and leaned in close. "Shake your head if you want," she said, "but I've seen his kind before. He will hold a grudge until death, his or yours. Watch your back, Lieutenant." She stepped back, all business. "Now, go get Stet out of the infirmary and get out of here. You and your team have 3 days off." She offered a genuine smile. "Make the most of it. Dismissed." Stet was waiting on the team at the door to the infirmary. She waved one of her crutches as the 4 other members of the team approached. Zarek embraced the other woman on the team, while the men offered handshakes. The quintet slowly moved across the parade field toward the barracks, the wounded Stet setting the pace. The suns were low on the horizon to their right, casting long shadows. A cool breeze promised a pleasant evening. Dawson filled her in on the fight after she'd asked about his black eye, and about the pass for the weekend. "I'm on light duty for at least a week," she replied. "The doc gave me something to help me mend faster, but she said it could take up to 2 weeks before I'm back to full strength." Her voice took on a hint of sadness. "That may put me behind and recycle to the class behind us." "Not going to happen." Zarek smiled reassuringly. "I talked to Tack Patterson while the lieutenant was recuperating from his brawl." She glanced at Dawson, flashing a smile. "She is going to ensure that you stay with us and graduate with us." Her words. "So you get to heal," she concluded as they reached the barracks, "while we go through the classroom portion of survival training. We will all go into the field exercise together." Stet smiled. Plerug wrinkled his nose. "I hate the woods." Baranucci shook his head. "Why did you join Special Ops?" Everyone stopped and looked at Plerug, awaiting his answer. He shrugged. "It was the only way to get out of the garbage hauler I was assigned to." Everyone laughed and clapped Plerug on the back as they entered the barracks. The laughter faded as they saw the overturned bunks, scattered clothes, and the general state of the barracks. "No garbage can this time," Baranucci said optimistically. Dawson laughed. "Guess we're still playing the game. Let's get this cleaned up and then we can start our long weekend." The group nodded their concurrence and set to work. Mark pushed his way through the old-time saloon-type wooden swing doors and paused to take in the scene. The doors swung back and forth behind him. He took a step down from the bar entrance, admiring the wood-grain walls and multiple vids showing dozens of sporting events from across the tri-system. The designated Officers' Club was actually an all-ranks club frequented by the training regiment's cadre, students when given liberty, and crusty old special operators in between missions. There were only a few patrons on the weeknight, but Mark imagined the bar would be full during the weekend. He sidestepped a couple of tables and continued toward the bar. Music played from a jukebox near the door. Holographic images of the artist rotated above the machine, facts about the artist and the song scrolling in the air next to the images. Mark was halfway across the room when a soft piano-laced ballad faded, replaced with roaring guitars and a deep, scratchy voice screaming out unintelligible lyrics. The volume lowered automatically, keeping the conversation level in the bar manageable. Dawson imagined the room to be dozens of meters deep and at least twice that wide. A long wooden bar filled the wall opposite the entrance, a mirror filling the wall behind the bar. Hundreds of bottles of liquor, of every color and texture, were stacked neatly in rows in front of the mirror. As he traversed the room, he saw a mural above the mirror, shook his head, and laughed. A muscled and tattooed image of an ostrich filled the space between the mirror and the ceiling. The bird sported woodland camouflage fatigues and carried a rifle in its right feathered wing. Bandoliers of grenades and ammunition crisscrossed its busty chest. The image was looking over its left shoulder, the left wing waving unseen companions forward. He sat down at the bar and ordered a Ritmar sunrise from the robot bartender. The bot moved away, and he let his shoulders slump, lowering his head. The drink arrived a moment later. Dawson, without looking up, removed the Darlenko fruit and gently swirled the drink to mix the 3 liquors. "Is this seat taken?" Dawson looked up, staring at the reflection of the speaker in the mirror behind the bar. The woman stood about chin-tall to him, with an athletic build, reddish-brown hair draped down to her shoulders, and a pleasant smile. She wore civilian clothes, a polo with the regimental logo on the left breast, and tactical khakis with multiple pockets. He turned in his seat to look directly at the woman and pointed to the empty seat to his right. "Please." Kyrian Nurek sat, asked what he was drinking, and then ordered the same. The drink arrived, and she squeezed the Darlenko into the drink, creating an explosion of sound as the chemicals blended. The 3 liquors blended into a bright sangria as the popping and fizzing faded. "What brings you out?" Dawson asked, taking a sip of his drink. "Celebrating your promotion?" "That," she smiled, "and I heard that you got a few days off." She looked around. "The rest of your team not with you?" Dawson shook his head. They went to the theater. Probably be by later. He looked around, mimicking her movement. And where's your team, Lieutenant Commander? They told me to go and find you, actually, she replied, to buy you a drink. That scenario is usually a cakewalk for the defenders. You took out more than half our force. Impressive. Dawson shrugged as they continued their small talk. She bought the next round as Mark told Kirian of his previous assignments and exploits, including his time at Clinics and the disastrous landing on the Parliament building. He left out the part about befriending the fugitives and aiding them. By the third round, she was telling her story. Junior weapons officer on board a small frigate chasing pirates near the Outer Rim, tactical officer aboard a cruiser, and a special assignment guarding high-value dignitaries on diplomatic missions. And then I came here, she finished with a shrug. Seemed like the right career path. At the time, they said simultaneously. They paused, then laughed. I'm sorry, the robot bartender interrupted, but it is now 0200 hours, and the Busty Ostrich is closing. Please find your way to the door. Dawson checked his chrono and whistled. They had been talking for hours. He heard his stomach growl and blushed as Kirian raised an eyebrow at the rumble. Can I buy you breakfast? He asked sheepishly, offering the crook of his arm. Kirian nodded, folding her hands within the confines of the offered arm, and the two of them left the Busty Ostrich. They hailed a cab and found an all-night diner off base where they ordered breakfast and stemcaf. A group of special operators came in, still coated in dirt and grime, and sat at the other end of the diner. They were boisterous, but polite to the Clando waitress. They ate quickly, left the waitress a big tip, and vanished into the night before Kirian and Mark finished their meal. Arm in arm, the two left the diner, hailed a cab, and headed back on base. Fingers of color filled the eastern sky, signaling the start of a new day as they strolled around a small lake near the parade field. They paused, hand in hand, to watch the sunrise. The base sprung to life shortly after sunrise, with trainees and TAC officers filling the streets. Kirian and Mark decided they needed to get out of sight, and took a circular route toward their barracks. Cadences filled the air as they arrived at her building. Thanks for a great night, she smiled, stifling a yawn. And breakfast. Any time, Mark said nonchalantly. Maybe we can continue to celebrate your promotion? Dinner tonight? Kirian smiled, leaned in, and kissed him on the cheek. It's a date. Pick me up here at 7. Yes, ma'am, he said, and rendered a crisp salute. She laughed, returned the salute, and disappeared into the building, shutting the door quietly behind her. Mark moved to his barracks a few blocks away, entered, and found his team sleeping soundly. He yawned, stretched, and crashed into bed with a smile on his face. Dinners, walks, breakfasts, and drinks filled the weekend. Their free time winding down, Kirian and Mark brought their teams together to celebrate. Stet, off the crutches and more mobile, stood at the head of the table and offered a toast. To some much-needed time off, she said, raising her glass, and to the SOB that shot me and broke my leg. Thanks for the memories. The two teams, 11 people in all, drank, slamming their empty glasses on the table. One of Kirian's team ordered another round, stood, and raised his drink. The blue click looked Stet in the eye, winked, and smiled. I'm the SOB that shot you. Everyone turned to gawk at Stet. Dawson watched her carefully, waiting to see if she would toast the alien or charge him. He smiled as she raised her glass, toasted the blue click, and drained the shot in one gulp. The crowd cheered, and the night moved along. The teams departed, their laughter fading into the night, leaving Mark and Kirian alone at a secluded corner table in the Busty Ostrich. Only a few patrons remained, mostly retirees telling war stories. Snippets of conversation drifted to Mark occasionally, but his attention stayed on Kirian. They talked until midnight, when the woman finished the last of a drink she had been nursing for over an hour. Dawson raised an eyebrow, and she smiled. I'm off to flight training tomorrow, she said. The school is on the far side of the planet. Advanced flying techniques, new prototypes. Should be fun. She touched his hand, tracing the blood vessels underneath his skin. But I'll be gone 5 weeks. Survival studies starts tomorrow. Then 2 weeks in the field. I'll be here when you get back. he assured her, raising her hands to his lips and kissing her soft skin. He caught a whiff of her perfume and breathed deeply. "Give 'em hell," he smiled. "You be careful," worry in her voice. "Survival training here means life or death. I lost 3 during SEER, 2 medical drops, and 1 ate poisoned berries. He died before the medics could even arrive. And if you get caught—" She stammered, her voice trailing off. Mark had heard the stories: sleep deprivation, torture, psychological antics. "I like you in one piece," she continued. "Okay?" "Yes, ma'am," he reassured her. He stood, offering her his hand. "Let me walk you home. I don't want you to be late for your training." They left the bar, heading toward the barracks, arm in arm, neither aware that hate-filled eyes followed their every move. Chapter 6. Mark Dawson turned away, shielding his eyes as the troop transport lifted from the barren, scorched landscape. Dust and debris pelted him. He squatted, listening as the whir of the quad-prop dropship faded. The intensity of the stinging sand dropped, so he stood and opened his eyes. He brought his right hand up to shield the glare from the twin suns and stared at the receding aircraft. He felt his stomach churn. Turning, he emptied its meager contents onto the parched, dry ground. Survival training began with 3 weeks of boring classes in sealed rooms with no air conditioning, including 2 weeks of how to survive off the land and evade. Another week of how to resist interrogation and escape your captors followed. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, starting the 4th week of SEER, a field exercise to put the first 3 weeks into practical application. "You will be dropped at an undisclosed location," Tac Pedersen briefed the team. She walked before them, her swagger stick lightly tapping her left palm, as they stood in the stuffy room. The room sweltered with the doors and windows closed, the air turned off. Dawson thought it easily 110 degrees in the building. Sweat poured from all of them. "You will have 48 hours to determine your location and then to reach your contact at the coordinates you've been given. If you make it, the course is complete. However," she smiled, stopping before Plaroog, "you will not be alone. A team of operators will be pursuing each of you. If caught, well, you will not like it if you're caught. All of your training comes down to this." She moved to the side of the room, opened a small container, and began tossing canteens to each member of the team. "You will have 1 knife, 1 canteen, water-purifying tabs, 1 compass." "No map?" asked Stet. "And no map," the TAC finished. She stared at each of the 5 in turn, intense, scrutinizing eyes studying her charges. "Good luck." "Dismissed." A harrowing dropship flight followed. The pilot flew the terrain, twists and turns in and out of valleys, so closely that Dawson was grateful the windows were blacked out. He heard the scraping of treetops as they flew, the rip and tear of the wood vibrating on the hull beneath his feet. He cinched his harness tighter as the pilot executed a barrel roll, something Dawson had been told was impossible to do in a quadprop. He reached, straining to grab a bag that was just out of his grasp. The co-pilot dropped the map he was using, reached back, and handed the bag to Dawson with a wink. Mark scowled, but said nothing. His eyes found the map on the floor and studied the flight plan. His mind concentrated on the route, the nausea suddenly forgotten. He glanced up, saw the co-pilot watching him, and went through the motions anyway, dry-heaving for the benefit of the co-pilot. The man nodded and turned back to the front. 5 minutes later, the aircraft touched down. The side door opened, and Dawson was told to get out. He unfastened his harness, dropped to the floor, and began sliding toward the open door. The map still lay on the floor, so Mark tossed the empty bag toward the co-pilot. The man cursed, blocking the bag and ducking away. Mark grabbed the map and exited the aircraft, landing with a thud on the hard-packed dirt. The door closed, and the ship lifted, leaving him alone in an austere wasteland. Mark moved to the nearest shade, a small drooping tree with long thorns a few 100 meters away. Sweat trickled down his spine as he consulted the map, finding his location instantly. He discovered 4 other insertion points, the rest of his team. They all appeared to have the same rendezvous, a dozen kilometers away. He checked his chrono and wondered if he could trust Patterson's, "You'll have 2 hours head start before the pursuit begins." Somehow, he doubted it. He took a few extra minutes to plot out a winding, unorthodox route to his objective. It helped to have a map, and he wondered briefly how the cadre would react. They did say do anything to survive and evade capture, he mumbled to himself. Having what he hoped would be a route his pursuers would scoff at, Mark left the shade of the tree and headed for the distant horizon. Within minutes, his clothes were soaked, but he did not feel the heat as he continued across the desert. As the first sun began to set to his right, he nodded his head in appreciation. The last 3 weeks in the hot classroom had acclimatized him to the heat. He continued toward a now visible forest, wondering how his body would have reacted if he had not sat in the climate-controlled classroom. The first sun set, forming long shadows as the second sun approached the horizon. The temperature dropped noticeably as he continued. Darkness enshrouded the landscape. The wind picked up, bringing the voices of the dark as nocturnal creatures began their cacophony of calls, screeches, and roars. He paused at the edge of the forest and turned to look at the distance he had traveled. He drank from his canteen. That's when he heard the faint sounds of a quadprop. The quadprop ship was designed as a special operations insertion vehicle. A small 2-person cockpit protruded from the rectangular fuselage. A 4-prop engine extended from each corner, encased in a circular full-motion protective shell. Dual lasers extended from the cockpit, while 2 sets of cannons, dorsal and ventral, sat aft to protect the rear of the ship. The props provided a stealthy platform for the infiltration of Special Operations troops. Mark looked up at the sound, shielding his eyes against the setting sun as the ship flew in from his left. At this distance he could make out the fuselage, but not the 4 quadprops. He imagined the pilot pulling back on the throttle as the quad engines flared. The dropship dropped into a hover at a location very close to his drop-off point. He let out a long, slow sigh as the second sun sank beneath the horizon. Let the games begin. He turned and let the darkness of the forest envelop him. He moved with purpose, putting as much distance as he could between himself and the team that landed in the distance. He heard the quadprop lift and approach. He dropped to a crouch, looking skyward as the craft flew overhead. The darkness and the forest canopy revealed nothing to him. He remained crouched and listened to the sound of the quad's engines fading into the distance. Mark continued in a generally southerly direction, the compass his guide. He paused at irregular intervals and squatted, listening for pursuit. He took a sip from his canteen. His eyes searched the gloom, and he saw various shades of gray in the forest. A shadow moved, and he froze. A small creature investigated his intrusion before scampering away. He calmed his racing heart as the tiny footfalls disappeared into the darkness. He stood, exhaled, and continued slowly through the brush. The sounds of a gurgling brook penetrated the darkness, and Mark immediately changed course. He moved quietly through the thick underbrush, amazed at the lush green so close to a barren wasteland. The cool air of the forest was a welcome relief from the desert, but he felt a chill after the heat acclimation. The beating sun sapped his energy. The cool evening put a spring in his step. A cautious step. He continued through the forest, the sounds of the brook increasing. The animal sounds of the forest stopped suddenly, and Dawson froze, slowly taking a knee. He cocked his head, listening. The gentle dribble of the creek ahead, the only sound he could hear. The animals stayed quiet for several minutes, and Mark wondered if he was still alone. Perfect spot for an ambush, he thought. Come, get water, and bam. He touched the canteen on his hip. It was almost empty. He could bypass the creek, but would there be another? The map showed several along his path, but without a light source, he could not check out his location in relation to the creek. Bypass it, his mind ordered, and he obeyed, backtracking away from the creek. The noise of the brook abruptly halted, and Mark froze less than 100 meters from his previous location. He heard a soft curse float on the wind, followed by the crunch of brush and the snap of a twig. The babbling brook resumed seconds later.
"I told you to keep that on loop,"
a voice hissed in the darkness.
"Sorry."
Dawson felt his heart racing in his chest, closed his eyes, and let out a long, silent sigh. A trap. And he had almost walked into it. Almost. He waited another few minutes before starting off again, took one step, and paused again. Ambush the ambushers? He took a knee again as he weighed the pros and cons of attacking at least a 2-man team of experienced operators. They would obviously have supplies, But could he get close enough? Could he take them both out without making a lot of noise? Probably not, but he did have surprise on his side. I wonder if anyone else has ever been crazy enough to try this, he thought. Crazy enough that it just might work. Mark retraced his steps, edging closer to try to get a visual of the target. The first moonrise cast a few streams of light through the forest canopy. The second moon followed rapidly, providing additional light. The shadows took on an eerie twilight feel, and Mark realized that they ran Seer Week during the full moon cycle every 5 weeks. Advantage cadre. He peered through the vegetation, but saw nothing. The two men were well camouflaged. The forest noises stopped again, but he continued forward, circling to his left to come in from the opposite direction. His footfalls light, he circled the sound of the brook without a sound. A shadow moved ahead, and Dawson froze. The man-sized shadow reached behind it, scratching an itch. His heart pounded, and he wondered if it was loud enough for the prone man to hear. He put the thumping out of his mind and searched for the second sentry. There, off to the right and further away, another shadow. His targets identified, Mark moved forward. A bird of prey screeched overhead, breaking the silence. The bird flapped its wings as it halted its approach, landing on a tree branch with another squawk. The branch swayed under the bird's weight, and then the forest became still once more. Dawson inched forward, taking his time. He was within a couple of meters when he felt the muzzle of a rifle touch his back. "Where you going, LT?" a voice asked. Dawson rolled his eyes, silently cursing himself. Why didn't I keep going? Out for a stroll? He responded, resignation in his voice. He felt the movement before he saw TAC Officer Keltham, the unlit stogie in the corner of his mouth, appear on his left. The blue click moved to stand in front of him. The rifle touched Mark's chest. "You be real quiet, or I'll shoot you and drag your unconscious ass through the woods all the way back to base. Understand?" Dawson nodded. He turned to see the nearest prone shadow stand up and walk toward him. The shadowy form traversed a stream of moonlight, and Mark recognized him from the cafe a few weeks earlier, one of the operators that left a big tip to the waitress. Dawson stared up at the blue click, the operator towering over him. The operator sported massive blue arms, a shaved head, and a 3-day growth of facial hair. Dawson felt rough hands grab his shirt and hoist him off the ground. "You trying to sneak up on old Drek?" he asked with a country drawl. Mark shrugged, and Drek dropped him back onto the ground. Drek flicked his teeth with his tongue in disgust. "You think you're the first to try to sneak up on us?" He waved his arms around to emphasize his words. "We own the forest." He pointed toward the sky. "Infrared satellite scans." He pointed to a pair of binoculars hanging from his neck. "Thermal vision. I knew you were coming from a half-kilometer away." "He did make it further than most," Keltham said, a touch of admiration in his voice. He lowered his rifle and slung it over his shoulder. "Some bypass this test. Most stroll right on in." He frisked Dawson, his hands expertly patting Mark down. His search produced the canteen, the knife, and the stolen map from the quad prop. Keltham held up the map and shook his head in amazement. He showed the confiscated map to Drek, and Mark saw the operator's eyes widen in the faint light. Drek smirked. "But every once in a while we get a crazy one that thinks we ain't prepared." He took the map from Keltham, waving it in front of Dawson. "Congrats. This class, you're it." Keltham produced a set of cuffs and clasped Dawson's hands together behind his back. The cold metal snapped closed, and Mark wished he had kept walking. "Lieutenant Mark Dawson," he said, "you are now my prisoner." Mark sighed. Let the games begin. The final moon rose, creating a myriad of shifting shadows that played tricks with Mark's vision as Keltham and Drek marched him through the woods. The trio bypassed the ambush site at least a dozen times in 4 hours. He originally thought the circles were an attempt to exhaust him, but Dawson realized they were simply killing time until daylight. Dawn broke through the darkness with the first sunrise of the day. The forest canopy provided some protection from the sun's heat, but Mark knew that would change with the second sunrise. With light filtering through the trees, Keltham bid them farewell. Drek picked a vector and marched Dawson away from their circular hike path. An hour later,
The two left the forest, marching across an open, barren plateau toward a distant mountain range. The hot sun beat down on them. The mountains loomed closer, and Mark began to make out details through the sweat streaming down his face, burning his eyes. Drek offered him a canteen, and Mark drained it. The two proceeded up a narrow, inclined trail. Dawson stumbled along the path, his hands still bound behind him. The footpath leveled off, and he saw a small wooden building leaning against the side of the mountain. They approached the structure with the sun at their backs, surprising the two sentries on guard duty. Drek yelled at them for a moment, his string of curses reverberating off the rock face of the mountain. Pacified for the moment, he led Dawson to the wooden door, opened it, and pushed Mark inside. Cool, dank air greeted him, and he welcomed the shade. Fresh footprints littered the area, and Mark suspected the rest of his team had met a fate similar to his. The wooden shack covered the entrance to a cave, and Drek pushed Dawson down a torch-lit tunnel. The smell of the cave, coupled with the acrid smell of the combustible fuel used in the torches, assaulted his nose, and he tried to rub it. The electromagnetic cuffs kept his arms secured behind his back. He sneezed instead, the sound echoing down the tunnel. Mark heard flesh smacking flesh, and the thought that he should have bypassed the ambush entered his mind again. Drek escorted him down a side chamber and into a well-lit alcove with a single chair. The operator pushed Dawson into the chair, securely tied his arms and legs to the chair, and left the room, locking the door behind him. The music began a second later. Mark thought it to be a combination of Hasmore heavy metal, Tejana grunge, and Herazian electropop. The sounds assaulted his ears. He could feel the various beats reverberate through his body. A headache formed behind his eyes, and he closed them, trying to think of anything but the blaring music. He tried to relax, but the sound didn't stop, pounding his head relentlessly for 2 days. Abruptly, the sound stopped, the sudden silence nearly as painful as the music. Mark blinked rapidly, forcing his headache into the recesses. Fatigue enveloped his body like a blanket, and in the silence, he thought he could finally get some sleep. He closed his eyes in time to hear the door unlock. Drek entered, closing the door behind him. He had shaved, wore a new, crisp uniform, and a mischievous grin. The Blue Click's cologne filled the room, and Dawson winced, crinkling his nose at the overwhelming smell. The operator checked Mark's restraints, took 2 steps back, crossed his arms, and stared at his prisoner.
"I'm going to ask you a few questions, Lieutenant," Drek began. "You are going to answer them. If you do not, I'm going to beat you. Do you understand?"
Mark sat, staring at the wall, and said nothing.
Drek backhanded his prisoner. "I said, do you understand?"
Mark sat, staring at the wall, and said nothing. He saw the punch coming and tried to move his head to roll with the impact. He heard Drek grunt as the Blue Click's fist connected, felt the sting of the punch on his right cheek, his head jerked to the left. The sound of flesh on flesh echoed off the stone walls. Dawson spit blood onto the floor before looking back at Drek, defiance in his eyes. He opened his mouth to tell him to go to hell, thought better of it, and resumed staring at the wall.
"This ain't going to end well for you," Drek said.
He pulled back, and Mark tensed as Drek punched him in the stomach. Mark grunted with the force of the blow. The chair toppled backwards, crashing onto the stone floor. Mark's head rebounded off the floor, the pain making him forget the gut punch. He shook his head from the impact, but remained silent. Drek pulled the chair upright and spoke to Dawson nose to nose.
"It only gets worse, LT," he whispered. "Do yourself a favor. Talk to me."
Mark looked Drek in the eyes. Memories of Clinics filled his mind. He smiled, remembering how he coped with the beatings he endured at the prison.
"Anyone ever told you that you hit like a Traxilian female?"
Mark tried to move his hands to emphasize the small stature of the alien, but the cuffs kept his hands firmly at his side. He motioned with his head to his right, looking down at his hands, fingers extended and joined at the approximate height of a Traxilian. He looked up to see the operator staring at his hand, flushing in anger. Drek grunted and punched Dawson again. The beating went on for several minutes, until Drek was covered in sweat and breathing heavily.
"You are going to talk to me. No one can take this forever."
Dawson stared at the alien through his right eye, his left already swollen shut. He coughed, offered a weak smile, and spit blood onto Drek's boot.
his faint voice barely above a whisper. "You ever been beaten by a Krendoshan?" Drek raised his eyebrows at the question, stepping back. "No," he said, rubbing his chin. "I've never been beaten by a Krendoshan." "I have," Dawson said, relaxing back into the chair. He gulped, tasted blood. "Your little love taps do not compare, so do what you need to. But I'm not talking." Drek smiled. "LT, you just did." The quad props of the dropship wound down as Mark stepped from the transport, hunched over and sore from 4 days in the cave. The heat radiating from the tarmac hit him like a wall. He winced at the bright midday suns and raised a hand to shield his swollen eyes from the glare. The rest of the team followed him, stepping into the sunlight and mimicking his gesture to block the sun. Plaroog groaned as Stett and Baranucci helped him down the ramp. Plaroog, exploited as the weak link of the team, had been beaten accordingly to try to get the rest of the team to talk. No one did. The Sear camp medics reported that Plaroog would recover, but that it would take several weeks. Both of his eyes were swollen shut. Cuts zigzagged his face. His left arm sat nestled against his chest in a cast, and he sported at least 4 cracked ribs. The medic reported the injuries to Dawson before they left the cave. Rage overcame the pain and fatigue, and Mark punched Drek for allowing the injuries. The muscular blue click touched his lip, pulling his hand away and staring at the dull blue blood on his fingers. He shook his head and offered a pity laugh. "Lieutenant, I'm gonna let that one slide, 'cause I'd be pissed too if someone did this to one of my teammates." He took a step closer, staring down at Dawson with a mixture of humor and malice. "But if you ever hit me again, you'll think that Krendoshan beating you talked about was amateur hour." Dawson felt a flood of adrenaline as he stared up at the blue click, his face flushed with anger. "Sir." "What?" Drek asked. "You forgot the sir, Sergeant," Dawson said. Drek nodded, a smile slowly creeping across his face. "Sir." Dawson edged closer, his face barely chin-high to the blue click. The adrenaline rage waned. Bone-weary fatigue consumed him. "And if you ever touch a member of my team again, I'll have you tossed out an airlock. Now get us the hell out of here," he said, pointing to the wooden door to the shack guarding the cave entrance. An hour later, and the reunited team stood on the hot tarmac, shielding their eyes from the twin suns. Mark saw Tack Patterson approach in her pressed fatigues, mirrored sunglasses, and cowboy-style boonie hat, the swagger stick tucked neatly under her left arm as she marched across the Duracrete surface. He rendered a salute, wincing in pain. "Ma'am?" Patterson stood silent for a moment, staring at each of the team in turn. She nodded, returned the salute, and pointed to a distant building with her swagger stick. "Get your team to the infirmary. Everyone is to be checked out again. You did well, Grim Company. I'm proud of you." Dawson nodded and motioned for his team to move toward the infirmary. "Not you, Lieutenant," Patterson intervened. "I need to talk to you." Dawson sent his team on, turning his back to the twin suns overhead. "Yes, ma'am," he said, feeling the sun burning his neck. "You may want to pay a visit to Epsilon Company," the TAC stated. "There has been an incident." "Kyrian?" "She's fine," Patterson answered. "But you need to go see her, now, before you go to the infirmary." "Yes, ma'am." Dawson nodded, his throat tight. He clutched his ribs, turned, and headed for Epsilon Company as fast as he could. His entire body burned with exertion and exhaustion, but the surge of adrenaline pushed him forward. The normal 4-minute trip took the better part of 10 minutes, and Dawson was breathing heavily as he reached the door to the barracks. Kyrian met him at the door. She wore her dress green uniform, not the regiment dark gray, and carried a bag in each hand. She dropped the bags at the sight of Mark, rushing into his arms. He fought back tears from the rib-crushing embrace, while she let hers flow freely. "Are you okay?" she asked, finally pushing back. Her pristine green uniform was now wrinkled, smudged with dirt, mud, and blood. She absently brushed the fabric, smearing more than she knocked away. "I will be," Dawson assured her nonchalantly. "Nothing a few days' rest won't fix." He pointed to her bags. "What's going on?" Tack Patterson said there was an incident. Kyrian picked up the bags, and the two moved away from the door. They found a nearby bench, strategically placed under one of the few trees in the training area. They saluted a couple of enlisted soldiers as they trotted past, before taking a seat on the wooden bench. Mark winced as he slowly lowered himself to the hard surface. He smiled, breathing easier once he found his perch. Kyrian held his hand, searching for the words. Tears welled in her eyes.
I'm leaving.
What?
Flight school did not go as planned, and I've been removed from the course, she explained. I crashed a fighter.
Tears flowed.
2 people died.
Not your fault, Dawson said instinctively.
Yes,
she cried, tears streaming.
Yes, it was. The new fighter is complicated, very different from what I'm used to.
She shook her head.
I knew I wasn't ready, but I didn't want to let the team down.
She lowered her head to her hands, sobbing. Mark, despite the pain and fatigue, slid closer and embraced the woman. She melted into him, sobbing into his chest. They stayed there until the first sun set, and it was time for her to report to her shuttle.
"Where are they assigning you?" he asked, wincing against the pain of standing.
The hours sitting on the bench had stiffened his muscles. Soreness incorporated every inch of his body.
I've been assigned as weapons officer aboard a new cruiser, the Avenger, she said.
She wiped away the tears and straightened out her uniform.
It's not what I wanted,
she smiled through tears.
But they need an experienced officer. I'll be in Hurrah's orbit for a month of systems checks before we head out.
I'll call when I get some time off, Mark began.
You better,
she said, hugging him. He winced, refusing to let her go. They stood there, embracing, letting the silence consume them. Kyrian's comlink buzzed, breaking the moment.
I have to go,
she said, pulling her head from his shoulder and kissing him. He winced, then let the warmth of her kiss melt the pain. Finally, she withdrew, grabbed her bags, and left Dawson standing under the tree as the second sun began its descent to the horizon. Chapter 7. The long, cigar-shaped fuselage of the TSA shuttle pitched lazily to port and slowed. The ship flew along a sheer cliff wall, the valley floor thousands of meters below. Rocky outcroppings stretched out toward the shuttle, the ship deftly banking to avoid the hazards. Repulsor engines created a vibration through the ship as it slowed to a stop, hovering 100 meters away from a huge cave entrance in the sheer cliff wall. Dari Terra leaned back in her seat, craning her neck to peer out of the window at the scenic landscape. She looked upwards toward the cloudless light green sky, her eyes tracing the outline of the mountains towering above her. She turned her attention downward, peering into the dark shadow of the mountain toward the brown landscape far below. The darkness revealed little, but she swore a river wound through the valley below. She faced forward, adjusting the collar of her turquoise shirt.
I don't remember it being this beautiful.
Lieutenant David Dari sat across from the senator, arms crossed, legs stretched out before him. Having slept most of the trip, he straightened his jacket, groggily rubbed his eyes, and stretched. Joints popped with the movement. "Last time you arrived at night, clandestine." His voice strained with the stretch, vertebra popping. "Which is what we should have done this time. The Pawns are known criminals. Visiting with them in an official capacity is risky."
Relax,
Dari said, wiggling deeper into the soft cushion of the chair.
We need him for the next phase. Besides, Camlopan has developed a reputation for legitimate businesses. I am simply one of several senators engaging a prospective donor.
Dari grunted, but said nothing else, and Terra turned her attention back to the window. She sat, confident in her plans, her reflection smiling back at her in the glass. With the death of Senator Delacour, she ascended to head the Criminal and Prison Oversight Committee. She vowed to find his killer and set plans in motion to frame any one of a dozen senators that may oppose her. Now she waited for the opportune moment. The ship moved forward, inertia pushing her into the chair momentarily. Shadow engulfed the interior as the ship entered the mouth of the cave. The rocky terrain of the cavern held her attention for a moment before her thoughts turned to her growing band of loyalists. Dari continued his recruiting efforts, strategically placing officers to feed intelligence back to Terra. Lights lit the exterior of the ship, and Dari turned from the window, reaching for a vidscreen on an extendable arm. She maneuvered the device in front of her and tapped the screen. An image materialized of the rough cavern walls. Bright lights followed the ship, casting deep shadows through the tunnel. Dari saw dozens of weapon emplacements, their cannons tracking the shuttle as it slowly maneuvered through the tunnel. From time to time, she would look out of the window, watching the laser cannons and missile tubes return to their initial positions, guarding the cavern entrance. The burnt wrecks of ships littered the cavern floor. The charred debris ended, signaling the farthest breach, and the cave returned to its natural beauty. Dari stared in fascination at a myriad of stalagmites and stalactites, rocks, and a couple of spectacular waterfalls spilling from the roof high above. The tunnel deposited the shuttle into a brightly lit cavern that stretched for kilometers. The artificial lighting of the tunnel gave way to natural light that flowed from a break in the cavern roof high above. She stared out of the window, soaking up the details. Dari adjusted her view on the screen, focusing on the fortress of Camlopan. The fortress stood as the headquarters for a criminal empire that had endured the TSA and its predecessors for centuries. The Pawns willed it to the next in their unique line of succession, a line that defied human sensibilities. The last owner, Frenlopan, met his demise at the hands of Dari's ex-husband. She smiled at the thought. I never liked Frenlopan anyway. She studied the fortress, impressed with the engineering and security. A single structure dominated the center of the cavern, glistening in the light from above. A rectangular superstructure, a quarter-kilometer long and half as wide, perched atop 4 30-meter-tall supports, like legs to a chair. Twin panels, each the size of one of the support legs, created an A-frame over the superstructure. Landing platforms, along with another array of weaponry, covered the top of the structure between the A-frame panels. Dari saw cannons swivel to track the shuttle as it approached the roof. The shuttle swung around and gently touched down on a lit pad. Dari switched off her monitor, unbuckled, stood, and stretched. Derez did the same, moving his neck back and forth until a loud crack echoed in the passenger section of the shuttle. The kinks of sitting for hours released, Terra moved toward the hatch. The shuttle captain met her at the door.
We have clearance for fuel and food, ma'am, the woman reported. She wore her hair in a buzz cut, her squat frame rippling with muscles. We will be ready to leave on your word.
Terra smiled, thanked the woman, and proceeded down the ramp onto the roof of the fortress. Cool air caressed her skin, but there was no breeze. She rubbed her arms as she looked skyward. The natural light from above was waning, and, as she watched, a series of artificial lights winked on, keeping the illumination at a steady level. She felt Derez's presence at her side, and the two began walking toward a distant door. It opened as they neared, disgorging a half-dozen aliens. The new arrivals quickly formed 2 parallel lines, snapped to attention, their rifles parallel to their bodies, barrels skyward. A Hasmore female, the major domo she had talked to weeks earlier, exited the door last. She approached Dari and bowed slightly.
Senator Terra,
she greeted. Her eyes studied the senator for a moment before shifting to Derez. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the military officer. She tensed, contempt in her eyes.
I am Ludra. If you will follow me, Camlopan is expecting you.
Ludra led the way into the elevator, down a dozen levels, and out onto a well-waxed corridor. The trio traveled in silence, their escort trailing behind. Their footfalls echoed in the empty hallway. Dari looked over her shoulder and noticed the guards marched in lockstep, weapons held across their bodies, eyes straight ahead. She watched Derez turn as he inspected the escort. He raised an eyebrow and offered a smirk before facing forward. She turned away, focusing on the opulent decorations of the fortress. Paintings of the O'Glenn's homeworld adorned the walls, interspaced by dioramas of historic space battles. As they passed, the dioramas moved, lasers flashing across space in silent testimony to the battle. The occasional bust of an O'Glenn's decorated the corridor. Dari strained to discern minute differences in each sculpture, and failed. She shook her head.
They all look the same to me.
She continued down the corridor, absorbing the culture. The escort peeled off down a side junction as the trio arrived at a pair of large double doors. Heavily armed aliens flanked the doors. Ludra stopped at the door, as did Derez and Terra, and nodded to the guard on her right. The O'Glenn's, massive in its bulky red armor, opened the door. Ludra stepped aside, motioning for the senator to enter.
Camlopan is waiting.
Dari thanked the woman and stepped into the room. She expected to see a conference room or operations center, but the size, scope, and interior of the room was so unexpected she stopped in her tracks, causing Darez to bump into her. She stood in the doorway, mouth agape. 2 guards stood stoically inside the door, impassive behind their armored visors. Blank holographic screens occupied the corners of the enormous room. Massive murals of the O'Glenn's homeworld covered the walls. Shelves of priceless statues sat scattered about the room. An artist's rendering of O'Glenn's and its 8 moons covered the ceiling. Her wide, awestruck eyes focused on Camlopan's perch. The lobster-like alien sat atop a golden throne hovering 2 meters off the floor. His massive red carapace appeared tiny in the floating chair. The O'Glenn spread his pincers wide as Dari made eye contact. She stared up at the menacing figure. "I've got to get one of those," she thought, as she stepped into the room. The door hissed closed behind her.
Senator Terra!
Camlopan's voice boomed through the room, and Dari realized he was broadcasting through dozens of hidden speakers.
"It is a pleasure to see you again."
She smiled and offered a slight bow. She knew the entire room, from floating throne to booming voice to watery landscape murals, was designed to intimidate the smuggler's audience. She knew it. She fought against it. She lost the fight and resolved to construct a similar room in her senatorial office.
"Thank you for receiving me. I believe you know my associate, Lieutenant Darez."
The O'Glenns and Darez exchanged nods, but said nothing.
"What brings you to my humble residence?"
Camlopan asked. The throne descended to the floor, touching down silently. The gangster still towered over the senator, but she felt a little more in control now that he wasn't floating high above. She looked around and found no guest chairs. An uncomfortable, helpless feeling threatened to overwhelm her.
"No chairs."
Another item to note for her office.
"As I mentioned when we last spoke, I have a business proposition for you."
She smiled, adding a note of charm to her voice.
"Yes," he replied, "and let me add my condolences on the loss of your colleague, Senator de la Cour. I believe his untimely death has propelled you into the upper echelon of the Senate."
Terra nodded.
"Which is why I'm here."
She paused, looking around the room. She lowered her voice.
"I need your network and expertise."
Camlopan raised his pincers.
"Speak freely, Senator. This room is soundproof and free of surveillance. You have my assurance."
Terra told the smuggler of her discovery of the 3 additional prison planets, the rebellion on Arbra, and her plan to use prisoners to fight the battles. When she finished, Camlopan sat back, deep in thought.
"And you are committed to this?"
"Alphonse is dead, isn't he?"
she asked. The lobster nodded, touched a button on his armrest, and descended a set of steps that materialized from the base of the throne. He approached the senator, stopping before her as his eye stalks rotated to focus on the woman.
"I want 50%,
he stated, his voice no longer echoing through the room.
50%? She asked incredulously. "Half of the prisoners? For what?"
"My purpose for the slaves is not your concern," he said. "I require 50%.
10%, she countered. "I need them for the war."
30,
Camlopan offered, a hint of caution in his bass voice.
"If you wish to enlist my services, that is the deal."
Dari stared at the lobster towering over her, weighing her options and the smuggler's price. Slowly, she nodded her head, a smile caressing her lips.
"Deal."
Camlopan offered the O'Glenn's equivalent of a smile, a look of menace that made Terra want to take a step back. She resisted the urge, standing her ground.
"What did you have in mind, Senator?"
Camlopan asked.
"Can we find some chairs?"
she asked, reasserting her authority.
"This is going to take a while."
The shuttle left the mouth of the cave, turned to starboard, and lifted toward the starry sky. Turbulence rocked the ship as it climbed through the atmosphere, the ride smoothing as it achieved orbit.
Darez and Terra sat alone in the passenger cabin, strapped into their seats against the bucking of the ship. Darez saw the relief on the woman's face as the ship steadied, exiting the atmosphere.
30% is a steep price, Darez said. We were already anticipating losses. This will deplete our resources even quicker.
Yes, she agreed, brushing a loose strand of hair from her face. We will have to find a new source of prisoners.
We could pull from all 3 prisons, he offered.
He folded his arms and leaned back into the chair.
No, she shook her head.
We need to leave one as an example. If and when a question arises, I want one to be a model of parliamentary oversight.
And the others? He asked.
Fill them, she stated. Fill them beyond capacity.
She sat in silence for a moment, an idea forming in her mind.
And while you're doing that, she stared at Darez. We will test Kamlopan's network to see if he is as good as he says he is.
What do you have in mind? He asked, raising an eyebrow.
It's time I found myself a spot on another committee, she mused. Something military-related. Can you think of anyone that might be vulnerable to blackmail?
Darez thought for a moment, tapping his chin with a finger.
Yes, ma'am, he replied with a grin. I know someone who needs to retire.
Minutes later, the ship left Cropple behind. The comm line chimed at 2 a.m. Dari Terra rolled over, looked at the ID of the caller, and cursed. Does the man believe in sleep? She drew the blanket up, ensuring she covered herself before she activated the comm. A small holographic image of David Darez appeared on her nightstand. What? She asked, exasperated. Good morning. His clean-shaven face smiled innocently. You may want to turn on the news. I think you'll find it interesting. The hologram vanished, Darez's ghost image slowly evaporating into the air. Terra rolled her eyes and propped herself upright on the pillow. Desmora, she called to her computer. News. The far wall of her bedroom sprang to life, filling the darkness with flickering light from the chaotic images on the screen. She rubbed her eyes and focused. It took a moment for Dari to make sense of the activity, but the recognition put a smile on her face. A hoverbot floated high above the immaculate grounds of a mansion. Spotlights played across the house and lawn as 4 TSA police vehicles hovered above the grounds. Hundreds of raggedly dressed aliens and humans mingled among the manicured gardens, a sparkling pool, and various sculptures. A half-dozen of the interlopers swam into the pool, the clear water turning brown and murky. Dari commanded the computer to raise the volume, and she heard the newscaster narrate the scene. She pulled her knees up into her chest, arms around her legs, as she watched.
TSA police have surrounded the home of Senator Mbighi of Marome, she heard, where apparently a group of escaped prisoners have taken refuge. As you can see, they appear to be making themselves at home.
The male announcer added with a bit of humor. A picture of the senator appeared on the right side of the screen, accompanied by a scroll of information outlining her political career, as well as statistics about her home world. Dari read the history briefly, noting she was the number 2 on the Military Affairs Committee, before turning her attention back to the scene. The TSA police were closing in, using stunners to incapacitate the roving prisoners. Blue stun beams flashed across the pristine grounds until every prisoner lay unconscious. 3 TSA officers waded into the pool to pull unconscious escapees out of the water before they drowned.
The police have moved in and subdued the prisoners with minimal force,
the newscaster narrated.
I would like to offer a round of applause for a job well done.
Dari heard the faint clapping from off-camera. The screen split in 2, showing the mop-up at the residence on the left and the announcer on the right. He touched his ear, eyebrows furrowing as he listened to whoever spoke into his ear.
I am receiving new information,
he said hastily, excited.
Senator Mbighi has now been arrested for aiding and abetting prisoners, harboring the prisoners, and treason against the Tri-System Authority.
An intern or stagehand ran in from off-camera, depositing several documents on the table in front of the man. The female intern turned, staring at the camera. Her eyes widened in shock before she bolted out of camera range. The newscaster read the top page before looking directly into the camera, pain and astonishment evident in his face.
This is unprecedented in my career as a journalist. A memo from the TSA Parliament states that Senator Mbigi has been implicated in a plan to use prisoners to fight the military, to stage a coup, he read. A transport from a previously unknown prison has been found on the grounds. The flight plan shows the senator's residence as a waypoint before the prisoners were to be sent to Haraz for the coup.
The newscaster shook his head, at a loss for words. Dari ordered the screen off, and the room plunged into darkness. She smiled in the dark, nodding her head. "Well played, David," she said aloud. "Now all I have to do is talk to Senator Ziraon about placement on his committee." She ordered the computer to call Derez. His hologram appeared on her nightstand. A smile split his face. "So?" "Well played," Terra nodded. "Pass along my regards to Kamlopan for a job well done." She smiled. "I assume he took his 30%.
"He said this one was free,"
Derez replied. "A gift to prove his commitment." She nodded. "And you'll be interested to know that I've already been fielding calls from the military about a replacement for the senator. They are quite concerned, with a rebellion brewing, that the right person replaces Mbigi. I've sent word through my military contacts that you are interested in filling the senator's now vacant position." He nodded. "You have been supportive of their efforts. They will speak favorably of you." Dari leaned back, her knees still tucked into her chest. Her mind raced with the puzzle pieces falling into place. "Almost there," she thought. "David," she said, turning to look at the vidscreen, "fill the prisons. Anyone at odds with the TSA should be found and imprisoned. We're going to need prisoners to fight the battles." "I have already issued the orders," Derez replied, nodding. "The TSA police are already cracking down on everyone for even the smallest infraction." Dari smiled. "Lieutenant Derez, I think you've earned a promotion." Chapter 8. Remy Pokuan scrambled for a handhold amidst the swaying of the landing craft. Although rough straps held him securely to the dropship seat, he desperately tried to stabilize himself with a grip of anything. His blue fingers found purchase on a small beam running lengthwise along the hull, and held on for dear life with one hand. The other hand held his stomach, holding back the threatening bile. Remy estimated almost 100 men and aliens of various species filled the bay of the ship. Each passenger sat snugly secured in the pitching freighter. They wore identical tan coveralls, some of which were covered in vomit. The smell drifted through the bay, and Remy felt his stomach threaten to empty. He gulped down, wincing at the bitter aftertaste. No one paid any attention to the blue click, and he knew the reason. Everyone was concerned with their own fate. The only being he knew was the Clandeau sitting beside him. He looked to his left, watching as Gerzon scrambled for a handhold amidst the bucking of the ship. Gerzon's green hands finally found a grip. He turned, saw Remy staring, and offered a fearful nod. Atmospheric re-entry rocked the ship, and Remy momentarily lost his grip. His hand shook as he regained his grip on the beam. He wiped away the sweat with his arm and wondered for the 1,000th time how he ended up on the transport. The ship lurched to port, tossing him against the hull, his head bouncing off the seat backrest. Another bout of turbulence, and he floated, weightless, for a count of 2. Gravity returned, and he lost his lunch, adding to the mess already on the deck. The ship shook violently, with a near miss from anti-aircraft batteries on the planet below, and Remy heaved again. A loud explosion sounded outside the hull, peppering the fuselage with debris and rocking the ship. Remy's imagination ran amok, visualizing one of the other landing craft exploding, and he feared his ship would be next. The flight smoothed a moment later as the ship sped underneath the barrage of fire. The sudden absence of turbulence gave him a renewed sense of hope. Remy found his purchase on the amidships beam again as a voice blared over the speakers. He looked up at the speaker in the ceiling.
2 minutes till landing.
The sense of hope vanished with the thought of landing in a war zone. He closed his eyes and began praying to a long-forgotten deity. The ship rocked again, and he heard a mechanical whine as the landing struts extended.
30 seconds,
blared the speaker. Retro rockets flared, and the inertia threw him forward against the straps. The strain of engines filled the bay, a high-pitched whine that grew with each second. The ship banked sharply, and he heard another explosion, followed by another. His blue hands trembled. He swallowed against a dry throat. The skids touched dirt, and the ship slid to a stop. He caught the strong smell of cinnamon and turned to see Gerson, sweat streaming down his face. The Clando offered a weak smile and a hesitant thumbs up as the restraints released. The hatch opened, bright light and humid air flooding the bay. Remy shoved the straps out of the way and stood as his fellow passengers ran toward the open hatch. A few slipped and fell in the mess on the deck, the rest trampling them on their way to the exit. Flashes of pulse rifles punctuated the bright sunlight of Arbra. The prisoners roared in defiance as they exited the dropship, drowning the sound of the constant barrage of laser fire and the impacts of lasers on the ship's hull. Remy followed the initial push, dropping to the ground, and thought about how he ended up on the dropship. Remy stood in a packed courtroom, his hands shackled before him, staring up at a Chandrilian judge. The magistrate stared back at Remy with 4 eyes and sad, drooping ears as he listened to the counsel from both sides. Remy glanced behind him at the line of other prisoners waiting their turn. He gulped, knowing that the day would not end well. Interstellar commerce with an expired license, and finally trespassing on restricted lands on the moon of Kritur, the prosecutor finished. Guilty! The Chandrilian banged his gavel. Gloved hands grabbed Remy, hauling him away before he could even lodge a protest. He glanced at his court-appointed lawyer. The man shrugged before tossing Remy's case file on the desk and picking up another file. Guards escorted him from the courtroom, down a long Duracrete ramp, and on board a crowded freighter. He cringed as the smell of unwashed bodies assaulted his nostrils. The guards placed him on the cold metal floor of the ship, shackled him to an oval ring, and left. Remy looked around the cargo bay. He saw representatives of every species, male and female. Some cried, some tugged at their restraints. None wanted to talk. The guards left, returning at regular intervals to bring in additional prisoners. The guard sat a Clando beside him, shackling him to the same bolt on the floor. "I'm Remy," he whispered. "Gerson," replied the Clando. "Quiet," the guard said, as they shackled yet another prisoner into the overcrowded ship. "No talking." They left, returning a moment later, and filling the last 3 spots on the floor with prisoners. The guards stood for a moment, counting heads, before exiting and sealing the door behind them. Remy watched as the light faded with the closing hatch. The foreboding boom of the door echoed through the hold, sealing them in total darkness. The lights flicked on a few seconds later, bathing the bay in harsh light. The clanging of metal drew his attention to a walkway that circled the bay, and a human in a TSA military uniform. The man touched a button on the wall, and his amplified voice echoed through the bay. "Welcome," he said with a friendly tone. "You have all been convicted of various crimes and sentenced to spend the rest of your lives in a penal colony. There is one way, and one way only, to avoid that fate." He held up a piece of paper. "This is a full pardon, absolving you of all of your sins. To get it, all you have to do is volunteer for a mission for the TSA." "What mission?" someone yelled. "Fight for your government," the man said. The crowd murmured. Some laughed at the offer, others cursing the TSA. Remy watched and listened, but remained silent. "You will have until we reach our destination to make your decision," the officer nodded. "Think about it." He flipped the amplifier off, turned, and walked off the catwalk, disappearing into the bowels of the ship. "What was that all about?" Gerson asked, turning his wide, fright-filled eyes to Remy. A vibration inched through the ship, and the faint hum of the engines filled the air, cutting off Remy's rebuttal. The hum turned into a roar. The force of the lift pressed Remy to the floor. Screams of pain and anger echoed in the ship. Remy wondered if he would ever see daylight again. Dari Terra stood on the balcony of her apartment that overlooked the Haraz River on the eastern edge of the city. The wind tousled her hair, caressing her skin beneath the nearly translucent gown she wore. She stared at the city lights, mesmerized by the constant flow of traffic between the buildings. She heard the distant roar of engines, her eyes tracking a large freighter as it lifted from the spaceport. She took a sip from the drink in her hand, the liquid burning its way down her throat. She drummed her fingers on the balcony handrail, anticipating a call to update her on the assault on Arbra. There were no doubts, no hesitation in executing her plan. If thousands, if millions have to die for my cause, so be it. She took another sip, relishing the liquid fire. The comlink buzzed, and she quickly left the balcony. She downed the last of her drink before dropping the empty glass on her kitchenette bar. She answered the holocall on the second buzz and flashed a genuine smile as David Derez's hologram filled the space before her. He stood on the edge of a control room, officers working feverishly on consoles at his back. He wore his hair shorter than usual, buzzed, which gave him a more sinister look, along with woodland camouflage fatigues and a pistol on his left hip. "Good evening, Lieutenant Commander," she greeted, emphasizing his new rank. "How are you tonight?"
"Busy. The first reports are coming in from Arbra," he responded. The additional troops had the desired effect.
"When will the images be available?" she asked, picking up her glass and taking a drink.
"Within the hour."
Remy Pokuan crested the hill on the moon of Kretur and wiped the sweat from his blue brow. He dropped his pack, stretched, and basked in the sunlight. He closed his eyes and turned his face to the sun, letting the warmth caress his face as he stood on top of the mountain. The faint, ghostly image of the gas giant Kali, the mother planet to 4 inhabitable moons, sat to his left, its triple rings glowing in the mid-afternoon sun. The blue click sucked in the thin oxygen as he stared out over the mountain range he had spent the last week climbing. "A well-earned vacation," he murmured, his voice carried away by the wind. For almost 2 months he had been hauling cargo in a surprisingly lucrative triangle route. He packed his small freighter, the Wanderer, with raw materials from a mining consortium on an unnamed colony and set course for Pans. Those delivered, he acquired agro-machines on Pans and navigated through the nebula to Hasmor. With food supplies stocked, he set course back to the unnamed colony of miners. Each circular trip took 9 days. After the 6th rotation, he set course for Kretur to relax. He spent a day at the resort before checking out. He packed a rucksack and set out on the famed Walk of Solitude. 4 days of hiking and climbing, and he stood on top of a mountain far away from the hustle and bustle of interplanetary politics and breathed in the crisp, clean air. As advertised, he smiled. The sun inched toward the horizon, and Kali took a more distant presence in the sky. The air grew cold in the high altitude, and Remy made camp, building a small fire. He lay there, left arm supporting his head, as he ate a piece of dried jerky and stared up at the cloudless night. He laughed lightly at the irony. "I see this view every day, and yet here I lay staring at the stars." He camped on top of the mountain for 3 nights, staring at the night sky and sleeping peacefully, happy to be breathing non-recirculated air. On the 4th morning, rejuvenated and ready to resume his trade triangle, he packed up camp and began the long trip back down the mountain. 1 day downhill reversed the 4-day uphill climb, and he arrived at the ranger station a full day before he expected. "And I was arrested the moment I stepped foot in the ranger station," Remy said. Gerson shook his head sadly. The Blue Click and the Clando stood across from each other at a boulder they were using as a table. The rough walls of the underground cavern, their new home, surrounded them. Hundreds of prisoners milled around the cavern, some predator and some prey. Both Remy and Gerson had already been forced to defend themselves. For the moment, no one paid any attention to the 2 aliens standing in a corner. "It's happening more and more, I'm told," Gerson explained. "People are being arrested for the slightest of charges." He raised his arm, waving it toward the throng of prisoners, as if to say, "See, I'm right. The TSA military is even getting involved. It's so bad." "How do you know?" Remy asked. Gerson nodded toward the young lieutenant, talking to a quartet of prisoners, a stack of paper in his hands. "Him, for one. But it was the military that attacked my convoy." "Convoy?" "A 12-ship fleet of merchants," Gerson explained.
We decided to fly together after several of our mutual friends were hijacked and killed.
What happened? Asked Remy.
We were attacked, Gerson said. 2 ships, identified as TSA, opened fire. 3 of our ships were destroyed instantly.
Sadness filled his voice, replaced by anger as he continued with his story.
The rest of us fought back, he nodded. We'd heard rumors about the TSA attacking merchants, but we thought they were just stories.
He smirked.
How little did we know.
What happened?
They called in reinforcements, Gerson continued. We were outnumbered and outgunned. 8 ships destroyed, some with women and children aboard. The rest of us were arrested, tried, convicted, and sent, he raised his arms again, here, wherever here is.
Here is Plixtay, a voice said, and the 2 aliens looked up to find the TSA officer standing beside them.
My name is Torum Clorig, Special Military Attaché to the Criminal and Prison Oversight Committee. And you're here to offer us pardons? Gerson asked. Yes, Clorig confirmed. All you have to do is agree to fight on Arbra.
The aliens looked at each other and then back to the officer.
Arbra?
They asked in unison.
That's not really important,
Torum smiled. Remy thought him a young human, but saw fire and conviction in his eyes.
Are you willing to take a chance of freedom? He paused. Or spend the rest of your days here? I'm not a soldier, Gerson stated. Will we get training?
You will be given every tool needed to accomplish the mission, the officer smiled. Remy looked at Gerson, who nodded.
When do we leave?
The images are coming in now, Darez said, stepping past Dari and entering her apartment. He turned to face her as she closed the door. I've asked Berinda to transmit them here.
Have you seen them? She asked.
A pair of comfortable pants and a pullover shirt replaced her gown as she moved to a fully stocked bar at the edge of her kitchenette. She poured herself another drink, this liquid a soothing contrast to the earlier drink. She offered one to Darez, who waved his hand and shook his head. She joined him on the couch, tucking her legs under her.
No, he replied. The landing occurred about 4 hours ago our time. The images were sent directly to TSA headquarters and then to me.
He touched his ear as his comlink buzzed. Berinda is sending them now. He sat on the arm of the sofa, opposite Dari, as the lights dimmed. A 3-dimensional hologram of the battle space filled her living room. The transmission, from an angle of high and right, showed a group of transports entering the atmosphere of Arbra. Terra counted over 30 craft buffeted by anti-aircraft fire. One transport exploded, leaving smoke and debris falling from the bright sky. The ships plunged toward the ground, slipping under the barrage. Dari felt her stomach flip-flop as the cameras stayed with them. She jumped as a missile streaked in from the right of the frame and turned a transport to dust. Missiles and lasers filled the air. Terra watched the ships approach a large valley surrounded by forests. Volley after volley of lasers streaked from the wooded areas, and 6 of the ships plummeted to the ground, rolling end over end. Sections of the ships separated, scattering debris with every flip. Explosions erupted, filling the air with smoke and fire. The first of the undamaged transport ships touched down. Intense laser fire greeted the transport. The ship returned fire, the lasers sporadic and ineffective. The troop cargo doors, massive hatches on both sides of the long, flat fuselage, opened, disgorging hundreds of men and aliens onto the battlefield. The ground fire intensified, an almost solid wall of laser fire that cut through the attackers like a scythe. A second transport landed, then a third and a fourth, each meeting the same fate as the first. Terra tensed, gripping her drink tightly as she stared at the hologram. The last of the ships touched down, the doors opened, and tan-clad prisoners ran off the ship. She leaned forward, watching as the laser fire intensified. She heard the defiant yell of the prisoners as they bounded off the ship. Wave after wave of attackers plunged toward the Arbran rebels, only to fall a few steps away from the ship. In the sea of brown and tan, she watched as a blue and a green prisoner, the only blue clique and clando that she had seen during the attack, fall in a hail of red lasers.
No one returned fire? Terra asked, as the hologram dissolved and the lights returned to normal. She took a drink, blinking at the sudden illumination.
They were not armed, Senator, Darez replied, standing. I wasn't about to arm 1,000 prisoners and put them on unmanned transports. Besides,
You wanted to slaughter to gain sympathy with the public. He nodded toward the empty air where the hologram had been. This should do it. Terra stood, pacing back and forth, her thoughts filled with ways to spin the carnage to her advantage. She stopped, looking at Darez. I want this released to the public as soon as possible. Have your team write up something about the slaughter of defenseless refugees, peoples of the TSA simply seeking sanctuary. Label the Arbran commander as a war criminal. I want the people of the TSA demanding retribution. Darez nodded. Anything else? She topped off her drink before plopping back onto the plush sofa. Show it again. Chapter 9.
Lieutenant Dawson, Lieutenant Zarek, Lieutenant Baranucci, and Ensign Stett,
the intercom announced.
Report to Flight Area 2.
The quartet stood in the day room of the barracks, staring at images of the attack on Arbra on the holoscreen. Tables, chairs, an old-style pool table, and 4 holoscreens filled the large open bay. Dawson shook his head as wave after wave of defenseless prisoners bounded out of the attack craft into the blistering hail of laser fire. He looked around to see Zarek wince, Baranucci stand, mouth agape, and Stett wipe away a tear. Each of them held a flight bag in their left hand, helmets in their right. The image of Senator Terra filled one half of the screen, and Dawson tensed. The woman fought back tears as she spoke, but having met the woman, he knew it all to be a show.
These refugees, these unarmed innocents,
she said, pain and anger in her voice,
were slaughtered, plain and simple. The government of Arbra and its military leaders must be apprehended and tried for war crimes.
The senator continued to speak, but the announcer dubbed over her speech as he began talking to his assembled roundtable experts. Dawson listened for another moment before flicking off the screen. Okay, he said, shuffling the bag in his hand to get a better grip. We can discuss current events later. He nodded toward the door. We have a flight to catch. They left the barracks, exiting the building into the mid-morning chill. Steam rose from splotches of grass, and the horizon held an eerie glow, the promise of a new day. They walked a quarter-mile to a waiting air car, boarded, and traveled the short 10-minute trip to the airfield in silence. Dawson led the team aboard a waiting shuttle, strapped in, and felt the ship lift moments later. He stared out of the window, mindlessly watching the dawning landscape pass by below. The images of the battle, coupled with the loss of Plarug, weighed heavily on his mind. Lieutenant Plarug requested a medical drop after the seer beating. He spent 2 weeks in the infirmary, with Dawson and the rest of the team visiting him daily. While the rest of the team healed and got stronger, the doctors told Dawson that Plarug only wanted to sleep. Eventually, the bandages came off, his external wounds healed, but the emotional scars grew. Mark learned of Plarug's night terrors and went to see him. Plarug told Mark that he wanted to leave the regiment. Are you sure? Dawson asked, sitting in a chair beside Plarug's bed. The worst part is over. It's flight school and then graduation. I can't. Plarug struggled. He reached for a container of water, his hand visibly shaking. The doctors won't clear me for flight school. They recommend counseling, but I've already done that. I just want to go home, he said dejectedly. To the garbage hauler? Dawson inquired, wincing at his tone. Plarug opened his mouth to reply, thought better of it, and simply nodded instead. He resigned an hour later. The 4 remaining teammates sent him off with as grand a party as they could throw, with all of them still nursing injuries. They filled the busty ostrich, laughing and talking about everything but Seer. Tack Patterson and Tack Kelton attended, appearing sad to see Plarug leave. It seemed like a year ago to Dawson, but it was only last week. Now they were heading for the far side of the planet and the final phase of training. The shuttle landed, and the quartet disembarked. Dawson led them into the shade of an office building, asked directions from the receptionist, and continued through the winding, sprawling complex to their assigned billets. He found a message notice on the electronic board affixed to his door. He actuated the device and read it aloud. Stow your gear, get some chow, and report to Briefing Room A at 14:30 hours. He checked his chrono. 3 hours. He returned to reading the note. If you are a qualified pilot, be prepared for an orbital hop today. All others will be reporting to flight orientation. He turned to his team and saw tired faces staring back. This is it. This is what the last 5.5 months have been about. He jerked a thumb at the note. We have a few hours to get ready for an orbital hop. Let's get to it. The four disbanded, each heading for their own room. Dawson entered his assigned quarters, set his bag and helmet on the single bed, and sat heavily beside his belongings. He pulled his hands to his face and fell backwards while rubbing his eyes. He might have had the last 2 weeks off to recover, but he felt the bone-weary ache of someone pushing themselves. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, and thinking about all of the things that had happened in the year, when the comlink buzzed. He sat up, reached over to the small desk at the foot of the bed, and touched the screen. A smile crossed his lips as Kirian's image appeared on the monitor. Her eyes looked past Dawson to examine the room.
So, you made it to flight school,
she said. Just arrived, he replied, moving from the bed to the desk chair. He adjusted the monitor so that her image looked directly at him. How are you doing?
I'm good.
She nodded.
I'm the senior weapons officer on the Avenger, and I have a new junior,
she said, moving out of the way. Plaroog stepped into view, smiling sheepishly.
Hello, sir,
he greeted. A smile filled Dawson's face as relief flushed through his body. He had been concerned about Plaroog, but knew that Kirian would take care of him. Hello to you. So, no garbage hauler?
No, sir,
he smiled.
The regiment thought I needed to be with a familiar face and arranged a transfer. Lieutenant Urek is taking good care of me.
If she doesn't, you let me know, Dawson replied. Plaroog nodded, said his farewells, and moved off, allowing Kirian to rejoin the conversation.
He's doing fine. The ship's doctor, as well as the captain, knows what he went through. They are watching him. We are watching him.
Thank you.
But that isn't the reason I called,
she said.
Have you seen the news?
Dawson nodded, and the two discussed the implications of the refugees on Arbra and Terra's involvement. Those aren't refugees, he muttered. They are prisoners. It's clinics all over again. She knew of the Jake Cutter conspiracy that led Dawson to crash onto the Parliament building. He had confessed the entire affair on one of their dates before her departure from the regiment, but neither spoke of it outright on the comm.
Watch what you say,
she warned.
You never know who may be listening.
Mark nodded and changed the subject. Their conversation lasted over an hour before Dawson stretched. I hate to do this, but I have a flight in about 90 minutes and I have to find some food.
You are doing your orbital hop?
He nodded, and she continued.
Then I need to tell you something about the new fighters.
Non-secure line, he cautioned, reminding Kirian of her earlier warning. She nodded.
That's why I sent you the information on an encrypted line.
Dawson nodded as a message indicator began to flash on his computer. Got it, he said.
Make sure you study it before you take the test flight,
she warned.
You'll need the information.
He nodded. Thanks, and thanks for calling. He smiled. I needed to talk.
You have my number.
She winked, and the connection went dead. Dawson stood, stretched, and checked his chrono. So much to do, he said, and got to work. Welcome to Special Operations Flight Academy. I am Commander Timmix, your lead instructor. The green-skinned Clandeau spread his arms in welcome. He adjusted his stylish mirrored sunglasses before clasping his hands behind his back. He paced back and forth in front of the assembled trainees. Congratulations on making it this far. You are all qualified and capable pilots. He smiled, stopped, and stared over the rim of his glasses at one of the trainees in the first row. He winked. We'll make you better, he said smugly, and continued his pacing. Over the next few weeks, you will undergo rigorous training in tactics and maneuvers, and you will have the opportunity to fly the latest prototype fighter, the Aratel. Dawson stood front of the formation of 20 pilots, 4 squads of 5, squinting into the twin suns heading for the horizon behind the commander. Mark looked around at the long row of hangars that sat on the far side of the Duracrete surface and the airport control tower, which cast a long shadow across the airfield. He nodded at row after row of the standard twin-nacelled capstan fighters, which lined the near edge of the field. A faint roar interrupted his inspection of the airfield. He scanned the horizon, peering into the bright light from the setting suns. It took a moment before he saw the dark blot in the distance. The object took shape as it neared, the engine roar growing louder. The ship flashed overhead, banking to starboard. Mark Dawson received his first look at the prototype Aerotel fighter. The inverted V-designed ship sported one large dorsal fin almost as tall as the wings were long. The cockpit sat nestled at the crook of the inverted V, secure within the confines of the wings. Mark studied the design, wondering about the ejection system, since part of the fuselage sat above the cockpit. Underneath? The ship slowed, stopped, and hovered. The pilot rotated the ship in a 360-degree turn, and Dawson saw weapons ports and missile tubes along each of the wings. The ship rotated a second time before the pilot pulled the nose up and gunned the engines. The ship rocked skyward faster than any fighter Dawson had ever flown. A surge of adrenaline flooded his system, and he smiled, rubbed his hands together, and nodded.
"I see our resident celebrity is eager to fly the new ship," Commander Timmick said, drawing everyone's attention. He pointed to Dawson. "Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant Mark Dawson, hero of the Parliament."
Applause rippled through the formation. Mark blushed and lowered his head. He took a deep breath and looked up to meet the eyes of the commander, wondering why the Clando would make that type of introduction.
"Yes, Lieutenant," he continued, standing in front of Mark. "I know who you are, and I will tell you now that you will not, under any circumstances, crash one of my prototypes. Is that clear?"
Dawson opened his mouth to respond when a familiar voice in the back of the formation interrupted.
"Like his girlfriend did."
Mark's embarrassment turned to anger in a heartbeat, and he turned to stare daggers at Lieutenant Morum.
"Girlfriend?"
Commander Timmick inquired. Dawson faced forward, fists clenched. He heard a whispered, "Let it go," from Zarek behind him. "Lieutenant Nurek," Morum supplied. Dawson saw recognition in the commander's eyes.
"Yes."
Timmick stepped forward, almost nose to nose with Mark. Dawson wanted to take a half step back, but held his ground despite the Clando's halitosis.
"She was expelled, if I recall."
He pulled away from Dawson, his soft snicker morphing into a humorless laugh.
"It would be a shame if you met the same fate."
Dawson unclenched his fist, exhaling slowly.
"First orbital lift is in 15 minutes, the commander continued through the laughter. "Report to your designated ships."
Dawson turned to look at Morum with hatred in his eyes. Morum smiled, turned, and walked away without a word.
"Welcome to your third week of training,"
Commander Timmick said over the comm.
"Lieutenants Morum and Dawson lead the class with the best times and scores. Today's exercise will help determine honor graduate and guarantee one of you the assignment of your choice,"
he finished.
"The first test is the obstacle course. Whenever you're ready, gentlemen."
Dawson, already cruising over the countryside, nodded absently as he checked his harness straps, cinching them a little tighter. Satisfied, he nosed his capstan down, entering a series of canyons, the obstacle course of Ritmar. The capstan hugged the canyon walls as Dawson relaxed into his chair. The flat hull design made the capstan an all-purpose fighter, excellent for atmospheric or space battle. The narrow fuselage gave way to sweeping wings with a plethora of weapons aligned along the wings. Twin stabilizing fins angled from the aft rear of the ship, while a small bubble canopy perched on top provided an unobstructed 360-degree view around the craft. Dawson banked through the cutbacks and under rock formations at three-quarter speed. Rocky outcroppings and the occasional scraggly tree zipped by. He barrel-rolled through a switchback, flying only meters above a flowing stream. The capstan followed the winding valley until the canyon began to narrow. Dawson pushed the throttle to full, heading for a slot in the convergence of the two valley walls. The hint of a smile touched his lips as he spun the ship, corkscrewing through the constricted chasm. Once through the narrow opening, the mountain walls turned abruptly to port, and Dawson slammed his foot against the left pedal. The G-force compensator kicked in, pulling his harness tighter as the ship banked. The shields flared briefly as they scraped the canyon wall. A second later, the capstan exited the system of canyons and began to climb.
Time!
Commander Timmix called over the comm. Dawson leveled the ship, breathing a sigh of relief.
Lieutenant Dawson completed the course in... We have a new course record, 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Congratulations, Lieutenant. You beat the old record by 12 seconds.
Dawson clapped his hands together before returning them to the controls of the fighter. Roger, he said. Thank you, sir.
That ties Morum and Dawson for the lead,
Timmix said. Dawson had no idea who the commander's audience was, but he was broadcasting over an open frequency. The regiment? Dawson thought.
We will have a tiebreaker,
Timmix continued.
A war game, winner take all.
Dawson flew over the countryside in silence, listening to the instructions and rules of the game. His controls flashed, power levels for weapons dropped. He leaned forward, tapping the gauge, as Timmix's voice continued.
Your weapons have been reduced to 1/10 power. The computer will calculate any damage and adjust your ship's performance accordingly.
Dawson sat back, his concern at the sudden changes to his controls gone. Timmix continued.
The final competition begins now.
Dawson had no time to acknowledge as an Aerotel appeared from the valley below, firing 1/10 power laser bolts. The capstan's shields absorbed the hits easily, but the computer showed that the craft had taken damage and adjusted the ship's maneuverability accordingly.
Shields are down to 82%,
a bored mechanical voice sounded in his helmet.
Evasive maneuvers are recommended.
Dawson muttered several choice words to the computer and abruptly changed course, using the thin profile of his fighter to escape the barrage. The Aerotel proved more maneuverable and stayed with the capstan, firing a trio of low-power torpedoes. One hit amidships.
Shields are down to 61%,
the computer reported. Dawson pushed the throttle forward, putting some distance between himself and Morum. He banked sharply, coming around to face the Aerotel head-on, and switched his shields to double front. The enemy ship entered firing range and opened fire with all its forward weapons. Intense green energy bolts and scarlet torpedoes spread out toward the capstan fighter. Dawson recognized the attack pattern, cut speed, and dropped several thousand meters in less than 3 seconds. Dawson felt his stomach rise into his throat as the fighter dropped like a rock toward the canyons below. The Aerotel barrage missed the capstan. Dawson adjusted his shields to normal, brought the nose up, banked his ship, and rose under the Aerotel. He pulled the trigger and watched volley after volley of piercing blue beams slam into the fighter. The Aerotel's shields flared with each impact until the capstan flashed past the prototype. Dawson threw the throttle forward, leaving the enemy ship behind.
Enemy vessel shields are at 78%,
the computer reported.
I'll admit,
Morum's voice echoed through the comm.
That was a nice trick, but that will be the last hits you will make on this ship.
Dawson banked the capstan around, dropping to follow the terrain below. Sensors showed the Aerotel 2,000 meters above him at his 1 o'clock, closing fast. We'll see, he taunted. The Aerotel fired another barrage, green lasers lashing across the blue sky. Dawson pulled up and away, the barrages exploding harmlessly on the valley floor. He spun the capstan fighter, G-forces pushing him into the seat as he tried to get on the Aerotel 6. The prototype banked, but Mark countered the maneuver, staying on target. He fired another volley of blue bolts onto the shields of the Aerotel. The prototype rose sharply, using its massive acceleration to escape the attack.
Enemy vessel shields are at 63%.
Dawson pulled the nose up in an attempt to follow the Aerotel as it zigzagged across the landscape. The G-forces continued to push him back into the seat, and Mark took a moment to adjust his inertial compensators. The alarms beeped, and Dawson saw the Aerotel launch torpedoes, the 4 missiles flashing ahead of the Aerotel before turning and racing past the ship toward Mark's capstan fighter. "Oh, Gletch," Dawson murmured, trying to bank away. 3 of the 4 torpedoes hit the fighter, knocking Dawson against his straps.
Shields are down to 27%,
the computer dutifully informed him. Cursing, Dawson redirected engine power to his shields, acknowledging as the computer reported them back over 40%. The sensors showed the Aerotel closing, and Dawson pulled up, spiraling toward the engagement ceiling of 50 kilometers. The Aritel, now on Mark's tail, followed, firing another volley of torpedoes at the fleeing fighter. The missiles closed, and Dawson launched countermeasures. The projectiles exploded in a series of flashes, none of them close to the capstan. Dawson cut the engines, turned the ship toward the planet, and let gravity do the work. He felt his stomach flip-flop as the ship plummeted toward Ritmar. The smoke and debris of the missiles parted, and Mark saw the horizon, the canyons below, and the Aritel still racing skyward. The computer reported a weapons lock, and Dawson launched his first torpedo. The Aritel slowed its climb, spun on its axis, and dove toward the planet below. Dawson engaged his engines, the thrust propelling the capstan toward the prototype. Dawson found the attack angle he wanted and opened fire with his forward lasers. The Aritel's shields flared under the bombardment, and the ship executed a series of evasive maneuvers. Dawson smiled, recalling Kirian's instructions on how to defeat the Aritel, and stayed on the fighter's tail. The Aritel braked suddenly, and Dawson flashed past. Mark banked sharply, glancing over his shoulder to see 3 more torpedoes launch. How many torpedoes does that thing carry? He banked sharply to port, the first projectile barely missing his fighter. The next one exploded directly over his bubble canopy, the computer automatically dimming the glass. The capstan rocked with the shockwave of the explosion. A second later, the last torpedo hit the bottom left stabilizer fin beneath the ship, jarring his hands on the controls.
Shields are down to 18%.
Dawson banked and dove, reversing his course and roaring into a deep canyon while again directing his energy reserves to the shields. He requested a report on the Aritel's shields.
Enemy vessel shields are down to 15%.
Dawson smiled and activated the comm. What was that about not hitting you again? He banked the capstan back into the obstacle course, slowing as he weaved through the mountain valley.
Don't mock me, Dawson,
Morum warned.
It will be your last mistake.
That choice of assignment isn't looking good for you, Dawson taunted. Second best, again, just like the hostage rescue. Dawson pulled the flight controller back, lifting the capstan from the valley and again racing for the combat ceiling. He looked out of the bubbled canopy and saw the Aritel's contrails on an intercept course. At 22 kilometers above the surface, he saw the launch flash of a pair of torpedoes as the Aritel fired. The target lock light flashed as Dawson pulled back on the throttle and let the capstan stall. The torpedoes closed, the computer calling out the time to impact.
12 seconds to impact.
The computer's monotone voice said dispassionately. Dawson thought he would have to talk to Commander Temix about the tone. Unnerving. The capstan hung motionless for a moment before rotating the nose toward Ritmar.
10 seconds to impact.
Dawson threw the throttle forward and headed for the valley below. The torpedo arced in pursuit, gaining on the fleeing fighter.
4 seconds to impact,
the computer continued. Launching decoys, Dawson said to no one. The last of his 24 high-energy bursts dropped from the belly of the capstan. The torpedoes dipped slightly, tracking the decoys, flashed through them, and returned to the capstan's 6.
1 second to impact.
Dawson gritted his teeth and tensed as the torpedo hit and impacted the starboard wing. Metal ripped, and the ship spun out of control. Oh, Gletch, Dawson repeated, fighting the controls. The world spun around him, and he looked down at the controls to keep from getting dizzy. G-forces pushed him into the seat as he tried to regain control. He pushed the throttle forward, adding more power to the engines, and 4 kilometers above Ritmar, regained control of the fighter. Smoke trailed from the starboard side. Mark flipped a switch, watching as a quick inventory of his systems scrolled across his HUD. Activating the comm, he reported to control. Shields are down, engines at 78%. Weapons are offline. His steady, calm voice surprised him as he dropped into the obstacle course canyons. Major damage to starboard nacelle. The Aritel fired full-power torpedoes. I'm heading for base. He glanced out toward his damaged nacelle, watching the metal cylinder rock in the buffeting winds. If I can make it. The comlink crackled with technicians, controllers, and Commander Temix as they studied the new information. The comlink quieted as Temix called for silence.
Lieutenant Dawson, this is Commander Temix. You and Lieutenant Morum are to return to the hangar immediately.
I'm trying, Mark responded. Klaxons sounded again, and warning lights flashed on the control panel. He looked at the sensors, then out of the bubble canopy as the Aritel crested a ridge to his starboard side, firing a volley of lasers as it cleared the mountain.
I don't like to lose, Dawson,
Morum announced over the comm. Stuck in the canyon, with limited maneuverability, The capstan sustained a dozen strikes before Dawson banked around a bend in the mountain. The computer reported he had 2% shields and one working laser cannon. Dawson swore, pulling up and out of the valley. The Aritel flashed past, and Dawson fired, his single cannon emitting a dozen impacts on the prototype. The ship continued on, unscathed.
Still using war game settings, Dawson?
Morum asked.
Or is your ship that badly damaged?
Dawson did not answer. He pulled on the controls, pointing his ship toward the upper atmosphere as fast as it could go. "Come on," he muttered as the sensors showed the Aritel gaining. "Control, this is Dawson. Morum is still, I repeat, still using full-power weapons. I'm unable to bypass my lock systems. I'm heading for orbit."
"Commander Morum, you will break off your pursuit immediately,"
Timmix growled angrily.
"This is your last warning."
The Aritel continued to close. At the edge of space, the two ships entered weapons range, and the Aritel opened fire. The blue-green laser bolts covered the distance in less than a second, scoring several hits on the damaged capstan fighter.
"Shields are at 2%,
the computer stated calmly.
"Suggest eject."
Dawson shook his head grimly as he turned the ship back toward the planet. "Not today," he said, and threw the throttle forward. The capstan rocked forward, closing the distance between the fighters in the blink of an eye. At point-blank range, all of the capstan's forward weapons fired at full power. The barrage overloaded the Aritel's shields, blasting through the armor plating of the prototype fighter. The ship's engine sputtered, flared to life one final time before dying completely. The running lights flickered sporadically as the ship began to drift in the upper atmosphere. Dawson pulled back on the throttle, banked his ship, and closed on the inverted V-ship, bringing his capstan nose to nose with the Aritel. He saw Morum seething in the prototype's cockpit. He paused, smiled, and waved. "I win."
"Lieutenant Dawson, stand down,"
Timmix ordered from the control station dozens of kilometers below.
"Do not fire upon Lieutenant Morum."
"I had no intention of doing so," Dawson replied, slowly removing his finger from the firing stud.
"You are to hold position until an escort arrives in 4 minutes. You will not inflict further damage to that ship. Is that clear?"
Dawson acknowledged, exhaled to slow his racing heart, and settled in to wait for the escort. The comlink crackled to life, a faint, static-filled voice calling to him. Mark looked out of his cockpit window to see Morum staring at him.
"Dawson, you will not survive this. I am going to kill you if it's the last thing I ever do."
Dawson shook his head. "Your career is already over. Don't make me kill you." He pointed toward the planet. "A simple nudge, and it's a long fall."
"Doubtful,"
came the smug reply. The Aritel's lights and engines flashed to life.
"As you can see, I have power."
The Aritel fighter fired its forward lasers. The beams traced patterns across the capstan, but failed to impact the narrow profile. Morum activated his engines, rotated the ship, and raced toward the planet, firing a pair of torpedoes from his aft tubes. The torpedoes missed, but the capstan vibrated with the near misses and the shock of the distant explosions. Dawson growled as he pushed the throttle forward, pursuing the prototype. The capstan raced along with the Aritel, above and out of aft weapons, exactly where Kyrian had told him to attack the ship. The comlink filled with questions and orders to stand down. Dawson tuned it out as he concentrated on tracking the enemy fighter.
"Dawson, you're correct about one thing. My career is over."
Morum's voice sounded distant, angry.
"But at least I will have the pleasure of killing you. It's time for you to die."
The Aritel banked sharply to port, right into the capstan's gun sights. Dawson fired a full volley of torpedoes and all of his forward energy weapons at the fleeing fighter. The restored shields buckled from the barrage, and he watched his laser bolts march across the hull, tearing large holes in the starboard wing. It ripped free, spinning away from the damaged ship as the remaining fuselage plummeted toward the canyon below. Dawson leaned forward in his seat, watching the ship disappear into the shadow of a valley. An explosion engulfed the dark valley moments later. "I'm not dying today," Dawson said aloud, banking the capstan away from the fire below. "I've still got promises to keep." "Lieutenant Dawson, step forward." Mark stood from his chair behind a wooden desk, adjusted his uniform, and walked briskly to a point directly in front of the three-person tribunal. Dawson assumed the position of attention, staring directly at an admiral sitting in the middle of the dais. Captain McGon, the Special Forces regimental commander, sat to his right. Commander Timmix sat to the Admiral's left, and a handful of other personnel, mostly technicians from the flight school and lawyers, lots of lawyers, filled the rest of the courtroom. Dawson stood in his dress uniform, medals, cords, and other insignias adorning his dress greens. The three-person panel wore theirs as well, the Admiral sporting 2 stars. The entire affair reminded him of the tribunal after the Parliament crash, and his shoulders slumped slightly. Next month will be a year since they died, he thought, and I haven't gotten anywhere.
Records indicate that 3 weeks ago Lieutenant Morum attacked you without warning, the Admiral stated, drawing Dawson from his reverie. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Dawson replied.
And you had no prior incidents with the lieutenant?
The Admiral questioned. We performed missions on 2 previous occasions, sir, Dawson explained, both in the training environment of the regiment. Captain McGon leaned over and spoke to the Admiral, who nodded occasionally during the conversation. The Admiral leaned to his left and said something to Timmix, listened to the response, and performed the same head nod. The Admiral returned to his upright position, staring at Mark. Dawson gulped.
Due to the overwhelming evidence,
the Admiral noted in a formal voice. He picked up an electronic pad from the desk.
And your exemplary record as a trainee at the regiment,
he paused, placed the pad down on the desk, removed his glasses, and stared at Dawson.
Lieutenant,
he began, his voice soft with a hint of exhaustion,
you are making a habit of appearing before tribunals after flight incidents. The first, almost a year ago if I recall, where you crashed into the Parliament building, and now this.
He shook his head sadly.
It's obvious you are an excellent pilot, the Admiral continued, but you seem to be having a string of bad luck.
He sighed.
But you continue to walk away free of charges or blame.
He picked up a gavel and banged the desktop.
Lieutenant Dawson,
his voice official and formal once more,
you are cleared of all charges, and your record shall be expunged of this incident.
Dawson exhaled the breath he did not realize he held. Relief flooded his voice. Thank you, sir. The Admiral nodded to Captain McGon, who picked up his pad. He read the screen before putting it back down and looking at Dawson.
That being said, you are hereby named honor graduate of your class and promoted to the rank of lieutenant commander.
Dawson's eyes widened in shock. His mouth opened and closed. He finally regained his composure. Thank you, sir.
Would you like to know your next assignment?
McGon asked. Dawson offered a confused look.
Sir, I thought I would have my choice of assignments. Normally, yes, the captain replied. But this order comes straight from the Senate.
He reviewed his pad again.
Senator Terra's office. Apparently, she hasn't forgotten your efforts to save her last year,
the Admiral stated, motioning Dawson to approach. Mark stepped forward, and Captain McGon handed him his orders. Mark Dawson read his orders, looked up at the 3-person panel, and back to the piece of paper in his hands.
Lieutenant Commander Mark Dawson,
the paper read,
you are hereby ordered to report to...
Chapter 10.
Commander?
The intercom buzzed.
Force Sergeant Gonzil is here to see you.
Dagon Aoffa finished typing his report before spinning in his chair and leaning toward the comm.
Send him in.
The ragged leather chair creaked with every move the tall officer made. The rock walls of the asteroid office sat barren, the desk equally so. A small computer terminal with 3 monitors sat on the metal desk along with the intercom. A cluster of electronic files sat on a matching metal credenza behind Aoffa. A coat rack holding Aoffa's jacket stood inside the doorway. The door slid open, and Force Sergeant Gonzil entered, stared at a spot over his superior's head, and snapped a crisp salute.
Force Sergeant Gonzil reporting as directed, sir.
Aoffa returned the salute before motioning to one of the 2 worn guest chairs opposite his desk. Take a seat. The sergeant dropped his salute and did as directed. He sat with his back rigidly straight, arms running parallel with his legs, staring straight into Aoffa's face. He was tall, in his early 40s, with graying hair and dark, predatory eyes. Aoffa swiveled in the chair, rummaged through a pile of electronic files on the credenza, found the appropriate one, and turned back to face Gonzil.
He made a show of perusing the sergeant's career record. More than 25 years' service. Aoffa finished the report and turned his attention to the sergeant. "Relax, Sergeant," he said. "This is just an annual review." "Sir," Gonzil almost shouted. "I am relaxed, sir." Aoffa shrugged his shoulders and looked at the file again. Former infantry. That explains it. "Very well. Your previous CO, Mason, did not think very highly of your discipline and abruptness," Aoffa began. He watched the sergeant for any response. Receiving none, he continued. "I find your adherence to the code of conduct and discipline refreshing. Over the last 3 months, you have proven yourself dependable, trustworthy, and above all, loyal." "Sir, you are due to rotate out next month," Aoffa continued. "Thought about where you'd like to go?" Dagon sat back in the chair, the mechanism squeaking with the movement. He crossed his arms, staring at the force sergeant. "Back to the infantry, sir," Gonzil replied, his back straight, staring Aoffa in the eyes. "There is a war on. I want to do my duty." "As a force sergeant?" Aoffa inquired. "That is mid-rank for someone of your experience." "In any capacity, sir," he replied. His tone grew softer as the conversation progressed. "I have a proposition for you," Aoffa smiled. "Extend here and be my sergeant-at-arms. You will be my top enlisted man, with full autonomy to run the base operations, under TSA guidelines, of course." Gonzil's expression changed. Aoffa saw caution, weariness. "A promotion, sir?" "Directly reporting to me," Aoffa nodded. "Not to speak ill of my predecessor, but he left a mess here. I believe you can assist me in cleaning it up." "Permission to speak freely, sir?" Aoffa gave a single curt nod. "Lieutenant Commander Mason was a slacker, sir. He bred a base of slackers." "So, you'll stay?" Force Sergeant Gonzil slid back in his chair, rubbing his chin in thought. "I have the autonomy to whip the enlisted in shape?" "Full." Gonzil sat still for a moment, lost in thought. Aoffa watched his eyes scan the room, not focusing on anything. Finally, the soldier smiled, stood, and extended his hand. "I'm your man." "One thing before you say yes," Aoffa interjected, standing to look Gonzil in the eyes. Gonzil lowered his hand. "I have had more than half the command request transfer since I took over. That indicates a serious problem with discipline, duty, and morale." "Do you want them to stay or go, sir?" Gonzil asked, his voice even. "No one is transferring," Aoffa stated. "Not on my watch." The force sergeant extended his hand again. "When do we start?" Aoffa shook the offered hand. "Tomorrow. We will conduct the promotion ceremony, and then I will turn them over to you." Gonzil pumped Aoffa's hand twice, the grip firm. "I will whip them into shape, sir. You can count on me." "Dismiss, Sergeant-at-Arms." The two men exchanged salutes, and Gonzil left the office. A double knock sounded less than 10 seconds later, and Lieutenant Sorensen entered without waiting. He sauntered over to the chair and plopped down. "Sir, we need to talk." Aoffa finished the note in Gonzil's file before placing it on the desk. He looked up, staring at the lieutenant for a moment before he motioned for Sorensen to proceed. "Morale is low, sir," the XO reported. He squirmed in the chair, obviously uncomfortable. He paused, stammering through the words. "The troops, they do not appreciate your strict adherence to the regulation. Many are coming to me to request a transfer." Aoffa nodded. "They will rotate at the end of their terms, as scheduled. In the meantime, I am putting you in charge of whipping the officers into shape." Sorensen opened his mouth to protest. Aoffa waved a hand to stop him. "Either you can do it, Lieutenant, or I can. Trust me, they do not want me to spend half of my day bringing them up to standard." "Half the day?" "And as for the enlisted," Aoffa continued, ignoring the interruption, "I have taken steps to remedy that issue." Sorensen started to protest, thought better of it, and stood instead. He sighed and offered a nod to Aoffa before leaving the office, shutting the door behind him. Aoffa smirked at the closed door. "I'll have to start with you, XO," he mumbled, before returning to the stack of electronic files on his desk. "In cadence, exercise!" The command echoed across the landing bay, as did the successive commands. The assembled troops, 87 of the 94 assigned to Twiptus, executed push-ups in unison. The men, women, and aliens, dressed in the black TSA physical training uniform, were spread out across the flat Durasteel surface of the bay. Sweat dripped from straining bodies.
The fighters, shuttles, and transports of the base formed a semicircular perimeter around the command. Landing lights from the ships provided the illumination across the makeshift PT field. The overhead lights lay dormant, the protective shield covering the bay doors a solid sheen of glistening energy. The result was a dark, claustrophobic environment meant to exile the last vestiges of hope from the command. Sergeant-at-Arms Gonzil snapped to his feet. He stood on top of a makeshift stage approximately 2 meters high. A small headset and mic projected his voice across the command. Everyone could see and hear the senior enlisted soldier as he led PT for the 10th straight day. Aoffa occupied the platform on Gonzil's right, Sorensen on the sergeant's left. Aoffa lay in the plank position, his arms shaking from the effort of holding his form, waiting for the command to stand. He looked out at the command and saw that most of them were holding the form. A few already collapsed from the strenuous workout.
Group, attention!
The command jumped to their feet. The platform swayed slightly with the movement. Aoffa resisted the urge to wipe the sweat out of his eyes. He opted to stand at attention like the troops, setting the example. He concentrated on his breathing and slowing his pounding heart from the workout.
At ease,
Gonzil ordered. A thin sheen of perspiration covered his forehead.
You are progressing,
Gonzil commented, his voice carrying across the sea of soldiers. Many of the troops hunched over, gasping for breath. Others wiped their foreheads with their sleeves. Aoffa took the opportunity to wipe his one brow as Gonzil continued.
I am pleased with your efforts over the last few days.
He began walking back and forth on the stage. Aoffa and Sorensen stepped back to let him have the front.
We still have a long way to go, but I think you deserve a little something for your efforts. I have discussed this with the commander. He told me he is also pleased with the improvement. With that in mind, there will be no physical training tomorrow.
A tired, cautious cheer echoed through the bay. Gonzil motioned toward the bay control room. The overhead lights flickered to life, and the energy shield over the bay entrance morphed into a clear shell. The light and view of the outside universe behind the stage turned the tired cheer into an enthusiastic roar of approval. Aoffa nodded. He could feel the change in his troops. A good change.
Sir, do you have anything to add?
Gonzil asked, looking at Aoffa. Dagon shook his head.
Very well. Section leaders, continue operations. All work schedules continue in effect. Dismissed.
The troops scattered, moving faster than Aoffa had seen them move in his nearly 4 months on the base. He hopped down from the makeshift stage and grabbed a nearby towel to dry his face.
Gentlemen, a word?
Aoffa turned to see Gonzil standing, hands clasped behind his back, his muscular arms bulging in the inadvertent flex. Sorensen, standing to Aoffa's left, turned to look at the senior enlisted man. Sweat poured from the lieutenant's body. Aoffa could see that Sorensen had already lost weight.
What's on your mind, Sergeant?
Sorensen asked.
A request,
Gonzil stated. Aoffa, curious, motioned for him to continue.
Things are beginning to click. Motivation and discipline are starting to return, but there is one comment that still dominates my discussions with the troops.
What's that? Sorensen asked.
The officers,
Gonzil stated, staring at Sorensen.
I know you have a job to do, but the junior officers are trying to micromanage the troops. I would appreciate it if the officers would back out of day-to-day management. Let me handle it.
Sorensen looked at Aoffa. Dagon had heard the disgruntled chatter already. He slowly nodded his head.
Agreed. You run the day-to-day operations, Sergeant, but, he paused, I want the enlisted to provide status reports at least twice a week to the junior officers. Lieutenant Sorensen still needs to develop them for future assignments. I'll select my junior enlisted to brief the officers.
Gonzil confirmed. He saluted Aoffa, turned on his heel, and trotted off. Aoffa and Sorensen watched him go before the XO turned to Aoffa.
What are we supposed to do, sir, if they're doing all the work? There's always something for us to do, XO.
Aoffa replied, staring down the corridor where Gonzil disappeared around a corner.
But I have a feeling this base will run better without our interference.
He wiped his face with the towel and tossed it on top of the bag at his feet.
Talk to the junior officers, tell them what's going on, and to stay out of the sergeant's business. Monitor the situation, report to me once a week.
Sorensen nodded. Yes, sir. He started to turn away before pausing, hesitant. Permission to speak freely? Aoffa nodded. A report crossed my desk that you may find interesting, Sorensen said. He produced a small data disk from the bag at his feet, offering it to his commanding officer.
Aoffa took the device, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. Sorensen pointed toward the disk.
"That is a report on a Lieutenant Mark Dawson,"
the XO explained. Aoffa rolled the data disk over in his fingers, staring at the small metallic cylinder. He turned his eyes to look at Sorensen. His head remained stationary.
"What do you know of Dawson?"
Sorensen blushed momentarily.
"I read the report of your transfer, sir."
Aoffa felt his face flush with anger. The XO hurriedly continued.
"I wanted to know what kind of man I would be working for. When I read the report, the events leading up to your transfer, I put a trace on any reports on the lieutenant." "So you could report on his career and possibly gain my favor?"
Aoffa inquired. Sorensen blushed again in answer. Aoffa felt his anger subside, replaced with a mix of contempt for the act and ingenuity for it.
"Fair enough. But, Lieutenant,"
Aoffa put an edge on his tone and saw Sorensen tense,
"do not meddle in my affairs again without discussing them with me. Knowledge is a dangerous commodity. That is why we run this base."
He waved a finger at Sorensen.
"Too much knowledge can get you killed."
"Yes, sir," Sorensen responded dejectedly.
"Dismissed,"
Aoffa ordered, and watched Sorensen turn to leave.
"And, Lieutenant?"
"Sir?"
"Keep me informed of any other reports."
Sorensen smiled.
"Aye, sir." A plate of half-eaten food sat on Aoffa's steel desk next to the trio of computer screens. Each of the screens displayed a different aspect of Dawson's career. The screen on the far left showed a picture of Dawson in his dress uniform and a text summary of his decade of service. The far right presented the official documents of his latest incident, the death of a fellow pilot. The center screen rolled the footage of an aerial dogfight, two fighters weaving and chasing each other across the sky. The capstan fighter pounded the newer prototype, tearing off a wing. The disabled ship disappeared into a canyon. A fiery explosion followed, and the report ended. Aoffa shifted his attention between the center and right-hand screen as he read the report. After the third reading of the report, Aoffa nodded and muttered, "Good kill." The TSA officer took another bite, sat back, and watched the looped video again as he chewed. "I will be watching for you, Lieutenant Commander Dawson. Our paths will cross again." Chapter 11.
The crowds are swelling here at the park entrance as the protest gets underway for the third straight week.
Dari Terra stood looking out of her penthouse apartment at the people milling around on the street below. The crowd moved down the avenue toward a distant park. The cool morning air and cloudless sky promised perfect weather for the citizens of the TSA to voice their outrage. She wore her hair up out of her freshly applied makeup, a tight-fitting shirt and a slacks combo that accentuated her curves. She closed her eyes, listening to the news as she raised a cup of java to her lips. She blew the steam away before taking a sip.
"Hundreds have gathered,"
the announcer continued.
"Thousands are expected, as the speakers are expected to begin at noon."
Opening her eyes, she turned her body toward the holovid. She smirked, watching the journalist, wind blowing his hair nearly vertical, as he described the gathering behind him. The camera angle was eye-level and narrowly focused on the reporter. A mass of humans and aliens gathered behind him, filling the scene. Many held signs, some chanted, all of them stared toward the center of the park. She turned back to the window, took another sip of coffee, and stared at the street below.
"We will bring you more as the speakers begin their speeches."
Dari shook her head. "Journalism is nothing but theater," she said aloud as she counted no more than 50 beings gathered at the entrance to the park a few blocks away. A hover bus arrived, disgorging another 15 to 20 beings, each handed a sign as they departed the vehicle.
"Not what you expected?"
She turned to face David Darez and shook her head.
"No,"
she uttered with disdain. She waved her hands in the air, almost spilling her java. "There was supposed to be outrage, riots in the streets at the slaughter of thousands. We've been bussing them in for weeks now, and nothing. This," she pointed out of the window, "looks like the gathering for a 10-year-old's birthday party." Darez nodded, but remained silent. He wore the standard-issue combat battle uniform, CBU, including his sidearm riding high on his left hip. His dark eyes continually switched between watching the senator and the newscast. "The media is doing their bit," she mused, shaking her head as she returned to stare out of the window. "But there needs to be more."
"More than the death of thousands?"
Darez asked. Terra shifted her focus from the small crowd below to her reflection in the window. She took another sip of Java and watched as Darez stood silently, the loyal compatriot. A smile slowly crept across her face, and she turned to face the military officer. "I have a meeting with the military subcommittee in an hour," she said, moving across her apartment toward the door. She set the Java cup on her kitchen bar, gathered her coat, and stopped next to Darez. "I need you to do a couple of things for me." "Ma'am?" "First," she nodded, finalizing the plan in her head, "I need you to send Berinda and Torum to me. I have a mission for them. Then I want you to go to Arbra and personally take command. I'll have the order written before you get there." "Are you sending more prisoners?" he asked. "You think a second wave will make a difference?" Terra nodded. Her voice held a touch of glee when she spoke. "Yes, but I want to send military advisors to lead the next wave. Once the war hits a little closer to home and the TSA starts losing sons and daughters, we'll get what we want. Rage, riots, and the authority to crush the rebellion."
"You want what?"
Senator Zira'an, the committee chair for military affairs, sat back in his chair, placed his booted feet on the table, and steepled his fingers. He stared over his hands at the disarming and charming smile of Dari Terra. He did not buy her innocent persona. He knew better. His sources warned of her unbridled ambition and emotionless treachery. In other circumstances, he thought he could enjoy her companionship, but he feared that she wanted his job, or his head. He was inclined to give up neither. "The situation on Arbra is untenable," she repeated. She sat to his left, her shirt and slacks replaced with more appropriate senatorial attire. A dark, handmade, custom-fitted suit wrapped her body. "We need to implement a conscription service before other planets and moons decide they can rebel as well." The two were alone in the subcommittee conference room. Zira'an looked at his chrono, expecting the rest of the members to arrive any minute. The long table sat empty, save for his custom-made boots, propped on the polished wood as he sat back in his chair. A dozen other chairs sat quietly beneath the wooden table. Holograms of previous subcommittee chairmen adorned 3 walls of the room. A large bay window overlooking the city comprised the 4th. "Conscription?" Zira'an clarified, his Asmorian mane shaking in disbelief. She nodded. He laughed. "I knew you were ambitious, Dari, but this is taking it a bit too far. If we start conscripting people, then regular citizens are going to die." He held up a hand to stave off her interruption. "I know that you've filled the prisons, and you've already sent thousands to die." He smiled at the shocked look on her face. "What? You don't think that you are the first senator to try to consolidate power, do you?" His smile grew in conjunction with the look of shock on her face. "I even know what you did to your ex-husband. Both of them." She opened her mouth to speak, but he held up his hand again. "So, if you want my support in this," he stated, "you'll have to tell me your endgame." He pulled his feet off the table, placed them on the floor, and leaned toward the woman. "What is it that you want?" Terra opened her mouth to speak, but never got the chance. The door opened, and the rest of the committee entered. The senators, a mix of human and alien, including 2 Chandrilla, a Hasmor, a Clando, a Blue Click, and a human, entered the room in laughter. The room quieted as the newcomers recognized the tension between Terra and Zira'an. All eyes focused on the two as the senators took their seats. Zira'an looked at Dari as the members took their seats and winked. Terra's heart raced as Zira'an talked about her ex-husbands, and a cold sweat trickled down her spine. "What is it that you want?" he asked. She opened her mouth to reply, the shock of the conversation muddying her thoughts. The rest of the committee entered, their laughter quieting almost instantly. The 8 committee members took their seats, and Terra could feel the new arrival's eyes on her. She closed her eyes, steeling herself against their gaze, and prepared herself for what came next. She opened her eyes and stared out the window, the rest of the committee at her back. "So," Senator Atipi, a Chandrillian missing half an ear, broke the silence. "What are we discussing today?" Her jaunty voice a stark contrast to the tension permeating the room. "Senator Zira'an and I were discussing the situation on the Outer Rim," she said. She pointed towards Zira'an. He was trying to get my backing for a proposal to conscript citizens into the military to fight the rebellion on Arbra. She saw the shocked looks and hoped that her first strike would be enough. Zira-an cleared his throat and opened his mouth to speak. His voice held a hint of humor.
Senator, I believe you...
The conference room window shattered, spraying shards of glass across the room. Terra dove for the floor, covering her head, as glass flew and the whine of an energy bolt dissipated. A second bolt flashed from a high-rise a dozen blocks away, this one catching Zira-an between the shoulder blades. The bolt propelled him forward, and his head bounced off the conference table. He ricocheted from the impact on the table, slumped from his chair, and limply fell to the floor as two more bolts flashed into the room, striking another senator in the arm and the far wall near the door. Terra raised her head and scurried on her hands and knees to where Zira-an lay gasping for breath. The Hasmore's mane was on fire from the impact of the energy bolt. Terra wrinkled her nose against the stench, but did not extinguish the small flame. She saw the pain in his eyes give way to understanding. She had bested him. The committee chair stared up at Dari. His lips moved, but he uttered no sound. Dari Terra moved in close, looked him straight in the eye, and winked. I have been asked to provide a few words about the heinous attack this morning. We have not suffered a loss like this since the attack on the Parliament last year. The entire Parliament is in shock. Dari Terra stood at a podium before a gathering of journalists and citizens. A ragged line of senators and other parliamentarians spread behind her. Several hung their heads low. Many openly wept. The wind tousled her hair, and she waved a hand to remove it from her face. The sun set in the distance, and a cold breeze blew through her thin slacks. A heavy black leather jacket protected her upper body, but chills still covered her body. She shivered as a gust seemingly moved right through her. The investigation has only just begun, she continued, but preliminary evidence implicates Arbran separatists. A rifle was found. However, at this time we have no specific suspects. Dari wiped away a tear and stepped aside, allowing Senator Atipyi to take her place. The Chandrillian appeared morose, disbelieving. Dari touched the senator's arm reassuringly before moving away and leaving Atipyi at the podium. Terra watched the alien inhale sharply, shudder, and slowly exhale. "My fellow citizens," her voice cracked as she began. She caught herself and began again with a stronger voice. "My fellow citizens, the unprovoked murder of Senator Zira-an will be investigated. Those guilty of this crime will be brought to justice. As the new chairwoman of the military committee, I promise you he will be avenged." The somber crowd erupted in applause, her words resonating with their emotions. "It is appropriate that my first act as chairwoman is to bring his final proposal to the Parliament. Against the wishes of my fellow senators, I am calling for a conscription into the TSA military service. We need you," she pointed to the gathered crowd, "to avenge Senator Zira-an." The crowd erupted again, many of them calling for war against Arbra, others calling for death to anyone involved. The applause and cries for vengeance lasted for several minutes. Atipyi turned her head to stare at Terra. Dari frowned and nodded. The Chandrillian turned back to the crowd to continue her speech, and Terra smiled. "The first conscripts have been notified," Terra said to the image of Derez standing before her. "A few weeks of training, and you will have an influx of soldiers to lead the assault." "A few weeks," Derez repeated. "A few weeks is only enough to get them slaughtered along with the prisoners." Terra nodded. She sat, her legs folded beneath her, on the sofa in the main room of her apartment. Her formal business attire for the Senate replaced with loose-fitting workout clothes, and a bandana held her hair out of her face. "That is exactly what I want. I need the citizenry charged, on edge." She looked past his hologram and saw an empty shuttle compartment. "I now control the prison and the military budgets," she gloated. "With a full-scale war, the funds will be unlimited." Derez nodded. 3 weeks. I'll have the next transports ready for the drop." Terra shook her head. "We can't wait. The death of Zira-an has provided an opportunity we can't let slip past. The citizenry is keyed up. We need to take advantage of that, now." Derez's image shrugged. "What did you have in mind?" "We need an immediate surge," she pondered aloud. She removed the bandana, running her hand through her tangled hair. Someone that can lead the charge that would make an excellent martyr. She saw the hologram smile. What? I have the perfect candidate, he said. Her computer chimed, notifying her of mail. That's an order I need you to sign, Senator. Oh? Yes, ma'am, he continued, transferring Lieutenant Mark Dawson to my command. Dawson? She looked puzzled. Why does that name seem familiar? He is the one that rescued you from your ex-husband last year. Dari nodded as she remembered the lieutenant who limped into the Senate offices. Why him? She asked. He has completed the Special Operations course, Darez explained, so he has the skills to lead the assault. And to survive it, she cautioned. Doubtful, Darez continued. He has completed the course, but with some controversy. He explained the flight training incident and the ongoing tribunal. He's already known for his heroics last year. When he dies in the assault, the population should be outraged. Terra nodded, a smile creeping across her face. Anything else? Yes, Darez nodded. I don't trust him. He was on clinics with your ex-husband and the woman, and the way he looked after discovering their bodies, he was angry. You think he was working with Jake? Darez smiled, but his voice held no humor. I think we need to tie up the loose ends. Chapter 12. Lieutenant Commander Mark Dawson, the order read, you are hereby ordered to report to the Arbran System, Special Activities Division, under the command of Lieutenant Commander David Darez. Mark read it 3 times before looking up at the 3-person tribunal. Gentlemen, he chose his words carefully, while I do have a history with the Senator, this is not the assignment I was going for. What did you have in mind, Commander? Captain McGon asked. Mark paused, realizing he had not really thought about his future assignment. Between the attack and the tribunal, he had concentrated on keeping his career alive, not his future. I don't know, sir. Then this is the perfect opportunity, the Admiral nodded cheerfully. How many other officers get to rub elbows with the political brass? He smiled. This could be the best thing to ever happen to you. Or it could get me killed, Dawson thought, but simply nodded. Yes, sir, he said. The tribunal is concluded. The Admiral banged his gavel again. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a prior commitment. He stood, as did the other officers on the dais. What time do you tee off? McGon asked, smiling. The 3 board members left the dais, heading toward a door to their right. 20 minutes, the Admiral replied, laughing. The door shut behind them, leaving Dawson alone in the courtroom. He looked down, reading the order again, and remembered the Admiral's words. Could this be the opportunity to get close to Terra, to avenge Jake? He shook his head, remembering the attack weeks ago. The Arbran System. This is a death sentence. He turned and exited the courtroom without a sound. Once outside, he removed the hat tucked into his belt. He stared at it, realizing he had to get new rank for his uniform. He donned the headgear, returned a salute from an enlisted woman juggling books and trying to salute simultaneously. He made his way across a parade field toward the grim company barracks. The twin suns beat down on him as he walked, deep in thought. Tack Patterson met him at the door to the barracks. "You've been cleared?" she asked without preamble, looking up at Dawson. The swagger stick was tucked securely under her left arm, her uniform immaculate as always. A smile split the woman's face. The unaccustomed expression made her more ominous to Dawson. She motioned toward a nearby table and chairs. "Yes, ma'am," he replied as they sat. "And your assignment?" she inquired. Dawson produced the orders from his pocket and handed the paper to the woman. She read the order, her eyes narrowing. "This is what you wanted?" Dawson shook his head. "I was requested by name from Senator Terra." Tack Patterson shook her head. "Do you know Lieutenant Commander Darez?" Dawson smirked. "We met once." "Well, I do know him," she interrupted. She leaned forward in the chair. "He came through here a few years ago, ambitious, ruthless, not the kind of officer to turn your back on. His peers had him kicked out, and he did not take it well, tore up the barracks. I wanted him out of the military, but he apparently had connections." "Senator Terra?" Dawson mused. She shrugged. "What's the mission?" "I don't know for sure." He shook his head. "But I have my suspicions." Tack Patterson stood, motioning to Dawson, and he followed suit. "Come with me," she said. "Use my office. Call him and ask." The two moved inside the barracks, and Dawson shuddered from the chill after being under the twin suns. They crossed the barracks, not in disarray for once,
toward the tax office. "Where is everyone?" Mark asked. "Zarek is at HQ awaiting orders. She may end up here as an instructor," Patterson replied. "Baranucci shipped out yesterday. Special Operations Team Beta 3. He'll do well there. And Stet? Stet left an hour ago heading for TSA security," the TAC explained. "From what I understand, she'll be on a task force combating piracy and smuggling." Dawson nodded. He was proud of his team and was glad they all received good assignments. Any other day, that pride in his team would put a smile on his face. Today, he not only worried about his career, but his life. Patterson opened the door to her office, disrupting his thoughts as she ushered him inside. He stopped, frozen in the doorway. The decor overwhelmed him. A handful of framed awards decorated the walls, interspaced between hollow photos of her on mission. He moved inside to get a better look at the awards and mementos. One hollow showed her with a parachute. Another was an image of her hanging out of the door of an older model dropship, rifle in hand. Others showed her with dignitaries from a dozen races. One whole wall was covered with hollows of every class she had taught at the regiment, including Dawson's team. He paused, leaning in to get a look at the team. Everyone was there, and he pointed a thumb at the hollow. "When?" "Before the hostage rescue scenario," she nodded, her voice warm and inviting. She was no longer the tough instructor bent on making life hell for those under her charge. Instead, she was a fellow operator, Dawson's peer. "I'd like a copy of that if that's okay." "You'll have it," she assured him. She pointed to a small desk in the corner near the single window. "Let's make that call." Dawson nodded and sat down. Minutes ticked by as secretaries and junior officers transferred his call from office to office. An ensign asked him to hold, and the screen went blank. Patterson sat out of sight of the camera patiently, while Dawson sat, chin in his right palm, and drummed his left-hand fingers on the desk. Finally, the screen flickered to life, and Dawson stared into the eyes of David Derez. "I'm busy, Dawson," he began without greeting. "Are you on your way?" "Not yet," Mark replied, suddenly defensive. He glanced to Patterson, who sat still, emotionless. "I was only released from the tribunal an hour ago," he continued, turning his attention back to Derez. "I wanted to check and see what you could tell me about the mission." "The mission is for you to get on a transport and get out here," Derez said, annoyed. "Pack a bag and hop a transport. Everything else you need, including a briefing of your job, will be waiting for you." Derez turned and yelled at someone off-screen before turning back to Dawson. "You have your orders. Derez out." The screen went blank, and Mark stared at his reflection in the dark screen. "Charming," he muttered, turning to Patterson. "Any suggestions?" "Watch your back, Lieutenant Commander," she sighed. "Watch your back." Dagon Aoffa stood beside Sergeant-at-Arms Gonzil, observing the crew of Triptus as they performed the latest of Gonzil's drills. A holographic fire raged on one side of the landing bay, 3 shuttles aflame. The asteroid crew moved with precision, working on one shuttle at a time to extinguish the flames and keep them from spreading. Gonzil manipulated the holoprojector in his hand, spreading the flames toward a fuel cache near the force shield-covered bay door. "Are you trying to blow up the bay?" Aoffa whispered out of the corner of his mouth as he watched Exo Sorensen lead a group toward the spreading flames. "I want to make it stressful, sir," Gonzil replied. "Their response time and coordination have increased greatly since the first test." Aoffa nodded, turning his attention back to Sorensen. The officer placed his firefighters precisely, masked their fire-retardant foam, and killed the flames 2 meters from the fuel depot. Less than 10 minutes later, the crew stepped back, satisfied. The landing bay stood free of flames, but full of the greenish foam. Sorensen approached Aoffa, his crew trailing along behind. He held his firefighting head covering in his left hand and reported to Aoffa with a crisp salute. Aoffa returned the salute as sweat dripped from Sorensen's head. "The flames are out, sir," the XO reported. 2 shuttles lost, 1 damaged but salvageable. He turned to Gonzil. "How'd we do, Sergeant?" 6 minutes better than last time," the enlisted man replied. "And you managed to save one of the shuttles. Also an improvement. Good job, sir." Sorensen nodded and smiled, turning to the assembled troops behind him. "A marked improvement. Good work. Go get cleaned up and get some food." The XO paused. "And take the rest of the day off." A cheer echoed through the bay as the exhausted firefighting brigade shouted their approval. Several of them clapped each other on the back. Aoffa could already hear the talk and bravado as the team exited the bay. Sorensen watched them go before turning back to Aoffa and Gonzil. The fuel cache was a new wrinkle, Sorensen stated. He offered a wry smile while wiping his brow. That could take out the whole base. Gonzil touched a button on the pad, and the holograms vanished. Aoffa watched as the damaged shuttle, the fire-retardant foam, and the smoldering hulks of the two destroyed ships disappeared in the blink of an eye. The fuel cache, the only real thing in the scenario, sat unscathed near the shield. The trio left the bay, pausing long enough for Sorensen to stash his firefighting suit in an emergency alcove, and headed toward the bows of the asteroid. The base hummed with life. TSA officers and enlisted moved from post to post and to the galley for the midday meal. Several crewmen stepped aside, allowing the three to pass. The rock passage narrowed, and they moved into a single file line. Gonzil, Aoffa, then Sorensen. The corridor widened, and they moved back side by side as they continued deeper into the asteroid. "Next time the flames may spread faster," Gonzil warned with a smile. The XO and the Sergeant-at-Arms had learned to work together over the last several weeks, creating an effective team that performed the lion's share of the work on the station. Aoffa took no credit for the efficiency, giving kudos to the two career men who knew how to adapt. "What will you do then?" Gonzil asked. "Turn off the shield," Sorensen replied immediately. The three men stopped in the corridor. "Let the vacuum of space take the flames." "And anything not strapped down," Aoffa added. Sorensen nodded. "That is why I wanted to initiate new protocols for the landing bay. Everything must be tied down in the event of decompression." He paused. "That includes the ships." Aoffa glanced at Gonzil, who nodded. "Sounds good," he said with a smile. The trio began walking again. "Make it happen." They continued through the adjoining corridors in silence, finally stopping outside of Aoffa's office. He tapped his entry code into the keyboard by the door, and the metal door opened with barely a sound. "Good job this morning. Make sure you take the rest of the day off as well." Sorensen smiled, shaking his head in the negative. "Yes, sir." Aoffa scoffed and entered his office. "Oh, sir," Gonzil said, interrupting Aoffa's movement. He turned to face the Sergeant-at-Arms, and the enlisted man continued. "I flagged a message for you. It's on your monitor. Concerning? Lieutenant Commander Dawson, sir." Aoffa's eyes narrowed. He stared at Sorensen, who raised his hands innocently. "Don't blame the XO," Gonzil stated. "My men reported the flag to me. I changed the search parameters to forward any information to me," he pointed at his chest, "to keep it out of prying eyes." Aoffa blinked rapidly, processing the information. "Thank you, Sergeant. Anything else?" Gonzil shook his head no. "Carry on." Aoffa nodded again. The Sergeant-at-Arms and the executive officer moved on down the corridor, discussing personnel matters. The door to his office closed silently, cutting off their conversation and leaving Aoffa alone with his thoughts. He moved across the sparse office, sat down in the squeaky chair behind his desk, and activated the computer. A flashing message icon drew his attention immediately. He tapped the screen and leaned back in his chair as the message filled the screen. Aoffa read the order transferring him to the war zone. "Arbra?" he pondered. He leaned forward, elbows on the desk, and minimized the transfer order. He tapped in a query, assessing the particulars on the rebellion. "Wants independence," he muttered as he read. "Taxes, piracy, wants to set own destiny, blah, blah." He reached the end of the file. "Display current mission parameters," he ordered. The computer requested security clearance verification, and Aoffa touched the screen with his right thumb. The computer accepted the identification and filled the three screens with classified information on the current state of the war. He read through the current forces assigned to the conflict, pausing as he read that conscription had been introduced to fill the units conducting the operation. He shook his head, confused at the note, but continued reading. "Thousands dead." He leaned forward, reading the screen in detail, but could not find any unit affiliation for the dead. "Computer, display point of origin of Unit Gamma 12 and transport registry." The computer's feminine voice filled the air. "Transport registry is Kroppel, Pan Enterprises. Point of origin for the transport is Plixtay Prison." Aoffa sat back in his chair, his heart racing. He lost his previous command because Dawson could not or would not bring in the only survivors from Clinique's prison. Military intelligence verified that the pawns were involved in smuggling operations, including contraband fruit and prisoners.
Too much to be a coincidence, he muttered.
Please restate your query, the computer responded.
Nothing,
Aoffa said absently. Wait. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Computer, new query. Cross-match all entries in the archives involving Senator Terra and the Pawn Crime Syndicate. He stood and moved to his Java machine. He activated the device, and the sweet smell of cocoa and espresso filled the office. He retrieved a cup, poured it almost full, and sat back down. He blew steam away from the beverage as the computer indicated it had completed its task. Aoffa set the cup down and began reading the entries. His eyes narrowed as he studied the cross-referenced material, including known associates. Hundreds of validated communiques, clandestine meetings, and credit transfers filled the screen. The Java would be stone cold before he reached for it again. Chapter 13. Sir? Dawson felt a gentle nudge on his shoulder. We will be out of hyperspace in a few minutes. Mark blinked his eyes, shaking his head to dispel the grogginess of sleep. He stretched, listening to the popping of his joints echo in the passenger hold of the transport. He focused on a young male Hasmore wearing the rank of ensign, his dark, braided mane disappearing down the back of his uniform. They were the only occupants in the passenger bay. "Thank you, Ensign," Dawson replied, smacking his lips. "Can you get me a water?" "Sir," the ensign acknowledged, and disappeared up the aisle. He returned a moment later with a package of breath sanitizer and a metal container of water. "Thanks," Dawson said. He gulped the water, applied the sanitizer, and drained the rest of the container. His mouth fizzed as the chemicals attacked his sleep-induced halitosis. "How long till we land?" The ship shuddered as it transitioned to sublight speeds. The viewports automatically retracted, offering Dawson his first view of the Arbran system. He leaned toward the window, peering out into space. A single yellow star and 4 planets greeted him. "We should rendezvous with the cruiser Indomitable in a half-hour, sir," the ensign explained. "Is there anything else I can get for you, sir?" Dawson waved him off. "Thank you, no," he said without looking at the young officer. He turned away from the window quickly. "Wait. Yes, there is. I need a comm channel." The ensign shook his head. "Sorry, sir. The Arbran system is radio silence unless cleared by Commander Darez." Dawson nodded. Okay, thank you. Carry on." The ensign nodded, turned, and disappeared back up the aisle. So much for talking with Kyrian, he thought, turning his attention back to the Arbran system. 2 years earlier, about the time Dawson infiltrated Clinics as a guard, the Arbran planetary government petitioned for independence, citing high taxes and lack of representation in Parliament. The government denied the petition, stating that Arbra held the same representation as all of the other planets and moons in the Tri-System. But that was not necessarily the case. Parliament viewed the rim worlds as second class, not the same as the core worlds that created the TSA. Instead of one planet, one vote, Parliament identified planets like Arbra, far away from the central planets, by region. Arbra was one of 4 planets in the region, therefore 1 vote for the region. And regions, because they contained more celestial bodies, were taxed at a higher rate than a single planet. 1 vote, yes, but taxed on a per-habitable world basis. Arbra withdrew from the TSA, declaring their independence. Negotiations died quickly as neither side, TSA or Arbra, would compromise. The Tri-System boycotted all goods from Arbra and blockaded all imports. Fortunately, Arbra had abundant natural resources and flourished with the reduction in taxes. A year after their declaration, a few months before Jake and Angel's death, the TSA launched its first military offensive. The skirmishes were small at first, frigates and fighters exchanging fire in orbit, the occasional freighter trying to break the blockade, and the sporadic sabotage attempt by clandestine units, all with minimal effect for either side. Then, under the direction of Senator Terra, massive assaults began. Thousands died, and millions of credits worth of ships lay scattered across the countryside of the lush blue-green world. Arbra wove into view through Dawson's window as the transport approached the fleet. He studied the planet a moment before craning his head and looking forward. He saw a dozen ships in orbit, including 2 battle cruisers and a handful of frigates. The debris of orbital defense platforms obliterated by the TSA caught his eye. The loss of those stations opened Arbra to orbital bombardment and assault landings. "What have I gotten myself into?" he muttered, sitting back. His view of the planet vanished as the transport slipped into the shadow of a cruiser. He saw his reflection in the window shaking its head. A minute later, the ship entered the Indomitable's landing bay, touching down with a gentle thump. Mark grabbed his bag and exited the transport into the bay. He paused, soaking up the atmosphere. Flashes from welders sparked here and there, and the banging of hammers and other tools competed with the ping of the transport as it cooled at his back. The acrid stench of welders combined with the smell of fuel threatened to overload his olfactory senses. He wrinkled his nose, scratching it involuntarily. He looked toward the high ceiling, counting dozens of fighters lining the walls of the bay in hangars stacked 6 high. At least 6 squadrons, he calculated. He remained stationary at the edge of the transport's ramp, observing the other ships in the bay. At least 8 shuttles, a handful of ships like the one at his back, and even some Special Operations dropships. The arrival of a young woman interrupted his inventory. She approached and stood patiently for a moment before clearing her throat. Dawson turned his attention to the woman. She wore a uniform without rank or name insignia. Her out-of-regulation blonde hair lay past her shoulders. A pair of pistols adorned her waist. She nodded as she stepped forward, extending her hand. "My name is Belinda Dumar," she said in a soft, casual voice. She motioned toward a distant door with her right hand. "If you will follow me, I'll take you to Commander Derez." The young woman led Dawson away from the massive hangar and into a set of narrow corridors. Crewmen turned sideways in the metal passageways to allow Belinda and Mark to pass. She led him through the maze, obviously familiar with the ship, and he felt hopelessly lost within minutes, despite the section identification numbers stenciled on the walls. He resigned himself to his fate and followed the woman into the bowels of the ship. The two entered a lift, and Dawson's stomach flipped as the elevator quickly ascended. The transport stopped with a jerk. The doors opened silently, and he stepped out onto the ship's bridge. The doors closed behind him with barely a sound, leaving him and Belinda standing at the rear of the vast oval of the cruiser's command center. 3 chairs, one for the captain, the first officer, and the second officer, sat in the middle of the oval, each surrounded by small computer screens. Half-concentric circles, laid out in an amphitheater style, emanated outward from the command chairs. The first circle, 2 steps below the command platform, contained the stations for weapons, navigation, engineering, operations, and communication. Another circle, and a few more steps down, lay the science station, bay operations, sensors, and life support. A host of other secondary and tertiary systems sat in the third and final circle. A large bay window, larger than the transport that brought Dawson to the rim, comprised the forward area of the bridge. Belinda motioned for Mark to follow, and he absently stepped toward the command chairs. He stared at his surroundings, listening to the noise of computers, the sight of the viewport, the bridge layout, and the smells of a dozen sentient species in the close confines of the ship. The crew sat at or leaned over workstations. Monitors displayed every exterior part of the ship, the planet Arbra, and the rest of the planetary bodies in the system. Voices were low, murmurs that filled the air with a constant noise when combined with sensor beeps and the pings for attention from command consoles. He stepped up 2 steps onto the command platform, coming to a position of at ease as he waited for Commander Derez. David Derez sat, leaning forward, one elbow resting on the arm of his chair as he studied a tactical map of the system on one of the monitors surrounding his chair. Belinda moved forward and whispered something in his ear before returning to Dawson's side. Derez tapped a couple of buttons on the screen and pushed the monitor away before leaning back. He rotated the chair toward Dawson, his eyes studying the newcomer for a moment. Dawson tensed, recognizing the hate in the man's eyes. It was the same hate he saw in his reflection every day since the death of Jake and Angel. "I see you remember me," Derez began without greeting, and Dawson knew Derez read the hate in his own eyes. "Good. Then we already have an understanding." Dawson said nothing. "Report to the briefing room in 1 hour," Derez ordered, reaching for and pulling the screen back to him. "You'll get your mission orders then. Dismissed." He turned to the screen, studying the tactical situation of the system once again. Dawson stared at him for a moment. Somewhere deep down, a tiny voice told him to snap the man's neck, but he restrained his feelings.
Now was not the time. Dawson knew the time would come soon enough, for he would have Dari and Terra in his sights. That would be the time to act. Besides, Berinda stood beside him, her left elbow resting on the butt of her pistol, and her right hand on the hip near the butt of the gun holstered there. A quick glance confirmed what Dawson already knew. The woman knew how, and would not hesitate, to use the weapon. He turned, following the woman, and left the bridge. The door shut silently, leaving Dawson alone in the 3-meter by 3-meter room that served as his quarters. A small bed folded neatly against the hull. A desk with a computer terminal sat inside the doorway. A floor-to-ceiling shelving unit filled the wall opposite the desk. He dropped his bag on the floor, pulled out a worn cloth chair, and sat down at the desk. The chair groaned with his weight, but held. He sat quietly, staring at the blank computer screen, reminiscing about the last year. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to relax, and began kneading the tension from his shoulders. His thoughts turned to Kyrian, and he wished he could talk to her. He reached out to the computer, activating the comlink. The computer denied his access, stating that any communication had to be approved through Dari. Disgusted, he shut down the computer. The door chime startled him, and Dawson realized he had fallen into a light sleep in the chair. "Come," he called, standing up from the chair. The door opened, and a young junior-grade lieutenant entered. The young man stood a few inches taller than Dawson, his boyish face framed by short brown hair and big ears. Brown, intelligent eyes stared at Mark as the young officer spoke. "Sir, I am Lieutenant Clorig. I'm to escort you to your briefing." Dawson nodded and took a step forward, but Clorig stopped him. "Sir, you will need your bag," he said, pointing to Dawson's travel bag. "You won't be returning to these quarters." Dawson cocked his head at the words, wondering if he heard the ominous tone or just imagined it. He shrugged off the feeling, picked up his bag, and followed the young man down the maze of corridors. The two traveled in silence, their footfalls echoing through the metal passageways. The lieutenant led him to a door, opened it with a wave of his hand, and ushered Commander Dawson inside. Dawson entered, turned to say thank you, and found the door sliding shut before he could say a word. He faced the interior of the room to find Dari and 2 other officers sitting at a long metal table. A window comprised the wall behind Dari, the planet Arbra, and several frigates in view. A hologram of the Arbran system hung in the air over the table. 4 icons depicting the planets and dozens more representing the TSA fleet floated in the air. Dawson dropped his bag by the door, moved across the room, and took the lone seat opposite Dari without an invitation. "Commander Dawson," Dari began, "this is Lieutenant Segan, Tactical, and Lieutenant Katrin, Operations." Dawson nodded to the human and the Hazmara, received nods in return. All 3 wore the standard TSA uniform. Mark felt a distinct chill in the air and knew it was not from the environmental controls. "They will brief you on the tactical situation and the operational plans for the attack." He looked up, checking the time on the holo floating over his head. "The mission is time-sensitive," he smiled. "You have 3 hours before you are scheduled to launch." 3 hours? Dawson asked, incredulous. He caught himself, lowering his voice. "Sir, I just got here. I haven't met my command team, the troops, inspected—" Dari interrupted with a raise of his hand. "Everything, including the planning and training of your assault troops, has been prepared. It is done. All you have to do is listen here." He pointed to the table and then toward the planet Arbra, framed in the window at his back, "and lead there." Dawson started to protest, thought better of it, exhaled, and kept quiet. Dari smiled and nodded to Lieutenant Segan, who stood and began the briefing. Chapter 14. Dawson stood, the briefing aboard the cruiser complete. His head swam with the information crammed into the hour-long brief. Lieutenant Segan escorted him to the quartermaster, where he was issued a rifle, a pistol, and lightweight armor. The task complete, the lieutenant took him to the bay, handing him off to a senior non-com at the ramp of a dropship. He saw 8 ships, engines spun up and ready for launch. The non-com, yelling over the roar of the engines, told him that the troops were already aboard the transports. The man promptly turned and left the ship.
The hatch closed a moment later, leaving Dawson alone with a group of soldiers he had never met and was expected to lead into battle. The ships launched, the sudden acceleration pushing him into his seat. Momentarily, weightlessness followed as the dropship left the confines of the bay and he drifted out of his seat, stopped by his harness. Many of the soldiers around him gasped as if it were their first time weightless. Artificial gravity returned him to his seat. Dawson crossed his arms, grabbing his harness, and held on for dear life as his dropship entered the arbrant atmosphere. He swayed back and forth as the dropship bucked. The ports were closed, so he could not see the anti-aircraft fire from the planet, but the near misses and constant explosions fueled his imagination. A dozen TSA military officers and enlisted struggled for a handhold as the ship plummeted toward the planet.
Prepare for landing,
The loudspeaker announced in its monotone voice.
1 minute.
The resounding boom of an explosion rocked the dropship, and Dawson knew that one of the transports had been hit. The pinging of metal on metal rang through the ship as it passed through the debris of what had been a 1,000,000-credit ship and hundreds of souls. Dawson shook his head. Add it to Terra's debt, he thought. He felt the bump of the landing gear extending, barely hearing the mechanical whir over the explosions and pelting of the hull with debris. Another transport exploded, this one close enough to spin the dropship out of its trajectory.
All hands brace for impact,
called the monotone announcer. The dropship entered a lazy, flat spin. Dawson's stomach churned, G-forces pushing him hard against his seat, and a huge weight threatened to crush him. The ship plummeted the last few hundred meters, crashing through trees a kilometer short of the landing zone. The ear-splitting rip of metal grated his skin as the landing struts ripped away. The hull ruptured, ripping 3 of the enlisted from the ship. He fought the G-forces and ducked his head, his chin to his chest, hoping to survive the crash in as few pieces as possible. The dropship impacted the ground, stopping the spin. The craft skidded almost 200 meters before coming to rest, teetering on a bent and fractured wing. The ship hesitated, balanced precariously, before crashing down on its roof. Dawson hung upside down from his harness in the passenger bay. He shook his head, conducted a quick inventory of his body, and almost laughed when he counted 0 injuries. He swung his legs, tapped his quick release, and fell feet first to the ground side of the inverted transport. The cracking of cooling metal almost masked the moans of the wounded. The acrid smell of melting electronics filled the air. He ducked as sparks arced across the passenger bay. How long before one of those sparks touches the fuel? That thought sent adrenaline flooding through his system. He touched the pistol riding on his right thigh, the rifle slung across his chest. Confident he had all his equipment, he moved across the rubble and debris to check on the other occupants of the doomed dropship. He passed the rip in the hull and realized that 5 of the 12 TSA soldiers were gone. He moved in a counterclockwise motion through the ship. The 4 closest to the cockpit were dead, and Dawson moved to the cockpit. A single shot to the locking mechanism gained him access to the pilots, but there were none. The cockpit lay empty.
Remote control,
came a raspy voice behind him. Dawson left the cockpit door and made his way to a small blue Traxilian wearing corporal's chevrons. The alien bled from a deep wound under his left ear. His left arm hung at an unnatural angle. "What?" Mark asked, kneeling beside the alien. He released the alien's harness, gently turning him upright and lowering the Traxilian to the floor.
"It's all remote controlled,"
he repeated through the pain. The alien grit his teeth and inhaled sharply with every movement. Laser fire sounded in the distance. Dawson gingerly touched the alien's abdomen and ribs. "You are pretty busted up inside," he said. "I need to call for a medic." The alien shook his head.
"No medics here,"
he explained.
One-way trip.
The Traxilian pushed Dawson away.
"Go. Get away."
Laser fire sounded, closer now, as the fighting raged outside. "I'm not leaving," Dawson shook his head. An explosion sounded a few hundred meters away, punctuated by sporadic laser fire. "I don't leave anyone behind."
"You will, this time,"
the Traxilian offered a half-smile. He slowly looked around, his voice distant.
"All dead. You, not a scratch."
The alien coughed and grimaced from the pain.
"Different destiny."
He pointed a trembling finger at Dawson.
"Do the unexpected."
He pushed Dawson again, weaker this time.
"Go."
Dawson sat back on his heels, a debate raging inside him.
He could not leave the Traxilian behind, but his first duty was to the mission. The rustle of trees outside interrupted the internal conflict as a face appeared in the breach in the hull. He fired a quick shot, missing the face as the shot ricocheted off the fuselage. The face withdrew with a yelp. Dawson looked back to the Traxilian, and the internal debate ended. The alien was dead. More rustling outside the ship, and Dawson turned his attention to survival. Whispered voices warned him that more company had arrived. He sat still, looking around the crashed ship for egress or, if necessary, a fighting position. He found neither, but he did see the door to the cockpit still partially open. Pilot escape, he thought. With his pistol pointed toward the breach and a series of glances toward the opening, he made his way silently through the debris and the dead. He entered the damaged cockpit, grabbed the door, and forcefully pushed it shut. Safe for the moment, he turned to examine his new surroundings. The cockpit sat crushed against a tree, the clear canopy cracked and broken. The one pane still intact was the only one not crushed against a tree trunk. It was also his only way out. Not going quietly, he muttered, raised his rifle, and paused. What was that? His mind registered a small clink of metal on metal, and he realized that at least 2 grenades had been thrown into the passenger dorm. Dawson wedged himself between 2 damaged control consoles and waited for the inevitable explosions. A rapid double detonation roared through the ship, and he instinctively fired his rifle at the intact canopy glass. His ears rang. He blinked his eyes rapidly and opened and closed his mouth, trying to equalize the pressure in his ears. Laser blasts echoed through the passenger dorm, and he knew that the Arbran forces had breached the destroyed ship. He quietly moved to the shattered canopy glass and carefully crawled out of the ship into the bright Arbran sunshine. He crouched on one knee, surveying the terrain. Forest surrounded the crash. Brightly colored leaves littered the ground. A long patch of destruction and debris trailed through the woods where the dropship had skid to a stop. The sounds of battle came from his right and behind him. He needed time to collect his bearings and plan. Dawson left the cover of the downed ship, moving forward and to his left. He holstered the pistol, pulled his rifle from his back, and let it lead the way as he traveled silently through the wood. His boots crunched the leaves and underbrush, the smell of decay everywhere. Autumn, he thought. The sounds of the battle diminished as he put distance between himself and the combat zone. After 15 minutes he crouched again, listening for pursuit. Only the forest creatures greeted him. He offered a sigh of relief that quickly gave way to, what now? He retrieved his canteen and drank, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. He replaced the canteen and performed another inspection of his equipment, a habit he had developed over the last 6 months. It reassured him, gave him a sense of comfort when he faced overwhelming odds. Every mission he conducted at the Special Operations course was against overwhelming odds. He smiled. Good training. Training. The word gave him an idea, and he stood. He needed to get to a comm unit. He raised his rifle, and with the sun beginning to set in the distance, headed back the way he came.
Sir, Lieutenant Katrin reported, all of the ships are down. Only 3 made it intact. Casualty reports are high.
The Hasmara nodded her head as she spoke, giving her the appearance of a bobblehead.
There's been no communication from any ship or officer.
She offered him a small electronic pad with the report. The bridge hummed with activity as the crew monitored the assault. Katrin stood on the small command platform 3 steps up from her usual operations station. Dari sat in the command chair, the 3 small monitors of his chair showing different aspects of the assault. He pushed away one of the monitors and rotated his chair. He ran a hand through his short hair before taking the pad. He skimmed the report, finding everything he expected to find. He looked up at the view screen, to the peaceful-looking planet slowly rotating in space. "And Dawson?" he inquired, without looking at his subordinate. The Hasmara shook her head.
Nothing, sir. His ship landed approximately a kilometer from the main battle, crashing into the forest. We are trying to get a drone in there, but the area is crawling with fighters, and they keep shooting the drones out of the sky.
Dari continued to stare at the planet, his mind playing images of dozens of laser bolts slicing into Dawson. "Launch the second wave. That should give you the cover you need to get a drone to the crash site. I need to know if Commander Dawson is dead or alive."
Darkness enshrouded the countryside by the time Dawson arrived at the crash site. He squatted 50 meters away, watching the ship for signs of life. After 15 minutes of no activity, he left his hiding place and approached the ship from aft. He paused every few meters, scanning the area. At 10 meters, he lay prone and low-crawled the rest of the way. His elbows and knees ached from the effort, but he pushed it from his mind. His heart raced, the sound pounding in his ears as he reached the engines of the dead ship. He eased up to his knees, then to his feet without a sound. He readied the rifle, inhaled slowly, and moved around the end of the dropship toward the breach. A flash of lasers and the roar of missiles broke the silence as an air defense artillery sent munitions skyward. Dawson dropped to the ground, shrinking against the engine couplings as the night air lit with anti-aircraft fire.
"Another wave is coming in," someone yelled from inside the dropship. "Let's get moving," another voice answered. Dawson counted 3 distinct vibrations as the Arbran ambush party climbed out of the dropship and disappeared into the forest, running in the direction of the inbound ships. He breathed a sigh of relief, then shook in anger. Darez may have saved Dawson from an ambush, but now hundreds more lives were in danger. An explosion ripped through the night, filling the air with debris and a descending fireball that was once a transport. "Time to go to work," he said. "The comms can wait." Mark stepped away from the engine coupling, raised his rifle, and followed the ambush party away from the derelict ship. Time to go on the offensive, he thought. His first target, the nearest anti-aircraft battery. Using the noise of launching missiles and cannon fire to mask his movement, he ran toward an anti-aircraft emplacement a few hundred meters away. He topped a small rise, saw a half-dozen men standing around a console that directed a laser cannon, and without hesitation, opened fire. Despite his heavy breathing, his shots were accurate. He felled all 6 of the soldiers in a matter of seconds. He moved forward, his rifle moving along with his eyes as he scanned the area. Satisfied that all of the enemy combatants were down, he lowered the rifle and moved to the cannon's control station. A touch of a button, and the cannon ceased firing. The sudden silence deafened him, and he dropped to a knee, raising the rifle. A quick scan of his surroundings revealed nothing. He opened his mouth, felt his ears pop, stood, and went back to work. A thin smile crossed his lips as he adjusted the target coordinates of the cannon. He waited patiently for it to rotate to the new objective. The board lit green with a ready light, and he touched the firing button. Bright green energies flashed from the now horizontal barrels, raced across the forest, and struck a missile battery half a kilometer away. The missiles and the pad exploded, turning the night to day. Errant missiles, launched without guidance in the explosion, whistled erratically into the night. Dawson ducked as a blinding light lit the valley, followed by a shockwave that shook his anti-aircraft position back and forth. He raised his head to see a crater where the missile battery had been, and a swath of destruction radiating from the crater. The forest burned, flames leaping for the night sky. Dawson tapped a new set of coordinates into the targeting computer, waited impatiently for the double-barreled anti-aircraft gun to track to the new target, and stabbed the button as soon as the weapon locked on. Bright green bolts flashed across the landing zone, striking an identical anti-aircraft battery a kilometer away. The unit's small reactor exploded, not as spectacular as the missiles, but powerful enough to mow down the nearby trees. He pulled up a magnified image of the objective on the targeting screen and smiled. The metal of the gun melted to slag. The incoming ships were landing now that the anti-aircraft fire had virtually stopped. There were only 2 batteries left near the landing zone, Dawson's and one on the other end of the 3-kilometer field. It continued to fire upward into the night sky. His work done for the moment, he moved to inspect the 6 soldiers who had manned the weapon system. On the 3rd man, he found 2 grenades and a small thorium charge. His smile grew as he searched the remaining men. He confiscated everything he could, placing the items strategically in his combat harness. Dawson moved back to the controls as another ship landed only a few hundred meters away. He pulled out the thorium charge, adjusted the timer for 2 minutes, flicked off the safety, and then wedged the small bomb into the inner mechanism of the anti-aircraft gun. Ground fire leapt from the forest toward the nearby transport, and Dawson left the platform at a dead run. He pumped his legs, sprinting toward the fire. He dodged tree limbs and leapt over dead underbrush. Sweat poured from his face in the humid night, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he ran. He slowed as he neared the fighting positions for the Arbran forces.
He grabbed a grenade from his harness, pulled the pin, and lobbed the device underhand toward the nearest fighting position. He sprinted away, grabbed another grenade from his vest, and tossed it into the second fighting position. The first grenade erupted, silencing the three-man team with what Mark identified as a Cleric Arms SL-46 Squad Heavy Laser. The energy pack on the SL-46 exploded, a mini nova that lit the area and backlit Dawson as he ran. The second grenade exploded a few seconds later, wiping out another three-man team with a shoulder-fired missile launcher. One man was standing, preparing to fire at the transport when the grenade exploded. The concussion knocked him sideways. The missile fired with a twitch of his finger. Dawson stopped to watch as the projectile screamed across the landing zone a half-meter above the ground. It impacted an Arbran ground car several hundred meters away. The car exploded, the shockwave rolling across the countryside. Dawson continued down the Arbran lines. The single moon of Arbra had risen, adding to the light of burning fires raging across the landing zone. Dawson dropped to a crouch on a small ridge near a stand of trees. His face bathed in the flickering firelight, he watched the Arbran attackers a few meters below. One of the Arbrans turned, scanning the area behind their position. His gaze tracked up the ridge, and Mark locked eyes with the soldier. The man's eyes widened, and he raised his weapon. The anti-aircraft battery exploded a few hundred meters away. The concussion knocked everyone to the ground. Dawson hit hard and, propelled by a tree-leveling shockwave, rolled away from his previous position. He made it to his feet, found the last of the grenades he'd confiscated from the Arbran forces, and lobbed it over the top of the rise toward the fighting position. He moved away from the ridge as the grenade exploded. There were no yells, no screams of pain, no cries of alarm. Dawson continued down the line, eliminating any opposition that he found. 20 minutes later, he had secured a beachhead for the new arrivals. Mark dropped an empty power pack from his rifle, slammed in another. The charge read full, and he headed toward the nearest transport. He heard movement all around him, the new arrivals leaving the landing zone and spreading out through the woods. He crouched and waited for one to get close. He did not have to wait long. The smell of cinnamon announced the arrival of a clando a minute before he stepped next to Dawson. Mark reached out and grabbed the being with his right hand while clamping his left over the alien's mouth. He dragged the clando to the ground, whispering, "Stay quiet." The alien struggled for a moment before Mark released his right hand, drew his pistol, and placed it against the alien's temple. The clando froze. "That's better," Dawson said. "I'm Commander Dawson, TSA Special Operations." He saw the alien's tattered clothes in the faint light. He studied the clando. No rank, no unit affiliation, and no weapon. "Who are you?" He paused to count of 3 before releasing his left hand from the clando's mouth. "My name is Quarishi," the alien hissed in return. "Rank?" Mark asked. "Unit of assignment?" The alien sat forward with a gentle motion, and Dawson let him go. The clando turned to face his attacker. "I have neither," he said, fear in his voice. "I was sentenced to 10 years in Plixtay for... Someone framed me," he pleaded. "A man came, offered us pardons if we would fight." His voice trailed off. "It's okay, Quarishi," Dawson said reassuringly, lightly patting him on the back. "You are safe, at least for the moment." He looked at the alien. "Where's your weapon?" Quarishi shook his head, a barely perceptible motion in the darkness. "We were not given weapons." Rage burned within Dawson, and he stood, his heart hammering his chest. He shook his head, lips pursed together. He verified the full charge in his rifle and began moving toward the distant transport, still sitting on the ground, strobe lights flashing sporadically. He felt a hand grab his arm. "Where are you going?" Quarishi asked. "They sent you here without weapons to be slaughtered." Dawson heard the fury in his voice. "I'm going to kill those responsible, like I should have done months ago." Quarishi pointed down Dawson's intended path. "Do not go that way," he pleaded. "Stay here, stay hidden," he told Quarishi, ignoring his protest. "If you are discovered, surrender. I have a feeling the Arbrans will take better care of you than the TSA will." Dawson turned his back on the alien without another word. He made his way down a gradual slope back toward the first fighting position he destroyed. His mind whirled, thinking of the different ways he would kill Dari and Terra. He pushed those thoughts from his mind. Right now, he had 2 choices: lead the new arrivals in the fight or get them off the planet. Both held risks, but he thought if he could arm these beings, they would stand a better chance by fighting than by returning to the TSA. His mind and training said, fight, and he had resolved himself to that task when he tripped in the dark and fell into a shallow pit. The ground turned soft and wet, not firm at all. He stood, patting his clothes and finding his entire uniform sticky. Curious, he checked his surroundings, verified he was alone, and decided to risk a light. Mark dug out a small circle from a pouch on his left side, activated the small illumination strip, and dropped it onto the ground. The will to fight left him as quickly as the light fell to the ground. He stood perfectly still, staring down at the ground in the dim light, eyes wide in panic. His heart pounded and knees shaky as he stood ankle-deep in a mass grave. Chapter 15. Dawson gingerly stepped from among the haphazardly stacked corpses to firmer ground. He took a knee and inhaled deeply, trying to calm his inner rage. The light ring sunk into the muck, streaming through the murky water. The dead glowed in the eerie light. Sporadic fire echoed in the distance, but nothing came close, so he ignored it. He heard a faint buzz and looked skyward. The solitary moon of Arbra sat high on the horizon, trekking slowly across the night sky. A small, dark shadow flew overhead, the small engines like insects in the night. A TSA drone. They're watching. Underbrush rustled behind him, and he spun, rifle up, to see a wide-eyed Quarishi in the faint light. The alien emerged from a grove of small saplings, the scent of cinnamon following a moment later. The Clando approached, and Dawson lowered the rifle and took a knee beside the TSA officer.
"I tried to tell you,"
Quarishi said, pointing to the shallow grave,
"not to go this way."
Dawson simply nodded. He studied the night sky for a moment before turning his attention back to the alien. "You need to find a place to hide," he told the Clando. "I have to get to the transport to get a signal to the TSA about what is really happening here." He produced the pistol from his right thigh, offering it to Quarishi. "Do you know how to use this?" Quarishi's shaking hands reached for the pistol, taking it with reluctance. He rolled the weapon over in his hands as if studying it. He shook his head and offered it back to Dawson.
"I will stay with you," he stated, "under your protection."
Dawson shook his head. "Too dangerous," he replied, holstering the pistol. "If you don't want the weapon, then hide here and wait for the Arbrans to find you. Surrender and live." He heard a distant, high-pitched whine and cocked his head to listen. He saw Quarishi cup his hand around his ear slit. The whine grew louder, and Dawson nodded.
"An Aratel,"
he said in a whisper. "The engine whine is unique."
"More landing craft?"
Quarishi inquired. Dawson shook his head, a futile gesture in the darkness. "It's a fighter, not a transport." The fighter roared overhead, streaking away from the solitary anti-aircraft battery, green lasers chasing it into the heavens. "Come on," Dawson said, realizing he had taken responsibility for the Clando, despite his comments to the contrary. "We need to get to a transport." Keeping low, Dawson led the two of them through the trees and underbrush, down a slight rise toward the open landing field. They reached the edge of the forest, and Dawson paused, scanning the field for signs of movement. The high pitch of the fighter grew in the darkness as the fighter approached again. "Crouch down," Dawson said, pointing to a spot beside a fallen log.
"Stay low and stay put."
He adjusted the rifle in his hands, checking the charge and safety. "I'll be right back." Quarishi knelt beside the log, and Dawson left the cover of the forest. He traveled a dozen meters before taking a knee. He slowed his breathing, taking a moment to scan his surroundings. Destroyed hulks of transports littered the half-kilometer landing zone. Several of them still smoldered, their embers glowing faintly in the darkness. 4 of the ships sat intact, deserted, each with their running lights rhythmically flashing in the night. Dawson studied the nearest transport, the last in the line of 4, 100 meters away. He admired the shape of the ship. His eyes furrowed in confusion. Not a TSA transport, he thought. His mind flashed back to the cruiser's hangar, to the ship sitting ready for launch. A dozen military transports awaiting orders to lift. Wait, they were not ready for launch. They were idle. These are civilian transports escorting prisoners into a war zone. Why? A distant explosion to his left brought him back to the moment. He looked up to see the farthest transport, at the far edge of the landing zone, engulfed in flames. Secondary explosions launched debris and flames high into the night sky. Lasers flashed from the sky, and the second most distant ship erupted, disappearing in a flash. He heard the Aratel race overhead, the anti-aircraft battery too late to get a shot on the ship. The whine of the ship disappeared into the distance. He heard the engine pitch change as the fighter turned and approached for a second bombing run. Mark leapt to his feet, turned, and ran back up the small incline toward Quarishi. Lasers flashed out of the night sky, engulfing the second closest transport. Mark felt the heat of the blast from 300 meters and pumped his legs harder. The night lit with the explosion, and Mark saw Quarishi sitting behind the log, the alien's eyes wide as the Clando stared at Dawson. The whine of the Aerotel roared overhead as Mark dove over the downed log, tackling the sitting Quarishi. "Down!" Dawson ordered, as the last intact transport exploded in a flash. Mark covered his head and curled into a ball as the concussion wave and a wall of fire washed over his makeshift bunker. Quarishi screamed, and Dawson reached out, grabbed the alien, and pulled him in close. The smell of cinnamon was almost overwhelming. The roar of the explosion and the wall of flame passed, leaving only the crackling of the flames and the tearing of metal as the transport melted. The whine of Aerotel engines faded into the night. Quarishi began sobbing. Dawson unfolded himself from the alien and stood. He looked across the landing zone, clenching and unclenching his fist, shaking with rage. 4 ships sat aflame, sending dark smoke into the black sky. He checked himself for injuries. His rage morphed to demented humor as he found that he, once again, survived unscathed. Looking down at the alien, he extended a hand to his new friend. "They aren't leaving any loose ends, are they?" "Who?" the Clando asked, accepting the hand. The alien wiped its milky white tears and stood on shaky legs. "Who doesn't want any loose ends?" "The people who want us both dead," Mark replied. "Both? Why?" "You were just in the wrong place at the wrong time," Dawson replied. "Me? Well, it's complicated." Voices filtered through the night. Mark and Quarishi squatted, turning toward the sound to see lights in the forest on the other side of the half-kilometer-wide field. Mark looked at the Clando, pointing deeper into the wood. "But that is a story for another time, my friend," he said. "Let's go." "I thought you said for me to surrender," Quarishi hissed as Dawson pushed him into the woods. "Too dangerous now," Mark explained in a low voice. "These guys are on edge, ready to shoot anything that moves, and it's dark. Better to wait a few hours." "And you?" the alien inquired, tripping over a bush. "What will you do?" He stumbled, but caught himself before falling. Mark winced at the noise, looking over his shoulder toward the enemy soldiers. He raised his rifle, taking the lead. They passed the mass grave and moved deeper into the forest. "Seek vengeance," he said, thinking of Jake, Angel, and the faceless thousands of dead on Arbra. "Avenge them all." "Commander Darez," Lieutenant Segan reported, "the fighter has returned to the hangar without incident." Darez pushed away his screen and sat back in his command chair, ignoring the controlled chaos of the bridge. He turned, giving his undivided attention to the young officer's report. "The ship bombed the 4 transports," Segan continued, "and outran the lone anti-aircraft battery remaining." Darez rubbed his chin. "And Commander Dawson?" "Nothing definite," Segan reported. "A drone recorded that he survived the initial crash and then took out 3 of the 4 anti-aircraft batteries to allow the second wave to land mostly intact. Recon stated that he was in the area of one of the transports when it was bombed. No confirmation if he is alive or dead, sir." Darez sucked in a breath through clenched teeth, exhaling slowly. "Conduct a full sensor sweep of the area. Look for anything out of the ordinary. Firefights, erratic, low-flying aircraft, anything." "Yes, sir," Segan nodded. "And increase the communication jamming," Darez continued. "Include high and low band frequencies not generally used. Everything." Segan nodded again. "If he is alive, I want him found." Dawn broke the horizon with fingers of light stretching through the black, pushing the darkness across the sky. A flock of birds squawked as they flew over the forest, racing the first indications of daylight. Contrails traced fingers across the sky as high-altitude aircraft conducted their patrols. Mark lay prone, halfway up a ridge overlooking a large valley. He propped on his elbows near a large, drooping tree, his body half buried in leaves and dirt, binoculars in hand. He reached behind him, scratching a bug bite as he peered through the device into the large valley below. He panned back and forth, studying the layout of the Arbran base. Tall ridges, ringed with weapon emplacements, protected the rectangular base that lay nestled in the valley. A slow-flowing stream wound its way through the basin, running through the military base. A 3-meter fence surrounded the structures, providing security for over 24 buildings. A third of the building sported fire-scarred battle damage. A couple lay in a heap of debris, their heavy durasteel walls crumpled and broken. 8 elevated landing pads, each sitting on 2-meter-tall stilts, occupied an area closest to Dawson's vantage point. 2 of the pads held the mangled wreckage of fighters, the others empty, a testament to the TSA's air superiority. Guard towers ringed the perimeter, providing fields of fire for any direct assault. Dawson watched the camp come to life as the light grew with the sunrise. He smiled, nodding his head as soldiers abandoned hidden fighting positions along the perimeter. "Stand to," he muttered to himself, referring to the period at dawn and dusk where the limited light provided an opportune time to attack. He watched as the Arbrans slung their weapons, many of them headed for a building with a thin wisp of smoke drifting from a chimney vent. The dining facility, Dawson thought, and felt his stomach growl. He sniffed the air and thought he caught the smell of breakfast. His stomach growled again. Quarishi rustled in the leaves beside him, and Dawson heard the Clandeau's stomach echo his own. Dawson, propped on his elbows, left the binoculars trained on the valley and turned his head to glance at the green-skinned alien. He saw the fear in his eyes as the alien watched the valley below. Quarishi turned to Dawson, and Mark gave him a reassuring smile and pat on the back. "Hang in there," Dawson said. "I'll get you out of this." The Clandeau nodded, but said nothing. His eyes returned to scanning the base. Dawson returned to gaze through the binoculars. He zoomed in on a communications array on a building near the center of the base. He estimated the distance from the wall to the building to be over 100 meters, and shook his head. "That's a lot of open ground to cover." "We will hold up here until nightfall," Dawson said, saying his plan out loud as he worked it over in his mind. "After dark, I'll infiltrate the base and call for help." Quarishi shook his head, and his voice rose, full of worry.
"You will bring more TSA soldiers?"
"Not those who sent us here," he said, thinking of Dari Terra. "Soldiers we can trust." Dawson lowered his binoculars and rolled over onto his back. He felt sharp rocks underneath him and squirmed for a moment before staring up at the sparse leaves on the tree above him. He felt Quarishi mimic his movements. "I hope." Dawson felt a sense of relief as he left Quarishi at the makeshift base and made his way down the mountain. He moved slowly, skirting rocks and tree saplings in the waning light. He sidestepped a boulder, stopping abruptly as the ground disappeared into a sheer cliff. He peered over the edge and could not see the bottom in the fading light. He smirked at the close call, adjusted his course, and continued his descent. It felt good to be moving again, despite his hunger and fatigue. A sweat-soaked bandana covered his head, his combat uniform covered in sweat, blood, mud, and a dozen other things he did not want to think about. His pistol sat low on his right thigh, 2 extra power packs on his belt to his left. His rifle, down to its last power cell, led the way. He reached the base of the mountain and found a good spot to hide. He nestled into a crevice with a good view of the base and waited for full darkness. He heard an Aerotel fighter somewhere in the distance and saw the flash of laser fire. The distant rumble of explosions followed. The base sat in complete darkness, and Mark wondered why the TSA had not targeted it for destruction. The Aerotel drew closer, prompting the ring of anti-aircraft batteries on the surrounding ridgelines to open fire. Green laser bolts flashed toward the heavens, striking the fighter. One of its superstructure wings sheared off, spinning the ship out of control across the night sky. It disappeared out of sight beyond a distant mountaintop. The resulting fireball lit the night, backlighting the mountain. "That's why they haven't attacked," he thought. He found a comfortable position and settled in to wait. He awoke with a start sometime later. He lay perfectly still, scanning his surroundings. Clouds dominated the night sky, obscuring the stars and Arbra's moon, making the valley pitch black. Nothing stirred outside of the base, and he let out a slow breath, willing his heart to slow from the sudden awakening. He checked his wrist chrono, saw that it was well past midnight, and pulled himself erect. He left his hiding place, and, rifle leading the way, headed for the river. Animal sounds filled the air as he trekked across the dark valley floor. He heard the distant sound of an Aerotel patrol, but it quickly dissipated into the night. He adjusted course, heading parallel to the base. He moved slowly, silently, carefully choosing his steps as he neared the river. The cool water chilled him as he waded in chest deep. He shivered before lowering himself fully into the water. He slurped a sip, tasting the water. The liquid tasted clean, cool on his parched throat. He waded upstream for a moment, away from the grime and muck floating away from his body. Once in the clear, he drank heartily. His stomach growled loudly. His thirst sated, he let out a long, deep breath, raised his rifle just above the surface of the water, and began slogging his way downstream toward the base. He stayed low, only his nose, eyes, and rifle above the water. Dawson did not know what type of defenses he faced, and hoped that the water would at least hide him from any thermal sensors. He anticipated the Arbran base would have some type of security where the river entered underneath the wall. He hoped it was something he could handle. Chills covered his body from the cold water by the time he approached the mesh metal gate that let the water into the base. He scanned the base, his rifle moving in rhythm with his eyes, and saw nothing. No guards, no laser grid security. He saw only the mesh gate, hastily filled in fighting positions, and the remnants of meal packs as they tumbled across the ground in the slight breeze. Mark crawled from the water, edging his way over the muddy soil to lay beside the wall. Craning his neck, he peered through the mesh gate. Nothing stirred in the darkness. He studied each building, each tower, for any sign of movement or light. Nothing. Something is wrong. Dawson had learned while stationed in clinics to trust his instincts. Surviving among the crooked guards and the prisoners had honed his sense of danger, and he learned to listen. The last time he had ignored his instincts was seer training, attacking the creek instead of bypassing the trap. Trap. The base was a trap to lure TSA troops into an ambush. Dawson looked to the ridgeline, closed his eyes, and shook his head. Those weapons emplacements were not only anti-aircraft, but anti-personnel as well. He thought about the weapons, picturing them turning toward the valley, and shuddered at the destructive force they could inflict on an infantry company. But the people, his mind asked. What about the people I saw at dawn, and the smell at breakfast? His stomach growled. Holograms and olfactory sensors. A diversion to lure in the attackers, his mind answered. Unconvinced, he stood, reached out, and touched the wall. The material flexed with his hand. He drew a combat knife from his belt, slicing the wall with a single stroke. He growled, replacing the knife into its scabbard. He resisted the urge to kick the wall. Instead, he turned and waded back into the water. Moving upstream proved more taxing to his tired muscles. He traveled a few hundred meters before exiting the stream, staying low as he moved onto the muddy bank. He paused, filling the 2 canteens he carried, before he headed back up the mountain. His tired muscles protested, his stomach growled, and he felt his energy fading, but he continued the climb. When warranted, he pulled himself up the mountain by his fingertips. Much easier going down the damn hill, he thought, grumbling. He continued his ascent, reaching a ledge where he paused, catching his breath. He rubbed sore muscles before continuing the last few meters to his destination. He found Quarishi asleep, curled into a ball under the tree, snoring silently in the cool, quiet night. Not wanting to wake him, Mark stepped over the alien, settled onto the rocky ground, laid the rifle across his lap, and leaned back against a rock. He stared up at the starless sky and sighed. Damn.
Chapter 16. Someone is researching you. Dari Terra looked up from her desk to see David Derez standing in the doorway. She put down the electronic pad she held, motioning for him to enter. She wore conservative gray slacks with a crimson shirt. Her hair hung to her shoulders, highlighted by light streaming in from the large bay window at her back. The city landscape stretched out from her Parliament office window. Rich plush carpet quieted Derez's footfalls as he moved across the office. He moved around the leather guest chair to stand before Dari's large, ornate wooden desk. He wore the standard shipboard combat attire, a gray one-piece uniform that zipped up the left side, combat boots that gleamed in the streaming light, and a pistol strapped to his waist on the left side. She leaned back in her chair. What? Someone is researching you, he repeated, and offered her a datapad identical to the one she had just set on the desk.
His eyes glanced out of the window of the third-floor office to see a security patrol pass. "Your name and the name of the ponds has been accessed at least a dozen times over the last week." Dari accepted the datapad and studied the information on the screen. She swiped the screen to the left and continued reading, her eyes following each line left to right. She finished the report and handed the device back to Darez. "Who is this Aoffa?" she inquired. "Nobody," Darez answered, swiping back several pages on the datapad. "Lieutenant Commander currently in command of the Information Storage Facility in the Corione Expanse. Formerly," he paused, and Terra saw his brows furrow in concentration. "Formerly assigned as officer in charge for fugitive retrieval for prisoners from clinics." "Dawson's commanding officer?" Dari asked, a pit developing in her stomach. Darez reread the page on the datapad and nodded. "Yes." Terra inhaled sharply, held it, and exhaled slowly. She shook her head. "That's too much to be coincidence. Are they working together?" "There isn't any indication of that, but—" Darez shrugged. She half listened to him as her eyes roamed the room. She saw, but did not truly see, the plush guest chairs, the small round conference table with 3 chairs, or the tasteful holograms that adorned the walls. Her mind reeled over the implications of Aoffa as a potential ally of Dawson. More loose ends. She turned her head to stare out of the full-wall window overlooking Haraz. Air cars flitted in the distance, maintaining the required distance from the Parliament building. Her eyes focused on a bird as it glided past her window. She turned her attention back to Darez. "I've worked too hard to get where I am to let some—" She waved her hand dismissively. "Nobody officer upset my plans. What do we have in this sector that can deal with this Aoffa?" she asked. "I have a ship that can be dispatched within 2 days," Darez stated, his voice emotionless. "Do it," she ordered. She picked up the datapad on her desk. "And don't use the normal comm channels. The ISF will have access to everything. Use a coded frequency." "Yes, ma'am," Darez nodded. "Anything else?" "Get back to Arbra," she said. "Our first volunteers will be ready for deployment next week. I need Dawson dead before then. His death, followed by the death of dozens of new lieutenants, will send the citizenry over the edge. But it all depends on Dawson dying first." She looked Darez in the eyes. "Get it done." "Yes, ma'am." Darez turned and left the office. Terra watched the door close silently behind him. She turned her attention to the datapad. "Thank you for this nomination for Senate Pro Tem and Parliament Chancellor." The frigate-sized transport Hand of Vengeance exited hyperspace on the outskirts of the Corione Expanse with shields raised and weapons armed. The ship slowed, banking lazily to port. 2 pylons, one forward and one aft, joined dual cylindrical fuselages together. Each 100-meter-long cylinder housed 3 engines, configured in triangular fashion. The bridge of the fast-attack ship sat nestled in the forward pylon that held the 2 fuselages together. Berinda Dumar sat in the command chair of the Vengeance, hunched forward as she studied the view screen that comprised the forward section of the bridge. A half-dozen control stations, manned by humans and aliens, formed a semicircle around her. The crew sat quietly at the controls, and Berinda could feel the pre-combat tension in the air. Her heart rate, breathing, and perspiration rose with the prospect of the impending battle. "Target in sight," a blue-skinned Blue Click said over his shoulder as the ship leveled out from its turn. "In range in 4 minutes." Berinda nodded, elbows propped on her knees, hands clasped between them. Her eyes scanned the horizon but could not distinguish the target asteroid from the hundreds of rocks in the field. "Maintain course and speed. Any communication?" "None, ma'am," answered a young Chandrillian, his ears tied back on his head. Berinda shook her head as she sat back in her chair. Darez had assured her that base security was lax, but she had her doubts. Her instincts told her the plan was flawed. The base is an admin facility, not combat-ready, Darez's hologram had told her. She stared into the holographic eyes of his 10-foot-tall image. The previous commander was lazy. He let readiness drop to 0. "What if Aoffa improved security and defensive posture?" she inquired, frustrated. She walked through the hologram to a small table in her cabin. She poured a cup of Java before returning to her transmission spot. Derez appeared annoyed at the interruption. He dismissed her worries with a wave of his hand. The base won't even acknowledge your presence until you get within 10,000 meters. Set your transponder to identify you as a surveyor for a mining consortium. That will get you to their perimeter. At 8,000 meters, you're in firing range. Take out the perimeter defenses with missiles, and the base is yours, he concluded. She scoffed and signed off. We have entered the asteroid field, the Chandrillian broke her reverie. Still no contact. Start your scans, Berinda ordered. Scan for ore and metal. Set a standard grid search course. Edge us closer to the base. Her voice took on an edge of urgency. Find those weapons emplacements before we get within 10,000 meters. Yes, ma'am, the human navigator replied. Berinda watched the rocks on the screen change pitch as the ship banked, the frigate slipping deeper into the asteroids. What is it? Sorensen asked, yawning and rubbing his eyes. He shook his head and adjusted his robe, retying the cloth belt on the brown garment. He leaned on the backrest of the senior officer's chair, looking over the woman's shoulder and trying to focus on the display. He watched the screen as a ship slipped from an asteroid shadow into the open. He yawned again. Is that a Marini-class frigate? He asked. He hopped from one foot to another, feeling the cold metal of the floor on his feet. He wished he had paused long enough to get properly dressed before answering the alert, at least long enough to get shoes. Yes, sir, the SO replied. They're scanning the asteroids. Transponder query indicates a survey ship. That's an awful lot of firepower on a survey ship, Sorensen mused. There is a lot of pirate activity out here, she offered. Maybe. He rubbed his unshaven chin before leaning past the woman and tapping a pair of buttons on the panel. The perspective changed from the long-range view to a perimeter camera, the ship leaping into sharper focus. Dual fuselages slid past his view, the triangular engines glowing in the darkness. He opened his mouth to dismiss the ship as a threat when he spotted the missile ports and laser cannons tracking the camera, pointing directly at him. He shuddered. Bring the base to full alert, Sorensen ordered, and wake the boss. He hopped from one foot to another. I'll be right back. You are in charge until Commander Aoffa arrives. Where are you going, sir? To get some shoes, he replied over his shoulder as he exited the command center. He heard the doors slide quietly shut behind him as he made his way down the corridor. He knew it was against protocol to leave the command center in an unknown situation. The commander will be there in a few minutes, he reassured himself. Sorensen scampered down the natural rock hallway, his feet quiet in the early morning. Besides, Sensor Officer Reagan is capable of handling the situation. The voice in his head did nothing to soothe the twist in his gut. Abandoning his post was wrong, and he knew it. He arrived at the main lift and stabbed the down button. Things had changed at the base over the last several months. As much as Sorensen had enjoyed the lax attitude of Commander Mason, the regimented training and discipline of the base added a new sense of purpose to the XO. Thoughts of retirement had dwindled, and Sorensen found himself happy in his role as executive officer. The lift arrived, and he stepped onto the cold metal floor. Level 3, he ordered. The lift dropped quickly enough that he felt his stomach flip-flop. He gulped and held on as the elevator stopped as quickly as it started. He stepped from the lift and made his way down the corridor. He waved his hand in front of his cabin door as alarm klaxons rang throughout the base. "Alert! Alert!" Lieutenant Reagan announced over the intercom. "The base is under attack." She repeated the message, but Sorensen did not hear. He raced around the room, donning clothes and grabbing his belt and sidearm. He was dressed in under 2 minutes and out the door, running back toward the lift. Crew members filled the halls. Some ran toward duty stations. Others rubbed their eyes, trying to comprehend the message still repeating over the base intercom. Sorensen sidestepped a few of the slower crew as he ran toward the elevator and the crowd already there waiting. "Make a hole," he ordered as he neared the lift. The gathering parted, and the XO stood at the front of the line, anxiously tapping the lit up button. He heard a distant rumble and felt a vibration through his boots. "Sorensen, where are you?" Aoffa's angry voice leapt out to him from the comm link on his belt. "Report to the command center immediately." He jerked the comm from his belt as the lift arrived. "On my way, sir. 3 minutes." He boarded the elevator with a dozen other crewmen. The doors closed, and the lift began its ascent. The base shook again, the rumbling closer, the vibration fiercer. The elevator wobbled in the shaft, but continued to ascend. "Come on," Sorensen mumbled. "Come on." He glanced at the crew members in the elevator. He saw no fear, only determination and anxiousness to defend the base. Sorensen realized he was not the only one to embrace the commander's sense of duty and discipline. A concussive shock of exploding rock peppered the roof of the lift, stopping the ascent abruptly. Sorensen and the rest of the passengers collapsed to their knees from the sudden stop. They clapped their hands over their ears as metal screeched and a lift wall caved inward, the steel elevator cage holding back the rock beyond. A wave of heat flooded the lift. "Get down," Sorensen ordered, shoving 2 crew members to the floor. "Get down!" The wall buckled, asteroid rock flowing like magma into the lift. Sorensen watched in horror as the rock crushed 2 of his crew. The asteroid shuddered violently, tossing him against the elevator wall. Stabbing pain filled his right leg, and he looked down to see a boulder twice the size of his head lying squarely on his ankle. Crew members, those not covered in rock or otherwise injured, began digging out their comrades. Sorensen felt the weight lift off his ankle, and he nodded his thanks to a young enlisted woman. Asteroid dust covered her hair and face. Her right arm bled from a long, shallow gash. The woman helped Sorensen to stand. His ankle gave way, and he opted to remain on the floor. Another missile impact shook the base, raining dust and debris down on those stuck in the elevator. Everyone ducked. The XO heard the faint discharge of laser cannons, and he knew that someone, probably Aoffa, was in the command center directing the defense. He wiped the sweat from his brow. He felt heat radiating from above, the temperature rising in the close confines of the elevator. He looked through the breach in the elevator wall and saw the flickering shadows of fire on the asteroid rock. He looked up at the ceiling. Not good. The lift jerked, falling a half-dozen meters before the emergency brakes locked. The crew picked themselves off the floor, checking on their comrades. The heat dissipated, and Sorensen offered silent thanks for that. Time slowed for Lieutenant Sorensen as he watched his universe condense to the confines of the elevator. 8 people remained alive, 5 of them injured and bleeding. None of them showed signs of panic as they moved back and forth, digging out the injured, checking the wounded. 2 of them, a Hazmara and a Clandeau, tore their uniforms to make bandages. The heat rose as the fire above spread, creeping closer to the disabled lift. Sorensen heard the roar of the flames above them. He heard the ping of metal as it heated to its breaking point, and the elevator fell another half-dozen meters, tossing everyone to the floor. A wry smile filled his face as Sorensen pulled the comm from his belt and tapped in the code for a delayed message to Aoffa. "The elevator has been compromised," he heard himself say. His vision narrowed. A blue click filled his vision, and he heard the alien's voice, distant, as if in a tunnel, asking if the XO was all right. Sorensen patted him on the back and continued his dictation. "2 cables have snapped," he continued into the comm. "The brakes are melting. I can smell the stench. I wanted to tell you that I am sorry. Sorry for abandoning my post in a crisis." He smiled. "I should have stayed in the command center." His vision grew hazy, the heat growing unbearable. He watched helplessly as a couple of crew members collapsed from the heat and smoke. The rest lay on the floor, watching and listening to the XO. "But if I had stayed there, I would not have seen the bravery, the self-sacrifice, and the dedication of the crew. Commendations for the following. Lieutenant, the last elevator cable snapped, the metallic clang echoing above the flames. The brakes held for a few seconds, groaning with an ear-splitting strain. Those seconds gave Sorensen the time he needed to finish his list of commendations. The XO winced against the noise, gritted his teeth, and made eye contact with the last 3 crew still conscious. "It's been an honor," he yelled over the screeching brakes. He heard the mechanism give way to the flame with a loud pop. Weightlessness lifted him from the floor as the lift plummeted downward. Silence replaced the roar of the flames and straining brakes. "It's been an honor," he repeated in his normal voice, seconds before the elevator crashed into the bottom of the shaft. Dagon Aoffa entered the command center in time to see the survey vessel launch a full salvo of missiles at distant asteroids. Strobe-like flashes lit the room as a semicircular ring of explosions filled the view screens. Aoffa crossed the room in a dozen steps and checked the status. A third of the base's perimeter defenses had ceased to exist. "Incoming," Lieutenant Reagan declared.
Aoffa, unshaven but dressed in his uniform, looked up to see a second barrage streaking toward the base. He grabbed hold of a support beam and felt the tremble as the rock beneath him absorbed kilotons of explosives. Keeping a hand on support beams or consoles, Aoffa made his way to the unmanned weapon station. He flipped a pair of switches as he sat down. "Where is the XO?" he asked, adjusting the targeting computer. He achieved target lock and let loose a barrage of lasers at the attacking ship. The twin fuselage ship's shields flared, but held. "He left to get dressed, sir," she reported. "He wasn't wearing any shoes. His feet were cold." "His feet were—" Aoffa repeated with a sneer. He launched another salvo of lasers with no effect. "Sorensen, where are you? Report to the command center immediately," he demanded into the comm. Scanning the console, Aoffa found one perimeter weapon emplacement still functional. He tapped a command into the console and saw an amber light turn green. "On my way, sir. 3 minutes," Sorensen replied through the comm. Another impact on the base, this one near the landing bay. Aoffa turned to see a handful of crew arrive in the command center, Gonzil leading the way. "Ensure the landing bay is secure," he ordered. An ensign peeled off from the new arrivals, running across the control center toward a distant control panel. She vaulted over a handrail, arrived at the console, and flipped 2 switches. She turned to face Aoffa, giving him a curt nod. Aoffa felt a hand on his chair and turned to see Gonzil standing over him. "I'll take it, sir." Aoffa stood. "Keep firing the main cannons." He pointed to the sole surviving perimeter weapon. "Stand by on that. Do not fire it until I give the order." The senior NCO nodded his head, and the commander moved and staggered to his command chair as another impact shook the base. "Status," he demanded as he sat down. "Missile impacts in quadrants 4, 6, 7, and 8, Gonzil reported. "We're losing mass, but no real damage."
"The loss of mass is changing our orbit," Reagan reported. "If they intend to board, they will have to move with us, and that will bring them in range of the rest of our perimeter weapons."
"I'm not sure they're intent on boarding, Lieutenant." Aoffa shook his head. He turned to the ensign standing by the bay controls. "Get the pilots to their ships. If we do get the bay doors out of range of their missiles, get our fighters in the air."
"Aye, sir,"
she replied, and turned to carry out her instructions. Another salvo shook the base. Sparks shot from several consoles as rock and dust fell from the ceiling. The view screen flickered, but remained functional. Aoffa watched as the twin fuselage craft continued to close on the base, firing missile after missile. Laser batteries joined the fray, sending bright orange bolts to impact on the asteroid's surface. "Gonzil," Aoffa ordered, "fire all weapons that have a lock on that ship." Aoffa watched as multiple laser batteries and missile emplacements fired on the attacking ship. The frigate's shields flared with the impacts, each hit weakening the color and intensity of the shield. Missile after missile streaked from their tubes, covered the distance to the ship in seconds, and detonated in a blinding display of light. Berinda Dumar gripped the arms of her chair and held on as the hand of vengeance rocked with impacts. The overhead lights blinked, and sparks arced from controls. She heard the missile tubes launch another volley and watched as chunks of asteroid tore away from her target. The ship lurched forward as the rear shields, set low to provide extra power to the forward generators, failed. A support beam collapsed, crushing an unmanned station to her left. "Get us out of here," she ordered as the ship lurched again. The port engine sputtered. "Deeper into the asteroids, away from the base." She turned to her weapons officer. "And take out that missile battery behind us." The hand of vengeance rotated to starboard, and engines blazed. The frigate took another dozen hits before finding solace behind an asteroid big enough to deflect the incoming fire. Rear lasers locked onto a small floating rock and pulverized the perimeter missile battery with a dozen laser bolts. Berinda watched the resulting explosion, nodding her satisfaction.
"Damage report,"
she ordered as the explosive gases dissipated. "Aft shields are down," the Chandrillian reported. His fur showed several scorch marks where sparks had landed and caught fire. "Forward shields are holding, weapons and engines at 100%. Berinda nodded. "Tough ship," she muttered. It was not her first time to command the Vengeance, but this was by far the toughest target she had attempted to take down. The amount of weaponry on the transport made quick work of much larger vessels.
"But I've never attacked an asteroid before."
"Life support is out on decks 2 and 3. Engineering crews are preparing spacesuits. They have to go EVA to attempt a repair," the Chandrillian continued. "Long-range scanners are out. We do have short-range and targeting sensors." An alarm klaxon filled the bridge. "We have incoming," a blue click stated. "A dozen fighters, entering firing range."
Berinda cursed and felt the first impacts of the ship's lasers as they strafed her ship. "Hold the EVA teams, return fire, and get us out of here." "Course?" the helmsman, a female Hasmara, asked. "Out of this damn asteroid field," Berinda yelled. "Get us out of here!" The Vengeance left its perch behind the asteroid as fighters swarmed from aft and starboard. Lasers raked the frigate from stem to stern, shields pulsing with each impact. Berinda watched on her monitor as the fighters completed their attack run, roared away, and then turned for another pass. One of the dual nacelle capstans exploded as the frigate's lasers tracked it, caught it, and turned it into vapor. Another fighter lost its port engine. It spiraled into the asteroid field, out of view. An explosion revealed its fate seconds later. The Vengeance continued to fire, but the smaller, more elusive ships escaped destruction. Berinda switched to the aft cameras as 3 fighters lined up for their attack run. She watched the ships grow larger as they headed straight for her ship. Green lasers reached out from the fighters, finding the frigate. The shields buckled, and she winced as the camera took a direct hit, ceasing to exist. "Status?" she asked. 2 minutes to the edge of the field," the Chandrillian said. The strap tying his ears back was missing, and his ears stood straight up. His panel exploded as the asteroid's fighters executed another strafing run. He fell to the floor, slapping at his ears as the sparks rained down on him. "More power to the engines," Berinda ordered. She read the status, scrolling across her screen. Doubts of her survival surfaced. For the first time in her life, she felt fear. She switched back to the external cameras in time to see another strafing run. 3 fighters skimmed the frigate's hull, firing down the length of the ship. The shields absorbed what they could, and then collapsed. She felt each impact as the fighters completed their run. "Intensify fire," she ordered, her voice rising with each rock of the ship. The Vengeance rocked with an explosion amidships. The sound of venting atmosphere permeated the air, and Berinda felt the tug of decompression until emergency bulkhead doors slammed down. The alarms continued as more fighters pursued the fleeing ship. The engines sputtered, roared back to life, and died as the ship reached the edge of the asteroid field. "FTL engines," Berinda called over the klaxon. "Bring up the faster-than-light drives." "An operative," the blue click answered. Blue-tinted blood poured from a gash across his forehead. "Propulsion is down. Aft shields are down. Weapons are—" An explosion across the bridge from his station interrupted his report. The blue click and several others, including the burnt Chandrillian, raced to extinguish the flames. Fire suppression systems worked quickly, but not before the hull breached, sucking a tetraxy out into space. Berinda grabbed the arms of her chair against the sudden decompression. The howl of the air flowing into space made her want to cover her ears, but she held on to the chair, wincing against the gale force winds. She watched the bulkhead shields snap on, halting the escape of air. She fell back into her chair, wondering how long before the Vengeance lost power and the rest of the bridge crew was sucked into space. The Chandrillian returned to his station, out of breath and in obvious pain. "Weapons are now offline. We are dead in space."
Survey vessel.
The comm crackled to life. The male voice was filled with static, but clear enough for Berinda to hear every word.
This is Lieutenant Commander Dagon Aoffa of the TSA Information Storage Facility. Prepare to be boarded.
Berinda Dumar stared at her monitor as the damage report continued to scroll. She tuned out the message as it repeated a second and then a third time. She stared, unfocused, at her monitor, her thoughts drifting to the man she would have done anything for, the man who saved her from the slavers of Billoki, the man who, ultimately, sent her to her death. "Damn you, David," she said, and touched a series of buttons on her monitor. The hand of vengeance exploded, destroying 3 TSA fighters as it lit the heavens like a supernova. Chapter 17. Aoffa stood in the open bay watching as his surviving fighters returned from battle. Capstan fighters entered the energy shield protecting the bay in pairs, touching down lightly inside the cavernous hangar. Ground crews swarmed the fighters, moving them out of the way, preparing for the next ships in the queue to land. Fire crews prepared their equipment, anticipating the worst, as the last 3 capstan fighters, the ones with the most battle damage, approached the hangar. "Prepare to receive the first fighter," the landing ops officer, Lou, announced over the intercom. Aoffa looked up to a metal and glass room protruding from the rock wall of the asteroid. He saw the Lou bent forward over the control console, his neck straining to see out of the bay and into space. The Lou kept the intercom active, his voice echoing off the walls of the hangar as he issued instructions to the fighters.
Cap 2-2, you are cleared for approach.
Aoffa turned his attention back to the hangar bay shield and the space beyond. Cap 2-2 wove into view, its engine sputtering on and off as it approached.
Glide path high,
the Lou informed the pilot, and Aoffa watched the ship descend slightly. The capstan grew larger as it neared, and he could make out cracks in the ship's cockpit canopy. The ship entered the shield barrier, the pilot moving his head side to side as he strained to see out of the crystallized canopy. Cap 2-2 touched down, skidding to a stop 20 meters from the nearest fire crew. The fire crew moved forward, dousing the fighter in flame-retardant foam. The pilot popped the canopy and slid down the fuselage of the fighter, moving swiftly away from the fire team. She removed her helmet, shaking her brunette hair before turning back to look at her ship. Aoffa watched her laugh and wave off the medical team as they surrounded her. The ground crew pushed the damaged ship aside with anti-grav carts. Humans and aliens pushed the damaged ship aside, completing their task in record time. The team leader wiped his brow before flashing a thumbs up to the landing ops officer.
Cap 1-8, you are cleared for approach.
The second fighter landed in much the same way, and Aoffa was impressed with the skill and coordination between the Lou, fire teams, ground crew, and medics. As the medics tended to the pilot's broken leg and moved him off to a corner, Aoffa took the opportunity to contact the command center.
Has the XO checked in yet?
He asked into his handheld comm. He brushed the dirt and dust from his uniform, smearing more than he removed. He saw splotches of blood on his pants and wondered briefly whose it was.
No, sir,
Lieutenant Reagan answered in a calm, measured voice.
We have damaged crews all over the station. There is extensive damage in Sector 4, living quarters.
Cap 1-1, you are cleared for approach,
the Lou announced. Understood, Aoffa sighed. Keep me informed. The last of the fighters is landing now. Hold 1. Aoffa dropped the hand holding the comm link and concentrated on the incoming fighter. It took a moment to spot the damaged fighter, but he instantly knew why it was the last one on approach. Its starboard nacelle was partially ripped off, hanging at a 90-degree angle from the rest of the ship. The approach was erratic, the ship gaining and losing altitude every second.
Cap 1-1, you are below glide path,
the Lou said. His voice rose in pitch as the fighter neared the hangar bay.
Increase your altitude. Increase your... Pull up! Pull up!
The capstan entered the barrier shield barely 2 meters off the deck. The fighter shuddered as it hit the bay's atmosphere and artificial gravity. The damaged nacelle sheared off, bouncing across the bay toward a parked shuttle. The fighter rose sharply from the loss of the nacelle's mass, crashing into the roof of the cavern with enough force to create an avalanche of rock and dust. The remaining engine died, and the ship plummeted to the hard Duracrete deck of the bay. Pieces of the ship shot in every direction, and flames leapt from the engine nacelle. Aoffa exhaled a breath he did not realize he held as the ship powered down. He saw the pilot sit back in his chair and remove his helmet. Fire crews swarmed the ship, dousing the fire with flame-retardant green goo. The pilot smiled and offered a thumbs up at the fire crew. Fragments of rock and asteroid dust continued to rain down, covering the fighter and the fire crew. The shower of debris increased, and Aoffa heard someone yell a warning. He looked toward the ceiling as the fire crew dropped their fire suppression gear and scattered. Aoffa stared in horror as a large chunk of the ceiling fell. He watched the rock drop in slow motion, wincing as it crushed the fighter and the pilot. He looked away, covering his face as dust exploded from the impact, filling the bay with a thick layer of grit. The boom of the avalanche reverberated off the walls of the hangar. Flames engulfed the remains of the capstan fighter. Aoffa dropped the comm, rushed forward, and began helping the fire and ground crews to their feet. Flames heated the rock, creating mini explosions that sent chunks of stone in every direction. The heat pushed him back. Aoffa felt hands grab him and pull him away from the flames. Aoffa fought the hands for a moment before he recognized the fire chief and allowed himself to be escorted back to the perimeter. The chief offered a curt nod from beneath his suit, turned, and moved back toward the blaze. Aoffa stood for a moment, breathing heavily. He cursed, bent, and retrieved his dropped communicator.
Lieutenant Reagan.
Sir?
He explained the situation in the hangar. Once the bay is cleared, I want a cap on patrol until further notice.
Yes, sir,
she replied, and he heard the sadness in her voice.
They found Lieutenant Sorensen, sir.
The comm chimed, and Aoffa turned it over, reading a message from his XO. He's alive? A pause.
No, sir.
They found his body in the lift with a dozen others.
Aoffa looked at the message indicator, confused. I'll be there shortly. Get the cap in the air ASAP.
Aye, sir. Command center out.
Aoffa took one last look at the hangar bay. The fire was contained around the crushed fighter. The fighter's nacelle lay against a shuttle on the far side of the bay. The shuttle leaned over the discarded engine at a haphazard angle. Aoffa's brow furrowed, and he realized one of the shuttle's landing struts had collapsed in the crash. Several crew members moved toward the shuttle to inspect the damage. He turned his eyes to the glass and steel bay control room and saw the Lu staring at him. The two men exchanged nods before Aoffa turned and left the bay. He made his way through the winding rock walls of the base, deep in thought. He found a quiet storage room built into the wall and slipped inside. The room smelled dank, musty. The lights activated automatically, displaying a well-organized room with cleaning supplies, a small weapons locker, and several EVA suits. He activated his comm and played the message left by his XO. The elevator has been compromised. 2 cables have snapped. The brakes are melting. I can smell the stench. Aoffa listened to the crackling flames, visualizing the close confines of the lift. I wanted to tell you that I am sorry. Sorry for abandoning my post in a crisis. I should have stayed in the command center, but if I had stayed there, I would not have seen the bravery, the self-sacrifice, and the dedication of the crew. Commendations for... Aoffa made note of those recommended for commendation, thinking that he would have to grant each of them posthumously. Aoffa winced when he heard the elevator brakes whine. It's been an honor, Sorensen yelled, and the message ended. He cursed, vowing to avenge his dead. Who attacked us, and why? He would find out and make them pay. He left the room, turned right, and moved down the deserted corridor. Aoffa moved swiftly toward the lift, reached the elevator, and paused, thinking. He turned left, heading toward the med bay. With the crew at battle stations or working in the hangar bay, his footfalls echoed through the eerily vacant passageways. He heard voices as he neared the med bay, along with groans and grunts of pain. He increased his pace to a slow jog, rounded a corner, and stopped in his tracks. His day was far worse than he thought. More than 20 wounded crew lay on the dusty rock, spilling out of the medical bay. Several bled into the dirt. Others supported broken limbs. Blue-clothed medical personnel flitted back and forth, tending to the wounded in turn. A female clando clutched her leg, writhing in pain. Aoffa stepped forward, grabbed a bandage, and began wrapping the wounded female's leg. "Commander," he heard someone call, and turned to see Doc McGill, her blue smock stained red with blood, stethoscope hanging from her neck. She brushed a loose strand of blonde hair out of her face, ensuring her blood-smeared gloves stayed clear of her own skin. "Are you hurt?" Aoffa shook his head. "I'm here to help." He completed wrapping the clando's leg, stopping the bleeding temporarily. She knelt beside a young ensign beside the clando, checking for a pulse. She tried his wrist and neck, before grabbing a nearby towel and covering the officer's face. She moved to inspect the female alien Aoffa tended. "I've got this." She waved a hand at the chaos. "We've got this. If you aren't hurt, I don't need you here in the way," she concluded, her voice harsh. She finished her inspection of the bandage, nodding approval before she stood, placed her hands on her hips, and inhaled. She exhaled slowly and turned to face her commanding officer. "Sorry," she said, her voice softer. "Rough day." Aoffa nodded. "Understandable. I'll be in the command center if you need anything." He turned and walked away without another word. He heard Doc McGill issuing orders as he rounded the corner, leaving the medical bay behind. He ran into Sergeant-at-Arms Ganziel on his way to the bridge. Soot and asteroid dust covered the usually pristine senior sergeant. The two locked step as they traveled the stone corridors. Crew members moved out of their way, bracing themselves against the rock as the two passed. "The base is secure, sir. Weapons are still online and manned. Combat air patrols are out. Random pattern Epsilon," Ganziel said. His voice took on a somber tone. "I heard about Lieutenant Sorensen." The two boarded a lift, and Aoffa felt it ascend on command. "Give me a complete casualty report as soon as you can," Aoffa ordered. "And keep people away from the med bay unless the doc asks for assistance. She has it under control." Ganziel acknowledged as the doors opened to the command center. Dust and debris lay scattered across the semicircular layout. Several consoles blinked sporadically. Others spit sparks. A few lay dormant. Aoffa saw his command chair crushed under a boulder, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the ceiling. He shook his head and moved further into the destruction. "Sir," Lieutenant Reagan approached. "We are operational," she reported, her tone firm. "We have rewired several control stations, running multiple operations from the same console. All critical systems are online." "Good job, Lieutenant," Aoffa said. "Now, what isn't working?" "Perimeter defenses are inoperable," she reported. "I have ordered repair crews to make that their #1 priority." "Make that the #2 priority. The cap will be our early warning system for now," Aoffa ordered. He brushed off a seat and sat before an unmanned console. He recognized both sensors and communication systems displayed. "Get a team out there to salvage everything we can from that frigate. I want to know who attacked us. Then maybe we can find out why." "Aye, sir," she acknowledged. She turned to go. "And Lieutenant?" "Sir?" she replied, turning back to face Aoffa. He rotated the chair to face the woman. "I'm promoting you to executive officer," he said. "Get this done." "Aye, aye, sir," she nodded. "We'll find those bastards." "The attack failed," David Terra stated matter-of-factly. His 8-foot-tall hologram projected into the living quarters of Dari Terra, towering over her. She blinked her eyes rapidly, processing the information as the hologram stood quietly. She crossed her arms over the light green sequin dress she wore and stared up at the hologram. She made a mental note to change the hologram parameters. She hated staring up at the projection. She cocked her head to the left. "What do you mean it failed?" "I don't have a full report yet," Terra responded, his voice even. "But it appears the base is more heavily defended than I was told. The attack was repelled." "I will not tolerate failure, David." She turned to stare out of her apartment window. The lights of Haraz City lit the night. "You should have known the base's defenses." She straightened non-existent wrinkles from the dress before turning back to the hologram. "Where is Berinda?" "Dead," Terra replied, emotionless. The ship was destroyed as it tried to escape. Terra flinched at the news as anger welled within her. Ordering thousands to their death was one thing, but losing one of her own did not sit well with Dari. She clenched her fists and began pacing back and forth, staring at the floor. She could feel Terra's eyes follow her. She paused, looking up at the hologram. "Do we have enough ships to launch another attack?" She watched Terra squirm, uncomfortable with the question. "Yes," he said hesitantly. "But I advise against another attack." He held up a hand to ward off her response and continued. "Our forces are thin, and undoubtedly the base will now be on heightened alert, to include air patrols. Any new attack would fail, and we would lose more ships." She sneered, grunted, realized he was correct, and began pacing again. The loss of the ship and crew would be felt, but they were replaceable. The loss of Berinda, she cannot be replaced easily. She willed her heart to slow, shrugged off the shawl of rage that surrounded her. She failed, the anger adding a deadly edge to her voice. "Do you have any suggestions, Lieutenant Commander?" she asked, staring at the hologram. He shook his head, negative. "I've got my hands full out here, Senator," he explained. "The Arbrans are mounting a counteroffensive. The new lieutenants are supposed to arrive tomorrow, and I still haven't found Dawson. You will have to find a non-military solution to Aoffa," he concluded. She stared up at the hologram, contemplating his words. A small smile crept across her lips. "Actually, a military solution is exactly what I need. Take care of the rebellion and Dawson." She nodded. "I know what I need to do about the ISF. Terra out." The hologram faded as Terra raised a hand to say something. She strolled across her quarters to a pair of French doors, opened them, and stepped onto her balcony overlooking the city. The cool night air caressed her skin, creating a wave of chill bumps. She looked skyward, lost in thought, watching strobe lights of dozens of ships traverse the clear, starry night. The door chime interrupted her and brought her back from her musings. She left the balcony, crossing her apartment, and smiling as she thought of the final touches of her plan. She stopped at the door and checked the security console. She saw an older man with graying hair, piercing blue eyes, and a small, squashed nose. He reached up to touch the chime again, and the sound resonated through the apartment. Dari turned, admiring herself in a mirror in the foyer. She adjusted a loose strand of hair, straightened her dress again, and opened the door. She greeted her visitor with a toothy grin and open arms.
"Desmond, and right on time. How are you this evening?"
Desmond entered the apartment, dropping his coat on a chair inside the doorway before embracing Terra. She rubbed his back lightly before pushing him away.
"I'm fine, Senator," he said, stepping back. "Thank you for inviting me to your lovely home."
Retired Senator Desmond Pierre nodded slightly and offered his arm. Dari took it, and she led the two of them to the overstuffed sofa in the main room of her apartment. The two sat, the small talk lasting only a few minutes.
"How can I help you, my dear?"
His bass voice filled the air.
"You know that I value your advice."
She waved her hand around her apartment.
"Without you, I wouldn't have any of this. I hope that I can continue to rely on your wisdom and experience."
"Of course, Senator,"
Desmond replied, his smile charming.
"I am at your service."
"As a former senator, I'm sure you've dealt with all sorts of issues."
He nodded.
"I have a problem, and I'm hoping that you can help find a resolution."
Desmond motioned for her to continue.
"Someone is looking into my personal business."
She saw his eyebrow raise.
"I need the intrusion to stop, quickly."
"Another senator?"
he asked. She shook her head.
"Military."
He bristled, grimacing slightly.
"That complicates things."
His eyes narrowed as he stared into Dari's eyes.
"Unless you have people on the inside."
"That is exactly what I was thinking,"
she admitted. She reached to a side table, produced 2 glasses, and offered one to Desmond.
"I want to fill the unit with people loyal to me, discreetly."
"And you want me to make the request so you stay clear of any wrongdoing."
She nodded, taking a sip of her drink. He smiled, chortled, and nodded his head.
"You are ambitious, aren't you? And to think, 3 years ago you were a simple housewife."
"And now, thanks to you, I'm poised to become chancellor,"
she stated, keeping the conversation on track.
"You always told me to avoid complications and distractions."
"You learned well," Desmond admitted. "And now that your star has risen, I want something from you."
"Anything."
He stroked his clean-shaven chin.
"A cabinet post with the new chancellor,"
he mused.
"Actually, I was thinking chief of staff."
Desmond winked at her.
"I know a few people in TSA personnel. I'm sure I can arrange for a few people to be transferred."
He took a sip of his drink.
"Where am I sending them, and what is the mission?"
"The information storage facility in the Corion sector,"
she replied. The two clinked their glasses.
"I need them to arrange an accident for the base commander."
Chapter 18. Mark Dawson felt the morning dew seep through his ragged and torn uniform as he crawled on his belly. Dirt covered his face. Scrapes and cuts crisscrossed his body. He moved slowly, low in the tall arbran grass. Sunlight wove its way through the lush forest canopy above him, highlighting his target in a beam, like a spotlight. A small furry rodent sat perched on a tree branch, only a half-meter from the trap Mark had set the day before. He and Quarishi had barely eaten in the 3 days since his assault on the false Arbran base. He spent his days moving through the forest, setting traps, and avoiding ground patrols of Arbrans. The flowing river provided water, but did little to squelch the incessant growls from his stomach. The air patrols of TSA fighters at night, and their infrequent firefights above, provided little in the way of entertainment. The traps provided very little in sustenance. Mark froze as the rodent turned to look in his direction, ears perked up and listening. The animal's small tail twitched before it turned its attention to the small nugget of food it held in its front paws. Dawson inched forward. The animal looked up again. Minute by minute, inch by inch, he crept toward the animal. He was 2 meters away when the rodent stopped nibbling its morsel, nose sniffing the air. Abruptly, the rodent turned and ran down the tree limb, right into the small wire trap. The animal squirmed, emitting tiny squeaks of terror as it tried to get away. Dawson rose from the grass, casting his shadow over the animal. It turned, saw him, and wiggled deeper into the wire trap in an effort to escape. Mark crossed the distance quickly and put the animal out of its misery with a single blow from the butt of his pistol. He holstered the weapon and began untangling the animal from his trap. He held up the rodent by the tail, studying it as it dangled from his left hand. He shook his head. "Not even enough for one," he muttered, "but better than nothing." He placed the animal in a pouch on his belt and bent to reset the trap. Satisfied with his handiwork, he lowered himself back into the tall grass and moved toward his next trap. He found the next 3 traps empty. The last one held the dead carcass of another small rodent, half eaten by some unknown predator. He scowled and removed the animal, resetting the trap. Disappointed, he turned to head back to camp and stopped abruptly. He crouched, scanning his environment. The forest lay thick with undergrowth, the canopy overhead full of colorful red, yellow, and orange leaves in the late Arbran autumn. The woodland animals were quiet, as if something disturbed them. A slight breeze played across his exposed skin, carrying voices. He turned to face the noise. Movement caught his eye, and Dawson dropped quietly to the dew-covered ground. A 3-man patrol traveled through the trees, moving aside tree branches and stumbling through the underbrush. Woodland camo covered each man, but their hands and face remained unpainted. They made no attempt at stealth as they wove their way through the wood. Mark shook his head in amazement as they passed a small flask of something between them. He scanned the area, verified they traveled alone, and when they were less than 5 meters away, rose from the tall grass like a wraith. He drew his pistol, flicked the fire selector to stun, and fired in one swift motion. 3 gunshots echoed through the trees, and the 3 men dropped unconscious to the ground. Dawson dropped to a knee, scanning the forest for more combatants. Satisfied he was alone, he moved to his victims. He stripped off their packs, relieved them of their weapons, and then rummaged through equipment. He smiled as he found instant food packs. He ripped one open, eating the high-calorie entree in 6 bites. He grabbed a canteen and drained it. "Thanks," he nodded to one of the unconscious men. He found the flask, sniffed it experimentally, and then took a sip. He gagged on the harsh liquor, replaced the top, and dropped it onto the chest of the nearest man. He continued his search, finding more food, power packs, and 2 emergency thermal blankets. His heart raced with each find, almost pounding through his chest as he discovered a short-range radio and a SATCOM unit. New voices drifted through the forest, and he drew his pistol, his eyes surveying the woods around him. "Time to go," he muttered, as he began consolidating everything of value into one pack. Food, water, blankets, power packs, and the 2 radios went into the sack. He slung one of the rifles over his shoulder and slipped an extra pistol in his waistband at the small of his back. The other weapons, 2 rifles and 2 pistols, he broke as quietly as he could. He winced as the crack of the polymer echoed in the morning air. He stood and felt the weight pull on his tired shoulders. He bounced up and down twice, listening for telltale signs of loose gear. He adjusted the straps and repeated the procedure. He turned on the short-range radio and inserted a small listening device into his ear. Dawson took a step and paused. He pulled the dead rodent from his pouch and dropped it on the ground next to the guy with the flask. He offered a mock salute and left the 3 unconscious soldiers. The pack grew heavier with each step toward the camp. The morning sun added heat and humidity. Mark felt the strain of the pack and found himself drenched in sweat. He stopped twice to avoid patrols, but remained undetected. He listened to the Arbran patrol frequency, making notes of their patrol routes, until they discovered the 3-man patrol and the missing radio. After that, all transmissions were encrypted. All he heard was the occasional burst of static. The sun sat high overhead when he arrived at a small cave covered by a downed tree. He removed the pack, relieved with the loss of the weight as he let it drop to the ground. He called out to Quarishi, whose head appeared through the tree leaves a moment later. The Clando dragged the pack into their hiding place as Dawson made a couple of small repairs to their camouflage. Satisfied, he crawled backwards into the cave. The light dimmed as he moved a few limbs over the opening. The scent of the dank, musty cave filled his nostrils as he turned around and crawled deeper into the dark. A few meters in, he slid through a small opening, the rock and dirt tugging at his distressed and ragged clothing. Once clear of the opening, he stood at the heart of the cave. A trio of torches lit the interior of the cave, the flickering flames beating back the encroaching shadows while providing a touch of heat. Dawson scanned the interior of the cave, noting no other exits in the 10-meter sphere. Nothing but blank, dark walls greeted him. Flashbacks of running through the Clinic's cave system zipped through his mind. He shook his head to vanquish the memories and turned his attention to his alien charge. Quarishi sat in the center of the cave, opening the pack provided by Dawson. The Clando carefully and systematically emptied the pack, setting everything in neat rows. The alien squealed in delight when he found the food pack and, after a quick look at Dawson, tore into the package. He devoured the entree in seconds, turning his attention to the next item he found in the package of food. Dawson moved across the cave and sat cross-legged beside the alien as Quarishi finished the second package. Mark grabbed the meal pack he opened in the woods. He nibbled, savoring each morsel, while Quarishi retrieved one of the canteens and drank heartily. The alien smacked his lips. "Where did all of this come from?" Mark told him of his hunting expedition and the patrols. Quarishi's expression changed from happiness to nervousness, his eyes darting toward the cave opening as the story unfolded. The Clando moved a little closer to his human host. "Don't worry, my friend," Dawson smiled. "You are safe here." Mark finished his meal and turned his attention to the SATCOM. He picked up the square metal box and began familiarizing himself with the system. The unit was much larger than the interstellar system that the TSA used, but it worked on the same principles. He flipped the power switch and watched as the system completed its self-diagnostic. Satisfied, he retrieved a small antenna from the dirt where Quarishi had placed it. He opened and activated the antenna, watched as it synced with the satellite system. He stood, antenna in hand, and walked toward the cave entrance. He placed the antenna under the downed tree camouflage and retreated back inside the cave. He sat back in the dirt, placing the SATCOM in his lap, and noticed that Quarishi watched him intently. He glanced at the Clando. "This is an interstellar SATCOM unit. I'm going to call for help." "The TSA is not our friend," Quarishi warned. His words came fast. His voice belayed his fear. "The men in orbit will come and kill us." "I'm not calling them," Dawson shook his head. He adjusted a knob on the set, setting a prearranged frequency. Lights flashed amber, turning green a moment later. "I'm calling someone I can trust." He keyed the mic. "Overseer 1-1. Overseer 1-1. This is Phoenix. Over." He repeated the transmission twice more before a groggy feminine voice answered.
"Phoenix, this is Overseer."
Mark heard a yawn.
"Do you have any idea what time it is?"
"If it were a personal call, I'd apologize," he told TAC Officer Patterson. "As it is our worst-case scenario." He could almost see the woman perking up as she sat in her office.
"That bad?"
"Whatever you see on the news, it's worse," Dawson confirmed. "I need extraction." He glanced to his left and saw Quarishi watching him. "We need extraction."
"We?"
"Long story," Dawson said. "I need to get a report to TSA Command, bypassing the normal channels. Can you assist?" Patterson told him to hold a minute, and silence filled the cave. Quarishi sat still, the flickering torches casting ever-moving shadows across his features. After a minute, Dawson looked down at the SATCOM, ensuring the unit was still functional. Patterson's voice startled both of them when she came back online. They jumped simultaneously.
"Phoenix, encrypt your signal using the code I gave you,"
she said. Mark input the code and heard the line filled with static. It ended a second later, and he heard TAC Patterson, clear but slightly muffled, with the encoded signal.
"Lieutenant Commander?"
"I hear you, Commander," he replied.
"Stand by. I'm patching you to Admiral Barrow. You remember him?"
Dawson involuntarily sat up straight. "Yes, ma'am. He presided over my tribunal 2 weeks ago." 2 weeks? Seems like a year, he thought. The radio went silent for a moment before the Admiral's gruff voice reverberated through the cave.
"Lieutenant Commander Dawson, what predicament have you gotten yourself into now?"
Mark shifted to prop his back onto a nearby rock and began his report.
"Commander Aoffa?"
Dagon Aoffa sat behind the desk in his office, reading casualty and damage reports on a portable datapad. He laid down the electronic pad and activated the intercom. "Yes, XO?"
"Sir, the computer has flagged a message for you,"
Lieutenant Reagan reported.
"Voice recognition confirms it to be a Lieutenant Commander Dawson. Point of origin is the Arbran system. The message is encrypted, but the computer is working on decoding it. Time delay is 4 minutes. It's real time, sir."
Aoffa raised an eyebrow. "Coded communique? Who is the message being sent to?"
"Ritmar, sir."
Who, Exo, who?
I don't know, sir. I will have that information once decoded,
she replied, frustrated. Aoffa heard a chime.
Encryption matched. I'm sending the message to you.
Good work, Exo. Aoffa out. He deactivated the intercom as his computer screen lit up with a series of numbers and letters. The encryption algorithm. The screen went blank, except for a small icon. Aoffa reached up and touched the icon on the screen.
I've been assigned to the war on Arbra, sir,
he heard Dawson's voice.
Senator Terra, with the aid of Commander David Darez, is sending unarmed civilians to get slaughtered. Unarmed civilians?
Aoffa heard a man ask. The computer beeped, identifying the speaker as Admiral Denton Barrow.
Prisoners, sir,
Dawson corrected.
from Plixtay. It's the same smuggling operation I uncovered on Clenix, the one using the Pawn Corporation as the go-between. The Pawns even provide the transports. The unarmed prisoners are killed almost instantly, sir. I need exfil,
Dawson concluded.
Commander, we have nothing in the system that is quick enough to penetrate Arbran defenses to retrieve you.
There was a pause.
Senator Terra, you say? Yes, sir. She is the head of the military committee. She has requested the entire graduating class of infantry officers be sent to Arbra. Are you suggesting she is going to send them in unarmed? They will be armed, sir,
Dawson explained.
but their troops, the prisoners, will not be. That entire force, officers and prisoners, will be killed or captured, sir.
Aoffa touched the intercom button. Reagan, you and Gonzil report to my office, and have the landing bay prepare the fastest ship we have available.
Aye, sir,
She replied. He turned his attention back to Dawson's report.
I do not know her endgame, sir, but I can tell you that she is going to get a lot of people killed. I need proof, Commander,
The Admiral said.
You need to find a way off that planet.
Dawson sighed, the sound loud and clear over the radio.
Yes, sir. I'll contact you via Commander Patterson once I have transport. Dawson out.
The message ended. Aoffa rewound and listened to the exchange again. He sat still, contemplating the report, when he heard a knock at the door. Come. Reagan and Gonzil entered the office and took the two guest chairs opposite the desk from Aoffa. Bruises covered Lieutenant Reagan's left arm, her body littered with cuts and scrapes. A bandage covered her forehead, and she wore her hair short because of it. Gonzil sat in a pristine uniform, unscathed by the attack. Aoffa played the message for them and then provided his personal history with Dawson. I have never liked Dawson, Aoffa prefaced the conversation, but his report is in line with the information I've dug up on Terra. He turned to face his XO. Have you found out anything about our attackers? Reagan nodded, handing an electronic pad to Aoffa. The ship was registered to a dummy corporation. We've traced that to the Pawn Consortium. Circumstantial. Aoffa shook his head, a smirk on his face. Anything else? Gonzil chimed in. The data recorder was damaged, but we managed to pull almost 10 seconds of audio between the ship commander and Commander Darez. Darez? Senator Terra's military attaché? Aoffa inquired. He nodded. Aoffa pulled up the file, listening to an obviously distraught woman and Darez's assurance of lax security. He replayed it, listening again, before he sat back, the chair groaning with his weight. XO, I'm leaving you in charge, Aoffa ordered. Transmit a message to Admiral Barrow and inform him that I am personally bringing the evidence to Ritmar. Aye, sir. Sergeant-at-Arms, he said, turning his head and addressing Gonzil. Maintain security level Alpha until I return. They may decide to attack again. I doubt it, but they may. Yes, sir, Gonzil acknowledged. Aoffa stood, and the others followed his lead. He rubbed his hands together. Someone is going to pay for the attack on this base, and that someone is Senator Dari Terra. Chapter 19. Mark Dawson turned the SATCOM unit off and let it slip into the dirt between his legs. He lowered his head, shaking it as he exhaled slowly. Get a transport, he said sarcastically. Get off the planet. Why didn't I think of that? He looked up to see Quarishi staring at him. The alien's face was a mask of concern and fear. Mark knew the Clando watched his body language, his temperament, and immediately straightened his demeanor. A wild, reckless grin filled his face. We get a transport, he said enthusiastically. He looked the alien in the eyes. We've survived here for days. We head for the nearest city and steal a transport. He placed his hands on the alien's green shoulders. We can do this. Dawson watched the alien slowly shake his head. No, Commander, not we. You.
What?
This is something you must do alone, Quarishi explained. I have enough food now for weeks, thanks to you. A stream flows through this cavern. I have water. I will stay here. I will only slow you down.
His voice was firm, but held a hint of sadness.
And if you're discovered? Dawson asked. I will surrender, Quarishi replied. That was your original plan for me, was it not?
Mark nodded.
You're sure?
The alien nodded.
Then let's get this bag packed. I think I have quite a hike ahead of me.
The two stood, and the inventory of items began. Dawson packed only the essentials: extra weapons, power packs, the SATCOM with antenna, 1 thermal blanket, 2 of the 3 canteens, and enough food for 3 days. He hoisted the pack, sliding the straps on his shoulders. The pack weighed considerably less than it did when he wore it earlier that morning. That task complete, he catalogued the items for Quarishi: 1 pistol, a thermal blanket, canteen, and a half-dozen food packs. He reached into the pack, pulled out another pack, and dropped it on the ground. If you eat half a pack a day, that is 2 weeks. If I haven't returned by then, leave the cave, find the nearest patrol, and surrender. The limbs covering the cave will be dead by then. Your camouflage will be compromised.
Quarishi nodded. I understand. Good luck, Commander.
You too, he said. The two shook hands. Dawson slipped the pack from his shoulders and headed for the cave entrance. He crawled through the small opening, pushing the pack ahead of him. He exited the cave and stopped, staying behind his tree limb camouflage. A quick scan of the area confirmed he was alone. He scrambled from underneath the camouflage limbs and stood. Slipping the pack on his shoulder, he hoisted his rifle in his hands, took a step, and stopped. Which way? He had no idea which direction to go, which way to the nearest city. He looked skyward, hoping to see a ship, but saw nothing but blue sky with a smattering of light, fluffy clouds. He sighed, turned to his left, and started walking toward a distant hilltop. Maybe a new vantage point would provide the answer. He moved slowly, deliberately placing each step as he traveled through the wood. The food pack replenished his energy, and he felt better than he had any time since the landing. The forest canopy provided protection from the sun high overhead, but he still felt the heat. Sweat streamed down his face and back. He paused, found a small rag in one of the pouches on his pack, and strapped it over his head to soak up the sweat. Satisfied with his do-rag, he continued his journey. The ground inclined and the forest thinned. The sun beat down on his head as he left the edge of the trees. He stopped and took a knee, squinting against the bright sun. His eyes slowly adjusted to the glare, and he longed for his sunglasses as he stood and began moving up the incline. The slope of the mountain increased, and his breaks became more frequent. His energy waned. 1 meal in 2 days, no matter the calorie count, weakened the body. He cinched the straps tighter, let the rifle hang from its strap across his chest, and, using both hands, pulled himself up the now rocky and barren slope. The whine of engines echoed across the ridgeline, and he froze. Mark scanned the sky to determine the direction of the noise, but the echo made it impossible. He spied a lone, scraggly tree a few meters away. His heart raced, adrenaline drowning his fatigue, as he, staying low, moved toward the tree. He sat down under the limbs, raised his rifle, and using the scope, scanned the sky and the valley below. The whine of engines grew louder and helped him zero in on his target. A small shuttle wove into view, flying at treetop level across the forest below. The ship flew with troop doors open, and Mark saw a squad of Arbran fighters sitting in the open hatches. The heavily armed troops wore woodland camo, their feet dangling in the wind. Mark adjusted the scope, following the ship as it drew closer. The shuttle's nose rose, the ship slowed, and began hovering over the forest. Ropes dropped from the open doors, and the soldiers rappelled down, disappearing through the forest canopy. Mark's heart raced. They were only 100 meters from the cave entrance. The ship disgorged the last of its troops, but remained stationary over the treetops. 2 heavy laser cannons flanked the hatch, each tracking back and forth toward the forest below the ship. Dawson adjusted the scope's magnification, zeroing in on a man leaning from the shuttle door. He stared intently into the trees below. The man disappeared into the interior of the ship, reappearing a moment later, carrying a dangling mass of straps.
Mark watched as the man affixed the ropes to winches and lowered the contraption into the trees. One by one, he pulled the soldiers from the forest. Dawson's spirits sank as a green-skinned figure, his legs kicking, rose from the forest. The man in the door pulled Quarishi aboard, unfastened the hoisting straps, and harnessed the clando to a seat inside the shuttle. The soldier lowered the harness again, retrieving the remaining soldiers. Finally, the ropes were hauled into the ship. With all hands on board, the ship turned 180 degrees, the engines flared, and the shuttle rocketed over the trees. Mark followed the ship right to left through the scope of his rifle until he could no longer discern it from the landscape. He lowered the weapon and let out a long sigh. "Now I know which way to go," he said humorlessly. He stared at the stark horizon. A slight breeze brushed his skin, and he muttered, "If you hurt my friend, I will rain hell down upon you." The threat announced, he stood and proceeded down the mountain in the direction of the shuttle. Dusk changed the colors of the landscape. The vibrant greens and browns of the forest took on a murky gray tone. A brief rain shower softened the ground, providing the opportunity for quiet footsteps. The now cloudless sky promised a stunning view of billions of stars. A waning moon, just rising in the east, held the hope for a truly dark night. Mark Dawson dropped his pack, grateful to be rid of the extra weight. He lay prone, the last vestiges of daylight at his back. His vantage point, a slight rise devoid of trees, provided him an unfettered view of the Arbran base a half-kilometer away. Unlike the mock-up he explored a few days earlier, this one teemed with life. Bright lights lit the interior of the base, while spotlights from a dozen guard towers scanned the exterior. "Not worried about air attack," Mark mused. "Must have anti-aircraft batteries everywhere." He peered through his scope, scanning the buildings. He panned to the left and smiled. A half-dozen ships, shuttles and fighters, sat on the tarmac. He recognized a dropship, a shuttle like the one that picked up Quarishi, and a handful of fighters. He set his sights on the latter. He studied the exterior of the base for an hour, but found nothing promising for an infiltration route. No river flowed through this one. The walls appeared solid, with clear fields of fire for several hundred meters. He slid off the rise and sat with his back leaning on his pack. He cracked open a food packet and began eating. His thoughts drifted, recalling his entire time on Arbra, all of the deaths since his landing. He played different scenarios in his mind. Nothing appeared promising, and Mark let his mind drift to the Traxilian who died in the initial landing.
"Different destiny,"
the Traxilian said.
"Do the unexpected."
Dawson smirked. "Do the unexpected," he mocked. He finished his meal and drained his last canteen. Night had fallen, the moon not yet over the horizon. The clouds promised minimal light, an advantage as he left his pack and slid forward. "Do the unexpected," he repeated, and crawled off the hilltop toward the base. The sliver of a moon crested the horizon, the cloud cover obscuring its faint glow. He felt light on his feet without the weight of the pack. The recent meal filled him with energy. He moved quickly, crossing half the space toward the base. He dropped flat as the spotlight neared. It missed him by several meters. He rose and ran toward the base perimeter wall, dropping again as another spotlight missed him, closer this time. He jumped to his feet and sprinted toward the base. He dropped, low-crawling the last 50 meters to the base. He crouched at the base of the wall, calming his heart and breathing. He willed his rapid heart to slow as he scanned the surrounding area. No alarms, no shouts. Amazed he had made it that far. He smiled, reached out, and touched the wall. It did not flex like the wall at the fake base. This one was solid. Hugging the wall, he stayed low and began searching for a way in. 2 hours later, the sliver of moon sat high overhead. The clouds began to part, and his initial confidence and motivation began to ebb. Spotlights continued to play across the area. He heard the occasional snippet of conversation as he moved around the exterior of the base, grateful that no one thought to look down. He dropped to the ground as the second fighter patrol of the night lifted from the tarmac, roaring toward the night sky. He heard the distant whine of lasers, but could not see the aerial battle. The engine roar subsided, the quiet of the night returned. He picked himself up from the ground. Half the base perimeter down, half to go, he mumbled, and continued his search for a way in. A distant explosion echoed in the night, and he turned his head, scanning the night sky. He tripped, stumbled 4 steps, and fell face first into the dirt. He froze, wondering if anyone was close enough to hear his crash. No alarms, no shouts, and Dawson breathed a sigh of relief. He pushed himself into a plank position and paused. A small crack in the wall stared him in the face. He crawled on his hands and knees to the wall and studied the breach. He touched the small hole, pulling back a tuft of animal fur. He pulled the knife from his belt and, using the hilt, began chipping at the wall. It crumbled, falling in chunks. He paused, listening. Nothing. He hit the wall again and again, pausing every 3rd or 4th hit to listen. He froze once during his task as a patrol sauntered past. It took him an hour before he thought the hole wide enough for him to slip through. Lying on his back, he pushed his head through and stopped. A guard tower sat 100 meters to his left, the landing area 300 meters on the other side of the base. He shook his head, cursing silently. The worst possible place to breach. He edged back out of the base, pulled his pistol, and, using his legs, pushed his body back into the breach. His arms and pistol went first, followed by his head and the rest of the body. His combat belt snagged on the opening, halting his movement. He cursed silently, reversed his motion, and slid back out of the opening. He sat up, his back to the wall. Fatigue played with his mind, and he made no attempt at silence as he removed the combat belt. He wedged it between his feet, laid down, and again entered the breach. Even without the belt, it was a tight fit, but slipped through the hole in the wall. He rolled to his left into the shadow of the guard tower and removed his combat harness from his feet. He slipped the belt back on, adjusting everything back to its proper place. He moved behind a movable barricade as engine noise grew in the distance. The patrol landed, one ship apparently damaged in the firefight he heard earlier. 2 other ships lifted. He heard a door open in the guard tower above him, heavy boots reverberating on steel steps. Dawson moved closer to the tower, hiding in the shadow underneath the steps, as an Arbran soldier descended the stairs, stepped onto the ground, and stopped. He banged a small device against his left palm.
Gamma 1-3, can you hear me now?
Barely.
A static-filled voice replied from the comlink.
I need an ETA on the prisoner pickup,
the soldier said.
He said he was alone, but he had Rickard's supplies, and Rickard said he was attacked by a human. I need the interrogation team.
We've had 3 patrols shot down tonight.
Gamma 1-3 replied.
We will send a convoy in the morning. Sit tight.
The soldier flipped the switch without signing off.
Sit tight. Where do you think I'm going to go?
Dawson moved a half-meter toward the man and peeked up at the door to the tower. Nothing. He closed the distance to the soldier in seconds, raised the butt of his rifle, and swung. It connected to the man's neck, and he collapsed without a sound. Dawson grabbed the man's arms and pulled him into the shadows. A few minutes later, he emerged from the shadows wearing the man's uniform and headgear. He paused, scanning the base. Doubt consumed him. Should I get Quarishi, or leave him to the Arbrans and hope they treat him well? He stood out in the open, pondering the question for several moments. Lasers flashed high overhead as fighters fought for air supremacy. A fireball flashed in the distance as a ship exploded. He shook his head. I can't take Quarishi into that. Without a second thought, he strolled openly into the lights of the camp, heading for the landing area. He stood tall, playing the part that he belonged there. He crossed the 300-meter camp without incident. 2 soldiers waved at him as he skirted around a building with multiple satellite dishes on top. He waved back. He stepped onto the tarmac and paused, looking over the assembled ships. He dismissed the shuttles. Short range, minimal shields, no weapons. He moved along the edge of the Duracrete, parallel to the ships. He bypassed the damaged fighter for obvious reasons, stopping in front of a squat-nosed, quad-winged fighter. He stepped forward, running his hand along the fuselage. "Can I help you, sir?" He turned to see a young male Arbran. Grease covered his face and his 2 sizes too large coveralls. A cap, pulled down until it touched the top of his ears, covered brown hair. Bright, inquisitive blue eyes greeted Dawson. When is this fighter scheduled for its next launch? Dawson inquired.
3 hours, sir,
the young man answered. He took a step forward. I was about to run diagnostics and refuel her.
How long will that take?
The young man looked thoughtful, rubbing his chin with a greasy hand.
Maybe an hour?
What's the camp record? Dawson inquired.
43 minutes, sir.
Can you beat it? Dawson asked with a wink.
Yes, sir,
the young man replied confidently. Dawson waved the man toward the fighter. Don't let me get in your way. I'll be over there checking on the damaged ship. The young man moved past Dawson, quickly climbed up the fuselage, and began flipping switches in the cockpit. The ship hummed to life as the Arbran slid down the side of the ship and ran over to a nearby refueling cart. He dragged the fuel line over, attached it to the ship, and went back to the cart to commence fueling. Dawson nodded and moved to the damaged fighter, staying in the shadows as he looked the craft over. He saw flame-scorched wings and a hole in the front fuselage that just missed the lone missile tube. Moving to the rear of the ship, he saw that dark, congealed slag covered one engine housing. Dawson acknowledged the skill of the pilot, imagining an interesting landing. Sir? Dawson turned to see the young man standing a few meters away, a huge smile on his face. Yes? The ship is rearmed and refueled. The diagnostic will be complete in less than 2 minutes. He looked at his wrist chrono. 37 minutes. Dawson nodded, having no idea how long the procedure was supposed to take. Excellent. Show me. The two moved in stride to the other fighter. Mark noticed the refuel lines were gone, rolled neatly on the edge of the tarmac. He climbed up the fuselage, settling into the cramped cockpit. The computer chimed as he wiggled into position. 37 minutes exactly, Dawson noted. Excellent work. A new camp record. He looked down to see the young man beaming. Now, back away so I can take her up and see how you did. Sir? The man's smile turned to a look of confusion. Test flight, Dawson stated. I can't sign off on a new record without verifying that you performed the task correctly, can I? Oh, the boy beamed. No, sir. What are you doing in that ship? Dawson turned his eyes from the young soldier to see 2 other Arbrans appear from the shadows. One of them wore sergeant's chevrons. Both were big, burly men. Get out of that cockpit now, the sergeant ordered. Test flight, the young soldier explained. He radiated pride. I just set a new camp record. The sergeant looked at the young man for a moment before turning to look at Dawson. Get out of that cockpit, he ordered. His hand hovered around his sidearm. Dawson sighed. Almost worked. He tapped 2 buttons, marked Engine 1 and Engine 2. The gentle hum of the diagnostics test turned into a throaty roar as power routed to the engines. All 3 Arbrans started yelling, but Dawson ignored them. He closed the cockpit with a flip of a switch, grabbed the throttle, and applied thrust. The ship rose off the Duracrete tarmac, hovering at 5 meters as Dawson slid the seat harness over both of his shoulders. He glanced out the cockpit canopy, locking eyes with the sergeant standing below, his weapon out and waving erratically. The buckles fastened, Dawson took control of the fighter, applying power to the engines. Exhaust flared, and Mark caught a glimpse of the 3 men diving for cover before he left the base behind. He flew low over the dark countryside, relying mainly on the terrain-following sensors, TFS, as he piloted through hills and valleys. He waggled the wings, getting a feel for the craft. Not as high-tech or sophisticated as a capstan, the craft reminded him of one of the trainers in flight school. At least a decade behind the TSA, he thought. He executed a barrel roll, impressed with the ship's maneuverability. He flew away from the mountains, over flat terrain, and saw city lights in the distance. He banked away from the city, flying more than 100 kilometers before he nosed the ship skyward. G-forces pushed him into the seat, and he pushed the controls forward, releasing the pressure. No dogfighting, he chided, remembering that he did not wear a compression suit. The ship passed 10,000 meters before the first warning sounded. The cockpit board lit with multiple locks, and the sensors identified 3 ships approaching from the surface. He pulled the joystick all the way back, standing the fighter on its tail. His left hand toyed with the throttle, but he knew he could not handle that many Gs. He pushed the speed as far as he dared, until he felt like his chest would burst. The sensors showed the surface ships continued to close. Another warning klaxon. He checked the sensors and saw 4 ships descending from orbit. He stared at the sensors for a moment, watching as 7 icons closed on the small X in the middle of the screen. Do the unexpected, he heard the Traxilian repeat. Mark rolled the fighter over, pushing the throttle forward as he dove back toward the planet's surface. The G-forces pushed him deep into his seat, taking his breath away. His fighter roared through the formation of 3 Arbran ships, scattering the ships in his wake. The sensors showed the TSA ships breaking formation, pursuing the Arbran ships, except for the lead Aerotel that continued to close on Mark's diving fighter. Lasers flashed past the cockpit canopy, the near misses shaking the fighter. Dawson pulled the throttle all the way back. The G-forces released the weight on his chest, and he sucked in a deep breath. He ducked instinctively as the pursuing fighter roared overhead. Mark pushed the throttle forward, now pursuing the TSA fighter. No dogfights, he reminded himself as the Aerotel zigged left, then zagged right, and disappeared from his view. Dawson craned his neck behind him and watched as the Aerotel pivoted, spun 180 degrees, and resumed its place on Mark's 6. The proximity warning sounded, and Dawson saw that he was below 1,000 meters. He pulled back on the joystick and gulped against the G-forces as the fighter leveled off only a few hundred meters above the surface. Lasers lit the night. Most missed, sparking fires in the forest below. A few connected, absorbed by the Arbran fighter's shields. Dawson ducked into a series of canyons, the Aerotel staying on his 6. A sense of déjà vu consumed him, and he recalled the last time an Aerotel chased him into a canyon. Here's to similar outcomes, he muttered, and weaved his way through the hills and valleys. The laser fire grew sporadic, and Dawson smiled, imagining the TSA pilot concentrating on flying, not shooting. His smile disappeared as he left the canyons, flying over the flat countryside. Damn, he said, as his pursuers opened fire again. He flew an erratic pattern, changing course and altitude every few seconds randomly. His vision tunneled, threatening a blackout, and Mark took less drastic turns. Mark saw a bright city in the distance and banked in that direction. He sucked in a deep breath and applied full thrust. The G-forces slammed him into the seat, and he exhaled involuntarily. He gasped for air, to no avail, knowing that he would have to reduce speed to breathe. Not yet, he thought. Lasers continued to streak past, lighting up the night sky. Spots formed in his vision, and he pulled back on the throttle. He gulped in air, almost hyperventilating. His focus returned. The city loomed ahead, and he could make out details of the sprawling landscape. Tall skyscrapers filled the city center, cascading downward in height the further away from the center. The TSA fighter found the range, peppering Dawson's ship with hits and drawing him away from his study of the city. The Arbran fighter shuddered under the onslaught, the shields dropping. Mark pulled back on the throttle, but the enemy pilot mimicked the maneuver, staying on his tail and continuing to fire. Dawson heard the first bolt breach the shields. Engine 2 overloaded and exploded. Warning lights and claxons filled the cockpit. He blinked against the sudden strobe of flashing lights and the cacophony of buzzers. Out of options, Mark reached down, grabbed the ejection handle, and pulled. A series of pops deafened him as the canopy releases exploded. The harness cinched tight, tighter than any of the G-forces he had experienced during the flight. His lungs burned, aching for oxygen, as the seat thruster fired. He felt the weight of the entire tri-system descend upon him as his seat shot skyward. He closed his eyes, remembering how much he hated to eject. Chapter 20. I am Commander Aoffa. I'm here to see Admiral Barrow. The older woman behind a large antique desk smiled politely, turned, and activated the vidcom. Dagon Aoffa stood in the outer office of Admiral Denton Barrow, commanding officer of Ritmar. Hard-brimmed hat nestled snugly in the crook of his left arm. The worn wall-to-wall carpeting had seen better days, soil and dirt stains prominent in the otherwise pristine office. The secretary's desk held a pot of multicolored flowers, pictures of family members, a computer, and 2 screens. Behind her, a large window let in a solid stream of afternoon sunlight. Aoffa looked past a plant on the windowsill and saw the twin suns heading for the horizon. The admiral's face appeared on the screen. The elder officer maintained his white hair short, blending into his bald spot. Deep wrinkles surrounded his intelligent eyes. Big jowls threatened to overcome the small nose on his face. "Commander Aoffa is here, sir," the woman said, her voice low and sweet.
"Thank you. Send him in,"
the admiral's bass boomed. The woman turned and motioned toward a door to Aoffa's left. He nodded, thanked her, and crossed the carpeted office in 5 steps. He paused before the door, straightened non-existent wrinkles, and then knocked twice. "Come!" Aoffa opened the door and entered the office. The carpeted reception area gave way to hardwood floors filled with scuff marks from numerous boots and dress shoes. The Admiral sat, head down, reading an electronic pad behind a modest twin-pedestal desk which occupied the bulk of the room. A matching credenza sat along the wall behind the Admiral, underneath a bay window overlooking the Special Operations Training Area on Ritmar. 2 plush leather guest chairs sat in front of the desk. Aoffa stopped between the 2 guest chairs and rendered a crisp salute. "Commander Dagon—"
"At ease, Commander,"
the Admiral interrupted, boredom and annoyance filling his voice. He finished reading the pad before looking up and tossing a half-hearted salute back at Aoffa. Aoffa dropped his salute, confused at the lax attitude from the Admiral.
"This is a SOF training regiment,"
the Admiral said, as if reading the commander's mind.
"We are not as crisp and polished as most of the TSA.
He motioned to the chair at Aoffa's right.
"Have a seat."
Dagon took the right-hand seat, placing his headgear in his lap. He looked around the room, noting dozens of commendations and command plaques on the walls. He turned in his chair, soaking up the room. A corner cabinet displayed several awards, trophies, and a ceremonial saber. He saw neatly folded flags and pictures from the Admiral's previous commands. Aoffa's eyes fell on a haphazardly hung jacket on a hook over a pair of unpolished boots behind the door he had entered, a stark contrast to the spotless office. He turned his attention back to the Admiral.
"Commander, the information you forwarded has created a firestorm at TSA headquarters,"
the Admiral began. He leaned forward, elbows on the desk, hands clasped as he talked.
"Normally, the information would be dismissed as circumstantial at best, but," he dragged out the word, "I have a man in the field that is telling me that at least part of your allegation is true."
"Lieutenant Commander Dawson, sir?" The Admiral raised an inquisitive eyebrow before nodding.
"That's right. You know him?"
"We've worked together before, sir," Aoffa replied, his voice even. "Before the Parliament debacle."
"Ah,"
the Admiral said, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms.
"Well, as I said, you have created quite a stir at HQ. I've had to choose very carefully who I talk to. The Senator has allies everywhere. She has been consolidating power for several months," the Admiral continued, "and has allied herself with powerful people. She is in charge of 2 very powerful committees. Her reach is considerable."
"You aren't fond of the Senator, sir?" He sat back in the chair, mimicking the Admiral.
"I'm leery of anyone that rises through the ranks that quickly," Barrow acknowledged, "especially when there are bodies along the trail."
"Her ex-husband, the Secretary of Commerce?" Aoffa offered.
"Husbands, plural," the Admiral confirmed. "And a number of senators have met unfortunate ends since she was elected."
He spread his arms wide.
"Circumstantial, but suspect."
He leaned forward again, pointing at Aoffa.
"Which is why you are a godsend."
"Sir?" Aoffa asked.
"You have not been influenced by the Senator, or you wouldn't have provided the information that you did. You are outside of her influence, and that gives us an advantage."
The Admiral stood. Aoffa followed his lead.
"I want you to fly to Haraz. There you will speak with Fleet Admiral Katriran. He is gathering a force loyal to the TSA, not the Senator."
"Me, sir?"
"We are limited to who we can trust, Commander,"
Barrow explained. He rounded the desk to stand next to Aoffa. Dagon caught a whiff of aftershave.
"Once the Fleet Admiral has the warrant, you will lead the team to arrest the Senator."
"Aye, sir," Aoffa said, rendering a crisp salute. Admiral Barrow returned it. Aoffa executed an about-face and marched out of the office. A smile crossed his lips as he strode past the secretary, out of the building, and into the bright afternoon suns of Ritmar. He placed his cap on and watched 2 teams of recruits run past. His smile grew the more he thought about it. I will be the one to put the cuffs on Senator Terra. He would avenge the death of Lieutenant Sorensen and the 37 others killed in the attack on his base. Admiral Barrow watched Aoffa disappear around the corner of a distant building as he headed for the spaceport. He returned to his desk and activated a communications channel. He drummed his fingers patiently as the signal connected. He stood as a 7-foot-tall hologram of Senator Terra manifested itself in front of his desk.
A bathrobe wrapped the senator, her tangled hair hanging lazily in her face. She brushed a few strands out of her eyes. Barrow saw recognition, and she smiled.
Admiral Barrow, to what do I owe the pleasure?
"I'm sorry to wake you, Senator," Barrow answered, "but I thought you needed to know this sooner rather than later."
Know what, Admiral?
"Commander Dawson has checked in from Arbra," the Admiral said. "He made a complete report, implicating you and Derez in war crimes." The Senator's hologram paused in mid-yawn. Barrow watched the drowsiness turn into astonishment and anger in seconds. Her pleasant soprano replaced with a hard, menacing edge.
He should be dead by now. Do I have to bomb the entire planet to kill one man?
The hologram looked directly into the Admiral's eyes. He felt her stare bore through him.
You should have ended this weeks ago when you had him in front of your tribunal.
"The evidence exonerated him," Barrow defended. "Besides, I was not the only one on the board. The other 2 members could not be bargained with."
Excuses, Terra's hologram spat. Find a weakness and exploit it.
Barrow nodded. "I may have already," he said, and paused to give the senator a moment to calm down. She took a deep breath and waved for him to continue. "I have ordered him to steal a ship and report here."
How does that help me, Admiral?
"A lone man against an entire planet and the TSA orbital fleet?" Barrow shook his head. "He'll kill himself trying." The senator's hologram smiled.
Good. And his report?
"What report, Senator?" he asked sheepishly. Barrow watched the hologram sigh, the weight of the world lifting from her shoulders. Not wanting to upset her again, he reluctantly continued. "Do you know Lieutenant Commander Aoffa?" Barrow inquired.
I've heard of him, she acknowledged.
"He just left my office." The hologram raised an inquisitive brow, and he continued. "He intercepted Dawson's report and has apparently collected quite a bit of evidence against you from the ISF archives." The Admiral shook his head. "Did you really launch an attack on the facility?"
It's best if you do not know everything, Admiral,
the Senator cautioned. Barrow nodded. "Understood. Anyway, Aoffa is on his way to Haraz with orders to arrest you."
Whose orders?
"Mine." The Admiral held up a hand to ward off the expected onslaught. "He is to meet up with Fleet Admiral Katriran, obtain a warrant, and arrest you."
Fleet Admiral?
She began. "The same Fleet Admiral that you want out of the way to secure your ascendancy to the Chancellery," Barrow concluded. The hologram laughed.
"And what do you want for this information?"
"To prove to you that I am a loyal servant of the TSA," he replied. He paused, spreading his arms innocently. "And to be Fleet Admiral under your administration, Chancellor." Senator Terra folded her arms over her robe and stood quietly for a moment. A smile split the hologram's face.
"I think that can be arranged, Fleet Admiral. Now, if you will excuse me," she said, "I have a busy day ahead of me. I must prepare for my arrest."
The hologram faded from Barrow's office before he could say anything. He stared at the vacant spot for a moment before he turned and moved to the window overlooking the training area. The first sun set low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the compound. Dozens of soldiers moved across the grounds, some slow and deliberate, some running in formation under the watchful eyes of instructors. He sighed. "One more loose end to tie up here on Ritmar." He retreated from the window and crossed his office to the trophy case. He paused, looking at his awards for marksmanship, memories of his 34-year career, snippets of training, conflicts, and for the last few years, political intrigue, invaded his thoughts. He pushed them aside, bent down, and opened the bottom drawer of the case. He retrieved a pistol, checked the power pack, and slid the weapon into the waistband at the small of his back. He dug into the drawer again, found what he wanted, and straightened, an antique Dranma Mark I laser rifle in his hands. He rolled the half-meter-long cylinder over in his hands, the metal cool on his skin. He grasped the pistol grip, the wood-grain handle smooth and comforting in his right hand. He touched the small scope, activating its magnification before moving back to the window. He paused at his desk long enough to extinguish the office lights. The first sun sat on the horizon, slowly disappearing to his left. He unfolded the rifle stock and brought the weapon up to his shoulder. He watched the grounds for several minutes, following various soldiers with the scope. The sun set, the second sun only minutes behind. He stood there, using the rifle scope to survey his command until the second sun disappeared beyond the horizon. He deactivated the scope and returned to his desk. He sat heavily in the plush chair, the rifle cradled in his lap. "One more loose end," he repeated, "and then I can get off this rock and back to civilization." Admiral Denton Barrow stepped from the administration building, turned, and locked the door. He adjusted his knee-length coat before turning and walking away. He crossed the dark training area, saluting the few cadre members still out and about. He walked quickly in the rapidly cooling air. The last vestiges of light long gone, only a few streetlights guided his way. He arrived at a small Quonset hut, tapped in his access code, and reflexively looked over his shoulder as the door silently slid open. He admonished himself for his paranoia as he entered his quarters. He removed the knee-length coat and tossed it on the neatly made bed. The coat gone, he removed the Dranma Mark I rifle hanging from a strap over his right shoulder. He slid the rifle off and laid it on top of the coat on the bed. He moved to a small closet, grabbed a travel bag, and quickly began packing his meager belongings. After talking with the senator, he called and verified that Fleet Admiral Katriran expected Aoffa. He then requested to take a few weeks off. He did not want to be near any military base when the fallout began. He suspected that if Terra was not voted in to be Chancellor, she had enough allies to place her there by force. He wanted to be out of the way when the fighting began. "I hear Pens is nice this time of year," he mumbled, jamming civilian attire into the small duffel bag. He paused before securing the bag, staring at the mementos, photos, and other personal items adorning the walls. "I'll come back for them," he thought, "as Fleet Admiral." He smiled and closed the duffel. He stood in the middle of the main living area, hands on his hips, and surveyed the hut. The bed and a small two-person sofa sat before him, occupying half of the building. The kitchen, with a small dining island and a private bathroom, completed the interior. He shook his head. "Not befitting an admiral," he said aloud, followed by the thought, "which is why I must finish what I've started." He returned to the bed and slipped the rifle back on, followed by the coat. Satisfied, he left the packed bag on the bed, with the intent of retrieving it on the way to the spaceport. He opened the door and left his quarters, disappearing into the dark night. He hugged the shadows as a stiff breeze made the night air cooler and carried the sounds and smells of the arid environment. His heart raced as he reached his objective, a small knoll overlooking the training barracks. He crawled onto the knoll, lay prone, and pulled the Dranma rifle from the confines of his coat. He let out a long, slow breath and closed his eyes. His heart hammered in his chest, the beat loud in his ears. He pushed those feelings away and activated the thermal imaging of the scope. Glowing figures manifested themselves in the buildings as he scanned the barracks. Most of the ghostly images were lying on bunks, but a few were cleaning the floors by their back-and-forth body motion. He adjusted the scope, shifting to concentrate on the cadre room. Nothing. "Where is she?" he whispered. He checked the time and cursed. He had a shuttle to catch. An hour passed, and he found his mind wandering. Fighting the boredom and distraction, he brought up the scope and scanned the buildings again. The barracks went dark, giving him a reason to concentrate on the task at hand. The bunks were full of thermal blobs, except for the senior tax room. It remained dark. Frustrated, the Admiral checked the time again. "The shuttle departs in 40 minutes. He slid the rifle under his coat and left his vantage point. He crossed the 200 meters to the barracks in a quick walk. He entered the barracks soundlessly. Pausing inside the door, he blinked rapidly to let his eyes adjust to the near pitch black of the interior, the green exit sign above the door providing the only light in the small foyer. He removed the Dranma rifle from underneath his coat, verified by touch the weapon was set to silent mode, and entered Commander Patterson's room. He took 2 steps inside and stopped as the door closed quietly behind him, cutting off the foyer light. He saw nothing in the darkness, thought about turning on the light,
and shook the thought away. He needed the element of surprise for this to work. He knew the general layout of a barracks cadre room and reached out a hand in the dark. He felt his way across the room in the pitch black, waving his left hand in front of him as he took small steps. His fingers touched a wooden desk, and he fumbled around blindly, looking for the associated chair. He touched soft fabric in the dark.
"Careful, Admiral,"
A feminine voice called from the darkness.
"Touching my leg like that could be construed as harassment."
Admiral Barrow jumped at the voice, stumbling backwards into a wall. Surprise coursed adrenaline through his system, and he raised the rifle, waving it around in the darkness. He felt an impact on his forearms, knocking the rifle from his grasp. The weapon clattered across the floor, disappearing in the darkness. Powerful arms grabbed him from behind, hoisting him off the floor. He struggled against the grip and felt it tighten, crushing the air from his lungs. The overhead light snapped on, and he closed his eyes against the harsh light.
"Let me go!"
he cried, but the bear hug grip only tightened, crushing him. He could not breathe or open his eyes against the light. His pulse thundered in his ears. The grip finally loosened, and Barrow felt himself thrown roughly into a chair. The chair rolled a half-meter before stopping against the wall. He gasped for air, blinking against the brightness. Finally, the world coalesced before him. Commander Patterson sat in her desk chair, a thermal reflective blanket draped around her. Tack Officer Keltham, an unlit cigar in his mouth, stood near the door, the Admiral's rifle in his hands. A thermal blanket lay at his feet. Admiral Barrow turned to see a blue click wearing sergeant's chevrons standing beside him. He, too, had a blanket at his feet.
"Good evening, sir," Patterson began. "What can we do for you tonight?"
Barrow gulped air, his breathing ragged from the fright. He felt the anger and disappointment surround him in the room. Except for the blue click, he saw humor in the sergeant's eyes. A million questions flooded his mind as he looked back to Patterson, opened his mouth to say something, but could not find the words.
"How did I know you were coming?"
Patterson inquired. Her voice matched the sadness in her eyes.
"A Lieutenant Reagan from the ISF called me a few hours ago. Said she intercepted a call between you and Senator Terra."
She scooted the chair closer to Barrow. He could smell the shampoo in her hair.
"There are easier ways to get a promotion than committing treason."
If I may offer some advice, Admiral,
Keltham ventured.
encrypt your signal when plotting against the government. But how did you know I was coming for you?
Barrow croaked. His dry mouth made it hard to talk. He felt a trickle of sweat course down his back. He squirmed in his seat, the pistol in his waistband, poking him in the back.
"You are sending Dawson and Aoffa to their deaths," Patterson seethed. "Doesn't take a degree in astromechanics to figure out that you need to get rid of any other witnesses. Since I patched Dawson's call to you from Arbra, I figured I was on your list," she concluded.
Barrow felt his heart race as he plotted his next move. He shifted in his seat, placing his left hand on the seat of the chair and his feet firmly on the floor.
So, what now? Unless the ISF sent you a copy of the transmission, it's your word against mine.
Patterson slid the chair back to the desk and picked up a small hollow disk. She held it up for his inspection. The Admiral stared at the disk for a long second. The view faded, replaced by images of his career crumbling around him. Over 3 decades of service gone, unless... Adrenaline flooded his system as rage replaced the shock of his capture. The room snapped back into focus, and he moved. Barrow's left hand found the butt of the pistol. He pushed himself out of the chair, the seat scooting across the floor, and into the blue-click sergeant. The sergeant staggered from the chair's impact to his shins, howling in pain. The Admiral pulled the pistol out of his waistband, and he locked eyes with Keltham. The TAC officer held the Dranma rifle still pointed at the floor. The pistol came online with the target, and the world slowed. He heard the blue clicks howl, watched as Keltham brought the rifle up, knowing the tack was not fast enough. Barrow felt his finger tighten on the cool metal trigger. A hard, red-hot punch knocked him sideways. His fingers released the pistol, the weapon skittering away. Barrow staggered, bounced off the door, and heard the whine of a laser bolt. Burning flesh assaulted his nostrils. He touched his left side, finding it wet and sticky. He pulled it away to see blood, his blood. He looked across the room to see Patterson, still sitting, holding the holodisc in one hand, a small pistol in the other. The world grew dim, an opaque film slowly covering everything about him. He slid down to lay on the floor. He laughed softly,
I was going to be fleet, Admiral, he thought.
His pulse slowed, the thundering hammer in his ears finally subsiding. "Call for the medics," he heard Patterson's voice. "He's not getting off this easy." Darkness invaded his opaque world, leaving only his own soft, echoing laughter. Chapter 21. Mark Dawson kept his eyes closed against the upward thrust of the ejection seat. The skyward force compressed his spine, stealing the air from his lungs. He heard the roar of his fighter's engines dissipate as it continued on its path away from him. The whine of lasers flashed beneath him, superheating the air. The distinct howl of an Airtel's engines followed on the heel of the lasers. The ejection seat sputtered, stalling his upward trajectory. He felt his stomach rise into his throat as he hung in the air, momentarily weightless. The world spun, and he opened his eyes to see the horizon tilt as the seat rotated. Gravity reaffirmed its grip on the seat and pulled it toward Arbra. Mark gulped and grabbed the seat of the chair, his knuckles white. The seat's parachute deployed with a spine-stretching jerk, and he groaned as the straps bit into his shoulders and chest. The inflated parachute yanked him from the chair. The harness loosened, releasing the weight on his lungs, and he gratefully sucked in oxygen. He looked down, watching the chair fall, spinning to the ground below. It crashed in a puff of dust and smoke. He shuddered and turned his eyes to the horizon as a distant explosion echoed through the air. His eyes followed the smoke trail from his damaged fighter. The trail ended several kilometers away, where the ship rained debris across the countryside. He watched as the enemy fighter pulled up, performing a barrel roll to avoid the explosion. The TSA fighter turned to starboard, executed a 180-degree turn, and headed straight toward him. Damn. He looked down at the ground far below, and back at the rapidly approaching fighter. He glanced upward, the inflated parachute offering nothing but a gentle ride toward the countryside below. He turned his attention back to the fighter and wondered if the ship's lasers would kill him or if the pilot would simply shoot the parachute and let him fall to his death. Neither option appealed to him. Out of alternatives, he pulled his pistol from its holster, aimed down the barrel as he oscillated in the wind, and pulled the trigger. The Airtel exploded less than a kilometer away, a concussive wave of heat blasting Dawson. He dropped the pistol and grabbed hold of the parachute risers as he spun and twisted in the air. What the? A pair of Arbran fighters zoomed overhead, their engines drowning out the sound of the explosion. Mark kicked his legs, removing the twists from his risers. He grabbed the small wooden toggles and peered upward, relieved that a full canopy still supported his descent. He heard the Arbran fighters turn, and turned his attention to watch them. They rose, flying above him, turning to starboard in lazy circles around the parachute. 3 other ships joined the pair, flying a patrol high above. Dawson closed his eyes, letting his head hang as he descended. He swallowed against a dry mouth, breathing heavily. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He opened his eyes and looked down at the rapidly approaching ground. He put his feet and knees together, turned into the wind using the toggles on the parachute's risers, and prepared to land. The flat terrain rushed up to greet him. He pulled his hands in front of his face, elbows tucked into his chest, and waited until his feet touched the ground. He rolled, executed a textbook parachute landing, and ended up on his back, staring into the sky as the parachute collapsed a few meters away. He inhaled, calming his racing heart, and watched the Arbran fighters circle above. One broke formation, flying low and slow over his position. The ship waggled its wings before rising back into the sky, joining its comrades. The 5 ships formed a V formation and roared toward the distant city he saw while in flight. The engine noise faded, leaving Dawson lying alone in a field of knee-high grass. He stood on shaky legs, feeling the after-effects of adrenaline loss. He released the harness and let the straps fall to the ground. He turned his head to his right to follow the path of the Arbran fighters. He raised his hand to shield his eyes and watched the small dots fly over the distant city. Anti-aircraft cannons opened fire, sending streams of lasers into the sky over the city as a squadron of TSA fighters bombed the city. The Arbran fighters joined the fray, small dots zigzagging over the city. He watched explosions erupt within the city, the sound reaching him moments later. Several of the dots broke away from the fight, heading for space, lasers and anti-aircraft following them skyward. The battle ended as quickly as it began. Mark sighed, fatigue covering his body like a dark cloud. He patted down his equipment. No canteen, no food, no weapons except for the combat knife strapped to his harness. He stared at the distant city, watching the smoke drift skyward from the bombing. His shoulders slumped as he began walking toward the city. He walked for hours, the sun high overhead and beating down on him. Sweat dripped. His mouth grew dry and parched. He found a stagnant stream, and upon tasting the brackish water, decided he was not that thirsty. Ships flew overhead infrequently, and Mark found himself diving for cover out of habit. 2 Arbran fighters returned, waggling their wings, and he knew that a welcome committee awaited him. The walk gave him time to study the city. Tall buildings created a central complex, an apex, while smaller buildings radiated from it like a stack of dominoes. A few of the buildings still burned from the aerial bombardment. Most of the city, however, appeared untouched. A spaceport sat on the outskirts of the city to his right, and he adjusted his course accordingly. A glint of metal slowed his advance, and he dropped to a knee as he scanned the route ahead of him. Mark stood and continued, albeit more cautiously. The burnt-out wreck of an Aerotel lay half-buried in the dirt ahead, and, once he recognized the hulk, he sprinted toward the ship. Holes in the fuselage showed where anti-aircraft fire penetrated the shields and brought the ship down. He scavenged the fighter but found nothing of value. Disappointed, he moved on. The grass grew taller, with more scrub brush and a smattering of trees. The trees were not as dense as the forest, but did offer some shade. He dropped beneath one of the larger saplings and leaned back against the trunk, wiping the sweat from his brow. He picked up a rock, popping it into his mouth. The ensuing saliva coated his mouth and helped to parch his dry throat, but he knew it would not be enough. He needed water, and soon. Another patrol cruised overhead as the sun began to set behind the city. Light glinted off the buildings, and Dawson closed his eyes against the glare. The weariness of the day took hold of him. He fought the tug, but eventually succumbed to the pull of sleep. He awoke to a dark world. He sat still, listening to the wind play over the grassland. Clouds covered the night sky, obscuring the stars and the sliver of moon. The distant city sat dark and foreboding, its silhouette barely visible on the horizon. The sound of an engine floated across the plain. Mark crouched and stretched, searching the heavens for the craft. His joints popped loudly in the darkness. The engine sound grew, and Dawson lowered his gaze, staring across the plateau. Running lights, flashing red and green, identified the ship, cruising low over the grasslands, parallel to his position. He watched the ship bank, its engines glowing in the darkness, until it disappeared into the city. "Time to get moving," he said aloud. The darkness slowed his progress, especially after tripping in an animal's burrow and falling into the tall grass. He picked himself up, cursed, then absent-mindedly brushed himself off in the darkness. Movement caught his eye, and he dropped to a knee. He heard the engines a second later. A ship, the same one, left the city's dark silhouette, traveling at high speed to his left. He watched the craft disappear into the distance. The night sounds returned, nocturnal howls, and the cool, steady breeze. He stood and continued his journey. The city grew larger throughout the night as more ships entered and left the city. He ducked, watching the ships each time. Each of the craft traveled the same course, leaving the city to his left and returning to the city from his right. A giant circle in the darkness. Searching for me? He wondered. He put the thought away and continued his approach. Mark estimated he was no more than 3 kilometers from the city. The first fingers of light broke the night behind him. He dropped to a knee, watching as the sky lightened and the city awoke. Lights appeared in the downtown buildings, individual offices and apartments showing signs of life. The sounds of the city increased, slowly drowning out the nocturnal creatures. Mark watched a prairie rat scurry across his path, disappearing into its burrow as the sun broke the horizon at his back. The sun reflected off the glass and steel buildings, blinding him momentarily. He blinked, turning his head to avoid the assault on his sight. He blinked rapidly before turning and looking back at the city, squinting against the harsh light. The glow played havoc on his vision, creating ghostly after-images when he closed his eyes. He blinked the images away. He stayed low, continuing his approach to the city in a crouch walk, the tall grass covering him chest-high. The sun continued to rise at his back, the reflected light from the city continuing to blind him. The grass rustled, and he froze. Something moved a few meters ahead of him. He held up a hand to deflect the bright light as his heart pounded in his chest. He saw the city less than a kilometer away and the flat prairie. The hairs on his neck stood on end, a warning he had learned to heed over the years. He scanned the grassland, observing only the gentle sway of the grass and a half-dozen large boulders. Boulders? The boulders moved, each one standing in the form of a humanoid, and each armed with a rifle pointing in Mark's direction.
"Don't move,"
the nearest one ordered. Dawson dropped onto his butt in the grassland, watching as 6 soldiers surrounded him. He glanced at each one in turn, each hidden behind a balaclava and goggles. He shook his head and snickered, staring up at the closest one. "About time you guys got here," Mark admonished, fatigue in his voice. "You couldn't have flown out and captured me earlier?" The 6 men stood silently. "Do you at least have some water? I've been walking all night." 3 soldiers kept their weapons on him as the nearest one produced a canteen. Dawson thanked him and took a long drink as the last 2 moved a few meters away.
"Base, this is 3-1.
One of the soldiers spoke into a comlink.
We have him."
Roger.
Mark heard a voice acknowledge.
Shuttle inbound.
"Now you fly a shuttle out?" he asked. No response. Dawson took another drink, draining the canteen. He stood, handing the canteen back to the nearest soldier before placing his hands on his head. One of the men frisked him, taking the combat harness with the knife. The soldier looked at the empty holster, raising it for Dawson's inspection. Mark shrugged. A squat quad-prop shuttle similar to a TSA dropship arrived a few minutes later. He turned his head and eyes away as the ship landed, grass and dust filling the air. The soldiers ushered Dawson aboard, strapped him into a seat, and sat down with their weapons still trained on him. Mark watched them carefully, looking for a weakness. The team was well-trained and disciplined, offering little opportunity to escape. The ship lifted a moment later, the pilot blasting off and banking the shuttle sharply toward the city. Dawson felt his stomach flip-flop and held onto his seat until the pilot leveled out. He craned his neck to the left, looking out of a porthole as the ship entered the city's airspace. The pilot flew low, weaving in between the buildings. Dawson saw the spaceport in the distance, rapidly receding as the shuttle continued deeper into the city. He felt the nose lift and the ship began to ascend, gaining altitude. He looked upward out of the window, noting the buildings grew taller as they approached the city's center. He turned, staring out of the porthole on the other side of the shuttle, watching the buildings. The shuttle slowed, circling one of the taller buildings near the city's center. He saw a landing pad jutting from the building and knew that he had arrived at his destination. The shuttle touched down gently, and the squad of soldiers escorted him from the shuttle. The wind whipped his hair, his ripped and torn pants and shirt. The smells of the city assaulted him, engine fumes, chemical odors, and the faint whiff of food. His stomach growled instantly. The shuttle's quads revved, the pilot lifting before the hatch completely closed. Mark watched the craft slip over the edge of the platform and drop like a rock toward the ground far below. The shuttle leveled out, disappearing in between a cluster of buildings. The capture team formed a perimeter around Dawson, guiding him into the building, down a corridor, and into a lift. 2 of the soldiers entered, and Mark heard the elevator shoot upwards. It returned a half-minute later, and the guards ushered him aboard. He stood quietly, meshed between 2 masked Arbrans. The lift ascended rapidly. He felt none of the inertia that he expected, and was contemplating the engineering of the lift when the doors opened. He stepped out into a large reception area. The doors closed, the lift off to retrieve the last 2 soldiers. The reception area contained a small desk, a chair with a uniformed man, and 3 doors, one behind the man and one on each side of the room. The man glanced up at Dawson, snarled,
and went back to whatever he was working on. The lift returned, disgorging the last 2 soldiers in his escort detail. A hand gently tapped his shoulder, and Mark turned to see one of the soldiers point toward the left-hand door. "This way, sir." Dawson moved in the direction of the door, turning his head to see only 2 of the soldiers accompanying him. Mark stopped at the door. The guard on his right stepped forward and rapped twice on the door. "Enter," a muffled voice called. The guard opened the door and motioned Mark inside. Dawson stepped inside, and the door closed behind him, leaving him alone with a tall man standing by a bay window, his back to Dawson. The man stared out at the city and the still rising sun. He pointed to a chair opposite a wooden desk. "Have a seat," he said to the window. "You must be tired after walking all night." "Thanks, but I'll stand," Mark replied. "And thanks for the timely pickup." Mark stared at the man's back for a moment before shifting his gaze to study the room. The tile floor was well maintained, but had seen better days. The chairs appeared worn but functional. The computer on the desk appeared about 2 standard years behind the times. He turned his attention back to the man at the window. "My apologies," the man said, still staring out of the window. "We could not risk a shuttle with the TSA patrols and the bombing of the city." He had not moved, not even turned his head to look at him. Dawson found the whole thing disconcerting. "I would like something to eat," Dawson said, after a dozen heartbeats of silence. "It's been a long night." "An exciting one, I'm sure," the man said. "Stealing a ship, an exhilarating tour of Nebbit's canyons, ejecting into the plain of Burles, and a midnight stroll to Arbron City." The man turned away from the window. A long night indeed. The man wore the rank of commander on his uniform, but no name. He stood tall, thin, with piercing brown eyes, smallish nose, and a jutting chin. His clean-shaven face melded perfectly into his close-cropped black hair. "About the food," Mark began. The man waved a hand, interrupting him. "Food will be provided shortly, but first let's talk." He motioned to the chair opposite the wooden desk as he took his seat behind the desk. Dawson studied the man for a moment before taking the offered chair. "I am Commander Tarek Zen," the man introduced himself, his voice pleasant and friendly. He spoke succinctly, each syllable enunciated perfectly. "I have been tasked with detailing your arrival and experiences on Arbra." He activated the computer, placing the microphone on the desk near Dawson. "And you are—" Mark stared at the man calmly sitting in his chair, hands folded on the desk in front of him. The politeness, the demeanor, stunned Dawson. Or maybe it's the lack of food and sleep? A single question sat forefront in his mind. Do I trust him? He eyed the man, wondering what, if anything, he should say. And where would he begin? Thoughts of the last 2 years filled his mind. Jake, Angel, Terra, the SOF course, Kyrian. He could not avenge his friends, stuck in an Arbra penal facility. "I'm Lieutenant Commander Mark Dawson," he said, his mouth speaking before his brain finished contemplating the question. "I'm here to tell you that you and I have a mutual enemy." Dawson crossed his legs, sitting back in the chair. "And I need your help to defeat her." Chapter 22. Dagon Aoffa stepped from the ship's hatch, pausing underneath the edge of the shuttle's wing. A steady rain fell diagonally, soaking his pants below his knee as he stood under his momentary shelter. A flash of lightning lit the night sky to his right, the boom of thunder coming 6 heartbeats later. The Haraz city lights cut through the dark night, giving the overhead clouds an ominous look. Another ship blasted into the night, the roar defeating a second roll of thunder in the distance. Dagon explored his surroundings, determining it to be a typical port of call. The shuttle sat nestled within the confines of a landing berth. 2 doors led out of the berth and into the offices of the port. Aoffa pulled the collar on his camouflage uniform a little higher, ducked his head, and sprinted for the closest door. He slid to a stop, allowing the door to arrest his momentum. He palmed the sensor to open the door as the heavy rain soaked his tunic. A faint red light blinked, indicating the door was locked. Aoffa cursed, squinting against the downpour to find the best route to the other door. His course plotted, he took off again, running in bounding strides through the spaceport berth. He slowed as he neared the door, relieved when it opened automatically, and he ran through the open hatch. He slid to a stop in the middle of the floor and entered the warm, bright offices of the TSA portmaster. He shook his head and flapped his arms, spraying water across the room. The portmaster, a heavy-set bald man, stepped out from behind a desk. Disdain covered his face.
"Commander Aoffa?"
Dagon nodded, dripping onto the already wet floor. "Sorry about the mess." The portmaster shook his head, waving him off.
"I'm used to it."
A pleasant smile formed on his lips.
"But thank you for the apology. A car's waiting for you, sir."
He motioned toward a door on the other end of the room.
"Have a pleasant stay on Haraz."
"Thanks," Aoffa said, moving past the portmaster toward the door. He prepared himself for another run through the downpour and activated the door. He was pleasantly surprised as the door slid back to reveal a covered parking area. A small air car sat idling, waiting for him. A young lieutenant stood beside the car. He snapped to attention as the office door opened and rendered a salute to Aoffa. The commander returned the salute as he strode toward the vehicle. The rain pounded on the metal roof of the covered garage. Gusts of wind pushed the rain underneath the edges, soaking the perimeter. "Sir, I am Lieutenant Clorig," the young man said. "I'm here to escort you to your meeting." He opened the air car's door, and Aoffa slipped inside. The door shut, leaving Dagon in the back seat alone. Heat poured from the vents, and Aoffa welcomed the change in temperature. The cold rain chilled him, and without a change of clothes, he expected to stay this way for the next several hours, or at least until I dry out. He rubbed his hands together in front of the vent as the air car went into motion. The rain hit the air car as it emerged from the covered garage. The vehicle shook with the initial pelting before stabilizing. Aoffa found the sound of the rain muffled and tolerable inside the air car. The vehicle zoomed through the city, and Aoffa sat back, enjoying the view. The 2-day trip from Ritmar provided ample time to think and plan, so his mind was clear as the vehicle traversed the city. He stared at his reflection in the window, noting the bags forming under his eyes and the need for a haircut. He focused past his reflection at the city lights. The rain left streaks on the window, but he ignored them. He spied a river barge in the distance, lazily drifting down the river on the city's border. TSA police cruisers moved along with the congested city traffic. He turned, staring out of the other window, and saw the bright lights of Parliament in the distance. The building grew smaller as the air car continued to head south through the city. "Lieutenant Clorig, sir. Torum Clorig."
"Lieutenant Clorig, where am I meeting with Admiral Katrevan?"
Aoffa asked his driver, rubbing his arms in the hot blast from the heater. Torum rattled off an address.
"He said he wanted to meet you away from the city center."
"Away from the city?" thought Aoffa.
"What about the strike team?"
The lieutenant shook his head. "Sir, I have no information about a team. My orders were to take you to meet the Admiral." Aoffa stared at the back of the young man's head, watching as he expertly piloted the car through the city.
"Torum Clorig, where have I heard that name before?"
The air car descended a dozen meters, flying underneath a pedestrian bridge. Aoffa ducked instinctively, staring up through the clear roof as the air car cruised beneath the structure. The sound of the rain stopped momentarily, picking up again as the air car left the shelter of the bridge. The city landscape gradually morphed into the suburbs. Thousands of dwellings stretched to the horizon. The rain stopped as the suburbs gave way to flat prairie land. Aoffa turned in his seat, watching Haraz City slowly shrink behind him. "How much longer?" Aoffa asked, turning to face front. Torum pointed toward a cluster of buildings to port. "We're here, sir." The air car circled the building, providing Aoffa an opportunity to scout out the rendezvous. A well-lit farmhouse sat like a beacon in the darkness. A second building, Aoffa thought may be ranch hand lodging, was connected to the main house by a long covered walkway. A large barn sat a few hundred meters from the main house, opposite the second building. Corner spotlights lit the area. 2 shuttles sat on the ground near the barn under bright lights. Aoffa nodded. Something isn't right. He touched the butt of the sidearm, holstered on his right hip, the cool metal reassuring. The air car landed without the usual dust thanks to the wet ground. The engines powered down. Aoffa opened his door and stepped out into the cool night air. He shivered, his clothes clinging to his body. The pings of the cooling craft echoed in the still night, punctuated by the bray of animals. The smell of the farm assaulted his nostrils, overpowering the clean, crisp, humid air. Torum appeared at his right side, motioning toward the barn. "This way, sir." The two men moved toward the barn. Aoffa studied the area, but saw nothing beyond the ring of light provided by the spotlights. Clorig slid the giant wooden barn door aside. Aoffa stepped inside and stopped under the glow of a half-dozen lamps. A few empty animal pens occupied the left side of the barn, bales of hay and farm equipment the right. A small table sat in the center, surrounded by 3 chairs. A man in a dress uniform sat in the nearest chair, his back to Aoffa. "Admiral?" Aoffa asked, weary. The man did not respond, and Aoffa called out again. Nothing. He glanced at Clorig, who shrugged. Aoffa drew his pistol, scanning the barn, including the upper lofts. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. He glanced at Clorig. The lieutenant nodded, backed up to the door, and drew his own weapon. Aoffa scanned the barn again before crossing the floor in 6 strides. "Admiral?" he called again, reaching the table. Aoffa saw the Admiral's face and lowered his weapon. He heard the barn door squeak close and turned his attention and his weapon toward the door. Torum Clorig was gone, leaving Aoffa alone with the body of Admiral Catriran. Aoffa snarled, stepped forward, and checked for a pulse, despite the blaster burn in the center of the Admiral's chest. He sighed, suddenly remembering where he had heard the name Clorig, known associates of David Derez. He cursed, his anger rising at his own ineptness. The loft floor above him creaked, and Aoffa dropped to a knee, his weapon up and pointed toward the rafters above. He saw a touch of dust fall as the hidden figure moved a few steps toward the front of the barn. "I understand that you have a warrant for my arrest," a feminine voice called out from the dark recesses of the loft. "I am afraid that you have made the trip from Ritmar for nothing, Commander." "Senator Terra," Aoffa stated, recognizing the voice from the numerous speeches and transmissions he had studied. He looked from the loft to the closed barn door and back to the loft. He stood, his pistol targeting the loft. "You are under arrest for murder, conspiracy, and treason, for starters." "Commander," her voice purred from the darkness, "I do not believe you grasp the seriousness of your situation. You see, I agreed to a meeting with Admiral Catriran, at his request, the record will show. Why he chose a farm in the middle of nowhere, well, we will never know. But what the official report will show is that you, Commander, disrupted the meeting and shot the Admiral before being shot by TSA security forces." The smugness of the woman was palpable. "A quick justice, better than you deserve." "Justice will see you hanged," Aoffa spat. "I lost a lot of good people in your attack on my facility. You will pay." "Yes," she said, mocking. "My condolences, but if you recall, I too lost good people. Loyal employees." "I don't give a damn about what you've lost," Aoffa spat, his voice rising for the first time. "You attacked my base. You've killed the Admiral, and who knows how many others. You are under a blue stun bolt flashed from the loft, striking Aoffa in the chest. He reflexively fired, his laser bolt striking a joist for the upstairs loft. He stumbled backwards, crashing into the table, the pistol flying out of his grip and into the darkness. The table collapsed and landed hard on the remains, fighting for breath as the air left his lungs from the impact. His skin crawled with electricity, paralyzing him, but he remained conscious. Panic welled within him. He gasped for breath, his eyes searching the loft, anticipating the next shot. He tried, but could not move his head or anything else. Movement attracted his attention as a woman dressed in black appeared from the shadows of the loft, her brunette hair tied into a ponytail, a small pistol in her hand. She climbed down a ladder out of his sight to his right. He heard soft footsteps approach, and a few seconds later, Dari Terra wove into view. She stood over him like a vulture, staring at him with cold eyes, her arms on her hips and laser pistol in her right hand. She squatted next to him, and he felt the barrel of the pistol touch his chin. She used it to turn his head. She looked him in the eyes, cocking her head left and right, and Aoffa saw humor in those brown eyes, humor and satisfaction. She smiled. "It's really too bad,"
she said. "You see, I read your file, too. I know of your hatred for Dawson, how he sidetracked your career. You were up for captain until your transfer to the ISF. I could have used you on my team," she continued. "I might even have given you the satisfaction of killing him. But now—" She let the statement hang. He tried to say something, felt his lips quiver, but could make no sound. She touched his lips with the pistol barrel, pursing her lips in mock concern. The crackle of burning wood reached his ears, and he looked past Terra to see the loft aflame. She turned, following his gaze before turning back to face him. "And now you get to die by your own actions," she laughed. "I was going to have Torum shoot you, but this—" she waved toward the loft. "This is too perfect. You get to die in a fire started by your own actions." She stood, laughing harder, and looked toward the barn door. "Torum!" she called. Aoffa heard the door slide open, but could not turn his head to see what was happening. He could only stare at the loft, watching as the fire spread. He felt the first vestiges of the heat, fed by the oxygen of the barn door opening. He heard footsteps approach, saw Lieutenant Clorig enter his vision. The TSA officer pulled his pistol, the sound of metal on leather. "Leave him," Terra said coldly. "Let him burn." Clorig holstered his weapon, and Aoffa caught a brief glimpse of pity in the man's eyes before he turned and walked away with Senator Terra. Dagon tried to call out, to move, but the stunner's effect kept him paralyzed. His mind screamed, but he could do nothing. Aoffa heard the barn door close, leaving him alone with the heat and flame. Dari Terra strode from the barn, pausing to watch Torum secure the lock. She nodded in satisfaction before heading away from the barn toward one of the shuttles parked nearby and a group of her loyal operatives. She reached the nearest shuttle's ramp and turned to watch the flames engulf the roof of the barn, lighting up the night sky. Her smile grew as the flames spread. "Torum," she ordered, "return the air car to wherever you acquired it, then report to your normal duties." She shook her head. "You were never here." "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "The rest of you—" She turned to address her operatives, a dozen humans and aliens wearing dark combat gear, balaclavas, and carrying laser rifles. "Let's get back to the city." She turned and ascended the ramp without waiting for a reply. She entered the passenger area and poured herself a drink before strapping herself into her seat. The shuttle's engines hummed to life, and she felt the craft lift a moment later. She turned her head to gaze out of the window. The other shuttle was airborne, its port wing barely visible behind her as it followed her ship. Clorig's air car was nowhere to be seen. The burning barn drew her eyes, its roof fully aflame, embers drifting into the dark sky. She stared at the structure, the flames hypnotic. The shuttle leveled out, leaving the barn behind. She smiled, taking a sip of her drink. The 15-minute shuttle ride back to the Parliament building passed quickly, allowing her only time for the one drink. She stared absently out of the window as the shuttle circled for a landing. It was late into the night. Most of the city lay quiet. The rain long gone, Terra saw puddles on the building's roof, reflecting in the landing pad lights. One other ship, a troop ship, sat on the roof pad. A two-man ground crew waited to attend the shuttle. The comlink chimed, and she turned away from the window. She touched a button on the console next to her, and a meter-tall hologram of David Darez appeared next to her in the shuttle's aisle. He looked haggard, his unshaven face and unkempt hair unusual for the officer. "David," she asked, "what's wrong?"
Dawson has been captured by the Arbrans,
he reported.
He stole a ship, ejected during a firefight, and was taken on the ground. If he talks...
"The Arbrans won't believe him," she said dismissively. "This is exactly what we wanted, the Arbrans to kill him." Lights flashed out of the window, and she saw the shuttle was on final approach. The ship touched down, and she took a final drink from her glass. She glanced out of the window as the ground crew approached. The hatch and ramp whirred open behind her in the cabin. She turned back to the hologram. "And I have just taken care of the last of the evidence on this end."
And if they don't kill Dawson?
"The vote for Chancellor is in 2 days," she continued. "Bomb the planet from orbit if you have to. His death ties up the last of the loose ends."
What about the rest of the crew at the ISF?
Darez asked. "My people have already infiltrated the base." she smiled. She felt the shuttle vibrate, footfalls on the ramp. It's only a matter of time before... She turned as a group of TSA soldiers entered the passenger cabin. A woman led the team, her weapon up and pointing directly at the senator. The name Reagan displayed on her uniform. "What are you doing on my shuttle, Lieutenant?" "Senator Terra?" The woman leveled her rifle at Terra's head. "I have orders to take you into custody." "By whose authority?" Terra asked. "Commander Dagon Aoffa." "Your orders are invalid, Lieutenant," Terra responded with a wave of her hand. "Commander Aoffa died a half-hour ago, after killing Fleet Admiral Katriran." Reagan paused, and Terra saw her gulp as she digested the information. The rifle never wavered from her head. Dari saw the lieutenant's finger tighten on the trigger.
Lieutenant,
The hologram spoke. Terra stared, transfixed by the barrel pointed at her head.
this is Commander David Darius. Put that rifle down and get off the Senator's shuttle. That's an order.
Reagan shook her head defiantly. She stepped forward, the rifle barrel almost touching Terra's nose. Reagan looked at the hologram. "Don't worry about her, Commander. Worry about yourself. Your time is coming." She used the end of the rifle to tap the console. The hologram faded from the aisle. "Senator Terra," Reagan said, her voice as cold as ice. "You are under arrest." She leaned forward, almost whispering. "Please, resist." Chapter 23. David Darez ran a hand through his hair as he stood before the communications station aboard the cruiser Indomitable. He breathed a deep sigh before nodding to his communications officer. He rubbed the stubble on his chin as he waited for the call to connect halfway across the TSA. The comlink chimed, and the image of Dari Terra materialized before him. She sat in a soft leather chair aboard a shuttle, a glass of something in her hand. "David," she asked, her eyes widening, "what's wrong?" "Dawson has been captured by the Arbrants," he said angrily. The renegade officer was within reach and somehow, again, escaped his grasp. He stole a ship, ejected during a firefight, and was taken on the ground. If he talks, the Arbrants won't believe him. She shook her head. David saw the lights of Haraz City behind her. "This is exactly what we wanted, the Arbrants to kill him." She drank from her glass and stole a quick glance out the window. "And I have just taken care of the last of the evidence on this end." He heard the hatch open to the comlink before the hologram turned back to face him. "And if they don't kill Dawson?" Darez asked, staring at her hologram. She appeared at ease, content. "The vote for Chancellor is in 2 days," she continued. "Bomb the planet from orbit if you have to. His death ties up the last of the loose ends." "What about the rest of the crew at the ISF?" Darez asked. "My people have already infiltrated the base," she smiled. "It's only a matter of time before—" Someone entered the shuttle, out of the range of the holo emitter. Dari remained in her seat, turned to face the interlopers. "What are you doing on my shuttle, Lieutenant? Senator Terra?" David heard a feminine voice off-screen. "I have orders to take you into custody." "By whose authority?" Terra asked. "Commander Dagon Aoffa." The holo projector turned, and David saw a woman in TSA armor with a rifle pointed at the senator's head. "Your orders are invalid, Lieutenant." Terra dismissed the woman with a wave. "Commander Aoffa died a half-hour ago, after killing Fleet Admiral Katriran." The woman paused, and Darez saw an opportunity. "Lieutenant," he said, his voice stern and commanding. "This is Commander David Darez. Put that rifle down and get off the Senator's shuttle. That's an order." The lieutenant shook her head defiantly. She stepped forward, the rifle barrel almost touching Terra's nose. The woman's hologram leaned in close to the emitter, and Darez saw fire and determination in her eyes. "Don't worry about her, Commander. Worry about yourself. Your time is coming." Darez saw the barrel of the rifle tap the comlink, and the connection terminated. "Re-establish the link," he ordered. The communications officer's fingers flew over the console, touching the controls, turning dials, and flipping switches. He turned to face Darez. "Sorry, sir, the other end is no longer transmitting or receiving." Darez felt his temperature rise, turned, and stomped across the bridge to his command chair. He dropped into the chair, his heart pounding, spots before his eyes. He lashed out, smashing the nearest console, the broken display flying off the pedestal on his chair and crashing to the floor. Everyone on the bridge turned to stare. "What are the nearest cities?" he bellowed through clenched teeth, his breathing ragged.
We can fire on New Sandalico in 2 minutes, Segan replied. The Quest, the Vega, and the Caprini can hit Ulvine in 4. What about the capital?
22 minutes, sir, Katrin reported.
As soon as we are in range, obliterate those cities, Darez ordered. Once we are done with them, set a course for their capital. I want them to see what's coming and know there is not a damn thing they can do to stop us.
The crew executed the command without a word, preparing weapons, targeting cities, and dispersing the fleet. Darez watched the time to fire tick down on his one remaining screen, saw when it hit 0, and felt a shudder trace through the Indomitable as the first missiles launched. Darez sat back, calmer now that the assault was underway, waiting for the first reports of damage. His thoughts drifted to the senator and how he would get her out of the clutches of the TSA. He figured he had several hours before the nearest fleet could arrive to relieve him, or try to relieve me. A flash on the planet's surface brought his attention back to the attack. A second, then a third impact lit the main view screen. 3 more blasts erupted before the cruiser's lasers opened fire. Bright crimson bolts hammered the planet. "Sir," Segan called, and Darez turned his attention to the tactical officer as he bounded up the 3 steps to stand on the command platform. 6 impacts on New Sandalico. Battle damage assessment is 90%. We are peppering the area with high-energy blasts. Estimate that nothing will be able to live there for a decade. "What is the BDA for Ulvine?" Darez asked. "Initial impacts from all 3 ships hit with 94% damage," Segan replied, holding his left hand to his ear as he received the report. "They have started their pulse bombardment. Have them split up and target any city within range," Darez ordered. A thought entered his mind, and a wicked smile crossed his lips. "And tell them to lay waste to the fertile equatorial zones as well." He saw a confused look on Segan's face. "Target their farmland. Without food, they will starve. Tell them to obliterate everything in their path." Segan smiled, nodding. "Set our course for the capital," Darez continued, rocking slightly in his chair. "Fire on any targets of opportunity." "Sir," the communications officer called from across the bridge. Darez nodded in his direction as Segan turned and stepped off the command platform. "The ships not involved in the bombardment are requesting instructions," the communications officer continued. "And Commander Telrin is on the line. Tell them they are to set a perimeter around the planet," Darez instructed. "Nothing in or out, and route Telrin to my console." The image of a frustrated Clandeau filled Darez's screen. The alien's eyes were wider than usual. A visible tick on his lips gave the Clandeau a snarl. David could almost smell the cinnamon from the alien's anxiety. "What is it, Commander?" "This aerial bombardment of their cities is not in the battle plan," Telrin said without preamble. "I must protest the wanton destruction of civilian populations." "Noted," Darez replied, annoyed. "Just follow your orders. Protect our flanks against anything entering the system. Understood?" "But, Commander, we—" "Carry out your orders, or I'll have you relieved and shot," Darez spat. "Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Telrin replied, each word dripping with contempt. The line went dead. "New Sandalico has been destroyed, sir," Lieutenant Segan reported, bounding back up the stairs to the command level. "We are changing course, heading for the capital, ETA 12 minutes. We are firing on any targets of opportunity," the tactical officer continued, "as well as anything that looks like farmland." Darez leaned back in the chair, crossing his arms. He crossed his legs and stared at the planet beyond the view screen. "Very good, Lieutenant. Carry on." The minutes ticked by, and the ship transitioned from the day into the night side of the planet. Crimson laser bolts rained down almost constantly, laying waste to farms and small townships as the Indomitable approached the Arbran capital. 2 squadrons of fighters lifted from the surface, their attack short-lived as the Indomitable rained fire down on them. The usual pristine Arbran countryside lay in ruins. Fires raged, the smoldering remains of cities and buildings belching smoke into the sky. The other ships reported the successful destruction of more than a dozen smaller cities, the complete obliteration of the 2 primary targets, and vast swaths of farmland unusable for at least a decade. "Within range of the Arbran capital," Lieutenant Katrin announced. "We are getting pleas for surrender." Darez shook his head. "No, they made their bed." He sucked in a breath, uncrossed his arms, and rubbed his hands together. "Now they can die in it." He nodded to Katrin. "Fire when ready." The Indomitable vibrated slightly as the first missiles launched.
Darez watched as warheads disappeared into the night. He shifted his gaze toward the capital, a large swath of light clearly visible on the dark side of the planet. The lights stretched from a bright center, the hub of the city, to the horizon. Missile impacts flashed, barely discernible in the bright lights of the city. The explosions disrupted the electric grid, and the city plunged into darkness. Darez watched as the entire hemisphere plunged into darkness. "Sir, we have incoming!" Katrin yelled from across the bridge. "Incoming what?" Darez asked, turning to the monitor on his chair and changing the readout to sensors. "4 ships just exited hyperspace," Katrin answered. "A cruiser and 3 frigates. The Caprini, the Merciless, and the Dauntless are already under attack." Darez adjusted his sensor view and watched as his fleet's blue icons and the enemy's red icons closed in on each other. One of the blue icons vanished, followed by another, and Darez fumed. Finally, one of the red icons winked out of existence. "The Caprini and the Dauntless have been destroyed. The enemy ships are closing in on the Merciless. The Vega would be the next closest." Katrin paused, and Darez saw her shake her head, her mane flowing freely. "2 ships have broken off, heading for us, sir." "Incoming communique, sir," the communications officer called. "Captain Friends is ordering our surrender." "Adjust course," Darez ordered. "Close in on the enemy ships and destroy them. Call Vega and Quest. Have them sweep in from the northern polar region. The rest of the fleet should maneuver and attack from the South Pole." The communications officer acknowledged, and Darez turned his attention back to the sensor view on his console. The Indomitable shook with impacts as the cruiser and a frigate entered firing range. Consoles sparked as a barrage of laser fire and missiles flared the shields. He glanced at a small readout in the upper right of his view screen, watching as the shield strength dropped with each hit. Another red icon vanished from the screen, followed by a blue. The Indomitable rocked with port-side explosions as the shields gave way and missiles exploded against the hull. Superstructure support beams dropped from the ceiling. Alarms screamed. Consoles exploded in smoke and sparks. Darez felt a violent shudder through his feet, and he knew that the ship had been breached. "Concentrate fire on that cruiser!" he yelled. Another explosion rocked the Indomitable, knocking many of the bridge crew to the deck. Darez held onto the armrests of his chair as the ship wobbled like a dog shaking off water. The alarms died off, the ship steadied, and an eerie silence filled the bridge. Darez pulled his monitor closer. He saw no red icons, only a handful of blue icons greeted him. "Report! The cruiser and frigate have been destroyed, sir," Katrin replied. Darez looked up to see the officer holding her left arm against her chest. The forearm hung at an unusual angle. Blood ran from a gash along her forehead. "The Merciless is lost. The Quest and Veritas are lightly damaged. The Vega and Serono are unscathed. And the rest? Commander Telrin and one other ship ran during the fight, sir," Segan spat. Darez slammed his fist into his armrest, issuing a string of curses. Pain coursed up his arm, the tingling nerves fueling his rage. He stared at the floor for a dozen heartbeats, breathing heavily, his temples throbbing. He closed his eyes, willing his body under control. Finally, he opened his eyes and shifted his gaze to the planet on the main view screen. The dark side of Arbra beckoned him. He opened his mouth to order the fleet to resume bombardment and stopped. A myriad of thoughts and scenarios flashed through his mind, and one central theme emerged: rescue the senator. "Helm," he ordered. "Plot a course to Kroppel. We need time to regroup and think." He stared at the planet, watching the meridian line of day and night inch closer to his orbital position. "Arbra isn't going anywhere." "Aye, sir," the pilot acknowledged. Darez sat back in his chair as the planet disappeared in a flash. Stars became elongated streaks, and the dark, opaque void of hyperspace filled the screen. The 5-ship fleet exited hyperspace on the outskirts of the Kroppel system. A quick course correction, a flare of system engines, and the small flotilla maneuvered toward a rogue comet. The ships settled into orbit around the planetoid, and damage repair crews began EVA operations. Lieutenant Segan oversaw the repairs, watching from a small shuttle as he skimmed the surface of each ship in turn. Internal repairs, many conducted while in hyperspace during the 12-hour journey from Arbra, continued under the watchful eye of Lieutenant Katrin. Darez remained on the Indomitable's bridge, plotting his rescue of Senator Terra. After 7 hours, Segan and Katrin reported to the bridge. Slumped shoulders, bloodshot eyes, and unwashed faces greeted Darez as he pushed away his monitor and stared at his 2 lieutenants. A bandage covered Katrin's head, a sling and splint covered her arm. Blood still stained her uniform. He motioned for them to follow him, and the trio left the bridge, walked 2 decks down to the galley, and the trio sat down for a quick meal. Segan reported first.
Hull damage repairs are 90% complete.
The Quest and the Indomitable still have a few breaches, but nothing critical. The bulkheads are weakened in multiple spots on each ship.
Weapons and engines are at 100%, Katrin reported. We lost 1 shield generator on the Dom and 2 on the Quest. I've ordered modifications to the remaining generators to overlap over the damaged areas. It should provide adequate protection. Veritas, Vega, and Serono are fully operational.
All we need is a plan. Darez shook his head. We need to know where the Senator is being held. Haraz is a huge planet to search, he sighed. We don't have the firepower for a prolonged fight. We must be able to hit surgically, in and out. The 2 lieutenants simply nodded. An uneasy silence filled the air as the 3 ate.
Commander Darez,
the communications officer called over the internal speaker.
Please call the bridge.
Darez placed his hands on the table and hoisted himself up with exaggerated effort. He crossed the galley to a small terminal and tapped a blinking green light.
Darez. Sir, I have a transmission from Haraz,
the communication officer explained.
It's Lieutenant Klorig,
the communication officer called over the internal speaker. Patch it down here, Darez said, turned, and motioned for his 2 senior officers to join him. The 2 arrived in time to hear Torim Klorig's voice, scratchy and distant, come through the speaker.
Commander, I've gotten word from the Senator,
the lieutenant began.
She is being held in the Haraz City Detention Facility, awaiting trial. The Parliament is working quickly to set everything up, including electing a new chancellor.
Already? Darez asked. Who?
Senator Atipi.
You've talked to the Senator? Darez inquired. He rubbed his hands together, his anxiety growing with each piece of news.
No, sir,
Klorig responded, his voice despondent.
There is a third party that contacted me at the Senator's request.
Who?
Desmond Pierre.
Darez nodded. He knew the name. A friend, mentor of Terra. Can you get into the facility, Lieutenant? A pause.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow, 2 o'clock local time, Darez instructed. Be ready for transport. He pulled an electronic pad from his pocket, typed in a query. We will enter orbit at the southern polar region. It's the least defended area. Can you be ready by then? Another pause.
Aye, sir,
Klorig replied, determination in his voice.
We'll be ready.
The line went dead. The trio returned to the table. Darez looked at each of his lieutenants in turn. Katrin, I am promoting you to executive officer. Ensure that every ship is combat ready. He turned his head to Segan, saw the disappointment in the man's eyes. Segan, you are a vital part of my command team, but she has more experience in running staff operations. I'm going to need that experience to coordinate 5 different ships into one fighting unit. With that said, I am promoting you to tactical, Darez continued. I want you to develop an attack plan for this battle group. I want everyone briefed and ready to go in 3 hours. Once that is done, plot a course for Haraz. He turned his attention back to Katrin. Rotate the shifts. Make sure everyone gets some rest. He glanced at the electronic pad still in his hand, calculated the local time on Haraz. We have 14 hours. Let's get it done. Dismissed. Darez sat back in his command chair, staring at his computer display, watching as the seconds ticked down to enter normal space around Haraz. He shifted his gaze to the main viewer and the swirls of hyperspace. The shifting, hypnotic, dark, opaque shapes disappeared as the ship exited hyperspace. Stars streaked into sharp focus, and Haraz grew rapidly, filling the window in seconds. The Indomitable shook as the sole orbital defense platform protecting the South Pole opened fire. Evasive, Darez ordered, feeling the Indomitable list to port as he spoke. Return fire. He glanced at his combat display. Tell the Vega and Quest to cover our 6. Inform the Veritas and the Serono to engage the orbital defenses, Darez continued. Take out that platform as fast as possible. Aye, sir, Lieutenant Segan replied.
David split his attention between the view screen, with its live view of the defense platform, and his tactical computer display. Bright red and green laser bolts crisscrossed the space between his fleet and the orbital base. Missiles streaked from the platform, rocking the Indomitable. The Veritas and Serono flanked the Indomitable, port and starboard respectively. All three ships closed in on the platform in unison, hammering the station with a constant barrage of lasers and missiles. The tactic worked, splitting the orbital platform's return fire and causing minimal damage to the fleet. The ships achieved optimal firing range, and the two flanking ships peeled away from the Indomitable, executing a pincher movement around that station. The Indomitable rocked with a constant barrage from the defense platform. Newly repaired consoles exploded, showering sparks onto the crew. Darez felt a vibration through the soles of his shoes and heard the rending of metal as the shields allowed a few of the bolts through. Breaches reopened. Sirens wailed. The platform turned its full attention to the Veritas, the ship receiving a broadside of lasers and missiles. The frigate staggered as the engines failed, then re-engaged. Whole sections of the ship broke off as the onslaught continued. The ship broke apart, the drive section exploding in a blinding fireball. The shock wave hurled the forward section of the ship into the platform. Darez looked away as the orbit defense platform exploded like a newly formed sun. The explosion expanded, catching the Serono and hurling it out of orbit. Darez watched as the frigate spun end over end until it disappeared into the black of space. A distant fireball sealed the fate of the ship a minute later. "Sir," Lieutenant Katrin announced from her position beside Darez. She studied 3 monitors attached to her chair. "We have incoming 30 fighters, a cruiser, and a frigate. ETA, 4 minutes. Anything else in the area?" he asked, sliding his monitor closer to the chair. "Only a dreadnought," Katrin replied. "It's still in space stock, minimal power." Darez pulled up the TSA registry, mildly surprised that they had not yet suspended his access. He scrolled through the ships until he found the information on the dreadnought. "The Nocturnal Avenger," he muttered, and nodded his approval at the list of weapons the ship boasted. "Order the Vega and Quest to attack the cruiser." Darez smiled. "Tell them we will take the fighters and the frigate." "Aye, sir," Katrin replied. "Segan," Darez called. "Sir?" "Plot a course through the fighters to the dreadnought." He smiled. "I think it's time we upgraded." Chapter 24. Dari Terra sat on her bunk, her back against the wall, legs tucked under her. She clutched a flat pillow in a dirty yellow pillowcase against her chest as she stared upwards, out of the small window of her cell. She watched the blue sky, the occasional cloud, bird, or ship crossing her view. The fingers of her right hand absently played with her hair, which loosely hung to her shoulders, barely touching the bright neon-green jumpsuit she wore. The 4x4-meter cell seemed to close in on her with every passing minute. For 2 days she sat on the bunk, leaving only to go, under escort, to the mess hall and return. Her only visitor the day after her arrest was Desmond Pierre. She recalled being led to a small meeting room and secured to the table with mag cuffs. The cuffs reminded her of her ex-husband Jake when he was led away to clinics. She pulled on the cuffs, felt the metal bite into her wrists, and suddenly found a new understanding for what her ex-husband endured. Desmond sat down opposite her, his unshaven face haggard. Bloodshot eyes greeted her. His wrinkled brown suit and stained tie spoke volumes to Terra. The news was worse than she expected. She had no allies in the Senate. Her supporters for Chancellor had abandoned her. "Bastards, I'll kill them all," she whispered through clenched teeth.
"Unlikely, Dari,"
Desmond replied, shaking his head.
"Word is that you will never leave this facility." He shrugged. "Not alive, anyway."
"What are you saying?"
"The Senate has confirmed Atipyi as the new Chancellor," Desmond replied.
"That was fast," she said, astounded.
"There is more," he said. "They have broadened the ongoing investigation into Senator Ziraan's death to include others, including Senator Delacour." He raised an eyebrow. "You didn't have anything to do—"
"Get to the point,"
Terra interrupted. "You have no friends or allies remaining in the Senate," he stated. "They all want you dead and buried," he continued.
Your tenure in the Senate is to be forgotten, not even a footnote in history."
"Why tell me this?" Dari inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Aren't you worried about being seen with me?"
Desmond leaned forward, lowering his voice.
"You still have a few friends. As I understand it, the battle group you had at Arbra has disappeared. The entire TSA military is out looking for it."
"The Arbran attack fleet?" she repeated. "David." She smiled. "Who is leading the attack now?"
"No one. A few ships were sent to relieve Commander Derez at the time of your arrest. He destroyed them and disappeared into hyperspace."
"When?"
"About 8 hours ago," Desmond replied.
"And we aren't sending in another fleet?" she inquired.
Desmond shook his head.
"The Arbrans took the absence of a fleet as a good sign and sued for peace."
"Peace!"
she cried. She jerked her hands, feeling the metal bite into her skin. Her face flushed with anger.
"That miserable planet wants to secede. Is Atipyi going to let that happen?"
"The talks are set to start next week here on Haraz."
Desmond shrugged.
"I have no idea what the Chancellor's intentions are toward the Arbrans. She is keeping the information confidential. Only her closest staff knows. The important thing for you is that your friends, including what's left of the battle group, have eluded the TSA. We can only imagine where they may be headed or what allies they may recruit."
Terra sat silent for a moment.
"I need you to get word to one of my people, Lieutenant Torum Clorig," she whispered.
She recited a comm number from memory.
"If he has not been arrested, he will be monitoring that number. Tell him to coordinate with David Derez."
She reached for his hands, the mag cuffs keeping her hands secured to the table. He met her halfway, his large hands engulfing her petite fingers.
"They need to get me out of here."
Desmond patted her hands before releasing them.
"I'll find him. Be ready to move when they arrive."
He rose and walked out of the meeting room without another word. 2 female jailers escorted her back to her cell, mocking her fall from glory with each step. One of them shoved her into the cell. Terra fell, sliding across the smooth floor. The door closed to the sound of the woman's laughter. Dari harnessed her anger and uttered a stream of obscenities that brought a round of applause from the nearby prisoners. Her rage spent, she climbed onto her bunk, grabbed her pillow, and stared out of the window. The door to her cell opened, dissolving the previous day's memory. She turned her head to see 2 guards standing in the door. Both carried rifles and wore the standard TSA armor with their face shields down. One of the guards stood a foot taller than the other.
Come with me.
The shorter one, a male, ordered. Terra untucked her legs and stood, dropping the pillow on the bunk. She stared at the 2 men and saw the attack coming, but could only watch the inevitable punch. The smaller of the guards caught his partner in the throat with the butt of his rifle. The taller guard dropped his weapon and fell to his knees, grabbing his throat as he gurgled, gasping for breath. He collapsed to the floor, twitching as life left him. The smaller guard grabbed the victim's shoulders and dragged him into the cell. He stood, raising his face shield to reveal the young eyes of Torum Clorig. Dari felt a wave of relief flood over her. "Senator," he nodded, "it's time to leave." Terra smiled and began removing the armor off the dead guard. It took a half-hour to dress and adjust the armor to its smallest fit, but it still hung from her like an ill-fitted suit. She offered her minion a sour look. He shrugged, saying it was the best he could do. She hoisted the rifle, checked the charge, gulped down nervous energy, determination filling her body. "It'll have to do. Let's go." The 2 left the cell, Torum now the taller of the 2. They walked down the prison corridor, their armor clanking noisily with each step. Prisoners, unaware of the jailbreak, lined the cells and issued a chorus of curses as the 2 strolled past. Terra smiled behind her face shield. "Curse me? I'll see to it that all of you will die on Arbra." Lieutenant Clorig flashed his official TSA ID at each guard station on the way out. Each station they passed relieved the tension in Terra's shoulders. Almost too easy, she thought. The bored-looking guards offered a half-hearted scan of the ID and waved the 2 of them through. Minutes later, the 2 were at the main entrance, one gate away from freedom. "There is an air car waiting, Senator," Clorig said, as they approached the gate. He nodded to their left. A half-kilometer that way. If anything happens, run. I'll catch up. The rendezvous is pre-programmed into the nav computer, he continued. Just activate the autopilot. It'll take you to a staging area to wait. Commander Darez is en route, he concluded. The battle group will clear any hostile ships from orbit. When that happens, the nav computer will take you to his ship. Torum, she replied, I'll make you an admiral when this is over. Yes, ma'am, he replied, deadpan. The two halted at the last guard station, and Clorig presented his identification. The guard stifled a yawn, took the small card, and scanned it. Raise your visor, the blue click said, bored. Torum did as directed, and the guard turned to Terra. And yours. Come on, you know the routine. Without hesitation, Terra raised her rifle and shot the alien at point-blank range. The crimson bolt sliced through the guard, exploding against the far wall of the guard station. The blue click's eyes exhibited astonishment, then pain, then nothing, as life drained from him. He fell in a pile a half-meter outside the door to the guard shack. She heard Torum fire before the alien fell, shooting a second guard who sat on a stool inside the guard station. The bolt hit him in the chest, blasting the human off the stool. He toppled over backwards, landing awkwardly on his neck on the floor of the small shack. His legs propped on the gate controls for a moment before sliding down to the floor. Torum stepped over the first guard and activated the gate release. A buzzer sounded, the gate clicked open, and the prison alarm went off simultaneously. Run! Torum ordered, and Terra felt him shove her out of the open gate. She ran. The weight of the armor slowed her, but she pumped her legs as she sprinted across the visitors' parking lot. The large expanse held a few dozen air cars. The vast majority of the parking spaces lay empty. Small islands of trees dotted the lot, providing shade to a few of the spaces. Terra zigzagged as she ran, the occasional laser bolt flashing past her to explode on the ground or odd tree. She stole a glance over her left shoulder and saw Clorig pause behind an air car, firing at several guards emerging from the prison walls. 2 laser bolts hit near Terra, and she dove behind a large tree occupying one of the islands of trees and bushes. She yanked the armored helmet off, tossing it away as she gulped in air. She raised her rifle and fired. She missed the guards, now pouring out of the prison. They dove for cover from her unarmed blasts. Torum took advantage of their distraction and ran for better cover. Terra continued to fire, spraying laser bolts wildly at the prison. She hit nothing, but slowed down the advance of the guards for a moment. Run, Senator! Clorig yelled, ducking behind another air car. Run! He rose, firing his rifle with more precision than Terra. She saw 2 guards fall off the roof of the prison, their screams ending abruptly as they hit the ground. She stood and ran toward a forest of trees at the edge of the parking lot. She crossed the remaining lot without incident, sprinting into the nearby trees. She stopped and leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. Sweat poured down her face as she turned to look at the prison. Torum crouched behind a smoldering air car, the craft wrecked by dozens of laser hits. A whiff of smoke drifted from the rear of the vehicle. Clorig stood, fired, and dropped back to the ground. He turned to look in her direction, and she saw him nod his head in approval before re-engaging the prison guards. Definitely making you an admiral, she said through deep breaths. Terra continued through the forest at a trot. Her legs burned from exertion, her clothes under the armor soaked from perspiration. She stopped, listening, but heard nothing but her heart pounding in her chest. A police siren flew over the forest, quickly fading in the direction of the prison. She turned to her right, ran about 100 meters, and stopped. She leaned her rifle against a tree and stripped out of the noisy, ill-fitting armor. She discarded the armor, opting to keep the rifle. She shuddered in the cool shade of the forest, her sweaty skin chilled outside the stuffy armor. She retraced her steps, continuing in the direction that Torum had indicated. She emerged from the forest and into the bright light of a small field and dropped to a knee. She squinted and held up her left hand to shield her eyes as she surveyed the area. A small 2-man shuttle sat nestled under the overhang of a large tree. Staying under the cover of the forest, she moved counterclockwise around the field, heading toward the ship. She froze as 2 police cruisers roared overhead. She continued, only after their sirens faded into the distance. The bubble canopy of the shuttle lay open, inviting, as Terra approached. The aircraft sat on a front landing strut and 2 stubby wings in the rear. Twin engines sat between the two wings, comprising the rear half of the ship. She climbed aboard, placing the rifle in her lap within easy reach. She strapped herself in as her eyes scanned the controls and saw a small handwritten note attached to the console with the simple instructions, "Touch this button." An arrow pointed to a small amber button, winking on and off. She cocked her head, hoping she would hear Torum running through the forest. The faint echo of sirens drifted to her. The distant sounds of air car engines punctuated the wailing sound. She clenched her teeth, exhaled, shook her head, and touched the button on the console. The canopy closed. The engines roared to life, and she felt her stomach flip-flop as the small shuttle rocketed off the ground. The ship circled the field, gaining altitude, before roaring toward the afternoon sun at treetop level. Terra gripped her seat tightly, the computer flying its programmed course. Did Clorig take into account a human passenger when he programmed this ship? Dari closed her eyes, gritting her teeth, as the small ship banked on its port side. 2 tall trees loomed ahead, and she heard the scrape of limbs before the ship inverted. She gulped motion sickness down. She cracked open one eye, then the other, as the ship righted itself. The sun now sat on her right, Haraz City glistening on her left. The forest ended, and the shuttle dropped altitude, flying over the farmland south of the city. She relaxed her grip on the seat, staring out of the canopy at the rapidly clouding sky. The sun disappeared, the landscape dimmed. Storms blanketed the horizon, flashes of lightning splitting the growing darkness. Rain began pelting the canopy. The small craft rocked with the buffeting winds. The ship flew past a farmhouse. Dari saw a burnt-out barn, recognizing the landmark immediately. She stared at the barn. Only a partially scorched wall remained. The thought of Aoffa burning to death made her smile. I wonder how much of him they found. A quick change of course interrupted her musing. The aircraft circled the farm, changed course, and headed back toward Haraz City. What the? She asked, confused, but held her speculation in check. She trusted the lieutenant and settled back in her seat for the journey. The rain stopped, the sky grew lighter, and Haraz City grew larger. The two-man shuttle slowed on the outskirts south of the city. The ship rotated, and Dari felt a vibration under her seat. The landing gear. The computer landed the ship with barely a bump. The engines wound down, and the canopy opened silently. A green light flashed on the console, and Dari reached for it, hesitated, and finally tapped the glowing button.
Senator,
Torum Clorig's voice reached out from the console.
if you are listening to this message, then something has gone wrong with the rendezvous. Either the fleet has not arrived, or it has been destroyed in orbit. In either case, there is no ship for you to go to. As a plan B, the shuttle was programmed to bring you here.
The voice paused, and Dari took a moment to survey the landscape. The city sat a kilometer to her right, shining in the fading afternoon light. Flatlands surrounded her in every other direction.
I know it doesn't look like much, but there is a purpose for you landing here.
Torum's voice continued, as if reading her thoughts.
Less than 100 meters to your left, you will find an old access hatch to an abandoned tunnel system. I played there as a child. The system has been mostly forgotten, so you should be safe. I have hidden weapons, food, water, and a change of clothes for you. Once you leave the shuttle, it will launch, flying over the city to distract the police. It will inevitably be shot down, and they will think you dead. That will give you an advantage until Commander Derez or I, or whoever else you trust, can come and take you safely off planet. Good luck, Senator.
The message ended. Terra picked up the rifle and exited the shuttle, sliding the half-meter down the fuselage and landing on her feet. She moved away from the ship and squatted, watching as the canopy closed, the engines revved, and the aircraft lifted. She turned her head away as dust and debris filled the air. She felt the heat of the engines as the shuttle turned and roared back toward the city. She turned her head back, watching the ship shrink into the distance. "Torum," she said, "if you survive this, I'll make you Grand Admiral of the entire damn fleet." She stood and made her way toward the subway hatch. She found it easily, a metal and duracrete opening protruding from the ground. She spun the locking wheel and, bracing herself, lifted the heavy door. Pneumatic cylinders aided her efforts, and the door opened easier than expected. She peered into the darkness, wrinkling her nose at the musty, decaying stench. Dari slung the rifle over her shoulder and entered the hatch. An electronic torch hung from a hook on the wall of the entryway. Hanging on the ladder, she grabbed the torch, activated it, and played the light below her, studying the tunnel. She saw nothing but darkness. She took a deep breath and began climbing down. The hatch hissed closed, and she paused, watching as the sky disappeared above her. Torrum Clorig stumbled into the forest, leaving the prison behind. His pistol filled his right hand, and he clutched it against his left arm. The appendage hung useless from his shoulder. Blood seeped from a wound to his left abdomen. The armor around the wound melted and scarred. Sweat, dirt, and grime matted his hair to his head. He leaned against a tree and turned to look at his handiwork. Flames engulfed 4 air cars, filling the air with smoke and obscuring his route to the trees. Guards, from their vantage points on the prison roof, fired randomly at vehicles, probing for the lieutenant. He offered a half-hearted smile, turned, and staggered deeper into the wood. Police air cars flew overhead, sirens wailing. He stopped, dropping the armor from his arms and legs, but leaving the chest plate in place. He was only a few hundred meters into the forest when he heard a muffled explosion. He stopped, looking over his shoulder at the trees. Thick, dark smoke spiraled into the afternoon sky. "That'll keep 'em busy for a few minutes," he muttered, thinking about the rifle he left as a booby-trap for the guards. He turned back around and kept walking. The whine of engines reverberated through the forest, and he dropped to a knee beside an ancient tree. He leaned against the giant tree trunk, grimacing at the pressure on his left shoulder. The sound of the engines echoed over the wood, and he looked skyward. The thick canopy obscured his view, but his head and eyes swiveled as the sound of the car passed overhead. Torrum recognized the sound of the small shuttle procured for Terra. 3 sets of engines followed, wailing sirens almost drowning out the roar. Lasers fired, flashing over the wooded canopy. Torrum listened closely and thought he heard a steady thunk, thunk, thunk of laser bolts hitting the shuttle. If the shuttle is back, the rendezvous went badly, Clorig thought as the sounds receded. An explosion in the area of the prison reverberated through the trees. Secondary detonations followed, the trees moving in time with the shock waves of each blast. Torrum smiled and offered a mock salute toward the prison. He turned his back on the day's events, heading toward the distant tunnels and Senator Terra. Chapter 25. Alarms rang throughout the nocturnal Avenger. Lieutenant Commander Kirian Nurik stood in the center of the bridge, hands on her hips, watchful eyes scanning the holographic tactical display of the battle raging 10,000 kilometers away. A handful of people moved from console to console on the bridge, monitoring the firefight. She acknowledged them peripherally as she stared at the display suspended in the air before her. She winced as the orbital defense station erupted into a bright fireball. Dozens of small ships, as well as 2 capital ships, engaged the enemy vessels. Green icons representing the fighters mixed with the blue symbols of larger ships and the enemy's red dots. The green symbols vanished at an alarming rate, and Kirian's stomach knotted up as the enemy vessels changed course, heading for the space dock. Blue and red icons intermingled, and she waited with bated breath to see who would emerge. The hologram cleared, and Kirian knew trouble was heading her way. Only 2 icons remained, both red. She sat down in the command chair and tapped a button on the controls. "TSA Command, this is the Avenger." She repeated the hail twice before a male voice answered.
Avenger,
The voice replied, with an absence of urgency. "We are aware of your situation. Please stand by." "Stand by?" Kirian asked incredulously. She stifled the welling rage, inhaling sharply before continuing. "We are moored in dry dock and have 2 enemy ships heading straight for us." "We understand your situation," the voice replied. "Your orders are to defend the ship." "I only have 30 people on board," she explained. "Or have you forgotten I'm running a skeleton crew because everyone had to attend the Chancellor's coronation rehearsal on Haraz?"
No, Commander,
the male said, irritated.
I know all of this. I have 2 people working for a team of 12. Defend the ship. Those are your orders. We are sending reinforcements as fast as we can. ETA, 22 minutes.
This will be over in 10, she scoffed, and cut the line. Carrion gritted her teeth, grunted, and slammed her fist on the console. She looked up to see a half-dozen faces, human and alien, staring at her. ETA for the enemy ships? 8 minutes, Ensign Plaroog calmly replied from the helm. She acknowledged, then turned her attention to the communication panel on the arm of the chair. It's a long shot, but maybe... She typed in a long access code.
Dawson,
a male voice answered. Mark, she cried. Emotions welled inside her. Tears filled her eyes. She had read the reports about the massacre on Arbra and feared the worst. Her words came quick, cascading on top of each other. Where are you? Are you okay? I need your help.
I'm fine,
he replied, and she heard the sudden concern in his voice.
Where are you? What's going on?
I'm on the Avenger, in space dock over Haraz. We have 2 enemy ships bearing down on us, and only a skeleton crew.
Where's the rest of the fleet?
He asked. No help, she replied, and told him of the destroyed orbital defenses and starships. Relief ships are en route, ETA 20 minutes.
Evacuate the crew,
Dawson said, and she heard the whine of engines as he throttled past Redline.
I am less than 30 minutes from Haraz. Get as much intel as you can on the enemy and get out. I'll meet you on the ground.
Where?
I'll find you. Promise,
he said, the concern in his voice turning to ice-cold anger.
Just get on the ground.
The line went dead. Kyrian stood and saw the bridge crew watching her. She composed herself by straightening her uniform. Scuttle the ship, she ordered. We will not let it fall into enemy hands.
Aye, ma'am,
chorused the crew. Ensign Plaroog, Ensign Frigg. She motioned toward a console on the port side of the bridge. Come with me. The trio crossed the bridge. Kyrian turned to see the rest of her bridge crew pulling panels, disrupting power conduits, and rewiring panels to short circuit. She nodded her approval and turned her attention to the task at hand. She leaned over the console and typed in a command. She stood, watching the screen scroll through a series of prompts. The words, self-destruct, appeared, a prompt flashing rhythmically. Enter your authorization, she nudged Plaroog. The ensign hesitated for a moment before following the order, his blue fingers flying over the controls. He straightened, stepping out of the way for Frigg. Ensign Frigg, a Chandrillian with long furry ears, usually wore an infectious smile. She displayed a dour look as she stepped forward without prompting. She input her authorization and stepped out of the way without saying a word. Kyrian moved forward and typed in the final code. The computer dutifully logged the access, scrolling through the algorithm and codes to verify the order. The display stopped, posing the question, time to destruction. 5 minutes, she muttered, and typed in the command. The computer acknowledged, showed 5 minutes, and then began the countdown. Abandon ship, Kyrian ordered, and took a step away from the console. The crew moved toward the lift, pausing here and there to pull a circuit or kick a console. Sparks flew, consoles flickered. She paused at the lift to ensure she accounted for all of the crew. One man, still on his knees, reached under the deck near the captain's chair. Kyrian's eyes widened as she recognized the circuit he was working on. She raised her hand to stop him. No! She screamed. Too late. The man ripped a board out of its socket, tearing the delicate electronic component in the process. The bridge lights dimmed momentarily, and 2 consoles exploded, including the self-destruct terminal across the bridge from Kyrian. She winced as sparks exploded from the console. The deluge over, she turned, looked at the control system, and her heart sank. The console sat dark, inoperable. The destruction countdown terminated. She turned her attention to the young officer, the circuit board in his hands. Shock filled his face as he realized what he had done, and he tried to replace the board. The tear prevented it from re-entering the slot, and he raised his head to look at Kyrian. Pain filled his face. I can get another out of ship stores. No time, Kyrian said. She waved a hand toward the door to the bridge. Get to the escape pods. Abandon ship. She shoved Plaroog and Frigg toward the door. Let's go. They will be here soon. Sooner than we thought, a female officer called from the sensor station. Kyrian stopped, turning to look at the woman. She continued without prompting.
8 shuttles are inbound. ETA 2 minutes. Arm yourselves and get to the pods, Kirian ordered. Defend yourselves as necessary, but your priority is to get off this ship. Move! She waited, ushering everyone else into the lift before she entered. She took deep breaths, calming herself as she contemplated her next move. The ship was her responsibility, and she was not going to let it go without a fight. She plotted a course from the lift to the armory, and then the shuttle bay. If she sprinted, she just might make it. An image of Mark protruded into her thoughts. An image of him in the landing bay, with pistols in each hand, firing madly, filled her mind's eye. The thought of him racing to her rescue put a smile on her face and gave her a much-needed boost of confidence. The lift halted, the doors opened, and she stepped out. "Get to the pods," she nodded to the bridge crew. "I got this." A crazy smile filled her face. "Ma'am?" Frigg said, and the doors began to close. Ensign Plerug leapt through the doors, stopping beside Kirian. She gave him a disapproving look, but he only smiled. "Commander Dawson would never forgive me if I abandoned you, ma'am. The 2 of you have taken care of me," he continued, his voice faint. "I stand with you." She patted him on the back, and the 2 sprinted down the corridor. A quick stop at the armory provided 2 pistols and a fully charged rifle for each of them. Kirian snagged a couple of grenades, while Plerug removed the cover off of a crate and removed an anti-personnel mine. Kirian nodded her approval, and the 2 continued toward the shuttle bay. The duo stopped 2 junctions away from the hangar bay and set up the anti-personnel mine. Plerug set the proximity sensor, and the 2 gingerly backed away. They rounded a corner, and Plerug let out a long sigh of relief. Kirian seconded the action, and the 2 walked the remaining distance to the landing bay, placing their backs against the wall next to the door leading inside the bay. The outer hatch cycled, air flooding into the bay as it pressurized. Kirian cocked her head down a side passage, and they trotted quietly down the corridor. "Let them pass," she explained her plan. "When they hit the mine, we hit their rear flank. If we're lucky, we can at least take a bunch of them with us." She saw the nervousness in Plerug's eyes before he lowered his gaze. He hefted the rifle in his hands, rolling it over in his palms nervously. She touched his shoulder. He looked up, nodded, and she left him, moving across a small intersection. She checked her weapons, took a deep breath, and waited. She heard the shuttle bay hatch open, the murmur of voices, and the echo of footsteps as they approached. She saw shadows on the waxed floor of the corridor and pressed herself against the wall. She held her breath, not making a sound, except for her heart pounding in her chest. The first man passed, his eyes and rifle scanning up and down the hallways. Kirian saw his finger on the trigger and knew he would shoot anything that moved. He wore a dirty, disheveled TSA uniform, but she did not see any rank. 2 more followed, a Hasmore and a Clandeau. They, too, scanned the corridor. Another dozen passed before she saw a woman strolling down the hall. Her right hand held a pistol along the seam of her trousers. Her attitude and the lieutenant insignia on her collar left little doubt she was the leader. Kirian counted another handful walk by before she was confident that the entire contingent had passed. She released her breath, slipping from her hiding place toward the passageway. She paused, kneeling on the waxed floor at the edge of the junction. Plerug stepped from his spot, mimicking her action, across the small intersection. The 2 sat in silence for a dozen heartbeats before an explosion ripped through a distant corridor. The walls rattled, smoke and dust rolled down the corridor. Kirian ducked, her ears ringing with the echo of the explosion. She counted to 5, stood, and moved around the corner into the passageway. She found a target staggering out of the dust and smoke and pulled the trigger of her rifle. The Hasmorah fell as 2 more figures appeared in the haze. Kirian dropped both of them in rapid succession. The smoke began to dissipate, and she saw more figures in the dusty fog. Several held their heads, crying in pain from the explosion. Others bounced off the walls, screaming, their senses scrambled. She targeted all of them, shooting each of them in turn. Plerug joined her, and the 2 made short work of the task. The survivors of the explosion returned fire, the bolts erratic, striking the walls meters from the 2. They ducked back, firing occasionally around the corner. The enemy shots drew closer as they recovered from the initial blast. Kirian raised her rifle, felt it ripped from her hands by a laser blast.
She ducked back behind the wall, plucked a grenade from her belt, thumbed the safety, and hurled it down the corridor without looking. The explosion quashed the incoming fire. Kyrian drew her pistol and glanced around the corner. She saw nothing but dust, smoke, and a few smoldering bodies. Flames licked the passageway. The fire suppression system activated, soaking the walkway in green, fire-retardant foam. She pulled back, moving back toward the bay, away from the chaos. She let out a long, slow breath as she placed her back against the wall. The wall vibrated, and she barely heard the shuttle bay door cycling again over the gushing foam. More intruders. She cursed silently before leaning over to Plaroog. "You don't have another mine, do you?" "No, ma'am." He shook his head. He pointed down the corridor. "But I know where one is." The two backtracked down the corridor, away from the shuttle bay. They froze in place when they heard a door open behind them, and a second team of soldiers boarded the Avenger. Curses and warnings followed as the new arrivals found the remains of the first. Kyrian and Plaroog moved quietly away from the boarders. Plaroog led Kyrian through the maze-like corridors. She knew they traveled parallel with the intruders, but did not know their destination. She did know that the corridors did not intersect again until the bridge. "Where is this mine of yours?" she whispered. "Armory, 3 decks down," he responded, and stopped. "Do you think we have enough time to get them before they reach the bridge?" "I doubt it." Kyrian shook her head. "The only thing we can do now is get away." Voices flitted down the passage, growing closer. "Agreed," Plaroog said, and moved another 20 meters down the corridor, stopping by a large circular hatch in the wall. He tapped in a code sequence, and the door irised open with a loud hiss. She raised an inquisitive brow. "What are you doing?" "Escape pod." He motioned for her to enter. "This is a one-person pod," she pointed, "and it's yours." "No, ma'am," he replied calmly. She saw the punch coming, but could not evade the impact. The force of the blow slammed her back against the wall, and she felt the air leave her lungs. Her pistol dropped from lifeless hands as she struggled to breathe. His blue hands lifted her, guiding her toward the open hatch. Still gasping for air, she could not fight him. "I'm sorry," he said. He lifted her off the deck, placing her legs on the edge of the hatch. He removed the last grenade from her belt. "As I said, Commander Dawson would never forgive me if anything happened to you. Tell him I said thank you. Thanks for believing in me." She reached her oxygen-deprived hands toward him, tried to speak. She saw sad eyes before she felt a shove, and the metal tube engulfed her. The hatch closed behind her, leaving her to fall, alone in the darkness. She finally caught her breath, the air stale in the rarely used tube. She heard a hatch open below her. A faint light brightened the tube. She looked down past her feet and saw the escape pod. The tube dropped her into a small one-person emergency pod. She landed on shaky legs that buckled, depositing her on the floor. Still weak from the momentary lack of oxygen, she scrambled into the single seat, fumbling with the harness with weak fingers as the hatch closed. 3, 2, 1, the computer counted. The timer hit 0. Engines fired. She closed her eyes and felt the bottom drop away. Chapter 26. David Derez surveyed the damage in the corridor, his left hand squeezing the grip of his pistol. Dark eyes scanned the misshapen, smoldering bodies, scorched bulkhead, finally resting on the disfigured corpse of Lieutenant Katrin. Trembling, he screamed in rage, turned, and punched the wall. The sound of flesh on steel followed the echo of his yell down the passageway. "Find them!" he demanded. The crew raised their weapons and spread out down the maze of adjourning hallways. He moved to the center of the blast and knelt beside the disfigured body of Lieutenant Katrin. Her uniform lay in ruins, her body discolored and misshapen from the explosion. Rage welled. He reached out with a shaking hand and closed her blank eyes. He stared at her face, miraculously untouched from the blast. Yells from his right made him rise, the shouts dissolving into a firefight in seconds. Cries of wounded followed. Derez stepped from the debris and bodies in the hallway and proceeded toward the commotion. A loud boom shook the corridor, the bulkhead ahead of Derez exploding outward. He ducked instinctively, shielding his face. The echo of the explosion changed to a loud ringing in his ears. He straightened, opening and closing his mouth a couple of times in an effort to clear his ears. The ringing faded, and he moved up the corridor, pistol leading the way. He arrived at the damaged bulkhead, paused, counted to 2 to steel his resolve, and charged around the corner. Smoke filled a junction of 4 passages. 3 bodies lay in a pile, clothes smoldering. 2 others lay nearby, rolling on the floor, writhing in pain. Darez pulled a comlink from his belt and called for a medic. He replaced the comm and waded into the junction. He paused, examining the dead before moving to the wounded. One Hasmore, his head and mane singed, rolled on the floor. He begged Darez to end the pain, and David shot him in the head without hesitation. A wounded blue click waved a blue hand, gesturing him away. Darez spied another body, burnt and bloody, propped against the wall. The young blue click wore ensign insignia, his uniform scorched by a pinpoint hit in the chest. Darez moved a bit of tattered uniform and saw the name Plaroog on the name tag. The chest moved slightly, and Darez realized the ensign was still alive. Eyelids fluttered, revealing unseeing eyes. Lips moved, and Darez unconsciously moved forward to listen.
"Tell Commander Dawson,"
the words came slow, forced,
"that I protected her."
Ensign Plaroog took one last breath, his raspy exhale becoming his death call. Darez closed the alien's eyes before standing. He holstered his weapon, staring at the young officer, admiring the loyalty of the blue click. Loyalty was one thing Darez could understand. He heard footfalls and turned to welcome the remnants of his crew. He pointed the medic to the sole survivor of the ambush and then turned to face the rest. "Let's go," Darez growled, and led the way through the undisturbed passageways of the Avenger. The group got lost twice in the maze of corridors before finding the right lift to the bridge. Darez rode the elevator in silence, wondering if there were any other surprises waiting. The lift doors opened, and his team swarmed the bridge. The crew fanned out with precision, covering every corner of the ship's control center in seconds. Darez saw the damaged consoles, cursed loudly, and ordered his crew to get to work. "I want to be operational in 10 minutes," his comlink chimed. "Darez," he growled, removing the device from his belt. "We have incoming," Segan's voice called from aboard the Indomitable. 2 cruisers and 5 frigates. ETA is 12 minutes. "We'll be underway in 10, Darez said. He glanced at a nearby Chandrillian wearing sergeant's chevrons who nodded his concurrence. The sergeant took charge of the crew, ordering them to replace boards and reconnect wires. "Spread out, away from the dock," Darez ordered. "Give them several targets to shoot at, not just one." "Aye, sir." "And Segan." "Sir." "Katrin is dead. You are my new XO." Sadness filled the response. "Yes, sir. Understood. Indomitable out." "Get the weapons and engines online," Darez barked, sitting in the command chair. He rubbed his palms on the plush upholstery of the chair arm. "Prepare for battle." The TSA cruisers approached from the North Polar regions, releasing a full broadside of missiles, 8 each, at the space-docked Avenger. The missiles away, the larger ships of the attack force altered course toward the Renegades, Vega, and Indomitable. The 2 enemy vessels stationed themselves away from the space dock, one forward and one aft. The TSA cruisers split up, opening fire at extreme range. Lasers flashed across the blackness of space. Shields flared with impacts. The 5 TSA frigates continued toward the space dock, waiting for the missiles to hit, and angling for a firing solution around the superstructure surrounding the dreadnought. The 16 missiles connected, creating a string of explosions across the space dock. Large chunks of metal tore away, filling the area with thousands of pieces of debris. The frigates opened fire, their lasers vaporizing the debris, but nothing penetrated the maelstrom of floating metal. The lasers zipped through space as the TSA cruisers engaged their identical counterparts. The TSA cruiser Requiem closed on the Indomitable, relentlessly hammering the enemy cruiser with missiles and lasers. The Indomitable, the most damaged ship in Darez's flotilla, faltered. The shields failed, allowing the Requiem's munitions to strike amidships near the previous breach.
The ship lost power, its running lights winking on and off before dying completely. The ship began to drift, flirting with the edge of the gravity well of Haraz. The Requiem fired a handful of bright green bolts, pushing the dying ship deeper into the gravity well before it turned and headed for the remains of the space dock. The Vega fared better, the undamaged cruiser getting the upper hand by continuously rotating on its axis, always displaying fresh shields to its TSA attacker. The maneuver also allowed the missile tubes and lasers time to reload and recharge. The result was a spinning ship, a constant barrage of fresh weapons, and full-strength shields to ward off enemy fire. The TSA cruiser Glory lost the Battle of Wills, erupting in a giant fireball that added more debris to the already congested orbit. The frigates, now deployed in a 5-sided star around the space dock, poured fire into the debris field. The larger chunks of space disintegrated, clearing the fields of fire toward the starboard side of the docked dreadnought. The Requiem, after the destruction of the Glory, moved to intercept the Vega. The renegade vessel turned, positioning itself to use the roll and broadside tactic again. Lasers flashed, lighting up the TSA cruiser's shields. 2 frigates peeled away from the space dock, firing on the Vega from one side, while the Requiem blasted it from the other. The Vega rocked with enemy fire, red, blue, and green lasers, hammering the ship from 2 sides. The renegade vessel returned fire, far less effectively, against multiple targets. The shields failed, the engines died, and the reactor breached. The Vega erupted in a blinding fireball. The Requiem and the 2 frigates turned, setting course toward the space dock. The other 3 frigates continued to fire into the cluttered debris field surrounding the Avenger. Their lasers vaporized bulkheads and other garbage, slowly clearing the field. Bright red laser bolts emerged from the debris, pounding a frigate to the lower right of the formation. The frigate exploded in a bright flash. Another barrage, this one directed at the debris field, cleared huge swaths of wreckage, revealing the Avenger leaving the dock under its own power. The dreadnought, 3 times the size of a frigate, sliced through the blockade like a knife through butter. A second frigate succumbed to the Avenger's wrath. The remaining cruiser and frigates spread out, providing multiple targets, and attacked the dreadnought from 3 sides. The Requiem, half the size of the Avenger, positioned itself nose to nose with the ship, while the 3 frigates aligned themselves along the fuselage, launching broadsides against the dreadnought with everything they had. Shields flared with multiple impacts on every vessel. "Sir," a young Hasmara called from a terminal to the left of Derez, "we have an incoming transmission." The ship rocked with multiple hits, the alien grabbing his console with both hands.
Tell him to go to hell,
Derez said, the Avenger rocking under the onslaught.
We're not surrendering.
"Sir, it's Senator Terra."
Concentrate fire on the port frigate,
Derez ordered, surprise in his voice. He clamped it down instantly.
Then the 2 on starboard.
He stared at the looming cruiser out the forward screen.
Save the cruiser for last,
he spat. He addressed the Hasmara.
"Patch her through."
David, where are you?
Terra asked, her voice carrying annoyance.
"In orbit, Senator,"
he replied curtly. The Avenger rocked with missile impacts.
"Kill that frigate now,"
he ordered at his weapons officer.
What's going on up there?
He heard Terra ask. David barely noticed the change in her tone, annoyance to fear.
"We are under attack,"
Darius replied matter-of-factly. He flinched as the forward shield flared from the Requiem's onslaught. He concentrated on the attack, answering her without thinking.
"I'm trying to clear orbit so you can rendezvous."
I don't have a ship anymore,
she said.
You'll have to come get me.
The port frigate exploded, the scattering debris lighting up the shields with impacts. The dreadnought rocked with the shock wave.
"Rotate our axis 90 degrees starboard. Give the dorsal shields a chance."
"Sir,"
the helmsman replied.
"Transmit your coordinates," Darius said to Terra, exasperated. He watched the universe rotate as the helmsman carried out the maneuver.
"I'll send a shuttle as soon as I can."
Terra rattled off a string of numbers.
"Got it. Sit tight. We'll be there soon. Out."
He cut the line.
"Back us off the cruiser," Darius ordered. "Concentrate fire on the frigates. Give them each a broadside. We'll see if that slows them down."
"I have the location of your senator."
Mark Dawson turned from the opaque void of hyperspace to see Tarek Zen standing in the archway to the main cabin.
He rotated his seat, greeting the Arbran with an inquisitive raised brow. I intercepted a communique between her and a ship in Hera's orbit, the Avenger, Zien explained. He wore a neatly pressed pair of black pants and a tan shirt. A pistol in quick-draw formation sat low on his right thigh. Kyrian? Mark asked, worried. The two left the small room, heading for the cockpit of Tarek's ship, the Starhawk. Their footfalls echoed lightly down the passage of the modified freighter, barely audible over the steady roar of the overtaxed engines. I don't know. We haven't heard anything from her since you told her to abandon ship. They arrived at the cockpit of the freighter. Tarek entered first, assuming the seat on the left. Mark followed, taking the seat on the right. Mark glanced at the standard configuration controls, easily identifying their course, speed, and ETA to Hera's. Mark immediately activated the communication station, tapping in a comlink frequency on the panel to his right. Kyrian, do you copy? He waited a count of 5, then repeated the message. He drummed his fingers on the panel, his anxiety growing with each moment. A static-filled burst startled him, and Kyrian's voice filled the cockpit. Finally.
I'm here,
she said, out of breath. He heard the strain in her voice. Are you okay?
I'm fine,
she replied.
I'm on Hera's, south of the capital. It was a hard landing.
Mark glanced at the readout. We will be there in less than 5 minutes.
We?
A new friend, Dawson replied, glancing at Tarek. I'll explain later. Can you send me your coordinates? Kyrian provided the information.
What's going on in orbit?
She asked. I don't have a lot of information, he replied, but it appears that Darez commandeered the Avenger and is wreaking havoc with the TSA. More ships are en route, but it doesn't look good. How many made it off the ship? Mark inquired. He heard Kyrian stifle a sob.
Most, I think. They must be scattered all over the planet.
Sit tight, Dawson said. He looked at the ETA countdown. 2 minutes to orbit. We will rendezvous with you in less than 10.
Be careful,
she cautioned, and the line terminated. When will the Arbran fleet arrive? Mark asked, turning to address Zien, his words slow, precise, as he tried to stay calm. They are 30 minutes behind us, Tarek replied. He reached forward, touching a trio of buttons. Stand by. I have no idea what we will find in orbit. I do, Dawson said, anger filling his voice. But we can't take on a dreadnought in a freighter. Terra is our target. She must die. Today. Zien nodded quietly and pulled back on the throttle. Hyperspace faded, giving way to stars, the planet Hera's now filling the forward view. The flash of lasers caught Mark's eye, and he looked down to see a half-kilometer-long dreadnought pummel a cruiser. He craned his neck and saw the two ships stand toe-to-toe, slugging it out in orbit. Fires ravaged the cruiser, and he knew that the ship would not last much longer. His view of the battle disappeared as the Starhawk banked away from the battle, nosing into the atmosphere of Hera's. He turned to face forward. In 30 minutes, that ship will have destroyed everything in orbit, rescued Terra, and escaped. Then we better find this Terra first, Zien said, amidst the bouncing of atmospheric entry. He flashed a smile at Dawson. Dawson shook his head. I'm not underestimating her again. We find her, we kill her. The Starhawk buffeted through the friction of the atmosphere, shields glowing red as they dissipated the heat of re-entry. In a flash, Dawson relived his last approach to Hera's, a vain attempt to save Jake and Angel. He involuntarily reached down and rubbed the ankle he injured in the crash. The clouds parted, the ship leveled off, and he saw the sprawling capital to port. The ship banked and began a steady descent toward the region south of the city. The ground rose up to meet the freighter. Distant buildings took distinct shapes. The flat prairies and farmland stretched for kilometers. Dawson saw wafting smoke in the distance, pointed, and Tarek banked the ship. The Starhawk slowed as it neared a smoking escape pod, thick black smoke guiding them directly to the landing site. Mark smiled when he saw Kyrian jumping up and down, waving frantically. Tarek Zen circled the area once before lowering the quad-set landing gear. Dawson unstrapped himself from the chair and moved toward the port side hatch before the ship settled onto the ground. He slapped the hatch release with his palm and caught Kyrian in midair as she sprinted up the ramp into his arms. The two kissed, pulling away breathlessly. Dawson pushed her to arm's length, staring at her up and down. Are you okay? She pulled herself back into his embrace. He felt her warmth as she hugged him. I am now.
Ahem.
Dawson turned to see Zien standing, arms folded, leaning against the bulkhead.
Aren't you going to introduce me?
His friendly demeanor and pronunciation unwavering. Tarek Zen, Dawson motioned to him, and then the woman, Kirian Nurik. The two exchanged pleasantries. Are you TSA? She asked, inspecting his dark pants and tan shirt.
No, ma'am,
he replied with a smile.
Arbran Defense Ministry.
What? She turned to Mark, confused. When this is over, you have to tell me what's going on. Mark nodded. I will. But in the meantime, he looked at Zien.
The coordinates that Terra broadcast are 3 kilometers from here,
Tarek offered. Mark looked at Kirian, who nodded. Let's go. It's time to end this. The three returned to the cockpit, and the ship lifted moments later. The Starhawk skimmed the prairie toward the city, landing less than a minute later. The trio left the cockpit, heading back to the main compartment of the ship. Tarek directed Kirian to a cabinet with a nod. She opened it, and a smile split her lips as she claimed a Dranma Mark IV laser rifle. She picked up a pistol, inspected it for a moment, and froze, her eyes wide. What is it? Mark asked. Thinking, she replied, sliding the pistol into the empty holster on her right hip. Thinking about how I lost the pistol on the Avenger. What happened? She shook her head. No time now, she said, fighting back the tears as she thought of Plarug. I'll tell you later. Mark acquiesced, turned, and nodded to Zien. Tarek, rifle in hand, palmed the Starhawk's hatch release. Mark adjusted his rifle to right across his back and heard the servos whine as the ramp descended. Tarek led the way, followed by Kirian. Dawson left the ship last. He heard, but did not see, the shot that flashed from the nearby tall grass, striking Tarek Zen in the chest. David Darez turned his eyes away as the Requiem vaporized in an explosion of light, smoke, and fire. The pulsating light of the detonation lit the concentric control stations of the Avenger's bridge like a strobe. He turned back to see an expanding cloud of debris. He stood, moving to the sensor station to his left. He peered over the shoulder of a young Clando sitting at the console. "Skies are clear, sir," the Clando reported. "The Dom? Vega?" Darez inquired, fearing the worst. The alien shook her head. "Gone." Darez sneered and walked away. Rage at the loss of 2 ships and his second executive officer of the day consumed him. He pointed to 2 crewmen working on a console. "Can either of you fly a shuttle?" They both nodded. "Get down to the bay," he ordered. "Take a shuttle and go get the senator so we can get out of this damn system." The 2 acknowledged, dropped their equipment, and left the bridge at a run. Darez surveyed the bridge. It lay mostly intact. Only a few of the consoles sat dormant. The silence of weapons fire almost deafened him, and he opened and closed his mouth a couple of times to equalize his ears. Only a slight ringing remained. "Ensign," he pointed at the Clando running the sensor board. "Emlara," she replied. "Ensign Emlara," Darez repeated, "you are now the XO, and hereby promoted to lieutenant." The Clando's face lit with excitement. "Try to last longer than the last 2. The smile faded. "Get crews working on whatever repairs still need to be done," he ordered. "Until the senator is on board, we are the biggest target in orbit. Keep the weapons hot." He sat down in the command chair, leaned forward, and propped his right elbow on his thigh. "Whoever comes after us, I want to make sure they pay." The sensors beeped for attention, and Emlara said, motioning to her sensor board, 4 ships just exited hyperspace on an intercept course. She studied the board. "A cruiser, 2 frigates, and a picket. ETA 3 minutes. "Bring us about," Darez instructed. "Head straight for the cruiser. The frigates will try to flank. Target them as they come into range." "And the picket?" "Ignore it," Darez sneered. "It's no threat." The Avenger turned on its axis. The engines flared, and the cigar-shaped ship headed toward the new arrivals. The frigates split right and left, as Darez predicted. Silence filled the bridge as the ships closed. The seconds ticked by. "In firing range, sir," Emlara reported. The Avenger's cannons, dozens lining each side of the fuselage, turned in unison, targeting the approaching ships. Darez touched a button on his chair controls, and a holographic display filled the air to his left. He stood, watching the display as the computer targeted the enemy ships. Small reticles changed from red to green. "Fire!" Darez almost whispered. Cannons spewed energy in 3 directions, striking each of the targets. Shields flared under the assault, the generators quickly dissipating and absorbing the energy. The starboard side frigate lost shields, the energy striking the duranium alloy hull. The bulkhead buckled under the onslaught, and the high-energy bolts found their way inside the ship. The ship erupted in a flash. Darez smiled as the Avenger rocked, but continued to dole out damage. He glanced at the damage control panel, seeing only minimal damage as the dreadnought's shield held. "Drive us closer to the cruiser," he said confidently. The TSA cruiser backed away. Darez watched the retro engines fire as the ship retreated. A thin smile crossed his lips. He glanced at the targeting computer and saw the portside frigate continuing to fire, its fire completely ineffective against the dreadnought's shields. Darez nodded and turned to return to his chair when a thought hit him from out of nowhere. "Where is the picket?" Darez turned back to the tactical hologram, his eyes searching for the small ship. He saw the picket dormant on the starboard side of the Avenger, and he recognized his mistake. The dreadnought's momentum brought the police cruiser alongside, shields flaring as they scraped. Darez felt gut-kicked. "No! Target the picket! Destroy—" A massive explosion rocked the nocturnal Avenger, lurching the ship to port. Consoles exploded in showers of sparks. Bulkheads collapsed. Support beams fell, crushing anything and anyone in their way. The engine sputtered and died. The artificial gravity failed, lifting Darez off the deck. He saw other crew members, some conscious, some not, drift upwards. He felt the weightlessness and flailed about, waving his arms helplessly as the ship and all of its occupants rolled around him. He saw the bulkhead coming and held up his arms to cushion the blow. The impact of the rolling ship hurled him across the bridge. He landed at the base of an unmanned control station amid a shower of sparks as the Avenger continued its death roll. Chapter 27. Mark Dawson heard the whine of the bolt, Tarek's grunt as the laser blast hit him, and Kirian's cry of fright all at once. He grabbed Kirian by the collar and dragged her back up the ramp of the Starhawk. She managed to fire 2 shots to her left before Mark shoved her out of harm's way. She yelled at him for messing up her shot, but he ignored her tirade. He drew his pistol, took 2 steps down the ramp, and dove to his right. He felt the heat of a laser bolt as it missed him by inches, the sound of the shot following a half-second later. He landed on his shoulder and rolled behind the port side rear landing gear. He fired and heard a feminine curse in the tall grass. He saw a head with brunette hair run away from him. He aimed, fired, and saw the top of the head disappear, but knew he missed. Watching the area for other gunmen, he made his way back to the ramp in a crouch walk. Tarek groaned as he lay on the ramp. He clutched his chest, and Dawson saw a smoldering hole in his shirt, but no blood. "You all right?" Mark asked, touching the man's shoulder. "I just got shot in the chest," Zien exclaimed, absent his usual calm disposition. "Do I look all right?" "Actually, yeah," Dawson smirked. "You do." Tarek looked at his shirt, then let his head drop to the ramp. "Thank the gods for body armor." "Kirian," Mark called. "Are you okay?" She appeared a moment later at the top of the ramp, anger in her eyes. "Yes, no thanks to you." He opened his mouth to protest and paused. The way she stood, hands on her hips, fire in her eyes, reminded him of Angel before the assault on the Parliament, a presence to be reckoned with. "You casually tossing me into the bulkhead of the ship caused more damage than the shooter," she admonished. "Next time, let me be." "Yes, ma'am," Dawson said, wincing at the rebuke. He turned to Zien. "Can you move?" "Not for a few minutes," he said. "The armor dissipated the energy, but the impact—" He grimaced. "Take care of him," Dawson said to Kirian. The sound of a shuttle's engines grew in the distance. "I'm going after Terra." "But—" "No buts," Dawson said. He pointed to a distant speck on the horizon. "That is likely the retrieval team sent to find her. Tarek can't fight right now." "Hey," Zien interjected, trying to rise. "And I need you here to defend him and this ship." Tarek slumped back to the ramp, breathless. Another sound echoed across the prairie, and Dawson turned to see a second ship approaching, growing steadily. The second ship assumed an intercept course on the first. Dawson pointed. "If they fail to take out the enemy, you have to." He grabbed her around the waist, pulled her in close, and kissed her. They held the pose for a half-dozen heartbeats before he pushed her away, turned, and ran toward the sniper's last position. He dared not look back. He slowed as he neared Terra's original position and stalked across the plain cautiously, staying low in the tall grass. He spied the sniper's position in minutes, found a trampled trail through the meadow, and followed Terra's trail. The path led to a service entrance to underground tunnels, and Dawson paused. He turned to look back at the Starhawk sitting 100 meters away. The flat rectangle of the fuselage melded seamlessly into long wings. Engine pods protruded from the rear of the ship, flanked by twin fins. The ship looked more fighter than freighter, and Dawson suspected it could perform both tasks equally. Motion drew his eyes upward in time to see the two ships open fire on each other. The ship approaching from the south, the first ship, exploded in a fireball several kilometers away. The sound of the explosion reached him a moment later. The ship approaching from Haraz City changed course, flew directly over Mark, and waggled its wings. Dawson thought he recognized the pilot, smiled, and turned his attention back to the underground hatch. A quick spin of the locking handle, and he pulled the door open, ducking back cautiously. No weapons fire greeted him. He exhaled in relief, pulled a small cylinder from his belt, flipped the activate button with his thumb, dropped the flashbang bomb down the hole, and ducked. The ensuing eruption echoed in the tunnels below. A wet, smelly spray showered Mark. He groaned, shuddering as the sticky mist enveloped him. He wiped his face with his sleeve before quickly dropping down into the tunnels. He paused, listening to the echo of his entry fade as it traveled through the underground network. He heard a distant curse echo in return. The hatch above closed, leaving him in darkness. He holstered his pistol and pulled his Dranma Mark IV rifle from its position on his back. He activated the light attached to the rifle and saw 3 tunnels heading from his position. Another curse. Dawson pinpointed the origin and moved down the tunnel to his left. He moved quickly, feet splashing in a half-inch of water. He doused the light, listening. Footfalls and water reached out to him in the darkness. He reactivated his beam and continued down the stone and masonry tunnel. A flash of light up ahead, and he paused, crouched, and shut down his illumination. He heard nothing but his own breathing, saw nothing in the dark. There, another brief flash. He raised his rifle, the buttstock a comfort in his right shoulder. Dawson stood, inching closer. Another hint of light. Closer. Now, he thought, and reactivated his beam. Nothing. Only a trio of flying insects. Dawson sighed, lowering the rifle and releasing the tension from his shoulders. Lumen gnats and a dead end, he mumbled. He exhaled deeply. Wasted. He turned on his heel, retracing his steps back to the entrance. Tunnel number 2, coming up. The gravity returned, albeit at half normal, and David Darres floated gently to the floor as sparks continued to rain on him. He landed, weary of the abnormal gravity, and patted the embers out on his uniform. He touched his forehead and felt warm, sticky blood. He blinked away the spots before his eyes, shaking his head to clear the cobwebs. Alarm klaxons slowly replaced the ringing in his ears, and he pushed himself up onto shaky legs. The bridge lay in shambles. Half of the consoles, including tactical, lay dormant. A superstructure support beam lay across the communications station, including the young lieutenant manning the station. His eyes scanned the bridge, found what they were looking for, and he sneered in disgust. His new XO, Amlara, lay crushed under an overturned control station. He saw a few crewmen pulling themselves back into their seats. One misjudged the light gravity and flew to the ceiling. The impact knocked him unconscious, and he floated slowly back to the deck. "Damage report," Darres demanded, holding his head. "And turn those damn klaxons off." "Engines are offline," someone replied from the engineering console. "Port shields are at 30%. Starboard, sir, we have nothing on the starboard side. Half the bulkheads are gone. We are venting atmosphere." "Do we have helm?" Darres asked. He staggered forward, grabbing the helm console before he fell. "Never mind," he answered as he sat down and activated the maneuvering thrusters. Enemy fire rocked the ship as soon as the Avenger began moving. "Weapons? Partial cannons on the port side, the engineer replied. Fire everything we have, Darez ordered. He stared at the board for a moment, watching the screen zoom out and back into focus. He blinked and shook his head. The board steadied, and he saw that both the frigate and the cruiser were now on the port side. He felt a vibration through his shoes as the Avenger opened fire. The frigate took the first volley, a dozen energy pulses converging on its engine core. The shields repelled the first 10 before collapsing. The final 2 tore through the outer hull, struck the reactor, and detonated. The TSA ship disappeared in a flash. Darez nodded. His breathing became ragged, and he touched his left side, wincing in pain. Cracked ribs, he thought. Target the cruiser, he ordered. The last remaining TSA ship maneuvered over the top of the dreadnought in an attempt to get into firing position on the damaged starboard side. Darez, using the thrusters, countered the role of the Avenger, keeping the portside shields and weapons pointed at the cruiser. The smaller ship unleashed a full barrage of missiles and lasers. Green beams of energy and explosive projectiles impacted the shields, dissipating in flashes of red and yellow. The Avenger returned fire, beating down the cruiser. The ship fired her engines, escaping out of weapons range. Darez spat. Run, cowards! He turned to the engineer. Dispatch whoever is left to try and repair shields. Aye, sir. The engineer paused, moving to the console to his right. We have more ships coming in. 8, 10, a dozen ships closing on an intercept course. The ship-wide intercom crackled to life, a female voice echoing down the empty corridors.
This is Lieutenant Reagan. You are ordered to stand down and prepare to be boarded.
Not gonna happen, Lieutenant, Darez hissed. The message repeated as he tapped in a command on the console. He turned his head, speaking over his right shoulder to the engineer. Give me whatever power you have to the engines. The man adjusted a pair of dials on his console. You have it. Abandon ship, Darez said. The TSA may have mercy on you. The engineer shook his head. I'm dead either way. I'll stay here. Darez turned back to his console, tapping in a command. Then you are my new XO. He chuckled humorlessly. The laugh morphed into a cough, and he spit up blood. Loyalty will be rewarded. He pushed the throttle forward, and the Avenger charged the new arrivals. The 12 ships, 3 frigates and a squadron of fighters, dispersed around the Avenger. The fighters attacked in threes, strafing the dreadnought from stem to stern, concentrating their fire on the starboard side. Their lasers chewed up the interior sections of the ship but caused no real damage. The dreadnought fired thrusters, rotating the ship so that the port side faced the incoming capital ships. The frigates maneuvered themselves on the Avenger's starboard side and launched salvo after salvo of missiles, targeting the engines. The minimal shielding left on the dreadnought buckled in a flash of red, the missiles streaming into the exposed superstructure, finding the engine complex. Superstructure beams melted, collapsing under the intense bombardment of explosives and high-energy weapons. The Avenger returned fire, targeting each attacker as it came into range. The nearest frigate drifted into range of the port cannons and received a broadside of lasers. Engines sputtered but remained engaged, pushing the smaller ship out of range. The Avenger continued to rotate, bringing another frigate into range. A volley of missiles tore through the frigate's shields, the duranium hull, and into the superstructure. The missile explosions set off another deep inside the ship. The ship burst apart like an overfilled water balloon. The third frigate maneuvered around to the starboard side and opened fire at point-blank range. Missiles dug deep into the dreadnought before exploding, cracking the superstructure amidships. High-energy pulses came next, melting the remaining beams. The Avenger split in two in a series of blinding explosions. The TSA ships pulled back, regrouping out of range as the Avenger began a death spiral toward Haraz. The ships fired a final volley of missiles, emptying their stores at the aft section of the dreadnought, the larger of the two hunks of ship. The reactor breached. The resulting explosion lit the night side of the planet. The shockwave pushed the forward section deeper into the atmosphere. The Avenger arced across the dark side of Haraz like a shooting star. It burned up 100 kilometers above the surface in a shower of sparks and debris.
Dari Terra felt the world closing in on her. She placed her hands on her knees, leaned her butt against the stone wall, and sucked in air. Dirt and grime covered her one-piece jumpsuit, matted her hair to her head. She breathed deep, grateful that the smell no longer bothered her. She knew the tunnels fairly well after almost 3 days, but knew she could not escape a concerted hunt. She would eventually be captured. What then? Back to prison or death? She could not decide what would be the better outcome. After talking with Darez, she went topside for the rendezvous. When the ship approached, she thought it was her rescue. The lack of markings raised a red flag, and she hid, waiting. She had no idea who she shot coming out of the ship, nor did she care. All she knew was that someone, she thought Dawson, was on her trail. He found her camp, the only dry patch of stone in the whole underground system. She was sure of that. She needed to leave the tunnels and seal him in. With a plan forming in her head, she stood erect and headed toward the back door she found the previous day. She ran, sacrificing stealth for speed, her footfalls echoing heavily in the tunnel. She arrived at a T-junction and paused. She heard someone running behind her and turned to see a light weaving across the tunnel wall. Adrenaline coursed through her, giving her a boost of energy despite the fatigue in her muscles, and she charged down the left junction. She rounded another corner and saw a stream of light ahead. Only 100 meters to the exit, a laser bolt flashed out of the shadows, crossing her path. It struck the wall to her right, hissing as it vaporized the damp surface. She gasped, startled at the shot, tripped, and fell face first into the ankle-deep water. Her pistol flew into the darkness. She felt her jumpsuit tear on the rough stone, scraping her knees and elbows. "That's far enough," a gruff male voice called from the darkness. Gulping air, she lifted her head to see a silhouette appear ahead of her, backlit by light streaming in from her back door exit. The shape of a man carrying a rifle limped left into the tunnel. The shadow favored its right leg. The light, glinting behind him, offered her a glimpse of his bandaged face. Panic consumed her. "Aoffa?" "Yes, Dari," he replied, his voice soft but full of hate. "May I call you Dari? You are no longer a senator, I hear." How did I escape the burning hell you left me in?" he mocked. "I didn't. Not on my own. I had a team follow the shuttle. After you left, they busted down the door and pulled me out." He activated a lantern and placed it on the wall to his left. She winced as the light exposed his features, but not before the damage was done. Bandages covered the right side of his face, including his right eye. Burn scars covered his now bald head. He directed the light downward, and her eyes followed the light involuntarily. His left leg ended at the knee. A prosthetic limb kept him upright. "You are asking yourself how all this could happen in 3 days, he smirked. "Well, you see, Dari, I'm not really here. I'm still in the hospital, recovering." He raised a hand to his left ear, and she saw that he wore a comm link. He listened to whoever spoke. His rifle never wavered. He nodded. "Get up." Terra stood, dripping water. "You kill me, my people will hunt you down," she warned defiantly. "I go to prison, they will break me out. You can't win." She heard someone approaching from behind, light illuminating the passage around her. "Do not move." "I've got this, Dawson," Aoffa said. Terra turned her head to look at the newcomer. She recognized him from the Parliament building a year earlier. She saw the hate in his eyes, the lust for revenge. "She's mine," Dawson said. "Not this time," Aoffa replied. "I don't know what grudge you have against her." "She killed my friends," Mark interrupted. "And I don't care," Aoffa continued. He motioned toward his bandaged face. "This is personal." Terra stared at Dawson. "I knew you were working with Jake. How does it feel to know that you were too late to save him and his girlfriend?" she mocked. "You were assigned to capture the prisoners from Clinics," Aoffa stated, "not become part of the conspiracy." "I did what I had to do," Dawson said to Aoffa, raising his voice. His eyes never left Terra. He nodded at her and raised his rifle. "Time for you to die." "Not yet," Aoffa interjected. "There is something she needs to know first." Terra turned back to face Aoffa. "What?"
Her mind raced. How can I pit them against each other?
If you had thoughts of revenge or escape, you can forget them.
Aoffa's voice low, measured, cold. David Derez just burned up in the atmosphere. Aoffa smiled. She heard the words, and thoughts of escape vanished. She lowered her head as the world spun out of control around her. David, Berinda, Torum, all dead. Thoughts of her ascension to the chancellery disappeared in the blink of an eye. She went numb, shock shutting down her system. She looked up, staring blankly at Aoffa. She never heard the shot that killed her. Epilogue. A strong, chilling wind blew across the cemetery on Pans. Flags flapped in the misty breeze. The gray, overcast day threatened a downpour. Mark Dawson, Kirian Nurik, and Tarek Zen stood side by side, staring at a pair of tombstones, their clothes flailing in the gusts. Tarek pulled his collar tighter, while Kirian clutched Mark's hand in hers. A week of tying up loose ends, filing reports, and meeting with top TSA officials ended with Dawson declaring his retirement and his commission. A chorus of blustering admirals refused to accept the document until newly promoted Captain Patterson stepped in. The new commandant of the Special Operations Academy accepted it on behalf of the TSA, gave him a medal on the spot, winked, and told him to get the hell off her base. He saluted, turned, and left. He met Aoffa on the way out of Patterson's office, the wounded officer once again releasing himself from the hospital without authorization. Bandages still covered his head, including his right ear and eye. Dawson extended a hand. Aoffa took it. "Where are you off to?" Dawson asked. "I've been assigned to lead a task force to find the rest of Terra's accomplices. That includes Lieutenant Torum Clorig and investigating pawn enterprises," Aoffa replied. "What you started on Klinix, I will finish." "What about you?" Aoffa inquired. Dawson shook his head. He did a double take as his eyes fell on Kirian, sitting with Tarek Zen on a park bench. His thoughts drifted to Klinix and the last 2 years of pain and sacrifice. "I have some goodbyes that are long overdue." "Good luck, Dawson," Aoffa said, extending his hand. "And you, Commander." Mark shook it. 3 days of travel through a nebula brought the trio to the graveyard. Mark released Kirian's hand and knelt on a knee. He offered a silent prayer for his 2 friends, wishing them a long, happy afterlife together. He stood, reclaiming Kirian's hand, and led them away from the cemetery toward a waiting air car. The trio piled into the back, welcoming the warmth of the interior after the chilly breeze. Kirian wrapped her arms around Dawson's, laying her head on his shoulder. "Where to?" The robo-driver was of hominid design, with the ears of a Chandrulian, the green tone of a Clando, and the mane of a Hasmara. Tarek and Kirian looked at Dawson. A smile split his face. "The Panhandler," he said. "I need a couple of Ritmar sunrises to toast some old friends." He looked at his 2 companions. "And to new ones." "Sir, the Panhandler was recently purchased and is now under new management," the robo-driver stated. "It is now called the Busty Ostrich." A smile split Dawson's face. Even better. The air car left the cemetery as the skies opened up and it started to rain. This has been Tri-System Authority Book 2, The Reign of Terra, written by R. Kyle Hanna, narrated by Rick McVey. Copyright 2019 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press. Production copyright 2019 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press.